Chapter 1, Joining the Immortal Sect. Lingyun Sect, the third trial of the Immortal Sect assessment, the bewitching heart formation. At this moment, a faint purple mist filled the formation, and 200 to 300 young people stood within the mist. The young people in the formation had varied expressions, some looked terrified, as if experiencing something horrifying, while others looked greedy, as if they had seen an unparalleled immortal opportunity or a peerless immortal maiden. All these individuals were immortal sprouts who had come to participate in the sect's entrance assessment, but without exception, they were all trapped in the illusion array, unable to break free. Gu Bai was one of them. He saw countless rare treasures before him, and it seemed as if countless immortal maidens, dressed in revealing clothes with their beautiful bodies half hidden, were beside him. Faced with such temptations, even a person with the most resolute heart nature would hesitate for a moment. However, Gu Bai was an exception. He did not develop any greed. Instead, he instantly cleared his mind and broke free from the illusion's control. Just then, an elder dressed in a dark robe with sharp eyes noticed Gu Bai and walked over expressionlessly. Not bad, not bad. The elder nodded, saying with satisfaction. The bewitching heart formation tests one's heart nature. The firmer one's heart nature, the less they are affected by the illusion. You are the first to break free from the illusion's control. This indicates that your Dao heart is incredibly resilient, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Originally, with your aptitude, it would be impossible for you to enter my Lingyun sect, but given your exceptionally resilient Dao heart, I will make an exception and allow you to enter my Lingyun sect. After speaking, the elder picked up the brush in his hand and recorded Gu Bai's name. Thank you, elder. Gu Bai bowed respectfully, thanking him with a calm expression. He was not from this world but a transmigrator from Blue Star. In his previous life, he was an ordinary small business owner, unremarkable in any way. His only hobby was playing a cultivation simulator. This simulator could simulate a real cultivation world, and in his previous life, he happened to have incredible luck, drawing the extremely rare golden talent Immortal Longevity in his last simulation. Although the Immortal Longevity talent was not very significant in the simulator, in a real cultivation world, it was like a cheat code. After learning of his talent, Gu Bai decided to find a sect to cultivate in. Fortunately, Gu Bai came from a distinguished family. After some effort, he finally found the Lingyun sect and participated in its entrance assessment. Of course, Gu Bai didn't actually possess such a resolute heart nature. The reason he was able to break free from the illusion in a short time was entirely due to another talent he had drawn. Absolute rationality, which allows one to possess absolute rationality and not make mistakes due to emotions. It was precisely because of this talent that Gu Bai was able to instantly break free from the illusion, becoming the first in the heart nature assessment and successfully joining the immortal sect. Elder Zhang looked at the calm young man before him, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. The young man seemed to exude a tranquil aura that made people feel incredibly close, and even his own somewhat irritable inner self, due to his cultivation technique, became uncharacteristically peaceful. The cultivation technique he cultivated was quite unique, heavy with evil qi. If he didn't deliberately suppress his aura, ordinary mortals would likely be suffocated by the evil qi emanating from him. But this child was able to converse with him with a calm expression, as if his evil qi didn't exist at all. With such a powerful heart nature, this child was bound to achieve great things in the future. Thinking of this, Elder Zhang took out a token from his storage pouch and handed it to Gu Bai. This is a token representing my identity. When you enter the sect and choose an immortal cave, you can use this token to select an immortal cave with better conditions. Gu Bai did not refuse. After carefully taking the token, he thanked him again. Thank you, elder. Having experienced the harsh realities of society, Gu Bai deeply understood the benefits of having connections. The elder before him clearly saw his extraordinary heart nature and wanted to invest in him, which was why he gave him this token. Of course, besides that, it also had to be attributed to the third talent in the simulator. Affinity, you naturally make people feel close. Everyone who sees you will have a high degree of goodwill towards you. This was his third talent. Its quality wasn't particularly high, only an ordinary rank, but it was extremely practical. It was precisely because of the existence of this talent, coupled with his previous performance, that Elder Zhang was prompted to bestow the token. Looking at the token in his hand, Gu Bai showed a faint smile. This token was incredibly important for a newcomer who had just entered the cultivation world. When others saw this token, they would know that Gu Bai was under someone's protection and would not deliberately make things difficult for him. Gu Bai did not say much but firmly kept this kindness in his heart. Just call me Elder Zhang. If you encounter any difficulties in the sect in the future, just come to me. As an outer sect elder, my authority may not be great, but as long as it's within the outer sect, there's basically nothing I can't resolve. Elder Zhang patted Gu Bai's shoulder and said with a smile. Gu Bai also smiled and nodded. After a brief chat with Elder Zhang turned and left to attend to his duties. It wasn't until Elder Zhang had walked far away that Gu Bai dared to deactivate the absolute rationality skill. Gu Bai, with a somewhat pale face, patted his chest. Fortunately, he had the absolute rationality skill, otherwise, facing Elder Zhang just now, he probably wouldn't even have been able to stand steady. The aura emanating from Elder Zhang was too terrifying. Although not fatal, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, instilling an instinctive fear. This Elder Zhang is not simple, he must have been a ruthless character in his youth. Gu Bai thought to himself. A moment later, another young man woke up in the bewitching heart formation. Gu Bai knew this person, his name was Gu Bei, his cousin who had come with him. After Gu Bei woke up, he turned and scanned his surroundings. Upon seeing Gu Bai, his slightly nervous heart instantly calmed down, and he then walked towards Gu Bai. Gu Bai smiled and nodded. He and Gu Bai had grown up together since childhood. Since he had memories from his previous life, he acted more maturely. Therefore, he often took Gu Bai to play around when they were young, which made their relationship incredibly close. After waiting for a moment longer, the bewitching heart formation closed, and the sect assessment officially concluded. Those whose names I call will henceforth be inner sect disciples of my Lingyun Immortal sect. A white-haired Foundation establishment cultivator stood on the high platform and said in a deep voice. Inner sect disciple, Su Swekin. Inner sect disciple, Chen Taizu. Inner sect disciple, Gu Bai. These three will henceforth be inner sect disciples of my Lingyun sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd below began to discuss animatedly. I'm so envious. I heard that if you become an inner sect disciple of Lingyun sect, as long as you don't court death, you are guaranteed to become a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yes, but only rare geniuses can enter the inner sect. Silence. The Foundation establishment elder was slightly displeased seeing the commotion below. Though the voice wasn't loud, it sounded as if it resonated directly in everyone's ears, and everyone could hear it. The area below instantly fell silent. No one dared to offend this elder of the Foundation establishment realm. Next, those whose names I call will be outer sect disciples of my Lingyun sect. Outer sect disciple, Su Feng. Outer sect disciple, Chen Suchang. Outer sect disciple, Gu Bai. A string of names was continuously announced, and it wasn't until after dozens of names that Gu Bai finally heard his own name. Upon hearing his name, Gu Bai's anxious heart finally settled. Chapter 2 Mental Growth. After rattling off a string of names, the elder in the Foundation establishment realm finally paused. The remaining people who had not heard their names called immediately turned ashen, feeling unwilling but helpless. Decades later, those on the list might already be high and mighty immortals, while the latter might have long turned to dust. I'm not reconciled. Why can ordinary people become cultivators, but I, a prince with royal blood, can only remain immortal? A young man in a luxurious robe with a refined face roared unwillingly. He had expended so much manpower and resources just to participate in the Lingyun Immortal Sect's entrance examination, but the result was being turned away. This was completely different from the scenario he had imagined. He wasn't even accepted as the most common outer sect disciple, let alone an inner sect disciple. The Foundation establishment elder didn't even glance at him, directly flying back to the sect on his sword. At this, the chi refining disciples maintaining order quickly stepped forward, completely disregarding his noble status, and directly kicked the prince to the ground. At this moment, the guards beside the prince also reacted, quickly pulling the irrational prince away. Big brother, we are truly fortunate to have actually entered the Immortal sect. Gu Bai said with some relief. Besides him and Gu Bai, more than a dozen other young people from their Gu family had come, but all of them were turned away because their aptitude was too poor to cultivate, and they couldn't even participate in the entrance examination. Ha 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 ha, indeed. And Gu Bai, you even entered the inner sect. When you become successful in the future, don't forget me, your big brother. Gu Bai said with a smile. The Immortal sect assessment was divided into 3 stages, testing aptitude, comprehension ability, and heart nature, respectively. Each of these 3 aspects was crucial. Most of those who were eliminated had all 3 rated as low grade. Gu Bai himself was similar, his aptitude was low grade. Fortunately, his comprehension ability was decent, barely making it to mid-low grade, which qualified him to participate in the 3rd stage, the heart nature assessment. If it weren't for him being the first to wake up in the 3rd stage by relying on absolute rationality, and his heart nature being rated as top grade, it would have been very difficult for him to enter the Lingyun Immortal sect. As for his cousin Gu Bai, he was much more formidable, all 3 aspects were top grade. Especially his aptitude, which was a special physique, the Heavenly Thunder Body, rated as top grade. The Heavenly Thunder Body is a rare special physique in the cultivation world. Cultivating thunder spells yields twice the result with half the effort, and using thunder spells gains a physique bonus. It is a natural talent for cultivating thunder spells. As long as the high-ranking officials of Lingyun Immortal sect weren't insane, they wouldn't give up on Gu Bai, this supreme immortal seedling. If he was nurtured well in the future, the minimum he would achieve would be a golden core true person. Certainly. If I become successful in the future, I definitely won't forget you, big brother. Hearing Gu Bai's words, Gu Bai nodded and said seriously. Ha ha ha, but big brother, you've been exceptionally talented since childhood and know so much. Your future achievements might even surpass mine. At that time, big brother, just don't forget me. With that, the 2 exchanged smiles. Those words just now were merely a joke between the 2 of them. They had grown up together since childhood, and their bond was incredibly deep. When they soared in the future, there was no need to say, they would help each other. At this point, the 2 officially joined the Lingyun Immortal sect, becoming one of the many cultivators. The 2 did not immediately enter the sect but chatted at the sect entrance. One of them was outer sect, and the other was inner sect. After entering the sect, they would likely have few opportunities to meet. Gu Bai, after entering the inner sect, you must cultivate diligently. With your aptitude, you will certainly be much stronger than others, but do not become arrogant. In the future, you must be extremely careful in all situations. Think twice before acting. Cultivation is not like a game, one wrong step can lead to eternal damnation. Gu Bai, at this moment, was like an old father, constantly giving instructions to Gu Bai. He sincerely hoped that Gu Bai would do well, preferably cultivating to the golden core or even nascent soul realm. It wasn't about the great benefits it could bring him, but rather that it would allow him to spend more time with him. He possessed the talent of eternal life, imperishable and unkillable. As long as he was given enough time, he would eventually achieve immortal ascension. Gu Bai only hoped that he wouldn't be too lonely during this process. Gu Bai listened attentively to Gu Bai's nagging, without a trace of impatience. Having known Gu Bai for over a decade, he naturally understood that Gu Bai's words came from the heart. Gu Bai genuinely wished him well, irrespective of any benefits. It was the purest form of affection. It was a long time later that Gu Bai finally stopped his exhortations. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Gu Bai's comprehension ability and heart nature were both top grade, so he didn't need to be taught, he would naturally understand what he needed to. Just then, a rough voice came from beside them. I am Chen Taizu, greetings, fellow deist. A burly, robust middle-aged man with a hearty smile on his face walked towards the two. He was one of the 3 inner sect disciples. His heart nature and comprehension ability were both mid-grade, and his physique was top grade, very suitable for body tempering, making him a rare genius. I am Gu Bai, greetings, fellow deist Chen. Gu Bai also smiled and returned the greeting. We are senior brothers of the same sect. We should communicate more in the future. Chen Taizu said with a smile, then pulled Gu Bai and walked towards Su Suekin in the distance. Chen Taizu appeared very amiable, and his personality, like his appearance, was very bold, occasionally letting out a hearty laugh. Although Su Suekin's personality was rather cold, she also smiled and chatted with Gu Bai. Although Gu Bai was currently just an uncultivated mortal, his future achievements would certainly not be low, making him worth winning over by these 2 inner sect disciples. Gu Bai turned to look at Gu Bai, seemingly wanting to say something, but Gu Bai smiled and shook his head, not interrupting their conversation. Gu Bai knew that they were looking for Gu Bai, not him. His presence between the 2 parties would make both sides awkward. Therefore, Gu Bai simply stood in the distance, smiling at Gu Bai. The 3 of them, Gu Bai included, chatted as they walked towards the inner sect. With the 2 deliberately trying to befriend him, the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. The 3 chatted for a long time. It wasn't until dusk fell and Gu Bai had chosen his immortal cave that the few of them left. Gu Bai sat on the bed in the immortal cave, his head still a bit dizzy, somewhat unable to believe that he had actually become a legendary genius. After being in a daze for a long time, Gu Bai suddenly started to giggle foolishly. He now felt light as a feather, as if floating in the air. But suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Gu Bai jolted, shaking off his previous state. Stretching his hands out in front of him, Gu Bai suddenly felt so unfamiliar to himself, as if he were a completely different person from before. Recalling Gu Bai's previous admonitions, Gu Bai reached out and slapped himself hard across the face. Slap! 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 Each slap was delivered with full force, until his cheeks were red and even faintly oozing blood, only then did Gu Bai stop. Big brother, I seem to have been a bit arrogant just now, becoming a little unlike myself. Gu Bai muttered to himself. Under the dark night, Gu Bai was drifting further and further away from his former self. Chapter 3 Selecting a Cave. Lingyun Sect Outer Sect, Tianyun Peak. Gu Bai stood at the entrance of a grand hall filled with immortal qi. This hall, named the Hall of 10,000 Affairs, was the administrative center of the entire sect. All sect disciples who wished to accept missions, choose an immortal cave, or receive their monthly medicinal pills would come here. Following a senior brother's instructions, Gu Bai quickly arrived at a room with a sign bearing Elder Qian's name hanging at its entrance. Gu Bai walked in and found the room to be simple, with only a table and a kind-faced elder lying behind it. This disciple, Gu Bai, has come to choose an immortal cave. The elder didn't even lift his head, casually picked up a small notebook from the table, and handed it to Gu Bai. This lists all the immortal caves in the outer sect. Pick whichever immortal cave you want. Gu Bai did not take the small notebook. Without even looking, he knew that the immortal caves listed in it were likely those left over after others had made their choices. Gu Bai quietly took out the token that Elder Zhang had given him and placed it in front of Elder Qian. Upon seeing the token, Elder Qian dropped his casual demeanor and became noticeably more amiable towards Gu Bai. So you're old Jiang's person. You don't need to look at the immortal caves in this book. I'll get you a better one. After saying that, Elder Qian took back the notebook and then handed Gu Bai a small, exquisite map. The immortal caves marked on this are rare, high-quality ones, only available to internal personnel. Tell me which one you fancy, and I'll register it for you. Elder Qian said with a smile. Gu Bai didn't stand on ceremony. After observing carefully for a moment, he chose a beautiful peak that hardly any other disciples had selected. Elder Qian frowned slightly upon seeing the place Gu Bai had chosen. Are you sure you want to choose this place? Although this place has a beautiful environment, the spiritual qi concentration is not high, which is why almost no one chooses it. Even if the immortal cave you choose is in a good location, the spiritual qi concentration won't be very high. I'm sure. Gu Bai nodded faintly. He possessed a physique of eternal life, so the speed of cultivation was not very important to him. And he happened to be a person who liked peace. This place, apart from the low spiritual qi, met all his other conditions. Seeing Gu Bai's firm attitude, Elder Qian did not try to persuade him further. He picked up his pen and recorded Gu Bai's information in the ledger. Then he took out 2 sets of uniforms, a cultivation technique for cultivation, and a token representing his identity, and handed them to Gu Bai. The sect will periodically distribute medicinal pills each month, but the amount given is very small. If you want more cultivation resources, you need to earn them yourself. Generally, sect disciples choose to accept missions to earn sect contribution points. With contribution points, you can exchange them for various cultivation resources to accelerate your cultivation speed. This cultivation technique is the sect's basic cultivation technique, evergreen skill. Although it has no outstanding features, it is easy to understand, and basically anyone can cultivate it. Furthermore, later switching to other cultivation techniques will not cause too much loss of magical power. Elder Qian gave Gu Bai a few reminders about sect matters, then handed Gu Bai a thick notebook. These are the sect rules and various precautions. Please read them carefully. Gu Bai took the notebook, cupped his hands in a salute, and said in a calm tone. Thank you, Elder. After receiving the items, Gu Bai did not leave but started chatting with Elder Qian. During the conversation, Gu Bai remained exceptionally calm, not overly enthusiastic but also not overly cold. However, chatting with Gu Bai gave one a sense of quiet peace, without having to think too much about matters of profit, which made Elder Qian feel very comfortable, as if chatting with an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. The two chatted happily like this for a long time, until the next disciple came to register, and only then did Gu Bai turn and leave. Elder Qian watched Gu Bai's departing back and felt a slight regret in his heart. He had just been enjoying the conversation. As expected of the first place in the heart nature assessment, a person with such a state of mind is bound to achieve great things in the future. Elder Qian didn't think much of it, simply assuming Gu Bai was good at conversation. After leaving the hall, Gu Bai was in a very joyful mood. The affinity talent was indeed incredibly powerful. It allowed him to gain a wave of Elder Qian's favor. He had been in the sect for less than a day and had already befriended 2 elders at the peak of the Qi refining realm. With the protection of these 2 outer sect elders, he could avoid 99% of troubles and also enjoy special treatment. This would make his future path of cultivation incredibly smooth. Although he could live forever, he did not want to encounter too much trouble. Following the direction on the map, Gu Bai quickly arrived at the immortal cave he had chosen. His immortal cave was located on Misty Peak, a mountain peak with a very beautiful environment, perennially shrouded in mist, but not at all eerie. Instead, due to the environment, it had a feeling of immortal chi floating about. Gu Bai's immortal cave was in an excellent location, a beautiful small courtyard halfway up Misty Peak. There were also 2 spiritual fields in the courtyard, and a small river outside the gate. Gu Bai was somewhat delighted. This was simply his ideal perfect residence, few people, a beautiful environment, and even spiritual fields where he could occasionally grow vegetables. Gu Bai pushed open the door and found that although the house lacked no furniture, it had accumulated a thin layer of dust due to long-term uninhabitedness. Gu Bai rolled up his sleeves and immediately began to clean, busy until dusk, when he finally had the immortal cave tidied up. Sitting on the clean and tidy bed, Gu Bai picked up the cultivation technique issued by the sect and began to read it. Under the enhancement of absolute rationality, Gu Bai was able to completely calm his mind and devote all his energy to reading. When ordinary people come across a cultivation secret manual, after quickly reading it once, they would impatiently try to cultivate, but Gu Bai's heart was incredibly calm at this moment. Even though he had read the evergreen skill very thoroughly once, he did not begin to cultivate. Instead, he turned to the first page again and started reading from the beginning. After all, if he only read it once, no matter how detailed, he would still miss some details. Gu Bai repeatedly read it 3 more times. Each additional read brought new insights. Only after finishing the 3rd read did Gu Bai begin to attempt cultivation. Gu Bai sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate, attempting to draw qi into his body. This was the first step towards cultivation. By refining it, he could become a cultivator. However, this step was very difficult. Those with good aptitude might succeed in less than an hour, but those with poor aptitude might find it difficult to sense the presence of spiritual qi for a month, or even a year. Gu Bai's aptitude was low grade. Even with the enhancement of absolute rationality, and devoting all his energy, he still could not perceive the presence of spiritual qi. But Gu Bai was not discouraged in the slightest, still fully perceiving the spiritual qi. The process of meditation was quite tedious and boring. One must completely empty their mind, without a single distracting thought. Only then can one sense the presence of spiritual qi. Ordinary people often cannot persist for more than a few incense sticks before many distracting thoughts arise, forcing them to exit the meditation state. But Gu Bai was different. Under the enhancement of absolute rationality, Gu Bai could completely control his thoughts and maintain the meditation state continuously. Gu Bai sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating all night, until the sky began to lighten, and a faint ray of sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a golden hue on Gu Bai's hair. Gu Bai finally sensed the spiritual qi contained in the air. This perception was very weak, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Reaching this step was not difficult, many people could sense the presence of spiritual qi during their first meditation. However, they would exit the meditation state as soon as they became excited. Gu Bai's heart was as calm as still water. Even after sensing the spiritual qi, not a single ripple appeared in his heart. Instead, he calmly followed the instructions in the cultivation technique, carefully guiding the spiritual qi into his body. Upon sensing the spiritual qi entering his body, Gu Bai immediately began to refine it and, following the operation of the cultivation technique, circulated it through his meridians in a grand cycle. Under Gu Bai's guidance, the spiritual qi began to circulate along the meridians, but Gu Bai's meridians had many blockages, causing a large portion of the spiritual qi to be wasted. After one cycle, only 10% of the spiritual qi could be retained, and the speed was incredibly slow. It took Gu Bai a whole morning to finally successfully refine that wisp of spiritual qi. The first realm of cultivation is the qi refining realm. The qi refining realm is divided into 9 levels. He had now officially become a cultivator at the first level of the qi refining realm. Looking at the spiritual qi within his body, which was even finer than a strand of hair, Gu Bai felt a slight thrill. Possessing the ability of eternal life, Gu Bai believed that as long as he persisted in cultivating, he would one day become invincible in the world. Gu Bai thus practiced alone in the courtyard. Although the spiritual qi here was not overly dense, it was more than enough to support him as a cultivator at the first level of qi refining. Time flew by, and half a month passed in an instant. Chapter 4, Marrow Cleansing Pill. In the early morning, Gu Bai picked up a hoe and was loosening the soil in the spirit field outside the small courtyard, breaking up the larger clods of earth. Gu Bai had originally planned to cultivate this morning, but seeing the empty land outside the door, he couldn't resist the urge. Ultimately, Gu Bai couldn't hold back and decided to plant some spirit vegetables in these 2 acres of small spirit fields, so that he could eat fresh vegetables once they matured. As Gu Bai was busy, he noticed a figure at the foot of the mountain slowly walking towards him. When Gu Bai clearly saw the person in front of him, his eyes lit up, a slight hint of pleasant surprise in them. The person was none other than Gu Bai, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Upon seeing Gu Bai's figure, Gu Bai's eyes immediately lit up, feeling a sense of relief. As the saying goes, when scholars part for 3 days, they should be looked at with new eyes. Only half a month had passed, but Gu Bai's appearance had undergone a complete transformation. Originally, Gu Bai wore ordinary grey long clothes and was quite shy. Although he looked decent, he was still the type of an ordinary person. But the Gu Bai in front of him was dressed in a purple robe, with a long sword hanging at his waist, walking with a confident stride, his brows and eyes full of self-assurance, exuding the unique aura of a cultivator, completely different from before. Gu Bai, how have you been doing in the inner sect these past few days? Has anyone made things difficult for you? Upon seeing Gu Bai's figure, Gu Bai's previously tense heart finally relaxed after a long time. It had only been a few days, but Gu Bai felt as if a very long time had passed. Upon hearing that Gu Bai wasn't asking how well he was doing, but rather how he was faring, Gu Bai's eyes turned red. He could tell that Gu Bai's words were sincere, that he was truly worried about him. Big brother, I've been doing very well these past few days. The elders around me have all been very kind, and many people have gathered around me, saying that I possess a special physique and am a heaven-defying genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. It's just that there were many matters to attend to after just entering the sect, so I've been delayed until now to see you. I'm more worried about you, big brother. If anyone outside dares to make trouble for you, just tell them my name. Although I'm not famous yet, the sect leader seems very pleased with me and plans to take me as his disciple in a few days. By then, if you mention my name, others won't dare to bully you. If it really comes to that, just notify me directly. No matter how busy I am, I will come and help you. Gu Bai said with a smile, but his words were full of sincerity. It was clear that if Gu Bai truly needed help, Gu Bai would certainly not refuse. Understood. If I really run into trouble, I'll definitely call you for help. But you yourself need to be careful in the inner sect. Don't become arrogant just because the sect leader is taking you as his disciple. Gu Bai burst into laughter upon hearing this. He was genuinely happy. This happiness wasn't because he had Gu Bai as a backer. Rather, it was because Gu Bai hadn't changed. He was still the Gu Bai who would call him big brother. Gu Bai also laughed heartily. He was equally overjoyed, happy that his big brother hadn't changed. In these past few days, he had met many people who were kind to him, but he could sense that these people were not sincere. They were only so enthusiastic towards him because of his status. But big brother was still the big brother who always thought of him, and he hadn't become distant or greedy towards him, trying to gain benefits from him, just because he had suddenly become a genius. Only with Gu Bai could he feel a long-lost sense of peace, a feeling of home. To meet someone who treats you like this in life is truly a great fortune. The two of them sat in the courtyard and chatted, mostly with Gu Bai talking, while Gu Bai quietly sat by, patiently listening to Gu Bai recount his experiences of these past few days. Gu Bai's experiences in this short half-month were more exciting than all his previous years combined. Just a few days after entering the sect, I learned the extremely difficult Divine Heaven Thunder art. I heard others say it's one of Ling Yun sect's foundational ultimate arts, extremely difficult, and it usually takes ordinary people at least a year to learn it. After that, many people gathered around me. Many senior sisters intentionally got close to me, and some even directly confessed their feelings, hinting that I could go to their immortal cave at night to study the origin of life. But I could see that those people weren't sincere towards me, so I didn't get too entangled with them. Many intersect senior brothers were also jealous of my talent and tried to secretly target me, but the sect leader stopped them all and severely punished them. Ha 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 ha, seeing their unwilling faces just makes me want to laugh. Chen Taizu and Su Suekin, these two who entered the sect with me, also have decent talent, much stronger than other intersect disciples, but neither of them are as powerful as me. Gu Bai rambled on about his experiences over the past half-month, which were basically all good things. The only time he was targeted was merely a few verbal taunts. An ordinary person with such experiences would surely become somewhat arrogant and overly self-confident, but Gu Bai behaved very normally, without any of the arrogance typical of a genius. With such a mindset, given time, he will surely be able to stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Gu Bai, you've truly grown a lot. You're already capable of standing on your own. Gu Bai praised with a hint of relief. That's all thanks to Big Brother's good teaching. If it weren't for Big Brother's guidance since childhood, I wouldn't be who I am today. Gu Bei chuckled. He had grown up with Gu Bai since childhood, and Gu Bai had taught him various things, which led to who he was today. Gu Bai didn't say anything more this time. Gu Bei was indeed someone he had raised since childhood, and it was precisely because of his guidance that Gu Bei hadn't gone astray. The two of them chatted from morning till evening. They seemed to have endless topics, and even though their current statuses were vastly different, there was no barrier between them whatsoever. It wasn't until the moon hung high in the sky, its light bathing the small courtyard in silver, that the two finally ended their conversation. Though it's hard to part, there's always a time for goodbyes. I have to go. I pushed off many things just to squeeze out half a day, and I still have to cultivate tonight. No matter how reluctant he was, he still had to leave. Before departing, Gu Bei took out a bag and handed it to Gu Bai. Big brother, this storage pouch is for you. As an outer sect disciple, your resources are inherently scarce. To obtain more resources, you must compete with others, and one wrong move could cost you your life. The resources in this storage pouch are enough for you to cultivate for a while. With these resources, you won't need to work so hard to compete for them. I appreciate your kind thought, but I cannot accept this. Gu Bai shook his head and did not accept the storage pouch. He was immortal and had plenty of time to cultivate, but Gu Bei was different, he needed resources to speed up his cultivation. Big brother, you don't need to worry about me. As a genius disciple of the sect, I am being groomed by the sect as a future successor. Resources for the Qi refinement stage are endless. With that, he forcibly stuffed the storage pouch into Gu Bai's hand. Before Gu Bai could react, he used his movement technique and vanished from Gu Bai's sight in a flash. Gu Bai watched the rapidly departing Gu Bei, feeling a bit helpless. Opening the storage pouch, Gu Bai found it filled with a large amount of spirit stones. These spirit stones were more than enough for Gu Bai to use for a very long time. In addition, Gu Bai also found a marrow cleansing pill. This kid, Gu Bei. The marrow cleansing pill was incredibly precious, a top-tier first-grade medicinal pill, capable of slightly improving a cultivator's aptitude, with particularly noticeable effects for those with poorer aptitude. Of course, with such a heaven-defying effect, its price was naturally exorbitant, making it one of the most expensive first-grade medicinal pills, even more expensive than a foundation establishment pill. Even though Gu Bei was practically the designated sect leader disciple, a heaven-defying genius rarely seen in 1,000 years, he had only been cultivating for half a month. With his wealth, it was impossible for him to afford a marrow cleansing pill. Presumably, Gu Bei used his status as a genius to owe someone a favor to get this marrow cleansing pill. Looking at the marrow cleansing pill, Gu Bai felt a warmth in his heart. Chapter 5 Leisurely Daily Life. At noon, the warm sunlight streamed down on Misty Peak, which, due to the obstruction of mist, did not feel hot, and a gentle breeze added a touch of coolness. Gu Bai sat outside the small courtyard, leisurely playing chess with Elder Zhang, while Elder Qian sat beside them, watching their game with rapt attention. Ever since entering the outer sect, Gu Bai had maintained contact with Elder Zhang and Elder Qian, and with the blessing of his affinity and aptitude, he quickly became good fellow deists with the two elders. Elder Qian and Elder Zhang already knew each other, otherwise, Elder Qian would not have given Gu Bai such good treatment upon seeing Elder Jiang's token. Gu Bai glanced at the chessboard, thought for a moment, and made a move, instantly breaking the stalemate on the board. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Elder Zhang looked at the chessboard before him and couldn't help but praise continuously. Gu Bai's move was extremely subtle, with just one move, he crushed his defense. A moment later, Gu Bai made his final move, blocking all retreat paths for the black pieces. Ha 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 ha, old Zhang, I didn't expect you to lose a chess game to a junior. Elder Qian, who was watching from the side, laughed loudly when he saw Elder Zhang lose the game, saying, "Humph, it was an accident, do you understand accident? Gu Bai and I have played chess so many times, and he just happened to win this one time by luck. Is that such a big deal?" Elder Zhang stood up, somewhat unconvinced, and said, "Oh, I don't think it looks like an accident. It's clearly that you used all your strength and still couldn't beat Gu Bai. It's not that great, mainly, it's because Elder taught well." Gu Bai said modestly. "That's right, the reason Gu Bai is so formidable is all because I taught him well." Elder Zhang said proudly, crossing his arms over his chest. "Humph, is that because you taught him well? That's because Gu Bai himself has good aptitude. Ultimately, it's still your strength that's lacking." Elder Qian said unconvinced. Come, old Qian, aren't you saying I'm no good? Let's have a match right now and let you see how my chess skills truly are." After speaking, the two elders began a fierce duel. Gu Bai looked at this scene helplessly. Although the two elders had a very good relationship, they were both very competitive and always wanted to compete in various aspects to determine a winner. Gu Bai did not disturb them but turned and went into the house to start preparing dinner. Gu Bai first picked some emerald green onions, emerald cucumbers, and yellow jade peanuts, which he had planted in the courtyard and contained a small amount of spiritual qi, then took out the pre-prepared yellow beef and purple striped potatoes. Gu Bai first cut the potatoes and beef into pieces, then put the beef into a pot to boil, adding many of his homemade sauces until the beef was tender, then he added the cut potatoes. After boiling for a full hour, Gu Bai finally finished making this dish of beef stew with potatoes. While making the beef stew with potatoes, Gu Bai also made a refreshing cold emerald cucumber salad to cut through the richness, fried yellow jade peanuts to go with drinks, and a large pot full of spiritual rice. Gu Bai thoroughly enjoyed the cooking process. Before his transmigration, he cooked for himself every day, so his cooking skills were quite good, even comparable to hotel chefs. After transmigrating to the cultivation world, Gu Bai did not give up on his research into ingredients. Instead, he continued to explore various new ingredients. Qi refining cultivators have only just stepped into the threshold of the cultivation world and cannot completely forego 3 meals a day. They still need to consume a small amount of food daily to supplement their nutrition. Most cultivators rely on eating bigidan to live. After consuming 1 bigidan, the nutrition contained in the medicinal pill can ensure one does not need to eat for a month. But Gu Bai was still accustomed to cooking for himself, and the 2 elders were also conquered by his cooking, basically coming over to freeload meals every day. The 2 elders were both outer sect disciples of the sect. Although their aptitude was mediocre, they had made many contributions to the sect when they were young, which is why they were able to obtain such a relaxed retirement position as outer sect elder in their later years. They usually had nothing to do, only needing to be present for the annual entrance examination. At other times, they were basically free. Therefore, they were particularly idle, and after getting familiar with Gu Bai, they often came to his place to freeload food and drinks. Gu Bai was not averse to this, on the contrary, he quite liked this lively feeling. By the time Gu Bai finished cooking, Elder Qian and Elder Zhang had almost finished their chess game. The game concluded with Elder Qian having a slight advantage. The food is finally ready. Just smelling this aroma, I can't take it anymore. I really don't know where you get so many ideas from, your cooking is so delicious. Elder Qian said with a smile, clearly happy that he had won the chess game against Elder Zhang. Humph, don't get too smug. I'll study up, and then we'll have another match to determine the victor. Gu Bai smiled as he watched the 2 of them, silently serving them their meals. Delicious. So delicious. Elder Jiang's eyes lit up after taking a bite of the beef. The beef, having been slow cooked for a long time, was incredibly tender and melted in his mouth, and combined with the unique aroma of the potatoes and the flavor of the sauce, it made him salivate madly, greatly whetting his appetite. Ignoring his argument with Elder Qian, Elder Zhang directly scooped a large spoonful of beef stew with potatoes from the pot, poured it over the spiritual rice, and began to devour it. When he felt a bit greasy halfway through, he would have a crisp and refreshing piece of emerald cucumber. The refreshing taste of the cucumber instantly dispelled the greasy feeling. Elder Qian was the same. After taking a bite of the beef stew with potatoes, he couldn't stop, frantically eating his rice. Gu Bai watched this scene with some satisfaction. As a chef, seeing others heartily eat the food he cooked was the best compliment to himself. Gu Bai also served himself a bowl of rice and began to enjoy it. The 3 of them ate most of the large pot of beef stew with potatoes before contentedly lying down on lounge chairs. After resting for a moment, Gu Bai managed to stand up and took out a tea set, beginning to brew tea. The 3 of them lay side by side on the lounge chairs, leisurely drinking tea. Gu Bai took a sip of tea, his face full of contentment. This kind of life was the relaxed life he had dreamed of. The 3 of them chatted while drinking tea, though mostly it was Elder Zhang and Elder Qian talking, with Gu Bai listening. The 2 of them mostly talked about their past experiences when they were young, such as their adventures together in the cultivation world and some strange and wonderful stories they encountered there. There were memories of being scammed when trying to find bargains in the market, memories of fighting Yao beasts, and memories of the 2 of them working together to complete sect missions. Most of the time, Gu Bai listened quietly and attentively, knowing the good intentions of the 2 elders. The experiences they shared were valuable lessons, so that when he ventured into the cultivation world himself, he wouldn't step into the same pitfalls they had. Humph. Back in the day, old Jian and I, when we were young, also had a formidable reputation in the outer sect. We were known as the outer sect's twin evils. Together, we could contend against Foundation establishment cultivators. Chapter 6 Cultivation. Elder Zhang folded his arms across his chest and said with some pride. Alas, it's a pity that our aptitude is ultimately too poor, and coupled with the damage to our foundation from battles when we were young, we were unable to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Gu Bai was a little surprised. He knew that Elder Zhang and Elder Qian were not simple, not ordinary outer sect elders. When they were young, they were most likely ruthless characters, but he didn't expect them to be so ruthless. Reality is not like novels where the protagonist can kill enemies across a major realm. Normal cultivators can at most defeat cultivators of the same realm. Even if 2 late-stage Qi refining cultivators teamed up, they might not even be able to injure a Foundation establishment cultivator, let alone kill one. But considering the astonishing evil Qi emanating from Elder Zhang, what Elder Zhang said was most likely true. To accumulate such dense evil Qi, Elder Zhang must have killed many people when he was young. Thinking about it carefully, Elder Qian was actually not simple either. Although on the surface he looked like a kind old man, making it impossible for anyone to detect anything unusual. However, he was able to have the right to allocate immortal caves. This right was actually astonishingly great, and there was a lot of profit in it. For Elder Qian to be able to occupy this position, he must have some ability himself. I didn't expect the 2 elders to be so powerful when they were young. Gu Bai said with some emotion. Ha, of course. Back then, the 2 of us were also a generation's legend among outer sect disciples. Elder Qian said with a smile, but then his eyes dimmed, and his expression became somewhat lonely, as if he was immersed in past memories. Elder Zhang was the same, his expression lonely, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive for a time. Alas, let's not talk about this anymore. Elder Zhang waved his hand, changing the topic. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Gu Bai quickly found a lighter topic, chatting about sect gossip and some strange anecdotes. With his good eloquence, he finally managed to liven up the atmosphere again. The three of them lay like that all afternoon until the sky began to darken. Only then did the two elders get up and leave to return to their immortal caves. By the way, Gu-bai. You've been cultivating for almost a year. Isn't this progress a bit slow? Before leaving, Elder Zhang stared at Gu-bai for a while, feeling a bit of a headache. This kid had been in the sect for almost a year, but his cultivation speed was like a snail's. Outer sect disciples who entered at the same time as Gu-bai, those who cultivated quickly, had already touched the threshold of Qi refining stage, second level. Inner sect disciples from the same period had even cultivated to Qi refining stage, second level, but according to his perception, the amount of magical power in Gu-bai's body was very small, still far from Qi refining stage, second level. It would probably take another 1 or 2 years for him to break through. No hurry, I'm still young. Gu-bai gave an awkward smile and said with some embarrassment. Alas, sometimes I really admire you. You're clearly at a young, vibrant, and passionate age, yet you act more like an old man than the two of us old men. I know your cultivation speed is so slow because your aptitude is too poor, but you have Gu-bai, this genius younger brother, as your backing, yet you have never asked him for any resources. Elder Zhang shook his head, not knowing what to say. In the cultivation world, while aptitude is very important, resources are equally important. To a certain extent, they are even more important than aptitude and comprehension ability. Some precious spiritual items can even improve aptitude. Although Gu-bai's aptitude was poor, he could also quickly improve his cultivation by taking medicinal pills. However, in the past 6 months, Gu-bai had hardly taken any medicinal pills, relying entirely on his own cultivation, coupled with his extremely poor aptitude, his cultivation speed was naturally incredibly slow. Gu-bai would visit Gu-bai every so often and also give him a portion of cultivation resources, but Gu-bai was unwilling to accept Gu-bai's resources. This gave him an immense headache. He didn't know what Gu-bai was thinking. He had such a good background but didn't use it. As long as Gu-bai spoke, he would definitely not lack cultivation resources. Even without Gu-bai, he and Elder Qian would be willing to give all their possessions. Gu-bai is currently in his growth stage, which is when he needs resources the most. As his elder brother, how can I hold him back and take away a portion of his cultivation resources? Gu-bai shook his head and said firmly. He was an immortal, so the speed of his cultivation didn't matter, but Gu-bai was different. If his cultivation speed slowed down due to a lack of resources, preventing him from breaking through to a higher realm, it would make him feel guilty for the rest of his life. And immortality was his biggest secret, which Gu-bai could not tell anyone, which was why he acted so unmotivated. Alright, I understand. This bottle of medicinal pills is high-grade yuan cultivating pills. Taking one can increase a Qi refining cultivator's cultivation by 1 month. Your aptitude is of the lowest grade, which will cause a large portion of the medicinal power to be wasted during absorption, but it can still increase your cultivation by a little less than half a month. After saying that, without waiting for Gu-bai to refuse, he forcefully shoved the yuan cultivating pill into Gu-bai's hand, then immediately used a escape method, escape technique, and disappeared from Gu-bai's sight. He was originally close to Gu-bai because Gu-bai was first in the heart nature assessment, and coupled with Gu-bai's strangely peaceful aura, it made him invest in Gu-bai. Originally, even if Gu-bai slacked off, he wouldn't care, but after a long period of interaction, he had come to regard Gu-bai as his junior, so he naturally wouldn't let Gu-bai go unchecked. Elder Qian also gave Gu-bai a bottle of medicinal pills that could improve cultivation. Without waiting for Gu-bai to refuse, he also used an escape technique like Elder Zhang, disappearing from Gu-bai's sight in the blink of an eye. Gu-bai looked at the medicinal pills in his hand, feeling a bit helpless but also happy. He was helpless because the two elders had too high expectations of him, hoping that he would cultivate diligently and become a foundation establishment cultivator. But at the same time, the two elders truly regarded him as family, which was why they had such high expectations of him, and Gu-bai was happy because of it. It seems I can't continue to be so unmotivated from now on. Gu-bai muttered to himself. Although he had the talent of immortality, others didn't know it. In order not to disappoint the two elders, Gu-bai decided to work hard and strive to break through to the foundation establishment realm before his lifespan ran out. Gu-bai sat cross-legged on the bed. After taking a medicinal pill, he began to cultivate. 2 hours later, Gu-bai finally refined all the medicinal power. It increased my cultivation by about half a month. After a brief perception, Gu-bai said in a low voice. Although a large portion of the medicinal power was lost, Gu-bai did not feel disappointed. He himself had a low-grade aptitude. If he hadn't taken the marrow cleansing pill, he probably would only have been able to absorb 1 or 2/10 of the medicinal power. Gu-bai did not continue to take medicinal pills. Medicinal pills could only be taken in moderation and not too much, otherwise, they would accumulate pill toxins and also lead to an unstable foundation. He looked up at the sky and saw that it was already midnight. Gu-bai continued to cultivate. Although self-cultivation was slow, cultivating immortality required enduring loneliness. Chapter 7 2 years. Time, like the wind, passes in a flash. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had already gone by. Gu-bai opened his eyes. Phew, I've finally cultivated to Qi refining stage, 2nd level. Since that day, Gu-bai had entered a grind mode, dedicating almost all his time to cultivation, and with a nearly unlimited supply of medicinal pill, he finally achieved a breakthrough to Qi refining stage, 2nd level today. This progress couldn't be described as fast, in fact, it was rather slow. Some of the disciple who joined the sect with him had already reached Qi refining stage, 3rd level. But there was nothing he could do, he had a low-grade aptitude, and this speed was already quite good. After breaking through to Qi refining stage, second level, it was natural to celebrate. Gu Bai immediately informed Elder Zhang and Elder Qian to come over for a celebration. In the Lingyun Immortal sect, Gu Bai only had a good relationship with these two elder. There was nothing he could do, his personality was rather reclusive. After joining the sect, he almost always cultivated in his immortal cave, rarely going out. As for Gu Bai, as a rising star of the sect, he was busy all the time, with almost no free time, so he couldn't come to celebrate with him. After notifying the two elder, Gu Bai began preparing the food materials for the celebration. It was already winter, and yesterday there had been a heavy snowfall, painting the entire sect in a snowy white. Therefore, he planned to make hot pot today. Although cultivator were impervious to heat and cold and wouldn't feel too much cold even in winter, no one would refuse to eat a steaming hot pot in winter. Gu Bai quickly set up an iron pot in the middle of the small courtyard, then put in his secret hot pot base, and placed many agar wood logs under the pot. Gu Bai silently recited a spell, casting a fire-starting spell to light the agar wood under the iron pot. This was one of the most basic spell that came with the evergreen skill, extremely easy to learn, as long as one had mana in their body, they could cast it. However, its effectiveness was extremely useless. The generated flame was only slightly hotter than ordinary fire and couldn't be used for any combat, only for the simplest ignition. Soon, the iron pot began to boil, emitting the unique aroma of hot pot. Seeing this, Gu Bai poured all the hot pot materials he had prepared beforehand into it. After everything was handled, Gu Bai sat by the iron pot, waiting for the arrival of the two elder. It smells so good. Elder Zhang was the first to arrive. After taking a deep whiff of the hot pot's aroma, he couldn't help but exclaim. Then, Elder Zhang turned to look at Gu Bai, and a moment later, a smile appeared on his lips. Not bad, you've finally cultivated to Qi refining stage, second level. Although Gu Bai's cultivation speed was very slow, Elder Zhang had seen his efforts over the past 2 years, he almost always used his free time for cultivation. He cultivated for at least 6 hours every day to break through to Qi refining stage, second level in over 2 years. Although it was a bit slow, he had a low-grade aptitude after all, so he couldn't ask for more. If he continued at this pace, with sufficient medicinal pill and a foundation establishment pill, Gu Bai might still be able to achieve foundation establishment if he was lucky. It's mainly thanks to the medicinal pill you gave me, Elder Zhang. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate so quickly. Gu Bai laughed heartily, speaking somewhat modestly. Alright, stop being modest, kid. Take this, consider it a gift for your breakthrough to Qi refining stage, second level. Elder Zhang touched his storage pouch and took out a cyan small shield, handing it to Gu Bai. This shield is called the Azure Cloud Shield. It's a first-tier medium-grade magical artifact. The shield itself is very hard and can block almost all attacks from Qi refining cultivator. It can even withstand attacks from the foundation establishment realm for a moment. It was a magical artifact I used in my youth. Now that I've retired, I no longer need this shield, so I'll give it to you as a life-saving magical artifact. Thank you, Elder. Gu Bai did not refuse, instead, he very seriously accepted the Azure Cloud Shield. He knew this was Elder Jiang's kind intention, given to him as a life-saving magical artifact because he feared he might encounter danger. Gu Bai dared not refuse such a gift from an elder. Not long after, Elder Qian also arrived. He also praised Gu Bai a few times, then took out a pair of white long boots from his storage pouch and handed them to Gu Bai. These are the medium-grade magical artifact White Cloud Boots. When propelled by mana, they can greatly reduce one's weight and also come with the spell, White Mist spell, which can emit a large amount of white mist to obscure the enemy's perception. They were my life-saving magical artifact when I was young. With the White Cloud Boots, I escaped death many times when surrounded by enemies. However, I have long since retired, and the sect won't send an old man like me on any dangerous missions. So, I'll give these White Cloud Boots to you. Gu Bai also very seriously accepted this gift. He knew that the two elder were concerned about his safety, which was why they didn't give him any magical artifact related to cultivation technique, but rather all life-saving ones. And with these two magical artifact, Gu Bai's ability to save his life would undergo a qualitative improvement. Generally speaking, even cultivator in the late stage of Qi refining only had a few medium-grade magical artifact. High-grade magical artifact or top-grade magical artifact were only for cultivator in the foundation establishment realm. 2 medium-grade magical artifact were enough to support Gu Bai until he reached the foundation establishment realm. After giving their gifts, the two elder and Gu Bai enjoyed the snow scenery while eating hot pot, extremely leisurely. After seeing the two elder off, Gu Bai did not return to his immortal cave. Instead, he prepared another set of hot pot materials, put the iron pot into his storage pouch, and walked towards the inner sect. Although Gu Bai didn't have time to celebrate his breakthrough to Qi refining stage, second level, he could go find Gu Bai. Anyway, Gu Bai stayed in the inner sect, and there was still time for dinner in the evening. However, as the sect leader's disciple, he was strictly managed by the sect leader. Before reaching a certain realm, Gu Bai would basically not be allowed to leave the inner sect. Gu Bai walked towards the inner sect, humming a self-composed tune like he was strolling, while enjoying the snow scenery. He soon arrived at the Broken Cliff Bridge, one of the entrances to the Lingyun Immortal sect's inner sect. The inner sect was located on Lingyun Peak, the main peak of the Lingyun Immortal sect, while the outer sect consisted of the numerous small peaks surrounding Lingyun Peak. Lingyun Peak was an almost vertical mountain, with cliffs everywhere, bottomless depths. The mountain was also protected by a formation that could temporarily withstand attacks from Golden Core Cultivator. Only by crossing the broken cliff bridge could one enter the inner sect. The inner sect was the true base camp of the entire Lingyun Immortal sect. As long as one became an inner sect disciple, they would basically be a mid-level pillar of the sect in the future. As for outer sect disciple, they were basically cannon fodder for the sect. Only a very few outer sect disciple with extraordinary mental fortitude or extremely good luck might be able to cultivate to the foundation establishment realm and become high-ranking members of the sect. Standing before the broken cliff bridge, Gu Bai looked up at the towering mountain peak in front of him, marveling. Although he had been there many times, he was still shocked every time he saw this scene. This was the terrifying foundation of the Lingyun Immortal sect. Gu Bai did not linger. After admiring it for a moment, he stepped onto the broken cliff bridge. Stop. Outer sect disciple are not allowed to enter the inner sect without an inner sect pass. Chapter 8 Entering the Inner Gate. At this moment, an angry roar came from the front. Gu Bai looked up and saw that it was a young cultivator in uniform who had stopped him. Gu Bai frowned. He often came to the inner sect and was familiar with the guards. Usually, when they saw him, they would let him in directly and would not make things difficult for him. This person was clearly new, which was why he spoke to stop him. Just as Gu Bai was about to explain, another older cultivator quickly pulled the younger cultivator aside. Sorry, Dao friend Gu, this is a new junior brother, and he doesn't recognize you. The older cultivator also said with some embarrassment, then immediately gave way, allowing Gu Bai to enter the inner sect. It's fine, it's normal for some people not to recognize me. Gu Bai didn't mind, he shook his head and said with a smile. Looking at Gu Bai's departing figure, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief only after Gu Bai had completely walked away. Isn't he just an outer sect disciple? What kind of background does he have that we should treat him like this? The young cultivator asked with some confusion. As a gatekeeper at the inner sect entrance, he wasn't old, but his cultivation was already at refining Qi 6 layer. In the future, he would most likely become an incomparably noble foundation establishment cultivator. Even a foundation establishment realm elder wasn't worth them treating so cautiously. Are you stupid? That person's name is Gu Bai, he is the biological elder brother of Gu Bei, the sect leader's disciple. The two of them have an extremely good relationship, and Gu Bai is clearly here to visit Gu Bei this time. If we stop him and offend Gu Bei, when Gu Bei grows up, just a single word from him could transfer the two of us to the borderlands to guard the frontier. At that time, these good days will come to an end. Upon hearing this, the young cultivator's face instantly turned pale, clearly frightened. Then, what do we do now? Ha 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 ha, look how scared you are. That fellow Daoist Gu Bai has a gentle heart nature and won't care about such a small matter. Upon entering the inner sect, Gu Bai immediately felt dense spiritual qi surging from all directions. In just a few breaths, Gu Bai felt as if his body was filled with spiritual qi. The spiritual qi concentration far exceeded that of the outer sect. For instance, the immortal cave where Gu Bai resided only had about 30% of the inner sect's spiritual qi concentration. Such dense spiritual qi. Even though he had been there many times, Gu Bai still let out a sigh of admiration. After sighing, Gu Bai walked towards Gu Bei's immortal cave. Along the way, he occasionally encountered one or two inner sect disciples. Most inner sect disciples would greet Gu Bai upon seeing him, and Gu Bai would return the greeting one by one. Gu Bai was quite popular in the inner sect. Most inner sect disciples knew Gu Bai and treated him quite well. Everyone knew that Gu Bei, the sect leader's disciple, had an extremely good relationship with his elder brother, Gu Bai. Of course, this was also due to Gu Bai's good personality, he could basically chat with anyone. Coupled with Gu Bai frequently visiting Gu Bei in the inner sect. With his amiable nature and talent, over time, he became familiar with most of the inner sect disciples, which allowed Gu Bai to gain considerable popularity in the inner sect. Soon, Gu Bai arrived at Gu Bei's immortal cave. This immortal cave had excellent scenery and extremely dense spiritual qi. Usually, only foundation establishment realm elders who had made significant contributions to the sect could possess such an immortal cave. Of course, there were special cases, such as a prodigy like Gu Bei, who could also reside in such a superior immortal cave. At this moment, Gu Bei was standing outside his immortal cave, practicing lightning spells. Lightning permeated the small courtyard. Beside Gu Bei was an old man in a white robe with a benevolent face, continuously guiding Gu Bei. Seeing this, Gu Bai did not disturb Gu Bei but stood not far away, quietly observing. He recognized this old man. Although he looked unremarkable, his identity was astonishingly grand. He was Lu Sunshan, the previous old sect leader of Lingyun sect. Lu Sunshan was a peak golden core cultivator with extremely powerful strength. In his youth, he once single-handedly fought 2 peak golden core Yao beasts and ultimately emerged victorious, earning the nickname Immortal Master Wuji. Although Gu Bei was the current sect leader's disciple, the current sect leader was busy with affairs and rarely had time to teach Gu Bei, so he entrusted Lu Sunshan to guide Gu Bei. Although Lu Sunshan had now retired to the background and was enjoying his golden years, he would still occasionally teach some genius disciples in the sect to cultivate. Lu Sunshan was very fond of Gu Bei, this genius youth. He would come to teach Gu Bei to cultivate almost whenever he had free time. Gu Bei stood outside the courtyard, watching Lu Sunshan teach Gu Bei with great interest. One could only say that Lu Sunshan was indeed a seasoned golden core cultivator. The knowledge he imparted was easy to understand and went straight to the core of the problem. Although he was explaining lightning spells, he directly addressed the essence of spells, and it also contained some casting techniques, such as how to use less mana to cast more powerful moves. Even just listening from the side, he benefited greatly. It wasn't until dusk, with the full moon hanging high in the sky, that Lu Sunchen turned to leave. After Lu Sunchen left, Gu Bai then hurried into the small courtyard. Big brother, you're here. Gu Bai was a little surprised when he saw Gu Bai, then said with some embarrassment. Sorry, you successfully broke through to Qi refining stage, 2nd level, but I didn't have time to go celebrate with you. Ha 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 ha, my breakthrough to Qi refining stage, 2nd level isn't a big deal. It's just finding someone to share the joy with. If you don't have time, I'll just come to you. Gu Bai said with a smile. As the sect leader's disciple, Gu Bai's future concerned the sect, and almost all of his time had to be used for cultivation. Today, Lu Sunchen came to personally teach him. Gu Bai couldn't possibly stand up Lu Sunchen just to celebrate his breakthrough to Qi refining stage, 2nd level, could he? You rest here for a while, I'll prepare something delicious for you. After Gu Bai finished speaking, he took out an iron pot from his storage pouch and began to make hot pot. Because the materials were prepared in advance, it only took a few incense sticks of effort to make a fragrant hot pot. Gu Bai eagerly picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it directly into his mouth, regardless of how hot it was. Wu, Big Brother's cooking is still the best, much more delicious than the food provided by the sect. Gu Bai praised while eating. The way he ate made it seem as if he hadn't eaten for 800 years, with no regard for his image. Gu Bai saw this scene and couldn't help but show a slight smile. Seeing Gu Bai eat so happily, he also felt extremely joyful. Gu Bai chatted with Gu Bai while eating hot pot. It smells so good, Gu Bai, what delicious food did you make this time? Just then, an ethereal and pleasant voice came from behind, along with the scent of plants and trees. Before Gu Bai could react, a mischievous young girl in a green robe emerged from behind Gu Bai. She pulled out a pair of chopsticks from somewhere, picked up a mushroom from the pot, and ate it with relish. Gu Bai and Gu Bai were used to this and did not stop the girl, instead eating hot pot with her. This young girl's name was Qing Ning. She was the biological and only daughter of the current sect leader, Su Wuji. Her immortal cave was not far from Gu Bai's, and she and Gu Bai were somewhat acquainted. Every time Gu Bai came to visit Gu Bai, he would bring a lot of food he made. Sometimes, if he brought too much, he would share some with Qing Ning. Over time, the few of them became familiar with each other. Now, whenever Gu Bai brought food to Gu Bai, Qing Ning would come over without needing to be notified. Gu Bai was not bothered by this. After all, the more people eating, the more delicious the food tasted. Chapter 9 Celebration. As expected of Gu Bai, what he makes is always delicious. If you like it, eat more. I still have plenty here. Gu Bai said with a smile. Oh? Have you broken through to Qi refining stage, 2nd level? Qing Ning suddenly noticed that Gu Bai's cultivation seemed to have broken through to Qi refining stage, 2nd level. Yes, I just broke through not long ago. Qing Ning immediately felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was celebrating his breakthrough to Qi refining stage, 2nd level, and she just came over, ignoring everything, not even saying a word of congratulations, and just kept eating. After a moment of thought, Qing Ning took out a jade box from her storage pouch and handed it to Gu Bai. Congratulations on your breakthrough to Qi refining stage, 2nd level. Consider this a gift to celebrate your breakthrough to Qi refining stage, 2nd level, and also as compensation for all the free food and drinks I've had recently. I appreciate the thought, but please keep the item. The food I make isn't anything valuable, it's just ingredients with a little spiritual qi. Gu Bai shook his head and did not take the jade box from Qing Ning's hand. He could tell at a glance that this item was precious, the jade box itself was incredibly valuable, not to mention the item it contained. As a gift, it was too precious. It's fine, this is nothing to me. I have many items of this rank in my storage pouch. Besides, if you don't accept the gift, I won't feel comfortable coming over for meals anymore. Qing Ning was firm in her attitude. Ignoring Gu Bai's objections, she forcefully placed the jade box into Gu Bai's hand. Seeing Qing Ning's strong attitude, Gu Bai had no choice but to accept it. This box contains King Yu pills. After consuming them, they can slightly enhance the strength of your divine sense. As if afraid Gu Bai wouldn't recognize the item in the box, Qing Ning explained the specific effects of the King Yu pill. Gu Bai nodded, silently remembering this favor. Any medicinal pill that could enhance divine sense was incredibly expensive, several times the price of regular medicinal pills. This bottle of medicinal pills probably only someone like Qing Ning, a second-generation immortal, could give away so casually. With Qing Ning's arrival, the atmosphere became lively, and they began to chat about some strange happenings in the sect. I heard that a sect competition will be held in half a year. Any cultivator under 40 years old whose cultivation has not exceeded the foundation establishment realm can participate. Moreover, the rewards for this sect competition are extremely generous, arguably the most generous in the past century. At that time, almost all sect disciples will participate. As long as one performs well in the sect competition, they will receive focused cultivation. Qing Ning said with excitement. I currently have a cultivation of Qi refining 7th level. Participating in the competition, I shouldn't be too badly defeated. Then I wish you good luck. I believe that with your strength, you will definitely have an outstanding performance in the sect competition. Gu Bai looked at Qing Ning, raising his cup in congratulations. Although Qing Ning's Qi refining 7th level cultivation was somewhat low, he had extraordinary aptitude, had been personally guided by the sect leader since childhood, and possessed a full set of magical artifacts. Even when facing a cultivator at Chi refining 8th level, he could contend for a while, and he should be able to achieve a good result in the sect competition. By the way, Gu Bei, are you planning to participate in the sect competition? Gu Bai looked at Gu Bei and asked curiously. Gu Bei's current cultivation was at Chi refining stage, 4th level. Although it was a bit low, Gu Bei had not been cultivating for more than 3 years since he started, which was already a rocket-like speed. If he participated in the sect competition at Chi refining stage, 4th level, he would probably be severely defeated. Gu Bei nodded. I plan to participate in this sect competition. Although my cultivation is relatively low, it's still an opportunity for practical combat. Be careful during the competition. If you can't win, don't force it. Surrender when you need to. After eating and drinking his fill, Gu Bai bid farewell to the two and turned to return to the outer sect. Unfortunately, with my Chi refining stage, 2nd level cultivation, I'm not even qualified to participate in this kind of competition, Gu Bai thought about the sect competition as he walked back. However, I can cultivate several spells. That way, when my cultivation is sufficient, I won't be without means to face enemies. In the early morning, Gu Bai arrived at Elder Jiang's residence bright and early. Before Elder Jiang could react, Gu Bai pulled Elder Jiang onto a recliner, then without a word, began to massage Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang lay on the recliner, nodding with some satisfaction. Speak. Why are you here to see me out of the blue, little brat? What do you want? There's nothing I want. I just saw that you looked a bit tired, so I came to give you a massage. You little brat, trying to play this game with me. Tell me, what do you really want? Gu Bai smiled awkwardly. Didn't I just break through to Chi refining stage, 2nd level? But I haven't cultivated any proper spells yet, only the few basic spells that come with the evergreen skill. So, I want to go to the scripture pavilion to select several spells, as well as a new cultivation technique for cultivation. However, selecting cultivation techniques requires sect contribution points, and contribution points need to be obtained by completing various tasks. I haven't completed any sect tasks since I joined, so I don't have any contribution points at all and can't select a cultivation technique. Gu Bai said somewhat awkwardly. When he was at Chi refining 1st level, he didn't need to consider so much, as his magical power was too little, and even if he learned powerful spells, it would be useless. But now that he was at Chi refining stage, 2nd level, his magical power was slightly more abundant, and it was time to learn some spells. However, Gu Bai awkwardly realized that he had no contribution points at all. From the time he joined, he had been slacking off and hadn't performed a single task. Good for you, little brat, you finally remembered to cultivate spells. I thought you weren't even planning to cultivate spells anymore. But indeed, you should also change your cultivation technique and choose a few spells to cultivate. Elder Jiang shook his head and said with relief. Generally, newly admitted disciples, even if they were only at Chi refining 1st level, couldn't help but cultivate spell secret manuals. So, they would eagerly perform tasks to earn contribution points, which would allow them to exchange for new cultivation techniques and various spells. After all, the evergreen skill provided by the sect was only the most basic cultivation technique, and most disciples would choose a cultivation technique suitable for themselves to cultivate. Then, Elder Jiang, do you have any tasks that are particularly simple, don't require going out, and only need a small amount of time each day to earn a large number of contribution points? Gu Bai asked with some anticipation. After all, as an elder of the outer sect, Elder Jiang actually had quite a bit of power, so he might be able to pull some strings for him. How can you be so wishful? Such tasks simply don't exist. Hearing Elder Jiang's words, Gu Bai sighed. It seemed he would have to find a way to earn contribution points himself. Elder Jiang looked at Gu Bai's expression and said with a chuckle. However, if you just want to choose a cultivation technique to cultivate, and not necessarily earn a large number of contribution points, the method is actually quite simple. Chapter 10 Ancient Wood Eternal Spring Kung Fu. Elder Jiang took out a token from his waist and handed it to Gu Bai, saying casually, this token is my elder's token, representing my identity. With this token, you can read any cultivation technique secret manual on or below the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion at will. Gu Bai took the token in disbelief and looked up at Elder Jiang. Is it that simple? The scripture pavilion has 9 floors in total, with the bottom 3 floors recording cultivation techniques and secret manuals of the Chi refining realm, as well as skills like alchemy and artifact refining. These are the sect's accumulated treasures over thousands of years, although their rank is relatively low, they are all masterpieces carefully selected by the sect's elders. Moreover, many cultivation techniques are simplified versions of Foundation Establishment Realm and even Golden Core Realm cultivation techniques. Not just anyone is qualified to browse them at will, even a Foundation Establishment cultivator cannot casually look through them. Ha 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 ha, I have fought for the sect my entire life to become an outer sect elder, so I naturally have this right. You just need to take my token to the scripture pavilion, and you can use my authority to browse cultivation technique secret manuals at will. Won't the elder in the scripture pavilion interfere? After all, the token belongs to you, not me. If tokens could be lent to others, wouldn't it cause chaos? Gu Bai was still a bit uneasy, this was not a game. If he were caught, he would be confined. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, I saved the scripture pavilion elder's life when I was young. Although he is now a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he will still consider our past kindness. As long as I tell him in advance, when you go to the scripture pavilion, he will turn a blind eye and pretend not to see anything. Just be careful not to be seen by other disciples. Gu Bai nodded, silently remembering this kindness in his heart. Elder Zhang had almost given his all for him this time. Elder Zhang also trusted him to the extreme to give him his identity token. If Gu Bai were to use Elder Jiang's identity token to act recklessly and get caught, Elder Zhang would also be implicated. Old Zhang, do you have any recommended cultivation techniques? Gu Bai did not immediately go to the scripture pavilion but asked Elder Zhang. According to him, the scripture pavilion contained an unknown number of cultivation technique secret manuals, roughly estimated to be at least tens of thousands. Although they were all selected and refined, their quality varied, and some cultivation techniques might even be traps. Elder Zhang nodded with some relief. It seems I don't need to remind you, you're quite clever, knowing to ask me actively. For cultivation techniques, I recommend you choose to cultivate the primordial chaos skill. Although this cultivation technique has no outstanding features, it also has no major weaknesses. It's very simple to cultivate, and this cultivation technique can be cultivated all the way to the golden core realm. It's one of the cultivation techniques I highly recommend. Besides this cultivation technique, I think another cultivation technique is more suitable for you, which is the advanced version of the evergreen skill, the ancient wood evergreen skill. The advantage of this cultivation technique lies in its endless vitality, extremely strong recovery ability, and the fact that its magic power comes with certain healing effects. Moreover, cultivating the ancient wood evergreen skill can greatly nourish the body. Those who cultivate this cultivation technique have a lifespan far exceeding other cultivators. However, these are all secondary. The most important thing is that cultivating the ancient wood evergreen skill can increase one's lifespan to a certain extent, and how much it increases depends on luck. According to the sex records, there was once a chi refining realm cultivator who lived to be 180 years old, and the cultivation technique he cultivated was the ancient wood evergreen skill. Speaking of this, Elder Zhang said with some envy. Gu Bai was also slightly surprised to hear this. The theoretical lifespan limit of the chi refining realm is 140 years, but most chi refining cultivators do not live that long. Most cultivators, when fighting with others, inevitably injure some of their foundation. Therefore, most chi refining cultivators will pass away around 130 years old. Basically, no chi refining realm cultivator can live to 140 years old. Even if they have taken a life extension pill, they can only live up to 160 years at most. And that person actually lived to 180 years old, a full 40 years more than the extreme lifespan. Actually, it's not as good as you think. That's a very rare case. Most chi refining realm cultivators who cultivate the ancient wood evergreen skill only live to around 140 to 150 years old. The person I just mentioned is a very rare individual case. Throughout the thousands of years of Lingyun Immortal sex history, only one such person has appeared. Of course, the above are the advantages of this cultivation technique, but this cultivation technique has a fatal flaw. The cultivation technique itself does not possess particularly outstanding offensive capabilities. After cultivating this cultivation technique, one's combat power is almost at the bottom among cultivators of the same realm. There are even many stories of fighting above one's rank, and those who were defeated by such fights mostly cultivated the ancient wood evergreen skill. However, with your personality, you are quite suitable for cultivating the ancient wood evergreen skill. Plus, you have Gu Bei as a backer, so you don't have to worry about cultivation resources. Staying within the sect and performing some safe tasks, if you can cultivate to the foundation establishment realm, you can live the life many cultivators dream of. Gu Bai did not immediately make a choice but frowned in thought. The main cultivation technique is very important for a cultivator. Once chosen, it is very difficult to change, so this choice will be very important. The primordial chaos skill was more in line with Gu Bai's wishes. On the contrary, the ancient wood evergreen skill was somewhat useless to Gu Bai. It could increase lifespan, but Gu Bai himself was immortal, so it had no effect on him, and strong recovery ability was not very useful. But after much thought, Gu Bai still decided to cultivate the ancient wood evergreen skill. Although he was immortal, this was his biggest secret and could not be exposed to others. And the ancient wood evergreen skill was a very good cover. Even if Gu Bai lived for a very long time, even far beyond the lifespan limit of his current realm, others would not suspect too much, at most attributing it to the special cultivation technique he cultivated. This was also very important to Gu Bai. He still cherished his current identity. Although he could feign death when his apparent lifespan was about to run out, it would also mean he could never see the people he was familiar with again. As for weak combat ability, it had little impact on him. Gu Bai was a relatively easygoing person and did not like to fight with others. Since entering the sect, he had never left the mountain. I've made up my mind, I'll just cultivate the ancient wood evergreen skill. Are you sure? Once the main cultivation technique is determined, it's very difficult to change it again. Elder Zhang put away his smile and asked with a serious tone. Gu Bai nodded very seriously. Yes, I've made up my mind. Are you sure? Really? Are you certain? Certain. Elder Zhang asked rapidly, and Gu Bai replied just as quickly. Seeing Gu Bai's firm tone, not like a sudden decision made on a whim, Elder Zhang finally nodded with satisfaction. As for spells, I don't have many good recommendations. Most of the spells I cultivate are related to killing, and most of what I know are also killing-related spells, which aren't suitable for you. However, you can ask Elder Qian. He knows more spells and should be able to recommend some useful ones for you. Gu Bai nodded, and after bidding farewell to Elder Zhang, he walked towards Elder Qian's residence. Recommended spells. Elder Qian took a sip of the tea Gu Bai brewed, glanced at Gu Bai, and said. I recommend you choose a movement technique, a combat spell, and a defensive spell. For movement techniques, I recommend you choose the traveling dragon steps, the movement technique I cultivate. This is a relatively superior movement technique that can be cultivated all the way to foundation establishment peak. When cultivated to a profound realm, it can even evolve into an escape technique. This movement technique is extremely flexible and can consume mana to temporarily increase movement speed. Back then, I cultivated this movement technique to a very deep realm, allowing me to evade most cultivators' attacks, which is how I stood out among the cultivators. Gu Bai nodded. This movement technique was indeed good, and it could also complement his Ancient Wood Evergreen skill. Traveling Dragon Steps consumes a lot of mana, but Ancient Wood Evergreen skill has an excellent mana recovery effect. As for offensive spells, I recommend you cultivate 10,000 Vine Entanglement. This is a wood element spell that can use mana to generate many vines to entangle enemies. The vines have many barbs, making it very difficult for cultivators of the same realm to break free once entangled. It's a spell that combines trapping and attacking. Although it doesn't sound very powerful from the description, it's very practical. I once relied on this move to briefly trap a foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, 10,000 Vine Entanglement is a wood element spell, which is very compatible with the cultivation technique you cultivate. As for defensive spells, I highly recommend Wood Armor spell. Using this spell can form a set of wood element armor that covers the entire body, providing decent defensive capabilities. Gu Bai nodded. As expected of Elder Qian, these three spells were all very practical and extremely profound spells. And they were among the top tier spells in the Scripture Pavilion. Even at the Foundation Establishment realm, they could be used as primary spells, perfectly suiting his intentions. You should cultivate these three spells first. Any more wouldn't be necessary. As the saying goes, one trick to conquer the world. As long as you focus all your energy on cultivating these three spells to their extreme, you can handle most unexpected situations. Once you've retrieved the cultivation techniques from the Scripture Pavilion, come find me. I am proficient in all three of these cultivation techniques, so just ask me if you don't understand anything. Of course, if you encounter any cultivation techniques you like, you can also cultivate them, as long as you find them useful. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Qian. Gu Bai respectfully bowed to Elder Qian. Self-exploring cultivation and having guidance for cultivation are two different things. With Elder Qian, an experienced senior, guiding him, Gu Bai's speed in learning spells would greatly increase. He could avoid many pitfalls that predecessors had encountered, which could be said to be an immense favor. All right, don't be so formal. I don't expect you to repay me for anything. Just take care of me when I'm old. Gu Bai nodded seriously. Although cultivators don't need retirement care, and even when they age, they don't lose their ability to move, Gu Bai still took it seriously. Soon, Gu Bai arrived at the entrance of the Scripture Pavilion. The Scripture Pavilion was a massive tall tower, divided into 9 floors. Gu Bai went to the first floor. The first floor contained cultivation techniques for the Foundation Establishment realm. Gu Bai took a quick look and found that there were indeed many cultivation techniques, all sorts of them. With his limited knowledge, it would be difficult for him to choose good cultivation techniques, but fortunately, Gu Bai had already prepared. He walked directly to Area 3 of the Scripture Pavilion, searched for a moment, and quickly found his target for this trip, Ancient Wood Evergreen skill. This secret manual was placed at the very bottom of a shelf in the innermost corner, making it impossible for ordinary people to find. This was also the result of the sect's deliberate concealment. After all, although Ancient Wood Evergreen skill had a heaven-defying effect, capable of extending lifespan, its combatability was extremely weak after cultivation. If all sect disciples cultivated this cultivation technique, then who would fight for the sect? Therefore, this cultivation technique was specially hidden, and only a very small number of people knew of its existence. Elder Zhang was one of those few. After finding Ancient Wood Evergreen skill, Gu Bai went to the second floor of the Scripture Pavilion. This floor recorded various spell secret manuals for the Qi refining realm. Gu Bai swept his gaze across and found that almost every spell imaginable was recorded there, even extremely rare spells that could attack the mind, and even divination-related spells. Of course, Gu Bai didn't choose any of these spells. He was still a novice cultivator, and these spells were too profound, even if he chose them, he wouldn't be able to learn them. Without much thought, Gu Bai quickly found the 3 spells Elder Qian had mentioned. After selecting the cultivation techniques, Gu Bai did not rush to leave but instead wandered around the Scripture Pavilion to see if there were any cultivation techniques he liked. Sword concealment technique? After cultivating this secret manual, one can nurture a sword chi within the body. Its power is not great in the early stage, but the longer it is nurtured, the stronger the sword chi within the body becomes. Gu Bai's eyes lit up. This secret manual was quite suitable for him. The cultivation difficulty was very low, it just consumed more time. I am immortal, and I have all the time in the world to nurture sword chi. This perfectly compensates for my lack of offensive power. Although it's a one-time attack, I wouldn't normally need to use it. It's just right as a trump card. After choosing the sword concealment technique, Gu Bai wandered around the Scripture Pavilion for a long time, but he didn't find any other suitable cultivation techniques. Gu Bai didn't force it and took the selected cultivation techniques to the Scripture Pavilion's registration desk. The person responsible for registration was a middle-aged cultivator with a knife scar on his face, who looked fierce. Gu Bai expressionlessly handed over Elder Jiang's token. The middle-aged cultivator looked at Gu Bai with surprise but said nothing more. After registering the information, he returned the token to Gu Bai. It wasn't until he walked out of the scripture pavilion that Gu Bai dared to deactivate absolute rationality. He patted his chest, and only then did Gu Bai calm his nervous emotions. He hadn't expected Elder Zhang to have such great face, it actually succeeded. Gu Bai looked at the cultivation technique secret manuals in his hand, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Without further delay, Gu Bai quickly returned to his immortal cave. In the early morning, faint sunlight filtered through the curtains into the room. Gu Bai sat cross-legged on the bed, opening the ancient wood evergreen skill and reading it with great interest. Although the knowledge in the book was obscure and difficult to understand, fortunately, Gu Bai had activated absolute rationality, allowing him to think about problems with absolute rationality. It must be said that this was an extremely profound cultivation technique, its complexity far surpassed the evergreen skill. Even with Gu Bai's absolute rationality, coupled with his frequent inquiries to Elder Qian and Elder Zhang, two cultivators who had cultivated for many years, it still took him nearly half a month to finally barely comprehend it. Gu Bai sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate the cultivation root of the ancient wood evergreen skill. This circulation route was incredibly complex, but fortunately, Gu Bai had completely mastered it. He succeeded in circulating it on his very first attempt. Over the next month, Gu Bai finally completed the transformation of his cultivation technique, converting all his magic power into the magic power of the ancient wood evergreen skill. This was the ancient wood evergreen skill, it was indeed incredibly profound, Gu Bai couldn't help but exclaim with emotion. After mastering the ancient wood evergreen skill, Gu Bai began to cultivate spells under Elder Qian's guidance. Under the guidance of absolute rationality and Elder Qian, Gu Bai's speed in cultivating spells could be described as progressing by leaps and bounds. In just 5 months, he had cultivated 3 profound spells to the introductory realm. Gu Bai stood in an open space, forming hand seals, and instantly summoned countless green vines that wrapped around a massive stone in front of him. Then, Gu Bai quickly formed spell incantations. Under Gu Bai's control, the vines began to contract violently. Crack, crack, crack. As the vines contracted, countless tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the giant stone. Finally, with a loud bang, the giant stone was forcibly crushed into countless fragments by the vines. Then, he circulated his magic power and performed traveling dragon steps. Gu Bai instantly transformed into streaks of afterimages. Finally, Gu Bai cast the wood armor spell, generating a thick layer of wood armor on his body. Seemingly feeling it wasn't secure enough, Gu Bai also formed a thick heart-protecting armor over his chest. Elder Zhang, standing in the distance, nodded and casually slashed out a sword. Instantly, a crimson sword chi flew towards Gu Bai at an extremely fast speed and fiercely struck him in the chest. Pfft! Gu Bai was violently sent flying several meters away. After a long while, Gu Bai finally stood up. At this moment, the thick wood armor on his chest had been largely cut open, but fortunately, it had ultimately blocked the sword chi, and he had not sustained any substantial damage. Old Zhang, your hand is too heavy. Didn't we agree to test the strength of the wood armor spell? You wouldn't use your full power, at most 1 or 2/10 of your magic power, so why did you use your full power right from the start? Gu Bai struggled to his feet from the ground, rubbed his chest, and said indignantly. I only used 1/10 of my magic power. It's just that you're too weak. Elder Zhang said with an innocent expression, but the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Not bad, not bad. Although your aptitude is low grade, your comprehension ability is good. You managed to cultivate to the introductory realm so quickly in such a short time. Elder Qian said with some relief. To be able to cultivate these 3 spells to proficient use within 5 months was already a remarkable achievement. He had also witnessed how diligently Gu Bai had worked during these 5 months. One could say that however much he had slacked off before, he was now working just as hard. Apart from sleeping and cultivating, most of his other time was spent cultivating spells. Only the ancient wood evergreen skill, with its extremely strong recovery ability, could withstand Gu Bai's relentless efforts. Just as the few of them were chatting, a prolonged bell sound suddenly echoed from afar. Boom! 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 3 continuous, uninterrupted chimes reverberated throughout the entire Lingyun sect. All the disciples who heard the bell sound put down what they were doing and walked towards the square. Several figures even flew on swords. Is the intersect competition about to begin? Gu Bai asked Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang nodded, then said, let's go, we'll join the fun too. Gu Bai nodded. He had the same intention. Gu Bai and Qing Ning would both participate in the sect competition, so he had to go and cheer them on. The location of the sect competition was in the outer sect, on a relatively spacious square. This place was specially built by the sect for combat. There were hundreds of dense arenas in the square, capable of supporting hundreds of battles simultaneously. The arenas were made of special materials, making it difficult for even a full power strike from a chi refining peak to cause any damage. At the same time, a foundation establishment realm elder stood beside each arena. These elders were there to ensure the safety of the disciples during the competition, as some disciples did not know how to hold back. At this moment, the square was already filled with cultivators, densely packed, like a bustling marketplace. Fortunately, most cultivators were quite well-mannered and did not speak loudly, even when they spoke, it was only in hushed whispers. Although these cultivators had all signed up, most of them were just there to join the fun and gain experience in combat. On the viewing platform stood 6 cultivators with varying expressions, but each exuding a terrifying aura. At the forefront was a young man in a white robe, radiating an ethereal aura. This was the current sect leader of Lingyun sect, Su Wuji, and also the youngest golden core cultivator in Lingyun sect. He was only a little over 150 years old, yet no one dared to underestimate him. Although he was at the golden core initial stage of cultivation, Su Wuji was a sword cultivator, and if he fought with his life on the line, he could contend with a golden core middle stage cultivator. He was considered a genius who had almost fully matured. Though he hadn't yet reached his peak, he was already the sect master of Lingyun sect. Standing behind him were the other 5 golden core realm immortal masters of Lingyun sect. These were the true foundation of Lingyun sect. A total of 6 golden core realm immortal masters, this was only the overt combat strength. There were probably several more golden core true persons hidden in the background. Gu Bai quickly found Gu Bei and Qing Ning in the crowd. How are you feeling? Are you nervous? Gu Bai looked at the two of them and asked with a smile. Not nervous, on the contrary, I'm a bit excited. I can't wait to test the results of my cultivation over these years. Gu Bei said coolly, crossing his arms. Ha 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 ha, your posture, your tone, are you sure you're still the Gu Bei I know? Seeing Gu Bei's appearance, Gu Bai couldn't help but laugh. Hearing Gu Bai's laughter, Gu Bei also couldn't keep his composure. Brother, keep your voice down. Give me some face. I still have to maintain my persona in front of others. Gu Bei whispered. Evidently, he always maintained this cool demeanor in front of others, only acting more docile in front of Gu Bai. Humph, I'm not nervous either. Qing Ning also crossed her arms, imitating Gu Bei, and said in a faint cold tone. But her appearance, coupled with her exquisite face, looked adorable no matter how you looked at it. Gu Bai also followed suit, imitating Gu Bei's posture, and said coolly. I'm not nervous at all, on the contrary, I'm very excited. It was hard to imagine the usually calm Gu Bai making such an expression. Pfft. Seeing the two of them, Gu Bei could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Seeing Gu Bei's appearance, Gu Bai and Qing Ning also began to laugh. Ha 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 ha. The three of them laughed heartily, ignoring the surprised glances of others, their laughter filled with youthful vigor. The initial nervousness in the hearts of the two was instantly dispelled by the laughter. Gu Bai had also made this joke because he saw that the two were a bit nervous. After all, one was the sect master's disciple and the other was the sect master's daughter. Although they had distinguished identities, the pressure was also immense. Especially Gu Bei, as the sect leader's disciple, participating in a public battle for the first time, he had to perform exceptionally well. If he performed poorly in the competition, he would face many questions. The effect was very significant. Gu Bei and Qing Ning instantly stopped being nervous. Of course, this was also due to the deep affection between the three, allowing them to make all sorts of jokes. If it were someone else who dared to mock Gu Bei or Qing Ning like this, the two would probably change their expressions on the spot. Seeing that most people had arrived, Su Wuji nodded. Lingyun sect competition officially begins. Without any preamble, and without a 2-hour speech before the competition, Su Wuji directly announced the official start of the competition. An elder of the Foundation establishment realm, holding a jade slip, stepped forward. Sect competition, life and death are fated. If you are no match, you can surrender in time. Do not stubbornly hold on if you cannot win, as that could genuinely lead to loss of life. Next, disciples, please draw lots in an orderly fashion. Those who draw the same number will compete. The many disciples below also lined up in an orderly manner and began to draw lots. Gu Bai did not step forward, as a chi refining stage, second-level cultivator, he simply couldn't defeat anyone present, and participating in the competition would only mean being crushed. All the disciples present were matched with their corresponding opponents. The arena was quickly filled, with hundreds of disciples competing simultaneously. The elders of the sect also turned their attention to the arena, looking for any disciples they might favor. Because of the large number of participants, only a small portion could compete immediately, the majority had to queue. Gu Bei's number was 6,569, which was relatively late, while Qing Ning's number was 2,588, neither early nor late. Of course, it wouldn't be their turn for a while, so the three stood together and watched the other people's matches. Most of the disciples on the arena had cultivation at around the chi refining 5th or 6th level, with only a very small number of cultivators reaching the chi refining 7th level or above. After all, the competition had an age limit, one had to be under 40 to participate. Watching the hundreds of people fiercely battling in the competition, Gu Bai's heart gradually grew hot. This was a genuine spell battle. The competition in the arena was exceptionally fierce, with everyone fighting with all their might, and various colorful spells being unleashed. Many even played with spells creatively. One cultivator, in particular, had cultivated the simplest fire control spell to an incredibly profound realm. He could not only control flames to form fireballs for attack but also had an advanced version, the Great Fireball spell, a defensive version, the Fire Barrier spell, and even his independently researched Fire Dragon art, used as a trump card. He even relied on the Fire Dragon art to critically wound a evenly matched opponent at a crucial moment, winning the battle. Gu Bai was thoroughly impressed, exclaiming how spells could be used in such ways. This greatly enhanced Gu Bai's understanding of spells. It also allowed Gu Bai to break free from his preconceived notions about spells, no longer believing that spells could only be cast exactly as described in books. It turned out that spells could also be modified and innovated upon. Just like the completely new fire control spell created by that cultivator, given time, if further optimized, it would certainly be able to create a brand new spell, or even a cultivation technique. It seemed that the countless cultivation techniques and secret manuals in the scripture pavilion were also created in this manner. This also planted a seed in Gu Bai's heart, a desire to understand more about cultivation techniques and secret manuals. He had infinite time, and as long as he accumulated enough, he could also create his own cultivation technique. He decided that when his realm was higher in the future, he would learn all the cultivation techniques in the scripture pavilion to accumulate his foundation and see if he could create his own cultivation technique. Of course, Gu Bai was only thinking about it for now. With his current chi refining stage, second level realm, it was difficult even to learn spells, let alone create or modify them. The three of them watched from noon until the afternoon. The splendid competitions in the square were countless, and the three of them felt extremely satisfied watching. After watching for a long time, Gu Bai also discovered a pattern. Although it was ostensibly said that the numbers were randomly drawn, in reality, they were controlled by the sect. All matched opponents had similar strength, with a maximum difference of one realm, which allowed everyone to better showcase their abilities. Next, contestant number 2588, please come to the stage. Soon, it was Qingning's turn. Qingning took a deep breath and walked onto the arena. Seeing Qingning appear, a burst of enthusiastic cheers immediately erupted from below the stage. After all, she was the sect leader's daughter, and Qingning was also very beautiful, giving her very high popularity within the sect. Hearing the cheers from below the arena, Qingning's body instantly tensed up. From her appearance, Qingning was merely expressionless. But Gu Bai, who was familiar with Qingning, knew that she was extremely nervous at this moment. This was very dangerous. Once one became nervous during a spell battle, 10 parts of strength might only be exerted as 8 or 9. Come on. Don't be nervous. With your strength, you will surely win easily. Hearing Gu Bai's shout and seeing his incredibly handsome face, Qingning immediately felt a sense of calm. With a familiar person watching her, she instantly stopped being nervous. I am Wang Lei. I greet fellow Daoist Qingning. Qingning's opponent was a robust man at the Qi refining 7th level. From his muscular physique, he appeared to be a body cultivator. I am Qingning. I greet fellow Daoist. Both sides exchanged friendly fist salutes before beginning their battle. Wang Lei initiated the attack, displaying an extremely fast movement technique while clenching his fists and charging towards Qingning. Qingning was extremely calm at this moment. She drew the long sword from her waist and unleashed a green sword chi towards Wang Lei. Seeing the sword chi, Wang Lei, relying on his advantage as a body cultivator, did not dodge or evade. He merely shielded his head with both hands, blocking the sword ki attack. Pfft! The sword chi cut a large wound on Wang Hao's arm, even exposing a portion of the bone. A large amount of fresh blood flowed from the wound. Opportunity. Although Wang Lei was severely wounded, he successfully rushed to Qingning's front. Looking at Qingning so close, Wang Lei couldn't help but show a slight smile. As long as he got close to Qingning, he was confident he could subdue her instantly. Just as Wang Lei's attack was about to land on Qingning, she flashed, easily dodging Wang Lei's attack. While dodging, Qingning, holding her long sword, swiftly slashed a large gash across Wang Hao's chest. Wang Lei tried to counterattack, but Qingning easily dodged all of them. However, Wang Lei couldn't dodge Qingning's attacks at all. In just a moment, Wang Lei's body was covered in wounds. Wang Lei gasped for air. His body was now covered in gruesome wounds. Even though he used magical power to stop the bleeding, it was still ineffective. Large amounts of fresh blood poured from the wounds, flowing down his skin. In just a moment, the ground beneath Wang Lei was already soaked with blood. Wang Lei originally wanted to hold on a bit longer, but suddenly his vision went black, his body swayed, and he could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground and losing consciousness. This was only because Wang Lei was a body cultivator that he could last this long. Any other cultivator would have lost half their life after 2 or 3 cuts. Qingning snorted, not even glancing at Wang Lei, and turned to walk off the arena. This was her first time fighting in public. Her nervousness wasn't due to the enemy's strength but simply because so many people were watching her, and she worried that a poor performance would cause her sect master father to lose face. That was all that made her nervous. As the sect leader's daughter, she had been educated by sect leader Su Wuji since childhood. Qingning's strength could not be described as merely strong, it could only be described as extremely strong, far exceeding the standard for normal foundation cultivation cultivators. She was proficient in the Dao of the sword, and under Su Wuji's guidance, she was also skilled in close quarters combat. For this, she had specifically learned several sword techniques, and coupled with the high-grade magical artifact in her hand, dealing with a body cultivator of the same level could be said to be a complete domination. Cheers also erupted from below the arena, as the cultivators watching were all filled with awe at Qingning's power. Standing on the viewing platform, Su Wuji, who had been silently observing Qingning's every move, revealed a faint smile, but when he saw Qingning chatting and laughing with Gu Bai after she left the stage, he put away his smile. Congratulations on winning the match, Gu Bai congratulated. It was easy, no difficulty at all, Qingning said with a smile. It's your turn to hurry up and cultivate, at the very least, you need to cultivate to foundation establishment. I don't want to see you die of old age, do you hear me? Qingning put her hands on her hips, looking at Gu Bai's Qi refining stage, 2nd level cultivation, and said angrily. As the sect master's daughter, coupled with her decent aptitude, with resources maximized, she was at least a foundation establishment peak, and could even look forward to the golden core realm. However, Gu Bai's aptitude was too poor, if he didn't work hard to cultivate, he might not even reach the Foundation establishment realm. She didn't want Gu Bai to turn into a pile of dry bones 100 years later. That's right, big brother, you must work hard to cultivate. Don't leave us two behind and depart first. Gu Bai stood by and nodded, agreeing strongly with Xing Ning's words. His big brother was good in every way, except his personality was a bit too indifferent. He seemed not to care at all whether he could cultivate to the Foundation establishment realm. I know, I will work hard to cultivate, and I promise to cultivate to the Foundation establishment realm. Humph, good that you know. Don't be lazy, I'll supervise your cultivation from now on. Gu Bai nodded, indicating that he would definitely work hard to cultivate. Just as he and Xing Ning were chatting happily, Gu Bai felt a chill down his spine, as if he was being targeted by some terrifying creature. Frightened, Gu Bai looked around, but the surroundings were unusually calm, no one was staring at him at all. What's wrong? Why do you look a bit off? Noticing Gu Bai's abnormality, Xing Ning said with a slight hint of worry. Nothing, maybe it's just my imagination. Gu Bai shook his head, saying with some uncertainty. Standing on the viewing platform, Su Wuji looked at Gu Bai through gritted teeth. He hadn't expected his lovely daughter to suddenly be taken by a pig. The key was that the person wasn't Gu Bai, but Gu Bai's older brother. He had arranged Gu Bai's immortal cave right next to his daughter's. Originally, he had intended to facilitate a relationship between Xing Ning and Gu Bai, but who would have thought that Xing Ning would fall for Gu Bai's older brother instead? Looking at Gu Bai and his daughter chatting and laughing below the stage, Su Wuji gritted his teeth, yet felt helpless. I hope you, young man, can cultivate to the Foundation establishment realm, otherwise, don't even think about being with my daughter. Another hour passed, and it was finally Gu Bai's turn to enter the arena. Gu Bai's opponent was a scrawny cultivator with a somewhat lewd expression, at the Qi refining 5th level. He seemed to be an outer sect disciple with ordinary aptitude, already quite old, yet still at the Qi refining 5th level. However, he was still at the Qi refining 5th level, a small realm higher than Gu Bai. This made Gu Bai a little worried. The sect master should be able to arrange opponents, right? Why didn't he arrange an opponent of the same realm for you? Gu Bai, however, didn't care, his face showing no fear at all, but instead full of confidence. Big brother, just relax. Don't forget, I am a peerless prodigy with the heavenly thunder body. Let alone a mere Qi refining 5th level cultivator, even if it's a refining Qi 6 layer, I am confident I can take him down. Originally, I even wanted the sect master to arrange a refining Qi 6 layer opponent for me, but he was worried, thinking the risk was a bit too high, so he arranged a Qi refining 5th level opponent instead. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Gu Bai didn't need him to worry. The opponents for the competition had already been decided long ago, and there would be no unexpected situations. I am Gu Bai, greetings, fellow deist. I am Hisu, greetings, fellow deist. Gu Bai walked onto the arena, bowed to his opponent, and immediately launched an attack. Instantly, the arena was filled with lightning. With a stretch of his hand, Gu Bai condensed the chaotic lightning into a thunder spear. He aimed it at Hisu and threw it. Hisu's face changed drastically upon seeing this, his senses frantically fighting. He felt a huge crisis from that thunder spear. Hisu quickly formed hand seals. He hadn't lived all these years for nothing. In less than a second, he condensed a thick layer of earth shield, blocking it in front of him, protecting himself firmly. The earth shield spell, which normally took 2 seconds to cast, was successfully cast in less than a second due to his years of practice. And coincidentally, earth elemental spells happened to be more effective against lightning elemental spells. Hisu had already planned in his mind how he would counterattack after blocking this blow. But what Hisu never expected was that the thunder spear directly pierced through the earth shield, then flew straight towards him with undiminished power. Fortunately, at this moment, the Foundation establishment realm elder beside him intervened in time, blocking the thunder spear. Gu Bai revealed a confident smile. He possessed the heavenly thunder body, which could greatly increase the power of lightning spells. He was also cultivating the Lingyun sect's authentic ultimate technique, Divine Thunder Transformation. This was a top-tier spell that even Foundation establishment cultivators found very difficult to master, so its power was naturally immense. Coupled with his sudden attack, even if Hisu had some defense, its strength wouldn't be too high, which led to the scene where he defeated Hisu with a single blow. Gu Bai wins. As the elder announced Gu Bai's victory, a burst of cheers immediately erupted from below the arena. Because this scene was truly astonishing, a Qi refining stage, 4th level cultivator actually instantly defeated a Qi refining 5th level cultivator, defeating his opponent with just one strike. This was simply unheard of. Normally, even a genius cultivator who could fight above their realm would only be able to defeat someone one realm higher, and only after a difficult battle. However, Gu Bai defeated a cultivator one realm higher than him with just one strike. From this battle onwards, Gu Bai completely made a name for himself in the sect, proving his reputation as a genius. Many who had previously doubted him were now completely convinced. Gu Bai looked at the figure surrounded by adoring crowds on the arena and felt genuinely happy for Gu Bai. Ha 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 ha, big brother, how was my performance just now? Was I cool? Gu Bai walked off the stage, and upon seeing Gu Bai, his sharp aura returned to normal, making him seem like a completely different person from before. MHM, amazing. I'll make you a big meal tonight to celebrate, Gu Bai said with a smile. Hearing that Gu Bai would make a big meal tonight, Gu Bai and Xing Ning's eyes lit up, and they both let out a cheer. After speaking, Gu Bai and the others left the square and returned to Gu Bai's immortal cave. The sect competition was not something that could be finished in one day, it would last for several days. On the first day, at most, everyone would participate in one match. After all, there were simply too many disciples in the Lingyun sect. Even if only a portion of them participated in the competition, the number still reached several thousand. Gu Bai and Qingning had to wait until the second day for their turn to compete. After Gu Bai returned to his small courtyard, he began preparing dinner. Qingning and Gu Bai were helping him nearby. Under Gu Bai's efforts, a table full of sumptuous dinner was soon prepared. After Gu Bai took a portion to deliver to Elder Zhang and Elder Qian, the three of them began to enjoy this delicious dinner. Delicious. As expected of big brother Gu Bai. A large table full of food was quickly eaten clean. The three of them lay contentedly on lounge chairs, looking up at the starry sky, enjoying this rare moment of peace together. The three spirited young people chatted about their ideals at this moment, occasionally bursting into laughter. The relationship between the three of them deepened invisibly. In the following days, Gu Bai and Qingning successively participated in several matches, with opponents growing stronger and stronger. By the fourth round, Qingning had been matched against an opponent at the Qi refining 8th level. After a period of entanglement, Qingning ultimately secured victory, albeit narrowly, relying on the power of her high-grade magical artifact. Gu Bai's opponent in the fourth round was a cultivator at the Foundation Cultivation 6th level, 2 minor realms higher than him. If you can't win, just surrender. Don't force it. Your opponent is 2 levels higher in cultivation than you, Gu Bai said with some concern, patting Gu Bai's shoulder. He knew Gu Bai was strong, but fighting across 2 cultivation levels was still somewhat risky. That's right, he's at refining Qi 6 layer, and you're at Qi refining stage, 4th level. It doesn't matter if you lose, Qingning added from the side. Gu Bai looked at their worried eyes, feeling a warmth in his heart. This feeling was truly wonderful. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ordinary refining Qi 6 layer cultivators are no match for me. I am Gu Bai, greetings, fellow Daoist. I am Suhi, greetings, fellow Daoist Gu Bai. After exchanging greetings, both sides immediately adopted a combat stance. Gu Bai did not underestimate his opponent. He knew Suhi was also an intersect disciple, and had been at refining Qi 6 layer for many years. Furthermore, he was a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, lacking nothing in combat experience or strength. Gu Bai was the first to unleash a purple shield and a silver lightning-colored long spear. These were his magical artifacts, a high-grade medium-grade magical artifact, the purple cloud shield, and a high-grade magical artifact, the silver lightning spear. Suhi also brought out a defensive magical artifact and an offensive long sword, but both were only medium-grade magical artifacts. Gu Bai activated Divine Thunder Transformation, instantly covering his entire body with lightning. The long spear, in particular, flashed with thunder, emitting bursts of thunderous sound. The two instantly engaged in battle. Although Suhi possessed strong combat experience and considerable strength, he was still suppressed by Gu Bai. Gu Bai's lightning was too overbearing, and his attack methods were extremely cunning. The lightning could transform into various forms to attack, forcing Suhi to dedicate most of his energy to defense. The spell Gu Bai cultivated, Divine Thunder Transformation, had an extremely high upper limit, allowing him to transform lightning into various shapes for attack. It could be said to be a very versatile spell with no weaknesses, though its attack power was slightly lower. However, with the enhancement of Gu Bai's heavenly thunder body, the power of the lightning received a qualitative improvement. Although Suhi was suppressed by Gu Bai, there were no signs of defeat, only a somewhat disheveled appearance. The situation remained deadlocked. Gu Bai's attacks were strong, but Suhi, with his full defense, was barely able to resist. This was fatal for Gu Bai. Divine Thunder Transformation itself consumed a great deal of magical power, and with his Qi refining stage, 4th level cultivation, he couldn't sustain it for long. If he couldn't take down Suhi within a short period, he would be the one to lose. Gu Bai gritted his teeth, injecting most of his magical power into the silver lightning spear, and thrust it fiercely towards Suhi. Suhi, as expected of an experienced cultivator, immediately pulled out his medium-grade defensive magical artifact to block the attack in the critical moment. The silver lightning spear was a high-grade magical artifact. With a full power strike, it broke through Suhi's impenetrable defense, creating an opening. An opportunity. Seeing this, Gu Bai immediately used his footwork, rushed in front of Suhi, extended his arms, and firmly embraced Suhi. Then he fully activated Divine Thunder Transformation, forming a layer of lightning on his body. Suhi, held in Gu Bai's embrace, instantly shrieked from the electric shock. However, Gu Bai's magical power was almost completely depleted, and even if he could barely form lightning, its power was not strong. Under Gu Bai's electric shock, Suhi's magical power was severely affected by the lightning, as if it had stagnated. Not to mention casting spells, he couldn't even open his storage pouch. But even though Suhi was screaming from the shock, he still had some ability to move. Suhi gritted his teeth and tremblingly pulled out a dagger from his waist. This was a dagger he had prepared in advance in case his storage pouch was stolen or couldn't be opened. It was kept at his waist, easily accessible with a reach. After getting the dagger, Suhi raised his left arm and frantically stabbed at Gu Bai's back, trying to break free from Gu Bai's embrace. Gu Bai, in pain, not only did not let go but held on even tighter. Next, it was a test of endurance and will for both sides. Whoever had the stronger willpower would achieve the final victory. Gu Bai watched the scene in the arena, his eyes reddening, his hands clenched, but he was powerless. This was Gu Bei's unique battle. Only by enduring trials of blood and fire could Gu Bei grow. Gu Bei held Su He firmly, even as his back was riddled with wounds and blood flowed everywhere, he refused to let go. Su He's movements became slower and slower, until finally his eyes went dark, and his hands dropped powerlessly. But even in his unconscious state, he still clutched the dagger tightly. Seeing Su He unconscious, Gu Bei finally released him. Without support, Su He instantly collapsed to the ground. Gu Bei staggered a few steps before barely steadying himself. I announce, Gu Bei is victorious. Elder Gu Ji, acting as the referee, announced loudly. The numerous disciples watching the match below all applauded enthusiastically, showing Gu Bei the highest respect. Gu Bai rushed onto the stage and immediately embraced Gu Bei, who was about to fall. Be more careful next time, don't get such serious injuries. Gu Bei saw Gu Bai and displayed a brilliant smile, then closed his eyes and completely fainted. At this moment, Su Wuji instantly appeared before Gu Bei with a flash. Looking at Gu Bei lying on the ground, Su Wuji nodded with satisfaction. He had originally given up hope for this match. Su He, apart from slightly weaker attack power, surpassed Gu Bei in all aspects, and Gu Bei's chance of victory was less than 10%. Yet, Gu Bei, relying on his tenacious character and his reckless madness, managed to win this match. Oh, father, stop looking, quickly send Gu Bei for treatment. Qing Ning said anxiously. Looking at the worried Gu Bai and Qing Ning by his side, Su Wuji smiled and said, don't worry, Gu Bei only suffered some minor superficial wounds and it's nothing serious. He fainted from overexertion. Once I send him to the Hall of Returning Spring, he'll be fine after a few days of recuperation. With that, Su Wuji picked up Gu Bei and flew towards the direction of the medicine workshop at an extremely fast speed. After seeing Gu Bei leave, Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Gu Bei wasn't seriously injured, he had just lost quite a bit of blood. As for the injuries on his back, for a cultivator, they were merely minor wounds. Even without going to the Hall of Returning Spring, they would heal on their own after some time, though it would take a bit longer. From this battle, Gu Bei's name resounded throughout the Lingyun sect. All the cultivators knew that Gu Bei, with only a Qi refining stage, 4th level cultivation, had defeated an experienced refining Qi 6-layer cultivator. Even beyond the Lingyun sect, the other 4 major sects in Qingzhou also came to know Gu Bei, this peerless prodigy. As for the subsequent matches, they had nothing to do with Gu Bei, reaching this point was already his limit. Furthermore, since he was severely injured, he automatically forfeited the remaining matches to focus on healing his injuries. However, Qing Ning did not give up and continued with the competition, but this time she was very unlucky. In the 5th round of the match, Qing Ning's opponent was a Qi refining 9th tier cultivator. Why don't you just give up? You can just concede as soon as you step onto the stage. Please don't try to fight desperately like Gu Bei. Gu Bai, like an old mother, kept persuading her, not wanting Qing Ning to participate in this match. Humph, if Gu Bei can fight above his realm, why can't I? With my trump card, there should be a sliver of a chance to win. However, when Qing Ning saw the worried look in Gu Bai's eyes, her tone couldn't help but soften. Alright, don't look at me with those pitiful eyes. I promise I'll concede if I can't win. I won't fight desperately like Gu Bei. Is that good enough now? Upon hearing Qing Ning's assurance, Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. I am Qing Ning, greetings, fellow deist. I am Wang Hong, greetings, fellow deist. After exchanging greetings, the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. However, the battle was very unfavorable. Even though Qing Ning used all her strength, she was still suppressed by the Qi refining 9th tier cultivator on the other side. Damn it, I can't win at all. Qing Ning gritted her teeth. Wang Hong was several times stronger than her in all aspects, and even her most prized magical artifact was of the same rank as her own. Qing Ning originally wanted to fight desperately like Gu Bei, to see if she could seize that sliver of a chance for victory, but recalling Gu Bai's words, she hesitated for a moment and ultimately gave up. After exchanging a few more moves with her opponent, she was finally defeated and knocked off the arena with one blow. Fortunately, Qing Ning was not seriously injured, her clothes were just slightly disheveled due to the battle. The subsequent matches had nothing to do with the two of them. Although Qing Ning lost, she did not lose badly. Being able to entangle with a cultivator 2 realms higher than her for so long was already very impressive, and she also gained some recognition within the sect. After Qing Ning finished her match, Gu Bai did not immediately visit Gu Bei, but instead returned to his immortal cave. Walking to the few small trees in front of his immortal cave, Gu Bai looked up. These small trees were covered with red fruits, each one vibrant, and he could vaguely smell a fruity fragrance. Gu Bai carefully selected some of the better quality red fruits from the fruit trees and put them into a small basket. Looking at the basket full of bright red fruits, Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. This much should be enough for Gu Bei to eat for a while. These spiritual fruits were called vermilion, and they were Gu Bei's favorite fruit since he was a child. Therefore, after coming to the sect, Gu Bai planted some. Under his careful cultivation, in just over 2 years, they had grown from seeds into small trees, and the fruit trees were already laden with vermilion fruits. Each fruit was round and plump. Gu Bai would also use Changchun's magical power to nourish the fruit trees every day, so the fruits also contained a trace of spiritual qi, barely counting as half a spiritual fruit. Eating them could slightly improve one's cultivation. Gu Bei had been eyeing his fruit trees for a long time, constantly pestering him to pick a few to taste. However, considering that these fruits contained some spiritual qi, if he waited a few more years, there was a certain chance they would become spiritual fruits. Gu Bai had always forbidden Gu Bei from eating them, planning to wait a few more years until the fruits transformed into spiritual fruits before picking them for Gu Bei to eat. But Gu Bei was seriously injured, so Gu Bai couldn't worry about such things anymore. In the hall of returning spring, Gu Bei lay on the sickbed, looking utterly dejected. He was completely wrapped in bandages and couldn't move an inch. At this moment, Gu Bei's sick room was surrounded by people. These people had come to visit Gu Bei, carrying large and small bags, filled with various precious medicinal pills, or rare and exotic treasures. Of course, Gu Bei didn't know most of these people, it was clear they wanted to leave a good impression on him. Looking at the people around him who had come to visit with gifts, Gu Bei felt incredibly annoyed. He just wanted to quietly recover from his injuries by himself and didn't want to see so many people. Moreover, these people spoke particularly loudly introducing their gifts, as if worried he couldn't hear them. You all should go back. I don't need your gifts, nor do I need your concern. I just want to quietly recover from my injuries now, Gu Bei said helplessly. Dao friend Gu, this first-tier high-grade waterwood pill of mine is an excellent healing medicinal pill. After taking this medicinal pill, it's guaranteed to suppress your injuries and make you less uncomfortable. Dao friend Gu, I have a first-tier high-grade clear heart pill here, which can restore mental energy and slightly increase divine sense strength. As long as you take this medicinal pill, your energy will be restored. But the people around him seemed not to have heard him, still self-importantly introducing their gifts. Most of the gifts they sent were healing medicinal pills, occasionally mixed with some cultivation resources. They seemed convinced that the reason Gu Bei was still lying there was definitely due to a lack of healing medicinal pills. They believed that as long as they sent healing-related gifts, Gu Bei would definitely accept them and be moved to tears, remembering their kindness, and would surely repay them in the future. Gu Bei felt an immense headache. He did not lack healing medicinal pills. As a sect master's disciple, if he asked, let alone mere first-tier medicinal pills, even second-tier medicinal pills could be obtained. The reason he didn't take medicinal pills was that all medicine has side effects. No matter what medicinal pill one takes, a certain amount of medicinal pill toxins will accumulate. If too many medicinal pill toxins accumulate, it will affect cultivation. Although medicinal pills can heal injuries, they are ultimately just medicinal pills, they can only roughly treat injuries and will leave hidden dangers, commonly known as internal injuries. If too many internal injuries accumulate, it will also affect one's lifespan. Many cultivators who prematurely passed away were precisely because they took healing medicinal pills whenever they were injured instead of seeking professional treatment, leading to a build-up of internal injuries. Only by going to the Hall of Returning Spring and receiving treatment from a physician can injuries be perfectly healed without leaving any hidden dangers. What are you all doing gathered here? Don't you know that loud noises are not allowed inside the Hall of Returning Spring? It greatly disturbs the patient's rest. At this moment, an old man with white hair and a long beard saw the scene and shouted angrily. This old man was he physician, one of the top physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring, with extremely superb medical skills, but an incredibly irritable temper. We are Dao friend Gu's friends, here to visit him. You can't just kick us out. But he physician paid them no mind and directly drove everyone out, people and gifts alike. He had been practicing medicine and saving lives for decades, there was no patient he hadn't seen, and he could easily tell that Gu Bei was very agitated and didn't need, nor did he care for, the gifts those people sent. However, as the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. Gu Bei could at most refuse them, he couldn't really drive those people away, or else he would get a bad reputation. Fortunately, he directly became the villain and drove everyone away. You just need to rest well here. I've already stopped those people outside for you. They can't come in without my permission. Gu Bei nodded with some excitement. He needed such a physician too much. Drink this medicine, don't do strenuous exercise, and you'll be almost fully recovered in 3 days. He physician instructed again, handed Gu Bei a cup of black medicine, and then turned to leave. Gu Bei solemnly picked up the black medicinal liquid. It kept frothing and emitted a strange aura. Just from its appearance, it didn't look drinkable at all. Gu Bei brought the cup to his nose and tentatively sniffed it. Gu Bei's face instantly turned pale. He smelled an indescribable bitterness, mixed with the unique scent of herbs. But thinking of his injuries, Gu Bei pinched his nose and forced himself to drink the black medicinal liquid. Ugh! It was bitter, too bitter. Gu Bei only felt an indescribable bitterness, and his tongue instantly lost all sensation. At the same time, outside the medicine room. He physician, we are truly Gu Bei's friends. We just came to visit him and won't disturb his rest, Gu Bei said helplessly, looking at he physician blocking the door. No, the patient needs rest now. He physician stood at the door, not yielding an inch. My name is Gu Bei, I am Gu Bei's older brother. You should know that Gu Bei has an older brother, right? This is my identity token. He physician took Gu Bei's identity token, examined it carefully, and then recalled Gu Bei's specific instruction, if anyone claiming to be Gu Bei or Qing Ning came to visit him, let them in. After confirming Gu Bei's identity, he physician finally let the two of them in. Alright, don't make loud noises after you go in, and certainly don't disturb the patient's rest. Gu Bei nodded repeatedly with a smile. He didn't dislike he physician, on the contrary, he quite supported he physician's approach, as it indeed allowed Gu Bei to have a quiet resting environment. Gu Bei, look what I brought you. After speaking, Gu Bei placed the prepared vermilion on Gu Bei's bedside. Lying on the sickbed, his mouth full of bitterness, Gu Bei's spirits instantly lifted upon hearing the familiar voice. Big brother, you came to see me. And you brought me my favorite vermilion. Seeing the basket Gu Bai handed over, Gu Bai's eyes lit up, and he eagerly picked one up and shoved it into his mouth. The crisp, sweet, and sour taste of the vermilion just right diluted the bitterness in his mouth. Big brother, you're so good to me. Gu Bai was as happy as a 200-pound fatty, hugging the fruit basket and giggling foolishly. In his eyes, this ordinary fruit was more precious than any other gift. Eat slowly, no one's snatching it from you. If you don't think it's enough, I'll pick some more for you, Gu Bai said with a smile, a slight curve on his lips. I also brought you spirit fruits. Although they weren't grown by me, I carefully selected them. Qingning also dropped a basket of spirit fruits. These spirit fruits all exuded a rich spiritual qi, clearly not ordinary items. Gu Bai also accepted them with a smile. He could tell that Qingning had also put a lot of effort into selecting the gifts, and all these spirit fruits were suitable for healing injuries. Oh, you, next time don't work so hard. Looking at Gu Bai's injuries, Gu Bai felt a little heartache. Gu Bai was a bit embarrassed. He understood what Gu Bai said, but being young and reckless, he still had the arrogance of a prodigy. The two of them didn't stay long in the hall of returning spring. After chatting a few words with Gu Bai and confirming that he was fine, they left without disturbing Gu Bai too much. Time flew by, fleeting in an instant. 5 years had passed since the intersect grand competition. Gu Bai had not been lazy during these 5 years. He diligently cultivated his cultivation technique every day, and medicinal pills were never scarce. His cultivation had finally reached the qi refining stage, 4th level. This speed could be said to be quite slow. Most of the outer sect disciple who entered at the same time as Gu Bai had already cultivated to the qi refining 5th level. However, Gu Bai was not in the slightest hurry. He neither increased nor decreased his cultivate time. He continued to cultivate in his own way. Old Zhang, have some tea. In the early morning, Gu Bai arrived at Elder Jiang's immortal cave. He pushed open the door with extreme familiarity, as if he were in his own home, and sat directly in front of the tea set to brew tea. Gu Bai circulated his magic power, generating a small flame beneath the tea set, and the teapot quickly gurgled with bubbles. In just a few breaths, Gu Bai smoothly brewed the tea and added the tea leaves. Only then did Elder Zhang slowly sit up from his bed. You boy, your energy is really abundant. You came to my place before dawn. Elder Zhang yawned, speaking somewhat lazily. Picking up the teacup, Elder Zhang slowly took a sip, then let out a long breath, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Does it taste good? This is a tea tree I personally planted and cared for several years, made from the tenderest leaves and branches fried to make this tea. Fragrant but not greasy, with a lingering aftertaste. It's a top-grade tea, Elder Zhang praised. I didn't expect you, kid, to have such a talent for farming. If this tea tree were planted by others, it would be impossible to grow such high-quality tea leaves. Gu Bai chuckled. There was no one living within hundreds of meters around his immortal cave, and the land was all excellent. He couldn't resist and planted various spiritual plants in the entire backyard. The two of them each moved a reclining chair, lay inside the house, and occasionally sipped tea, enjoying this peaceful time. Both elder were very good to him, just like kind elders. Gu Bai loved to find the two elder to drink tea when he had nothing to do, listening to them brag occasionally and sometimes playing chess. The two of them just lay on the reclining chairs, quietly enjoying the good times. But just then, Elder Zhang suddenly trembled, dropping his teacup to the ground, then coughed violently, and at the same time, the magic power in his body became chaotic. Gu Bai reacted instantly, condensing Changshun magic power with both hands, and began to sort out the chaotic magic power in Elder Jiang's body. It was a long time later that Elder Zhang finally caught his breath, but his face was extremely pale, and his spirit was somewhat listless. Are you all right? Gu Bai asked worriedly. Elder Zhang was very abnormal. When he helped Elder Zhang sort out his magic power just now, he found that Elder Jiang's qi and blood were somewhat listless, and his body was also in very poor condition. This was completely abnormal. Ordinary cultivators' qi and blood would only become listless when they were over 100 years old. As far as he knew, Elder Zhang was probably in his 80s this year. It's just some old ailments. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Elder Zhang waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. But Gu Bai didn't care so much. He took Elder Jiang's hand and walked towards the hall of returning spring. Elder Zhang originally wanted to resist. With his peak qi refining cultivation, Gu Bai simply couldn't pull him. But when he saw Gu Bai's determined and somewhat worried gaze, Elder Zhang stopped, sighed softly, and allowed Gu Bai to pull him. He knew Gu Bai's character. Although he was usually carefree and seemed to care about nothing, his personality was very stubborn. If he refused to go to the hall of returning spring, Gu Bai would immediately find Gu Bai and Qingning and forcibly drag him there. Soon, Gu Bai brought Elder Zhang to the hall of returning spring. Upon arriving, Gu Bai immediately called over he pharmacist of the hall of returning spring. Last time Gu Bai was injured, he pharmacist helped treat him. Gu Bai often visited Gu Bai, and with his affinity talent, he gradually became acquainted with he physician. Although they weren't very close, they could be considered good friends, and asking he physician for help with a diagnosis was still something he could do. When Gu Bai first saw he physician, he didn't panic. Instead, he calmly and rapidly told he physician about Elder Jiang's condition. After hearing Gu Bai's words, he pharmacist frowned, grasped Elder Jiang's arm, and began to investigate with his magic power. Don't resist, let me examine your physical condition. A moment later, he physician's brows were tightly furrowed, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. This greatly frightened Gu Bai, who was standing by, and he quickly asked, "He physician, what exactly is Elder Jiang's condition?" This Elder Jiang's body is in very poor condition, with countless large and small hidden injuries, and his foundation has also suffered severe damage. It should be left over from too many battles in his early years, and he should have also used spells that burned essence blood and lifespan multiple times. This has led to his very poor physical condition. It might not have been noticeable when he was young, but once he enters old age, these hidden dangers will instantly erupt. He is in this situation now. His age has caught up, and the accumulated injuries and illnesses in his body have all erupted. Hearing this, Gu Bai's heart trembled. He knew that Elder Zhang was a law enforcement hall disciple when he was young, and he was also the captain of a small team in the law enforcement hall, often having to fight extremely ferocious cultivator. He had experienced countless battles in his youth, and even faced many life and death situations, so it was natural for his body to accumulate many hidden injuries. But he didn't expect it to be so serious, nor did he expect Elder Zhang to have used secret techniques that depleted his lifespan multiple times. Elder Zhang, hearing this, remained silent, as if he had long anticipated this day. Then is there a way to cure it? Gu Bai quickly inquired. Alas! He physician shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm powerless in this situation. I can only prescribe some medicine to heal the hidden injuries in his body. But the lost lifespan cannot be recovered. At most, he can take some heavenly spiritual items with life aura to slightly prolong his lifespan. Gu Bai remained silent. After a long time, he asked, does the hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring, that second-order physician, have a solution? He physician shook his head, even if a second-order physician personally takes action, it won't work. My attainments in medicine theory have reached their peak. Even the hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring is slightly inferior to me. If I can't do it, then the hall master can't either. At most, it would just be a more thorough treatment of the hidden injuries in his body, but the damaged origin cannot be compensated for. He can only rest quietly. Gu Bai felt a bit lost. It was the first time he had felt the passage of life, and he realized that Elder Zhang and Elder Qian were already old and might leave him after some time. Compared to Gu Bai, Elder Zhang seemed to be more open-minded, perhaps because he had anticipated it, and instead began to comfort Gu Bai. Gu Bai, birth, aging, sickness, and death are all natural occurrences. You don't need to feel too much sadness. Gu Bai clenched his fists, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. For the first time, he felt that immortality might not be a blessing, but a curse. He could only watch helplessly as his loved one slowly aged, while he was powerless to do anything. Seeing Gu Bai's distraught appearance, he physician felt a little unbearable. After thinking for a moment, he spoke to comfort him. You don't need to be overly sad. If treated properly and with conscious maintenance, this elder can live to over 100 years old. It's just living 1 or 2 decades less than ordinary cultivator, which is not too serious of a problem. Moreover, that elder's symptoms are not incurable. As far as I know, there are also some medicinal formulas in the cultivation world that can heal the origin of life. Gu Bai felt a little better after hearing this. After the two had obtained the prescription, he physician personally helped Elder Zhang recuperate. Under he physician's treatment, Elder Zhang regained his spirits. Then, the two took the prescription given by he physician and returned to their dwelling. Inside the immortal cave, Elder Zhang slowly brewed the medicinal soup. Seeing Gu Bai's suppressed expression, Elder Zhang said with a wry smile. Don't look like I'm about to die. It's not as serious as you think. Am I not perfectly fine? But there's nothing to regret. This is the path I chose myself, and I knew this day would come long ago. I am very satisfied with my current life. I was full of vigor when I was young, and now in my old age, I still have you by my side. I am already very content. Not long after, Elder Qian, who had received the notification, also rushed over. You, old Zhang. I used to advise you not to use those secret arts, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. Humph, I only used them to save my life. If I hadn't burned my vital blood and desperately held back that foundation establishment cultivator, we wouldn't have lasted until reinforcements arrived, Elder Zhang retorted. Elder Qian appeared calmer than Gu Bai, but then again, as good friends for many years, he naturally knew about Elder Jiang's physical condition. In a short while, the medicinal soup was ready. After Elder Zhang drank it, his complexion quickly became rosy. The somewhat decaying aura within his body also improved, and his complexion looked much better, as if he had instantly become 10 years younger. As expected of the Hall of Returning Spring's prescription, the effect is truly good. Elder Zhang sighed, then felt a bit of a heartache. This prescription was not cheap, one dose cost several hundred spirit stones. It was only because he had accumulated a large sum of spirit stones in his early years and could receive a good amount of spirit stones monthly after becoming a sect elder that he could afford it. Other chi refining cultivators would simply not be able to afford such expensive medicine. Looking at Elder Zhang, Gu Bai finally calmed down a little. But at the same time, he felt a sense of powerlessness, only able to watch Elder Zhang grow old without being able to do anything. I want to go to the Hall of Returning Spring to study medical Dao. After pondering for a moment, Gu Bai suddenly said with a firm tone. Gu Bai made up his mind, since other physicians had no solution, he would personally go to study medicine and personally find a way to treat Elder Zhang. With his skill of absolute rationality, Gu Bai possessed talent far exceeding others. As long as he spent time, he would definitely be able to become a pharmacist. At that time, he would personally find a solution. Even if he ultimately failed, or only extended his life by 1 or 2 years, he would still have a clear conscience. Are you sure you want to go to the Hall of Returning Spring? Becoming a physician is not that simple. Physicians are among the most difficult professions to enter, Elder Zhang asked. Anyway, I don't have much to do normally. I might as well go learn some medical skills. Once I learn them, it can be considered a skill to make a living, Gu Bai said seriously. He decided that while there was still time, he would go to the Hall of Returning Spring to study medical Dao. Sigh, I can't persuade you. Tomorrow I'll write a letter of recommendation and recommend you to the pharmacy as an apprentice. But you must not slow down your cultivation time because of this. Medical Dao, just treat it as a hobby, Elder Zhang sighed helplessly. He knew that Gu Bai was very emotional and didn't want to watch him slowly grow old like this, which was why he was going to study medical Dao. But he also couldn't stop Gu Bai. He knew Gu Bai's hard nature, usually quiet and easygoing, with a detached personality, very likable, but also very persistent. Once he made up his mind to do something, no one could stop him. Even if he didn't let Gu Bai go, Gu Bai would secretly go anyway, so it was better to go with the flow. He believed that Gu Bai would naturally give up after suffering a bit. Medical Dao could be said to be the most difficult immortal cultivation skill. However, once one becomes a physician, they basically won't lack cultivation resources. Pharmacists are even more sought after than alchemists, but their numbers are not even a fraction of alchemists. Even the vast Lingyun sect only has a dozen first-rank pharmacists and 1 second-rank pharmacist. Kingzhou Peak, Hall of Returning Spring. On Kingzhou Peak, life was vibrant, filled with exotic flowers and plants. These rare and precious herbs were scattered but not messy, all arranged neatly, as if forming a formation, full of immortal aura, a good place for healing and recuperation. There were only 20 to 30 courtyards on the mountain, with the front ones belonging to healing and treatment, and the back mountain being where medicinal herbs were planted. Smelling the perennial medicinal fragrance on Kingzhou Peak, Gu Bai instantly fell in love with this place. Gu Bai came to the largest courtyard, which was filled with various medicinal herbs. A white-haired old man was sitting inside, brewing a pot of traditional Chinese medicine. This disciple, Gu Bai, greets he physician. This old man was the pharmacist who had treated Gu Bai. For Gu Bai to become an apprentice at the Hall of Returning Spring, he naturally needed to choose a master. And Gu Bai happened to know he pharmacist. Ever since he met he physician 10 years ago, Gu Bai had maintained contact with him. Ha 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 ha, you've finally become my disciple. Seeing Gu Bai, he physician was very happy and let out a hearty laugh. He had previously discovered that Gu Bai was patient and had an extraordinary heart nature, making him particularly suitable for medical Dao. He had wanted to take Gu Bai as his disciple before, but Gu Bai had refused. Now that Gu Bai was finally becoming his disciple, he pharmacist was naturally overjoyed. I've thought it through. While I'm still young, I'll learn a skill to make a living, so I won't starve in the future. Gu Bai nodded and said seriously. Then you must study hard. Becoming a physician is very difficult, you have to learn a lot of dry and boring knowledge. I'm not trying to discourage you, but even with good talent, it will take at least 10 years to barely get started. Every year, hundreds of disciples want to become pharmacists, but only a handful persevere. Out of hundreds, only a dozen remain each year. Even so, it's very difficult for them to become pharmacists. Many people study medical knowledge their entire lives but never become pharmacists until they pass away. There are countless disciples in the Hall of Returning Spring, about 150 or so, but on average, only one physician is born every 4 or 5 years. At this point, he physician's tone suddenly became stern. With your background, even if you don't become a pharmacist, you can still live a stable life, and it's even possible to become a foundation establishment cultivator. But once you waste time on this, you might not be able to become a foundation establishment cultivator. Even so, do you still want to become a physician? Facing he physician's questioning, Gu Bai did not show the slightest hesitation. Even so, I still want to become a pharmacist. He had eternal life. No matter how difficult it was to become a physician, he would eventually learn it, it was just a matter of time. But Gu Bai no longer wanted to watch his friends and family leave. Although he couldn't prevent aging, he could use the knowledge of medicine he learned to allow the people he knew to live a little longer, even if it was just a few years. If he studied medical Dao for a few decades, when Gu Bai or Qing Ning grew old in the future, he wouldn't be helpless and at a loss. This way, even if his acquaintances passed away, he would have a clear conscience. Ha 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 ha, well done. Looking at Gu Bai's determined appearance, he physician laughed loudly. Here's this book for you. It records the medical Dao knowledge you need to learn. Gu Bai took the book handed to him by he pharmacist. Looking at the size of the book, Gu Bai asked with some doubt. Is this all the content? Hearing Gu Bai's question, he pharmacist suppressed a smile and said solemnly. I think you misunderstood. This is just a book that records the names of other books. If you have time, go to Zone 6 of the Scripture Pavilion. That's where all the books on medicine are kept. Just follow the book names recorded in this book and start learning them one by one. You need to learn at least most of all the books. Upon hearing this, even with Gu Bai's hard nature, his heart trembled. After flipping through the book, Gu Bai's eyes widened. This book recorded at least 1,000 book titles, and all of them were related to medicine. That's right, that's how many there are. This is the only way to become a pharmacist, so rest assured, the books on this list are all carefully selected masterpieces, absolutely no useless knowledge. Looking at so many book titles, Gu Bai felt a faint ache in his liver, as if he had returned to his high school days. You don't need to learn all of them. At first, you only need to memorize Basic Human Anatomy Volumes 1 to 25, Compendium of Medical Dao Theory Volumes 1 to 50, Basic Usage and Fusion of Herbs Volumes 1 to 88, Methods for Decoding 10,000 Poisons, Compendium of Basic Healing Spells, these most important ones. As for the others, you just need to know them, you don't need to memorize them. Gu Bai nodded with difficulty. Just hearing the names, he was already starting to sweat. Don't look so reluctant. Each of these medical books might have been completed by a pharmacist over their entire lifetime. So many medical books are the accumulation of the Lingyun sect over thousands of years. Any one of them taken outside would be a priceless treasure. Gu Bai nodded. This was the advantage of having the sect as a backing. If he were a loose cultivator, it would be impossible to access so much knowledge. Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. Next, read all these books. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. Gu Bai quickly followed the book's instructions and retrieved the complete set of Basic Human Anatomy from the scripture pavilion. Returning to his immortal cave, Gu Bai sat at the table, his eye twitching as he looked at the book before him, which was as thick as a fist and 2 or 3 times larger than a normal book. This was only the first volume of the Human Body Basics Compendium, and there were 25 volumes in total. Flipping open the book, Gu Bai's eye twitched even more violently. The entire book was covered in ant-sized characters, and even the occasional diagrams of the human body only occupied a small portion. Gu Bai felt dizzy after just one glance, but activating absolute rationality, all his distracting thoughts instantly vanished, and like a robot, he dedicated all his energy to reading the book. Soon, Gu Bai became engrossed, finding that while the book looked daunting, it actually explained very basic and detailed concepts, making them learnable if one studied diligently. Slowly, Gu Bai found the book's content less obscure and difficult to understand. Instead, it was full of novelty, and each time he learned new knowledge, Gu Bai felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Gu Bai thus began to read the medical texts day and night, spending all his time researching them, except for the fixed time set aside for cultivating. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Gu Bai closed the last page of the final volume of the Human Body Basics Compendium and gently exhaled. The human body is truly marvelous. After thoroughly understanding the Human Body Basics Compendium, Gu Bai could now broadly comprehend the human body. He knew the specific function of every inch of muscle and every bone in the human body. As his understanding deepened, Gu Bai increasingly felt that the human body was truly marvelous, like the most complex machine. The person who wrote this book was also a prodigy. Although the title Human Body Basics Compendium was unremarkable, it encompassed all knowledge related to the human body and offered many unique insights. After a brief rest, Gu Bai went to the scripture pavilion again and retrieved all the volumes of the Medicine Dao Theoretical Compendium. This set of books was the most crucial, primarily explaining the theories of medicine, which formed the foundation of the Medicine Dao. Gu Bai quickly immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge once more, acquiring new information every second. This process was not boring for Gu Bai at all, but rather brought him a deep sense of joy. During this process, Gu Bai gradually developed a strong interest in the Medicine Dao. Even with absolute rationality deactivated, Gu Bai could still learn efficiently, as nothing is a better learning motivator than interest. The more he delved into it, the more Gu Bai realized the vastness of Medicine Dao theory, a foundation laid by tens of thousands of years of development in the cultivation world. Gu Bai devoted all his mind to studying, but even so, it took him a full 2 years to finish reading all the books. And even then, he only skimmed through them, roughly memorizing the content. During this period, Gu Bai mostly stayed at the Hall of Returning Spring, running to ask He Physician whenever he had a question. He Physician, indeed worthy of being a top-tier first-rank pharmacist, always answered Gu Bai's questions incisively. Gently closing the last book, Gu Bai let out a long breath, mainly because even with his heart nature, he felt a deep weariness after 2 years of continuous study. In these 2 years, he spent most of his time studying and rarely cultivating, which resulted in him still being at Qi refining stage, 4th level. However, he gained immensely. Gu Bai had a profound understanding of the Medicine Dao and laid an almost perfect foundation. I didn't expect you could actually finish all the medical texts, and in just 2 short years, He Physician said with some emotion. He was quite surprised. Over these 2 years, he had watched Gu Bai learn Medicine Dao knowledge bit by bit, and Gu Bai would seek him out for questions he didn't understand. Next, you'll enter the second stage of learning. You'd best be mentally prepared, as many talented disciples have fallen at this hurdle. He Pharmacist led Gu Bai towards a secluded hall in the Hall of Returning Spring. As Gu Bai entered the hall and saw the scene inside, his heart trembled. The hall contained many beds, and most of them had a corpse lying on them. Many of the corpses had been largely dissected, with intestines and organs scattered outside, and even the skin had been cut away. Even with many incense sticks burning, an unresolvable smell of blood hung in the air. This is the second stage of learning, dissecting corpses. Only by truly understanding the human body can one become an excellent physician. You don't have to worry that these corpses are innocent people. All these corpses are those of evil demonic cultivators. After being killed by the law enforcement hall, their bodies are transported to the Hall of Returning Spring for us pharmacists to study. How is it? Can you accept what you see before you? He Physician looked at Gu Bai. Gu Bai's face was somewhat pale, but he still nodded firmly. He Physician smiled at this, and the weight on his mind lifted. He had worried that Gu Bai's kind heart nature might make him unwilling to dissect corpses. To become an excellent physician, one's heart nature cannot be too kind, because all knowledge in medicine has come at the cost of countless lives and countless experiments, leading to the medicine Dao theories we have today. Gu Bai felt no great aversion to this. Under the enhancement of absolute rationality, to Gu Bai, corpses were no different from air. He only deactivated absolute rationality to avoid appearing too heartless, which was why his face was somewhat pale. Your task now is to dissect human bodies until you are familiar with every inch of the human body's meridians and every muscle. Once you are familiar, you can follow me and try to treat patients. He physician led Gu Bai into a room where a female corpse lay on a bed, surrounded by various surgical knife-like tools. The female corpse on the bed had a delicate face and appeared to be around 20 years old, a blooming age, but at her chest was a deep sword mark, indicating she had died by a sharp blade. Next to her was a record about this woman, an outer sect disciple of the Blood Lotus sect, at the refining Chi 6 layer of cultivation. To further her cultivation, she massacred over 100 people in a village within Lingyun sect territory. She was later discovered by Lingyun sect, which dispatched law enforcement hall disciples to apprehend her. She reacted violently during the arrest and was killed on the spot by the law enforcement hall. Looking at the naked female corpse before him, Gu Bai felt no desire whatsoever, only a thirst for knowledge about the human body's structure. Without hesitation, Gu Bai picked up the slender, scalpel-like tool from the table and began to dissect the corpse. Gu Bai's expression was calm, his eyes devoid of any emotion, his hands were steady, without the slightest tremor, like a machine, swiftly dismembering the corpse. It wasn't until dusk, when the night-glowing lamp in the room lit up and the moon hung high in the sky, that Gu Bai finally put down the tool in his hand. Looking at the blood and flesh on the bed, dismembered into countless pieces, no longer resembling a human form, Gu Bai let out a long sigh. He had benefited greatly. Theory and reality ultimately have their differences, no matter how detailed the book, with how many illustrations and explanations, it is ultimately just theoretical. It wasn't until Gu Bai truly saw a real corpse and dissected it that he formally understood the knowledge in the book and integrated it thoroughly. Over the next month, Gu Bai successively dismembered more than a dozen corpses. These corpses were both male and female, most of them bearing fatal injuries, and were primarily loose cultivators who had committed many evils, or demonic cultivators from neighboring countries who had committed evil deeds within Lingyun sect and were slain by law enforcement hall disciples. During this month, Gu Bai gained a new understanding of the human body, thoroughly mastering and integrating all the fundamental human anatomy he had learned. Not bad, not bad. He physician looked at Gu Bai before him, becoming increasingly satisfied. Your theoretical knowledge of medicine is now incredibly complete. I fear many experienced first-rank pharmacists do not have as solid a theoretical foundation as you, and all you lack is a little experience. You can now follow me and practice medicine to save lives in the Hall of Returning Spring, and I will also teach you healing spells. Gu Bai nodded, a faint smile appearing involuntarily at the corner of his mouth. It had not been easy. After more than 2 years of studying medicine, he had finally reached the point of practical application. The Hall of Returning Spring did not have many injured people, most of them were law enforcement hall disciples recuperating there. After all, the world was still largely peaceful. Although there was friction between sects, it had not yet reached the point of war. Although there were few patients, the number of pharmacists was even smaller, averaging 4 to 5 patients per physician. He physician led Gu Bai to a thin cultivator, then turned to Gu Bai and asked, "This is fellow Daoist Kui Tianxing from the law enforcement hall. He was struck in the abdomen by an evil spell during a battle with a demonic cultivator, and ordinary medicinal pills are ineffective. Do you have any ideas for treatment?" Gu Bai glanced at Kui Tianxing, looking at the dark wound on his abdomen, and swiftly recalled the medical texts he had read. A moment later, Gu Bai said in a calm tone, "If I am not mistaken, he was struck by the evil spell, Netherworld poisonous snake palm. According to the records of the Profound Emperor's medicine, for those afflicted with Netherworld snake poison, one needs to use heart-cleansing grass, profound monk mushroom, and a little red-spotted grass, boiled into a medicinal soup in a ratio of 3 to 5 to 2, to neutralize this poison. Then, after thoroughly repairing the wound with the profound skillful hand, repeating the prescription 3 times will lead to complete recovery." He physician nodded with satisfaction. "What you said is correct. According to the records in the books, it can indeed heal the injury. However, reality is ultimately different from what is recorded in books. I wonder if you noticed that the cultivation technique Kui Tianxing cultivates is the fire-attributed profound sun marvelous method, which clashes with the medicinal properties of the red-spotted grass. This will cause Kui Tianxing's magical power to become disordered. Although it has no significant impact normally, if Kui Tianxing were on the verge of death right now, this clash of medicinal properties would have very severe consequences. Therefore, while the method in the books is effective, it has certain hidden dangers. Sometimes, one cannot blindly trust the contents of books, one must know how to adapt flexibly. No one gets injured exactly as described in a book." He pharmacist, as expected of a top-tier first-rank pharmacist, instantly saw the problem with this prescription. However, for your first time practicing medicine, to have this level is very impressive. You already possess the strength to become a pharmacist, you just lack a bit of experience. He physician laughed heartily, patted Gu Bai's shoulder, and praised him. Gu Bai did not become arrogant because of this, he lowered his head in thought. A moment later, Gu Bai's eyes lit up. "Could we add a little sky water grass juice, and slightly adjust the proportions? With the neutralizing effect of the sky water grass, this would reduce the fiery nature of the medicinal effect. Even if Kui Tianxing cultivates a fire-attributed cultivation technique, it would not affect him in the slightest." He physician did not answer when he heard Gu Bai's words, instead, he began to ponder. A moment later, he physician's brows relaxed, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Good, very good. Your thinking is very flexible, unlike others who only memorize rigidly and only look for answers in books. Instead, you have thoroughly mastered and integrated the knowledge, knowing how to adjust prescriptions. My Hall of Returning Spring has an air now. Hearing he physician's praise, Gu Bai smiled slightly. He had just had a sudden flash of inspiration, recalling the theoretical knowledge of medicine recorded in books, and based on the principle of mutual generation and restraint, he came up with this idea. Next, he physician fully entrusted Kui Tianxing's treatment to Gu Bai, letting Gu Bai be responsible for the healing, while he physician observed from the side, ready to intervene if needed. Gu Bai took a deep breath, took out the 4 necessary herbs from a row of medicine chests behind him, then took out a scale and weighed them precisely to the correct proportions. Then he put the herbs into a medicine furnace to boil. While the medicinal liquid was boiling, Gu Bai walked to Kui Tianxing. Please lie down on the bed, I will first remove the residual magical power from your wound. Gu Bai said kindly. Under the influence of his innate affinity, Kui Tianxing felt a sense of closeness and, without conscious thought, lay down on the bed as Gu Bai instructed. Gu Bai immediately performed the secret spell Profound Skillful Palm, which is one of the most basic healing secret spells. It can heal wounds to a certain extent and remove residual enemy magical power from the wound. Gu Bai's Profound Skillful Palm had long since reached mastery, and treating this kind of injury was not too difficult for him. Gu Bai placed his hand on Kui Tianxing's wound, gathered all his magical power into his hands, and began to heal Kui Tianxing's wound. A moment later, the gruesome wound on Kui Tianxing's body had mostly healed under Gu Bai's treatment, but the skin around the wound appeared purplish-black, which was the residual netherworld snake poison. Gu Bai handed the medicinal liquid he had boiled to Kui Tianxing. Kui Tianxing did not hesitate for a moment and gulped down the entire large bowl of medicinal liquid. After some time, Kui Tianxing's complexion was no longer pale, and after a stream of purplish-black blood flowed from the wound, its color became much more normal. Hey, I'm good. Kui Tianxing sat up straight, saying with some surprise. The injury has basically recovered quite well. Next, you just need to take my prescription 2 more times, and after a few days of rest, you will fully recover. Gu Bai nodded, smiling, and said, Thank you, Gu Pharmacist. Kui Tianxing cupped his hands in gratitude, then took out a pile of spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to Gu Bai. Gu Bai roughly scanned it and found that there were probably more than 200 spirit stones, while the cost of all the medicine in the prescription he opened was about 100 spirit stones, leaving 100 as pure profit. Gu Bai did not accept the spirit stones, but instead looked at he physician behind him. Seeing he physician nod with a smile, Gu Bai then accepted Kui Tianxing's spirit stones. Hall of Returning Spring is not a place for free treatment, on the contrary, it charges fees, and the fees are very high. As long as a pharmacist makes a move, the minimum is dozens of spirit stones. Therefore, ordinary disciples only consider coming to Hall of Returning Spring for treatment if their injuries are too severe to recover on their own. While this saves spirit stones, it can cause damage to the body. More serious injuries can even affect one's lifespan. For example, Elder Zhang in his youth, whenever he was injured and it wasn't too severe, he would just take a few medicinal pills to cope. But there was no other way, Hall of Returning Spring's fees were too expensive. The spirit stones spent on one visit to Hall of Returning Spring were almost equivalent to the price of them undertaking a dangerous mission. Fortunately, Kui Tianxing is a law enforcement hall disciple of the inner sect, so he naturally doesn't lack spirit stones and comes to Hall of Returning Spring for treatment every time he gets injured. Watching Kui Tianxing leave and feeling the heavy weight in his hand, Gu Bai's lips curved into a smile. He finally has the ability to earn spirit stones now, and no longer needs to freeload off Gu Bei and Qingning, as well as the resources of the 2 elders. Although they didn't care, after a long time, Gu Bai himself felt embarrassed, and now he finally has the ability to support himself. Gu Bai did not put these spirit stones into his storage pouch, but instead handed them to he physician, who was standing by, and then stood respectfully to the side. He is still he pharmacist's disciple and receives he pharmacist's guidance, so he naturally has to hand over all the earned spirit stones to he pharmacist. This is a tradition in the cultivation world. Once a master, always a father. The cultivation world places great importance on master-disciple legacy. Generally, a master will at most take 3 personal disciples and impart his skills. It can be said that a normal master-disciple relationship is even better than a father-son relationship. No matter what cultivation skill it is, once one becomes a disciple, even if one has the ability to earn resources, they must hand over most of the resources to their master, and the master is responsible for supporting the disciple. If the disciple makes a mistake, the master will point it out in time. Just like just now, he physician timely pointed out the shortcomings of Gu Bai's prescription and identified the problem, allowing Gu Bai to learn from the lesson and revise the prescription. This relationship only breaks when the disciple has fully graduated, and only then is the disciple considered to have established his own sect. He physician smilingly accepted the spirit stones Gu Bai handed over, but he did not keep all of them. Instead, he gave Gu Bai 50 spirit stones, considering it Gu Bai's hard-earned fee. Not bad, not bad. Your performance just now was excellent, and these spirit stones are your reward. Gu Bai did not become arrogant because of this. Instead, he realized his shortcomings and humbly asked he pharmacist about the conflict between spirit medicine properties and qi properties, so as not to make the same mistake next time. If he physician hadn't pointed out the problem just now, Kui Tianxing might have suffered from qi disorder due to the prescription, with unimaginable consequences. After listening to he physician's explanation of the answer regarding spirit medicine property conflicts, Gu Bai stood in place, deep in thought. His brain worked rapidly, and Gu Bai thought of many other questions, such as what method to use to quickly calm chaotic qi if the injured person's qi was already in disorder. In just a moment, Gu Bai thought of several related questions. Gu Bai did not blindly ponder them himself, but instead asked He Physician, who was nearby. He Physician is indeed a top-tier first-rank pharmacist. For most of Gu Bai's questions, he knew how to solve them. Even for those he wasn't clear about, he could propose some new ideas. He Physician has practiced medicine for decades and possesses rich experience, while Gu Bai's thinking is more flexible and he possesses absolute rationality, allowing him to ask questions from a rational perspective. Some questions He Physician had never even thought of. He Physician looked at Gu Bai's serious questioning demeanor, and the more he looked, the more he liked it, and the more pleasing it became to his eyes. No master would dislike a student who studies diligently, has an active mind, and discusses problems with his master. Moreover, Gu Bai is humble, very respectful to him as his master. When he has nothing to do, Gu Bai even brings him tea he personally stir-fried or spirit fruits he grew himself, to show filial piety to him as his master. Although most of the things he brought were not precious, they were full of sincerity, which he liked very much. The two continued like this, with one asking and one answering, until midnight. Gu Bai continuously enriched his foundation, and just one day gave him a new understanding of medical Dao. Before leaving, He Physician handed a notebook to Gu Bai. This notebook records my insights into medical Dao, which is my life's learning. You should study it thoroughly when you go back. As long as you fully grasp it, you can become a top-tier first-rank physician. Thank you, He Physician, I will study it diligently. Gu Bai carefully took the notebook, then thanked He Physician. He Physician nodded. When he was young, he was unlucky. The master he apprenticed under was extremely stingy and basically didn't teach him real skills. He only learned his skills after much hardship, almost staying by his master's side every day to secretly learn. But this also wasted a lot of his time. He had extraordinary talent and enough passion for medical Dao, but he only became a physician when he was over 50 years old. But even so, he still became an elder of Hall of Returning Spring, the head of the medicine store, in charge of all spirit medicine in Hall of Returning Spring. Therefore, when he took Gu Bai as his disciple, he poured out all his knowledge, not wanting to bury Gu Bai's talent. Returning to his immortal cave, Gu Bai opened the notebook and found that it recorded He Physician's theoretical knowledge of medical Dao. It mainly covered the usage of various spirit medicines, which is one of the two major categories of medical Dao, primarily using various spirit medicines to save people. He Physician specializes in this Dao. He almost never uses qi to treat illnesses, he only needs to prepare a few prescriptions to cure patients. From then on, Gu Bai followed He Physician, helping to treat illnesses and save people. When the condition was not severe, Gu Bai would also personally take action. After a long period of interaction, He Physician found Gu Bai increasingly pleasing to the eye. Gu Bai was kind, very respectful to him, and studied diligently. It was almost impossible to find a better disciple than Gu Bai. Connecting this with Gu Bai's initial purpose for learning medical Dao, which was to treat that elder, He Physician completely recognized Gu Bai as his disciple in his heart. In a few days, I'll take you to see an old friend of mine, to introduce you. Although he doesn't specialize in medicine like me, his understanding of medical spells far surpasses mine. His control over qi is exceptional, and he masters many high-difficulty medical Dao secret arts. When the time comes, you should perform well and try to learn a few tricks from him. He was paving the way for Gu Bai. Although he had unique insights into medicine, his spells for healing were not particularly powerful, only meeting the qualified standard. He Physician didn't want to waste Gu Bai's talent, which is why he introduced Gu Bai to his old friend, to help Gu Bai lay a solid foundation. Cultivate, read, and delve into He Physician's notes. These few things occupied all of Gu Bai's time. The Hall of Returning Spring usually had almost no injured people, and most of the time it was idle, very leisurely, so Gu Bai spent most of his energy on studying the notes He Physician gave him. Let's go, I'll take you to Water Moon Palace to look around. He Physician did not forget about paving the way for Gu Bai. After greeting his good friend in advance, he took Gu Bai to Water Moon Palace. Water Moon Palace is located at the front gate of the Hall of Returning Spring. Disciples who need healing usually come to Water Moon Palace. Because most of the physicians in Water Moon Palace use medical Dao secret art for healing, although it consumes a lot of magical power and is not as effective as using spirit medicine, it is cheap and deeply popular among ordinary disciples. After the two arrived at Water Moon Palace, He Physician was clearly very familiar with the place. He turned left and right, leading Gu Bai, and soon arrived behind a door. As soon as he entered, Gu Bai saw a kind-faced old man who was healing a cultivator. The old man's qi was different from He Physician's fiery one, instead, it was very gentle, which perfectly fit Gu Bai's inherent imagination of a physician. He saw green light emanating from the old man's hands. Even standing far away, Gu Bai could feel the rich life qi emanating from them. Then the old man pressed his hand on the injured person's wound, and the wound recovered at a visible speed. In just a few breaths, it had fully recovered, leaving only a faint white mark. After the injured person left, the old man smiled and said to He Physician, "How about it, old He? Isn't mine much better than your spirit medicine? It doesn't require using extremely precious spirit medicine, it only needs to consume magical power to heal the wound. Humph, yours can only treat some common injuries. Once you encounter some complex injuries, it won't work. My medicine is still better. It can cure all things, not only poison injuries but also condition the body. Isn't it much more useful than your so-called medical Dao secret art? He physician retorted disdainfully. Su physician showed no anger at all and continued to smile, saying, no matter how good medicine is, it cannot change the fact that it is expensive. To heal an injury, too many expensive spirit medicine are needed. But medical Dao secret art is different. It only needs to consume a certain amount of magical power to heal a wound. The effect is indeed far inferior to using spirit medicine, but it has almost no cost. Upon hearing this, he physician fell silent and no longer retorted. One could only say that both sides had their own merits, with no distinction of superiority. Greetings, Su physician. Gu Bai was very enthusiastic and bowed to Su physician. After all, he was there to learn, so it was always polite to be so. This is Gu Bai, the disciple I took in. He has great potential and is a very good person. As an elder, you can also promote him and teach him some medical Dao secret art when you have time. He physician said from the side. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he hinted for Su physician to promote Gu Bai. Su physician smiled and nodded. As a good friend for many years, he could certainly do this small favor. However, Su physician looked at he pharmacist with some doubt, not understanding why he physician valued Gu Bai so much. Do you know his purpose in studying medicine? He physician then told Su physician that Gu Bai studied medicine to heal the elder who took care of him, that he was studying diligently, and that he had finished all the books he physician recommended in just 2 years. Not bad, I can teach him medical skills. Su physician secretly nodded. Considering his good friend of many years and Gu Bai's hard nature, he decided to teach Gu Bai without reservation. The cultivation world is not only about intrigue and deception, there are also many good people. From then on, in addition to following he physician to study pharmacology, Gu Bai would also take time to follow Su physician to learn medical Dao secret art. Su physician held nothing back, teaching Gu Bai all the medical Dao secret manual he knew. From then on, Gu Bai followed the two physicians all day long, and whenever there was an injured person, he would go to help immediately. Once the two physicians finished treating their patients, Gu Bai would run to other pharmacists to help, learning knowledge along the way. For a long time, Gu Bai could be seen in various parts of the Hall of Returning Spring. Gu Bai was involved in almost half of the healing work for the injured. Even if he wasn't needed, Gu Bai would stand by and observe silently to accumulate some experience. Gu Bai was kind and gentle, never arguing with others, and had very high emotional intelligence. He always helped without compensation, just to learn more medical Dao knowledge. Most of the other physicians liked Gu Bai, the new apprentice, very much. When Gu Bai helped, they would impart all the knowledge they knew. Gu Bai also grew rapidly in this atmosphere. The fastest way for a pharmacist to improve is to interact with more patients and accumulate more experience. In a blink of an eye, 2 years passed. In these 2 years, Gu Bai could be said to have been reborn. His foundation was exceptionally solid, and he even learned the extremely difficult medical spell, Withered Wood Meets Spring, which is an extremely difficult medical Dao secret art that only a very few physicians can learn. It could be said that Gu Bai's attainments in medical Dao had already surpassed most of the physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring. Of course, Gu Bai also did not neglect cultivating. It has been 12 years since he joined the sect, and Gu Bai has persisted in cultivating for 5 hours every day. Early that morning, he physician found Gu Bai and took him to a large hall. There were also several physicians waiting in the hall whom Gu Bai knew. They were the few physicians with whom he had a good relationship. Gu Bai, you have been studying medicine with me for 5 years now. You have long been qualified to become a physician. It's just that your time studying medicine is too short. The sect has a rule that you must be assessed only after 5 years, and only after passing the assessment can you become a physician, which is why it has been delayed until now. Now, I and a few other physicians will assess you. Several physicians will ask you questions, and you just need to keep answering them. As long as you pass the assessment, you can become a physician. Gu Bai nodded, a little eager to try. He was very confident in his strength, with almost no possibility of failure. The sect rules state that I, your master, cannot be close to you during the exam. I'll wait outside for your good news then. Then let's begin now. After he physician left, a middle-aged cultivator, Fang physician, spoke with a smile. Although he was not too old, his attainments in medical Dao were very deep, and he was in charge of asking questions for this assessment. Gu Bai nodded and calmly answered all sorts of questions posed by Fang physician. Most of the questions Fang physician asked were very basic and did not involve any profound knowledge. And Gu Bai hadn't read those books for so long for nothing, he hardly encountered any difficulties. An hour later, Fang physician stopped asking questions and said, "Congratulations on officially becoming a physician." After speaking, Fang physician handed Gu Bai a token and said with a chuckle, "Keep it safe. This is the token that represents your identity as a pharmacist. With this token, you are a recognized first-rank physician of the Lingyun sect." Gu Bai took the token and eagerly examined it. The token was made of precious heavenly water jade, which could slightly nourish the holder's body. Gu Bai liked it more and more as he looked at it. He physician nodded with some relief when he learned that Gu Bai had passed the exam. He hadn't expected Gu Bai's aptitude to be so high. In just over 4 years, he had learned almost all of he physician's lifelong knowledge. Now, he physician only had a little more experience than Gu Bai. "I have nothing more to teach you. The path ahead will depend on you," he physician said with some emotion. "That's all because master taught well," Gu Bai said respectfully. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, he physician laughed heartily, then handed Gu Bai a storage pouch. "These are the spirit stone you earned from practicing medicine and saving people over the past 2 years. Although I collected them, I've kept them all in this storage pouch for you. I'm returning them to you now. I cannot accept them. These spirit stone are what you deserve, Gu Bai said calmly, refusing without even looking at the storage pouch. I said take it, so take it. Why are you being polite with me? He physician forcefully stuffed the storage pouch into Gu Bai's hand, then said. I don't have any magical artifact to give you. Consider these spirit stone as your graduation gift. Su physician also arrived at this time. He and Gu Bai had spent 2 years together and had developed a deep bond. Naturally, he would not be absent from such an important moment as Gu Bai becoming a pharmacist. Su physician took out a talisman paper from his storage pouch and handed it to Gu Bai. This is a second-rank talisman, the Sweet Dew talisman. It can quickly restore fatigue and injuries. I'll give it to you for self-preservation. Gu Bai nodded and accepted the gift. Second-rank talisman are incredibly rare and extremely difficult to produce. They are simply not affordable for Qi cultivators. Only a wealthy Su physician could afford one, but buying a second-rank talisman would still be a significant financial strain. That night, Gu Bai had a long talk with the two elders, he pharmacist and Su physician. They were all genuinely happy for Gu Bai. Gu Bai's aptitude was inferior, and his cultivation was incredibly slow. If he didn't rely on resources, he wouldn't even reach foundation establishment before dying of old age. Although Gu Bai had someone supporting him, he couldn't always rely on others. Now that Gu Bai had become a first-rank physician, his future path in cultivation would be much smoother. A physician can not only bring resources to Gu Bai but, more importantly, can bring connections. Especially a physician with superb medical skills possesses connections that ordinary people can hardly imagine. In the cultivation world, connections are very important. Many resources cannot be bought with spirit stone alone, they also depend on connections. If one has enough connections, even demonic cultivators would not dare to attack them. In the outer sect, within Gu Bai's small courtyard. In front of the small courtyard, lush fruit trees grew, and next to them were several acres of spiritual plants. Qingning was meticulously weeding in the medicinal field. This was an extremely patient task. The roots of the spirit medicine were extremely fragile, and one had to be very careful when weeding, otherwise, the roots of the spirit medicine would be damaged. After weeding, Qingning carefully watered the spiritual plants. Why are you helping again? Look, your clothes are all dirty from this. Next time, just let me do this kind of work. At this moment, Qingning's emerald green clothes were stained with some dirt from weeding, but Qingning did not appear disheveled at all, instead, it added a touch of human warmth. Isn't it because I see you are usually too busy to take care of the medicinal garden? I'm free, so I came to help. Qingning looked at Gu Bai, a little confused, and said, did something good happen to you? Why do you seem so happy? Is it that obvious? Gu Bai was stunned for a moment. He wanted to give Qingning a surprise, but he didn't expect Qingning to see through it instantly. His expression should have been no different from usual. Tell me, what exactly made you so happy? Tell me so I can be happy too. Qingning put her hands on her hips, showing a toughness completely opposite to her usual gentleness. I've become a physician. Gu Bai curled his lips, his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a heartfelt smile, and said with some pride. Congratulations. I knew with your talent, you would definitely be able to become a physician. Qingning hugged Gu Bai, appearing even happier than him. Feeling the softness against his chest, Gu Bai's body stiffened, and he instinctively hugged Qingning. Their posture at this moment was extremely intimate. When Gu Bai looked down, he could see Qingning's two large peaks. Even with Gu Bai's hard nature, his old face flushed. A moment later, Qingning also realized, her small face instantly turned crimson, and she quickly pushed Gu Bai away. The two were silent, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Ahem, if you ever get injured in the future, just come to the Hall of Returning Spring to find me. I'll only charge you the cost price then. Gu Bai coughed lightly and quickly found a topic. Okay, I'll come find you if I get injured then. You'll have to take responsibility for me, Qingning said playfully. Tianzhu Peak. Elder Zhang lay on a long chair, holding a cup of clear tea. After taking a sip of tea, he gently rocked the reclining chair, utterly at ease. He looked no different from before, but Gu Bai knew that things had changed. Elder Jiang's hair had already turned white in strands, and his eyes were no longer as sharp as before, instead, they were dim and even had the cloudy look peculiar to old people. Elder Jiang might really be old. If one calculated carefully, he was already over 90 years old. His qi and blood were declining, and his spirit was far from what it used to be. Seeing Elder Jiang in this state, Gu Bai felt a pang in his heart, and his eyes turned slightly red. Gu Bai took a deep breath, suppressed his sadness, and with a slight curve of his lips, revealed a familiar smile as he walked towards Elder Jiang. First-rank physician Gu Bai has come to visit you. Gu Bai walked over with a smile, his young and gentle voice dispelling the hint of decay in the air. Physician? You've become a physician. The drowsy Elder Jiang, upon hearing Gu Bai's familiar voice, jolted awake, and his eyes brightened. Yes, I just passed the assessment today. This is my first-rank physician token. That's great. You must have been very tired all these years. Take more rest from now on. You are still young and have plenty of time, there's no need to work so hard. Elder Jiang looked at the token in front of him, his eyes slightly moist. He didn't expect Gu Bai to actually become a physician, and in just 5 short years. Gu Bai's comprehension ability was not good, only below average. To achieve such an accomplishment, the hardship involved was unimaginable to ordinary people. Gu Bai's eyes were also slightly moist. Elder Jiang's first thought wasn't about how well he was doing, but whether he was tired. These past 5 years were the most tiring 5 years since he began cultivating. Whenever he had time, he used it to study medicine. He studied tirelessly like this for 5 years. If it weren't for the absolute rationality skill, which allowed Gu Bai to maintain absolute focus, he probably would have given up long ago. But it was all worth it. Not tired at all. I just casually studied every day and became a physician. Gu Bai said nonchalantly, not mentioning the hardship of his past 5 years. You must cultivate diligently and strive to become a foundation establishment cultivator. Elder Qian and I will be stuck in the qi refining realm our whole lives, but you're different. With Gu Bai as your backer, as long as you work hard, you can reach the foundation establishment realm. Elder Zhang, like an elder in a family, continuously instructed Gu Bai, hoping he wouldn't neglect his cultivation. Gu Bai stood by, quietly listening to Elder Jiang's nagging, without the slightest impatience. Old Zhang, let me take your pulse and see if I can formulate some prescriptions for you to recuperate. Gu Bai held Elder Jiang's arm, activated his magic power, and began to examine Elder Jiang's physical condition. Gu Bai frowned, but quickly relaxed. Elder Jiang's physical condition was better than expected. Most of the old injuries accumulated in his body had recovered because he had taken the prescriptions prepared by he pharmacist. However, he had also sustained some permanent damage when he was young, which was not so easy to heal. At the same time, there was some loss of his life origin in his body. Life origin, in layman's terms, is lifespan. When Elder Zhang was young, he repeatedly used secret techniques that depleted lifespan, leading to the loss of his life origin. Due to the damage to his life origin, signs of aging that would normally appear at 100 years old began to show in Elder Zhang in his 90s. From Gu Bai's experience as a physician, he physician had already tried his best. Originally, Elder Zhang could only live to about 120 years old, but now he could probably live to 130 years old. But Gu Bai was not satisfied. He wanted Elder Zhang to live to the limit of the qi refining realm, 140 years old. How is it? After taking he physician's medicine, I feel much better. My old injuries, which used to ache faintly, have now completely recovered. Indeed, much better, but you still need to recuperate further. Gu Bai's mind raced, and he quickly thought of a prescription for recuperating the body and replenishing the origin, called the Mixed Origin Qi Restoration Pill. This was considered a top-tier first-rank prescription. Taking it could strengthen the body, replenish qi and blood, and there were even rumors that it could replenish trace amounts of life origin. As a physician, Gu Bai knew that this rumor was false. The Mixed Origin Qi Restoration Pill only had very good body recuperation effects. Aside from its only drawback of being very expensive, it could be said to be a perfect prescription. It used only high-grade first-rank spirit medicine and required a very complicated alchemy process to finally be brewed into the Mixed Origin Qi Restoration Pill. The difficulty was no less than refining a first-rank high-grade medicinal pill. In the entire Hall of Returning Spring, only his master, he physician, could successfully refine it. In medicine, low-level prescriptions were fine, they only required mixing different spirit medicine and boiling them together according to different proportions. However, for high-level ones, the difficulty increased exponentially, and the production process was similar to alchemy, requiring the use of a medicinal cauldron to perfectly fuse the medicinal effects of the spirit medicine. Although the Mixed Origin Qi Restoration Pill was very expensive, as a disciple of he physician, and since he physician managed the dispensary, Gu Bai could use those spirit medicine at cost price. Moreover, Gu Bai himself could try to refine the Mixed Origin Qi Restoration Pill, and after he became a physician, he gradually became wealthier, so he could still afford the expensive price. Gu Bai planned to take some time to refine a batch of Mixed Origin Qi Restoration Pills to nourish Elder Jiang's body, and also send a few to Elder Qian. Although the Mixed Origin Qi Restoration Pill was very expensive, as a pharmacist, he could barely afford it. Furthermore, his master, he physician, managed the entire dispensary, and all the spirit medicine in the Hall of Returning Spring were under his master's control. As he physician's disciple, he naturally enjoyed some privileges. He could purchase spirit medicine at almost cost price and also had the highest priority. Many spirit medicine that ordinary apprentices and even physicians could not purchase, he could freely choose. With this connection, it would be a waste not to use it. After visiting Elder Zhang, Gu Bai and Elder Zhang went together to Elder Qian's Immortal Cave to visit Elder Qian. Elder Qian was still the same as before, with no significant changes, but Gu Bai noticed that Elder Qian had also aged a bit, and his spirit was not as vigorous as before. Gu Bai accompanied the two elders and chatted for a long time, and both elders were filled with emotion, genuinely happy for Gu Bai. Inner sect. In Gu Bai's small courtyard, Gu Bai's hands condensed thunder and lightning. Under his control, the violent thunder and lightning flowed like water, allowing him to mold it into various shapes. One moment it would transform into a thunder spear, then it would gather on his body, forming a majestic lightning armor, and then condense into a ferocious lightning beast in the air. This was the Ling Yun sect's ultimate cultivation technique, divine thunder transformation, which allowed one to control thunder and lightning to transform into anything. It was a spell that integrated offense and defense, with no weaknesses. Coupled with the Ling Yun sect's authentic cultivation technique, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Art, which Gu Bai had learned, and Gu Bai's heavenly thunder body, the power of divine thunder transformation was greatly enhanced. Gu Bai's current cultivation realm was Qi refining 9th tier, but he could already contend with foundation establishment early stage cultivators. Ordinary Qi refining cultivators were no match for Gu Bai. Big brother, you've come to see me. Gu Bei, who was practicing, immediately stopped what he was doing when he saw Gu Bai's figure. I've become a physician, Gu Bai said with a smile. As expected of Big Brother, I knew Big Brother would succeed. Ha ha ha, Gu Bei, you're still as sweet-tongued as ever. Gu Bai took out a large basket of vermilion fruit from his storage pouch and handed it to Gu Bei. These vermilion fruits, after years of my care, have fully matured into spirit fruits. They taste sweet and delicious. Seeing how hard you've been cultivating, I brought some for you. Gu Bei's eyes lit up when he saw the large basket of vermilion fruit. He took the basket and eagerly ate one. By the way, Gu Bei, when do you plan to break through to the Foundation establishment realm? Gu Bai asked. Soon, I plan to prepare and then break through next year. By then, I'll only be 29 years old, able to break the sex record and become the youngest Foundation establishment cultivator in the sex history, Gu Bei said proudly. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai was not overly happy, instead, he frowned. Didn't you just break through to Qi refining 9th tier this year? Next year would only be enough time to stabilize your realm. Isn't that a bit too rushed? Only this way can I maintain my leading advantage, Big Brother. You don't know how fierce the competition is in the inner sect. 2 inner sect disciples from my generation have already cultivated to Qi refining 8th tier. If I stay at Qi refining 9th tier for too long, won't they catch up to me? Gu Bei's tone was filled with unconcealed arrogance, as if others being in the same realm as him would tarnish his reputation as a genius. Nonsense. I think you've been carried away by those praises. When did you start caring so much about your reputation? What does the speed of others' cultivation have to do with you? Only laying a good foundation for yourself is key. You haven't even laid a solid foundation, yet you're so eager to break through to Foundation establishment. You'll regret it later. Look at Qing Ning. She's very smart. She's been at Qi refining 9th tier for over 5 years and still hasn't break through to Foundation establishment. Her goal is to lay as solid a foundation as possible, so that her future Dao will be smoother. Seeing Gu Bei's demeanor, Gu Bai didn't indulge him. He immediately started scolding him, giving Gu Bei a thorough dressing down. Gu Bai was genuinely a bit angry. Because he had been studying medical arts, he rarely saw Gu Bei before, and he didn't expect to encounter this situation as soon as they met. Gu Bei didn't dare to retort. He just lowered his head and listened to Gu Bai's scolding. Gu Bai rarely got angry, or rather, almost never. But once he did, his tone would become very frightening, and Gu Bei was scared just listening to it. Big brother, you're right. I know I was wrong. As expected of someone with excellent comprehension ability, Gu Bei was immediately awakened by the scolding. He broke free from his arrogant state and returned to his original humble appearance. Seeing that Gu Bei had come to his senses, Gu Bai's anger finally subsided a little. Sigh, your master doesn't even manage you. Doesn't he know the dangers of an unstable foundation? Gu Bai said angrily. Gu Bai certainly knew that the sect leader wouldn't let Gu Bei continue like this. The reason he hadn't intervened yet was probably to educate Gu Bei later, to leave him with a deep impression. Seeing Gu Bei's wronged expression, almost on the verge of tears, Gu Bai's heart softened, and he stopped scolding Gu Bei. Looking at him, he should have sobered up. Alright, after this, you must cultivate well and lay a solid foundation, understand? Understood, Gu Bei said softly. Of course, he only acted this way in front of Gu Bai. In front of others, Gu Bei would not show any weakness. Time flowed like water, and 2 years passed in a flash. Old Zhang, here are 3 mixed origin Qi restoration pills. Just take one a month. I'll refine new ones after 3 months. Gu Bai handed 3 grayish-black medicinal pills to Elder Zhang. I've fully recovered. I don't need to take mixed origin Qi restoration pills anymore. Taking them would be a waste. If you have this spare money, you might as well keep it to buy medicinal pills for yourself. Elder Zhang was a bit resistant. He waved his hand, not wanting to accept the medicinal pills Gu Bai offered. Why are you being so polite with me? Becoming a physician is very profitable. I have so many spirit stones that I can't even spend them all. Gu Bai's attitude was extremely firm. Without another word, he forced the 3 mixed origin Qi restoration pills into Elder Jiang's hand. Don't think about being frugal. You must take one a month. The mixed origin Qi restoration pill is not easy to store and can only be kept for a maximum of 3 months. If you don't finish them within 3 months, this excellent medicinal pill will be wasted. Elder Zhang nodded helplessly, reluctantly accepting the 3 mixed origin Qi restoration pills. At this moment, Elder Zhang was beaming, full of spirit, as if he had endless energy every day. His hair had also turned from white to black, as if he had become a different person. This was all thanks to Gu Bai's conditioning over the past 2 years. He had used every possible method to regulate Elder Jiang's body. Whether it was spells that could slowly nourish the body or medicinal ingredients that could replenish a certain amount of life qi, they were used as if they cost nothing. Under Gu Bai's saturated treatment, Elder Zhang had fully recovered from all his hidden injuries, except for the lost lifespan. Even the hidden problem of his body being relatively depleted due to his unique cultivation technique had been well regulated by Gu Bai. Gu Bai estimated that under his care, Elder Zhang could probably live for another 40 years, meaning he would live to over 130 years old. This was already longer than most cultivators in the Qi refining realm, but Gu Bai was still somewhat dissatisfied with this. 40 years might seem long to ordinary people, but it was still too short for him, a long-lived being. He needed to find a way to replenish the origin of life within 40 years to allow Elder Zhang to live to the limit of the Qi refining realm. However, Gu Bai was overthinking things and still spent a lot of time with Elder Zhang and Elder Qian every day. Gu Bai, I've come to see you. That day, outside Gu Bai's small courtyard, a beautiful woman in a light green dress arrived. The visitor was Qing Ning. Gu Bai, who was originally sitting in the house studying a book, immediately showed a gentle smile upon hearing Qing Ning's unique clear voice. Aren't you busy with foundation establishment matters recently? Why do you have time to see me? Qing Ning had already broken through to the Qi refining 9th tier 7 years ago, but in order to accumulate her foundation, she did not immediately undergo foundation establishment. Instead, she cultivated the secret technique, 3 transformations true essence art. The 3 transformations true art is the Ling Yun Sect's foundational secret technique, a secret art that can compress magic power, making it more refined. Of course, this process also consumes a certain amount of cultivation. Cultivating it once will roughly reduce cultivation by 20%, and it can be cultivated up to 3 times. After cultivating 3 times, the magic power will be extremely condensed, allowing for the use of less magic power to cast powerful spells. Of course, although the 3 transformations true essence art is incredibly powerful, compressing magic power will cause one's realm to drop. After one compression at the Qi refining 9th tier, cultivation will likely drop by 2 levels. It is well known that after the age of 80, a cultivator's Qi and blood will decline, making foundation establishment basically hopeless. Ordinary cultivators with common aptitude, by regularly taking medicinal pills and diligently cultivating every day, can usually break through to the Qi refining 9th tier around the age of 60. After that, they must begin to stabilize their realm and prepare for a foundation establishment breakthrough, with no time to cultivate secret techniques. Only cultivators with good aptitude like Qing Ning, who can also take rare medicinal pills, are able to break through to the Qi refining 9th tier at a young age. Sigh, don't mention it. I've just completed the second condensation of my magic power, and now my cultivation has dropped to the Qi refining 7th level. I can't calm down, so I came to play with you. Qing Ning said, hands on her hips, a bit annoyed. But it's understandable, cultivation is inherently boring, and Qing Ning is a lively person. For her, cultivation is torture. It was hard enough to cultivate to the Qi refining 9th tier, only to drop down again, and it's the second time. Anyone would be depressed. Don't be too anxious. Your cultivation speed is already very fast. Gu Bai smiled and comforted her. Qing Ning, very naturally, walked to the back of Gu Bai's small courtyard, skillfully climbed the nearby fruit tree, picked a few spirit fruits, and then leisurely lay on a lounge chair, occasionally biting into the spirit fruit in her hand. It's still so peaceful here. Staying here feels like my mind is relaxing. It's not like the inner sect, which is full of urgency. Everyone is diligently cultivating, and the atmosphere is too oppressive. Also, several of my senior brothers from the inner sect who joined at the same time as me have mostly already undergone foundation establishment. It's truly infuriating. I used to be 1 or 2 realms higher than them, but now they are a whole major realm higher than me. Although I know this is to lay a foundation and that I will go further than them in the future, it's still so frustrating. Qing Ning lay on the lounge chair, rambling to Gu Bai about her inner frustrations. Gu Bai sat quietly beside her, listening, occasionally responding with a few words, serving as a perfect listener. Gu Bai knew that Qing Ning had been under a lot of pressure recently. It was the urgency of being a genius yet being surpassed by disciples of the same period. Qing Ning also knew there was a reason for doing this, but her mood was unavoidably vexed. After a long while, Qing Ning exhaled a long breath. After telling Gu Bai all her vexing thoughts, she instantly felt her mind was no longer troubled, instead, she felt refreshed. I'm sorry for coming to your home and telling you all these annoying things. Realizing her momentary lapse, Qing Ning said somewhat apologetically. It's fine. Next time, if you encounter anything troubling, you can also come to me. Speaking out your troubles will make you feel much better. Gu Bai didn't mind. The corner of his mouth curved slightly as he gave Qing Ning a gentle smile. This smile was like warm sunlight, shining into Qing Ning's heart and melting away her inner vexation. Qing Ning looked at Gu Bai's smile, her face flushed, her heart feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Qing Ning felt that she probably would never forget that gentle smile in her entire life. The two of them lay quietly in the courtyard. In the evening, Gu Bai prepared a sumptuous barbecue feast, which Qing Ning ate with oil dripping from her mouth. Afterward, the two chatted under the starry sky until midnight, when Qing Ning reluctantly left. After all, not returning to one's immortal cave at midnight and instead spending the night out would harm one's reputation. Days passed peacefully like this, and 3 years went by in a flash. Gu Bai studied medical books every day, and whenever he had free time, he would wander around the hall of returning spring, treating the injured and gaining experience in the medical Dao. As for spells, the 3 spells he cultivated were all proficient, especially the sword concealment technique. The 3 sword chi within his body had been nurtured for over 10 years. Gu Bai estimated that the power of each sword chi was equivalent to a full-strength strike from a chi refining peak cultivator, making it a very powerful trump card. Of course, his daily cultivation was not neglected. He still diligently cultivated every day. It had been 17 years since he began cultivating the Dao, and 2 years ago, he reached the chi refining 5th level of cultivation. One can only say that his aptitude is indeed inferior, even with unlimited medicinal pills, his progress is still terrifyingly slow. Gu Bai, however, didn't care too much. He still proceeded step by step every day, doing what he needed to do. But this worried the people around him, especially Gu Bai and Qing Ning, who were even more anxious than Gu Bai himself. That day, Gu Bai was cultivating as usual, but Gu Bei suddenly came to visit. Big brother, do you know about the King Yun secret realm? Gu Bai nodded. He had heard two elders mention that the King Yun secret realm was a small secret realm located in Qingzhou. The secret realm contained countless heaven and earth treasures, and even many unique treasures produced within the secret realm. It was jointly controlled by the four golden core powers of Qingzhou, opening only once every 10 years. Each time, only 50 people could enter the secret realm, and their cultivation could not exceed the qi refining realm. The four sects collectively had 40 slots, and the remaining 10 slots were distributed among other forces in Qingzhou. The Lingyun sect had 10 slots, and only geniuses within the sect, or those who had made significant contributions to the sect, could enter the King Yun secret realm. Yes, I've learned about the King Yun secret realm from two elders. That's good. The King Yun secret realm is opening in a month, and I plan to participate in the secret realm with Qingning. Gu Bei nodded, then said. Congratulations. If you two team up, you'll be practically invincible in the foundation cultivation, and you're sure to have a good harvest. That's not what I wanted to say. Gu Bei shook his head and then said awkwardly. A year ago, I led a law enforcement hall team to capture a foundation establishment cultivator, a demonic cultivator, and made a great contribution. Therefore, the sect rewarded me with a secret realm slot. But as the chief disciple of the law enforcement hall, I already have a slot, so there's an extra one. What I want to ask is, big brother, do you want to go to the King Yun secret realm? With me and Qingning, we can guarantee your safety in the secret realm. Gu Bai, however, shook his head and refused. My strength is low, I'm only at the qi refining 5th level. Going would only hold you back. You might as well give the slot to someone else. Gu Bai was speaking the truth. He was only at the qi refining 5th level of cultivation, while the minimum cultivation for anyone able to go to the King Yun secret realm was the qi refining 9th tier. He would purely be a burden there. Big brother, let me tell you honestly, although the King Yun secret realm has many heaven and earth treasures, for us prodigies of the sect, they are easily obtainable. Moreover, the King Yun secret realm is full of dangers, there are casualties almost every time it opens. But every 10 years, countless prodigies still fight tooth and nail to get in. Do you know why? Gu Bai pondered after hearing this. That's right, although the King Yun secret realm is rich in various scarce resources, the most valuable ones are only second-tier resources. For a sect leader disciple like Gu Bei, if he wanted them, he could just ask the sect leader. They weren't particularly precious to him. Moreover, the secret realm is extremely dangerous. It's filled with second-tier foundation establishment Yao beasts, various poisonous insects and traps, and cultivators from other sects. The death rate is very high. So why is it that every 10 years when the secret realm opens, prodigy disciples from all major sects flock to it, eager to enter? Gu Bei didn't keep them in suspense and said directly. This is a small secret, known only to a very few people. There's a spiritual fruit in the King Yun secret realm called the Creation Azure Cloud Fruit, a specialty of the King Yun secret realm. The secret realm contains trace amounts of life chi of creation, which is why the Creation Azure Cloud Fruit can grow there. After consuming the Creation Azure Cloud Fruit, one can strengthen their own foundation and even slightly enhance their life origin. This makes it much easier to break through realms in the future and also extends one's lifespan by a small amount. If a cultivator below the qi refining 9th tier consumes it, they can increase their cultivation by 1 level without any side effects. However, this spiritual fruit only exists within the King Yun secret realm and cannot be taken away. Once it leaves the secret realm, the Creation Azure Cloud Fruit loses its spiritual essence and becomes ineffective. It only works if consumed within the secret realm. Qingning and I have already discussed it. We'll take you, big brother, to the King Yun secret realm to find a Creation Azure Cloud Fruit for you to consume, so you can quickly advance your cultivation by 1 level. No, something like this sounds very precious. You two need it much more than I do. Gu Bai directly refused. He didn't want to burden Gu Bei and Qingning because of himself. Big brother. With your current cultivation speed, it will be difficult for you to cultivate to the qi refining 9th tier before you're 80 years old. But consuming a King Yun creation fruit can save you many years of arduous cultivation and also increase your foundation a bit, allowing you to easily break through to the foundation establishment realm. So, big brother, you must go. Qingning and I have already discussed it. With our strength, getting a few King Yun creation fruits won't be a problem. Then we can each have one. Gu Bai still shook his head, refusing very firmly. Gu Bei gritted his teeth and said somewhat angrily. Big brother, if you don't go, then I won't go either, and Qingning won't go. Gu Bai was a bit stunned. He didn't expect their attitude to be so firm, willing to do this much for him. Gu Bai knew that Gu Bei was telling the truth. Gu Bei's personality was similar to his own, he always followed through on his words. If Gu Bai didn't go, then Gu Bei wouldn't go either. Gu Bai felt a bit helpless, but his heart was also warm. It was his good fortune to meet two such good friends in life. I can't do anything with you. Can't I just go? But let's agree beforehand, if we find Creation Azure Cloud Fruits, you and Qingning will eat first, and I'll eat last. Hearing Gu Bai agree, Gu Bei beamed, no longer serious as before. Ha 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 ha, it's fine as long as big brother agrees. The three of us together are invincible. A mere King Yun secret realm is nothing to fear. Then big brother, I'll go back and prepare first. As if afraid Gu Bai would change his mind, Gu Bei, after speaking, instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from Gu Bai's sight. Gu Bai looked at Gu Bei, who had disappeared before his eyes, lowered his head in thought, and began to calculate their combat strength. Gu Bei had already refined his magical power once with the 3 transformations true essence art. Although his realm dropped to the Qi refining 7th level, he had now recultivated to the Qi refining 9th tier. His strength far surpassed that of an ordinary Qi refining cultivator. Qingning had refined her magical power twice with the 3 transformations true essence art. Her magical power was almost solidified to the extreme, and her strength should be no less than Gu Bei's. If the two of them teamed up, they would be enough to deal with dozens of Qi refining 9th tier cultivators and could even kill foundation establishment cultivators. In the secret realm, they should be top tier combatants, as long as they didn't suffer a combined siege from other sects. Thinking of this, Gu Bai felt a little relieved. He only needed to lie back and win. Of course, Gu Bai wasn't unprepared. He first borrowed a large sum of spirit stones from his master, he physician, and then began to buy. He bought 10 of each type of recovery medicinal pill and took several large bottles of healing medicinal pills personally refined by his master. He bought dozens, even hundreds, of first-tier talismans, and even several second-tier talismans. Besides these, there were some miscellaneous items. He bought almost everything he thought could be useful. This was also thanks to him being a physician himself, having accumulated some connections, otherwise many things couldn't be bought with just spirit stones. Amidst the busy preparations, a month quickly passed. Early in the morning, Gu Bei and Qingning were already waiting at the door. I'm not going to run away, I'll definitely go to the secret realm with you, Gu Bai said helplessly, looking at the two standing on either side of him. Humph, good that you know. Just obediently come with me to the secret realm, and I'll take you flying then. Qingning put her hands on her hips and said with a slight hint of pride. The 3 of Gu Bai quickly arrived at the plaza outside the sect. A few other people were already waiting there. These were all the chosen participants from the Ling Yun sect for the King Yun secret realm. Gu Bai took a rough look and found that everyone's aura was terrifyingly strong, far surpassing that of normal Qi refining 9th tier cultivators. These people are all inner sect disciples. Each of them has stayed at the Qi refining 9th tier for many years, all for the sake of participating in the King Yun secret realm and obtaining the creation Azure Cloud Fruit. Qingning whispered beside him. Can you beat them? Gu Bai also whispered. Humph, don't worry, I'm not like them. My strength is much greater than theirs. Gu Bai nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of Qingning's combat power. Just as the two were chatting softly, a figure holding a sharp sword with long hair draped over his shoulders suddenly appeared above everyone. This person was Su Wuji, the sect leader of the Ling Yun sect. He calmly swept his gaze over them, and after seeing that everyone had arrived, he nodded. Since everyone is here, let's depart. Seeing that Su Wuji ignored her, Qingning pouted and made a funny face at Su Wuji. Su Wuji's mouth twitched, his expression almost breaking. He closed his eyes and pretended not to see Qingning. This was not the time or place to chat with his daughter. If others saw it, they might think his daughter got in through the back door. Su Wuji raised a hand and took out a small boat. The small boat then rapidly grew larger, quickly becoming an enormous object. This was a flying boat, a mode of transportation in the cultivation world. The flying boat in Su Wuji's hand was one of the Ling Yun sect's most precious treasures, the 3rd-tier redwood flying boat. It could carry hundreds of cultivators and travel 50,000 miles a day. Furthermore, the flying boat was equipped with 3rd-tier defensive and offensive formations. It only required a few foundation establishment late-stage cultivators to control it, and it could unleash combat power comparable to a golden core cultivator. It was truly a treasure of the sect. Under Su Wuji's lead, everyone boarded the flying boat in an orderly fashion. Controlled by Su Wuji, the flying boat transformed into a crimson ray of light, flying towards the King Yun secret realm at an extremely fast speed. Standing on the flying boat, Gu Bai marveled at the scenery blurring past. He hadn't expected the flying boat to be so fast. Planes and subways from his previous life were simply pathetic in comparison. The flying boat had a very large space, with countless rooms of all sizes. Gu Bai casually picked a room and entered. Qingning originally wanted to follow Gu Bai into his room, but she turned her head and saw Su Wuji standing on the deck, glaring fiercely at her. That gaze seemed to say that if she dared to stay in the same room as Gu Bai, she would be dead. Qingning pouted, resigned to choosing the room next to Gu Bai's. Gu Bai stood in the room, feeling the abundant spiritual qi within. Without wasting time, he immediately sat cross-legged and entered a cultivation state. Gu Bai and the others didn't have to wait too long. The flying boat only flew for 3 hours before reaching the King Yun secret realm. The King Yun secret realm is located in a remote corner of Qingzhou, tens of thousands of miles away from Ling Yun sect. If a qi refining cultivator traveled at a normal speed, it would take at least a month to reach the King Yun secret realm, but with the flying boat, it only took 3 hours. Beside the King Yun secret realm, cultivators from the other 3 golden core sects had already been waiting for a long time. Since fellow deists has arrived, without further ado, let's open the secret realm quickly. This was spoken by a white-haired, muscular man who stood 2 meters tall. Su Wuji nodded calmly. Even though his sect was the last to arrive, he showed no signs of nervousness. He is the sect leader of Pure Yang sect, one of the 4 great golden core sects of Qingzhou, Pure Yang true person. His strength is at the golden core late stage, and it is said that he is a close friend of our Ling Yun sect's old sect leader, Lu Sunshan. Qingning whispered from the side, then quietly introduced the sect leaders of the other 2 sects to Gu Bai. That ugly old man with black-purple hair is 5 Poison Genren, the sect leader of 5 Poison sect. He's an old man who is very skilled at using poison, but his own strength isn't very strong, only at the golden core middle stage. That smiling middle-aged cultivator is Celestial Star True Person, the sect leader of Tianxing sect. His realm seems to be at the golden core middle stage, and his strength isn't very strong, but it is said that he possesses an incredibly powerful star-gazing secret art that allows him to observe the stars at night and divine the future. In short, he's very troublesome. As for the disciples behind them, I'm not clear, but most of them aren't very strong. Gu Bai nodded. As expected of the only 4 golden core sects in Qingzhou, each possessed incredibly profound foundations. Their sect leaders were either as powerful as pure Yang True Person or possessed ultimate trump cards. As for their own sect leader, Su Wuji, although he might not be as strong as the other 3 sect leaders, Su Wuji was only a little over 160 years old. This age, considering the average lifespan of 800 years in the golden core realm, could only be considered youthful. Moreover, Su Wuji was a sword cultivator. If they truly fought, it would be hard to say who would win, apart from pure Yang True Person. All the sect leaders held compasses. After injecting their magical power, the sky suddenly trembled a few times, and then a silver vortex tens of meters wide appeared in the sky. This was the entrance to the King Yun's secret realm. Only when the sect leaders of the 4 great sects held specially made compasses and simultaneously injected their magical power could they unseal the secret realm. This was also an agreement that the 4 great sects had maintained for over 1,000 years. It could only be opened once every 10 years, with only 50 people allowed to enter each time, and only chi refining cultivators could enter. This way, the secret realm would not be overexploited and could be used continuously. Therefore, even though it had been over 1,000 years since the secret realm was discovered, there were still countless heaven and earth treasures within it. After the secret realm passage opened, Su Wuji turned to Gu Bai and his group, then said seriously. The King Yun secret realm will be open for 1 month. After 1 month, the exit will open within the secret realm. After you enter the secret realm, just don't kill each other. I won't say much else, I believe you are already very familiar with it. After speaking, Su Wuji subtly glanced at Qingning, his expression slightly worried, but it returned to normal in an instant. Qingning, however, didn't notice this. Instead, she pulled Gu Bai and Gu Bei, and flew directly towards the silver vortex. After passing through the golden light barrier, Gu Bai only felt his vision go black, followed by a dizzying sensation, and then he lost consciousness. When Gu Bai regained consciousness, he was already inside the King Yun secret realm. However, he was currently tens of meters in the air, falling rapidly. At this moment, Qingning and Gu Bei were standing next to him. Gu Bei and Qingning reacted extremely quickly. They instantly cast a floating spell, then each grabbed one of Gu Bai's arms and slowly descended to the ground. The secret realm was not like in novels where one would be randomly teleported to different locations upon entering. Instead, everyone would be uniformly transported to the center of the secret realm. In just a moment, a few more people fell from the vortex, but they did not linger. They warily glanced at the 3 of them, then cast a escape method and vanished from Gu Bai's sight with a whoosh. Gu Bei did not pay attention to the gazes of the others. Instead, he stood leisurely in place, admiring the surrounding scenery. This was his confidence as a prodigy. Even if others joined forces, they would not be his match. Gu Bei turned to look at Gu Bai and Qingning, then asked. Where do we go next? Hey? You're asking me? Don't you have a detailed plan? Qingning pointed to herself and asked in disbelief. Don't you have a detailed plan? No. Then why did you say before that you'd take care of everything? I thought you had a complete plan. Gu Bei said in disbelief. Qingning stamped her foot. I meant that I'd take care of the fighting, not anything else. And shouldn't you, as the sect leader's disciple, have a detailed plan? Qingning pointed at Gu Bei and said loudly. Well, wasn't I misled by you? Besides, as the sect leader's only daughter, didn't the sect leader help you make an ultra-detailed plan? Watching the 2 argue like children, Gu Bai pressed his hand to his face, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Stop, both of you. I'll make a plan. See if it works. Gu Bai immediately stopped the arguing duo. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, the 2 immediately stopped arguing like children who had done something wrong, looking at Gu Bai with expectant eyes, as if looking at an old father. Gu Bai's mouth twitched. But it was understandable. Qingning's father was a doting father and protected Qingning too well. He basically didn't let Qingning leave Lingyun sect, which resulted in Qingning experiencing almost no setbacks growing up. Although she was older than Gu Bai, her personality was like that of a little girl. The same was true for Gu Bei. Before joining Lingyun sect, he had always been well protected, and he also displayed extraordinary talent, being very well protected by the sect leader and experiencing almost no setbacks. So, strictly speaking, both of them were still like children. Their outward maturity and stability were just an act. In reality, neither of them was as mature as Gu Bai. Who among you has a map of the King Yun secret realm? Gu Bai said helplessly. Instantly, Qingning and Gu Bei each handed over a map. Gu Bai spread out the map and began to examine it carefully. Fortunately, he had made ample preparations before coming to the secret realm, having gathered basic information about it. He had also specifically inquired about intelligence from previous participants of the King Yun secret realm. He had a good understanding of the King Yun secret realm's situation. Looking down at the map, Gu Bai had a general idea after a moment. The King Yun secret realm is divided into 5 areas, the Star Moon Forest at the center of the secret realm, the Poison Mist Marsh to the east, the Death Desert to the west, the extremely cold glacier to the south, and the giant wood forest to the north. Their main objective for this trip was the Creation Azure Cloud Fruit. According to his understanding, the Creation Azure Cloud Fruit is extremely rare. The known King Yun creation fruit in the entire King Yun secret realm can be counted on one hand. Their current location is in the central Star Moon Forest. As the entrance and exit of the secret realm, it has become incredibly safe after thousands of years of development. There are basically no powerful Yao beasts, but precisely because of thousands of years of development, the Star Moon Forest has almost no heaven and earth treasure left, let alone the extremely rare Creation Azure Cloud Fruit. Therefore, they must go to the other 4 areas to possibly find the King Yun creation fruit. Fortunately, the map provided by Gu Bei and Qing Ning was very detailed, not only recording the territorial ranges and strengths of various Yao beast races. It also recorded the locations of known King Yun creation fruit. Gu Bai looked at the map, his mind working rapidly. We'll go to the Poison Mist Marsh now. According to the intelligence provided by the sect, there's a foundation establishment Yao beast, the Poison Arrow Frog, in the center of the Poison Mist Marsh. There's suspected to be a King Yun creation fruit in its cave. If the two of you work together, do you have the confidence to kill a foundation establishment realm Poison Arrow Frog? Gu Bai turned to look at Gu Bei and Qing Ning and asked. We can. The Poison Arrow Frog's strength is on the lower side among foundation establishment Yao beasts, so it's no match for the two of us. It's just that the Poison Arrow Frog's venom is very troublesome. Moreover, the Poison Arrow Frog in this secret realm seems to have undergone some bloodline mutation, making its poison stronger, and antidote pills are completely ineffective. Furthermore, the environment of the Poison Mist Marsh is complex, filled with poisonous insects, and the air contains poisonous mist, making passage through it very dangerous. The two of us aren't afraid, but are you all right, big brother? Gu Bei said, frowning. Gu Bai revealed a confident smile. Don't forget, I am a recognized physician of the Hall of Returning Spring. The poisons in the Poison Mist Marsh are no problem for me. The Poison Arrow Frog's venom is a bit of a hassle. When we get there, I'll observe it first and see if I can prepare an antidote in advance. Then we'll rely entirely on you, big brother. Gu Bei and Qing Ning trusted Gu Bai greatly. Without another word, they headed towards the Poison Mist Marsh. Watching their receding figures, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. Although his traveling dragon steps had been cultivated to the proficient realm, his speed was not slow. However, he was only at the Qi refining 5th level cultivation, so he simply couldn't catch up to the two at Qi refining 9th tier. Gu Bai stood quietly in place, waiting. After a moment, a flash of lightning streaked from afar, and Gu Bei instantly returned to Gu Bai's front, followed closely by Qing Ning, who was riding a flying sword. The two stood before Gu Bai like children who had done something wrong, not daring to speak. Gu Bai sighed softly, feeling weary. Gu Bei and Qing Ning were still too inexperienced. Big brother, let me carry you, Gu Bei said awkwardly. That's the only way, Gu Bai nodded. After carrying Gu Bai grinned, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the Poison Mist Marsh at an extremely fast speed. Ha ha ha, I'm going ahead. Qing Ning stamped her foot in frustration, not to be outdone, and immediately flew on her sword, chasing after Gu Bei. The two thus moved freely through the secret realm. Of course, only with their strength could they do so. Basically, no creature in the secret realm could threaten them. Even if they encountered a foundation establishment Yao beast, they could run away if they couldn't defeat it. Others wouldn't dare to be as reckless as them. In just half an hour, the two had already arrived at the Poison Mist Marsh. Before them appeared a large expanse of dark purple mist obstructing their vision, with visibility less than 5 meters. Moreover, the mist had a strong isolating effect, capable of blocking divine sense detection. At this moment, Gu Bei and Qing Ning also put away their playful moods, their expressions becoming serious. After Gu Bai got off Gu Bei's back, his steps swayed, and his face was pale, as if he had motion sickness. Taking a deep breath, Gu Bai managed to suppress his churning stomach. Gu Bei felt a bit embarrassed, but Gu Bai didn't pay much attention to it. Standing before this purple toxic mist, Gu Bai's expression was solemn as he recalled the information about the Poison Mist Marsh. The Poison Mist Marsh is considered the most dangerous area in the King Yun secret realm. The marsh is filled with various poisons, each containing potent toxins. Many of these poisons cannot be counteracted even by antidote pills. Furthermore, the Poison Mist Marsh is also filled with toxic mist that blocks divine sense. If one is not careful, they might be ambushed by the poisons in the marsh. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would face a life-threatening situation if bitten accidentally, let alone a mere Qi refining cultivator. Therefore, basically no cultivators would come to the Poison Mist Marsh. Even after thousands of years, there are still small areas within the Poison Mist Marsh that have not been explored. Gu Bai condensed his spiritual power to envelop a small cloud of toxic mist. Walking towards that small cloud of mist, Gu Bai took a deep breath, directly inhaling the entire small cloud of mist. Gu Bai only felt a foul, pungent odor enter his nostrils, then his brain felt hazy, and his body felt weak. Gu Bei and Qing Ning watched, dumbfounded. The toxic mist in the Poison Mist Marsh contains potent poison and cannot be directly inhaled. Most cultivators would use their spiritual power to keep the toxic qi out. Even if they accidentally inhaled it, they would only inhale a tiny amount of toxic mist. But even this is extremely exhausting, requiring most of one's energy to guard against the toxic mist. In the Poison Mist Marsh, one cannot exert their full strength at all. Unlike Gu Bai, who directly inhaled the toxic mist, it was like experimenting with his life. One slip-up could cost him his life. Big brother, are you all right? I have antidote pills here, do you want to take one? I'm fine. Gu Bai shook his head, indicating he was okay, then closed his eyes, carefully sensing his body's condition, and doing his best to analyze the characteristics of the toxic mist. Gu Bai did not take the antidote pill but allowed the toxic mist to erode his body. In just a moment, Gu Bai's face turned purplish black. A moment later, Gu Bai's brows relaxed. With his medical Dao level, plus personally experiencing the toxic mist, he already largely knew the composition of the toxic mist. These toxic mists were a mixed toxic mist formed by countless plant toxins, combined with the toxins of countless poisonous Yao beasts. Gu Bai speculated that originally, the poison mist marsh should have been just ordinary mist, but some plants in the marsh would emit toxic gases to poison and kill Yao beasts near them to absorb nutrients. And most of the Yao beasts poisoned by these plants were those that naturally carried a certain amount of toxins, which would cause the plants to release even denser toxic qi. Over time, the mist gradually became tainted with toxic qi. And the Yao beasts living in the poison mist marsh slowly adapted to the toxic mist, and also due to the toxins, their own toxicity greatly increased, thus forming a cycle. This led to the toxic qi in the poison mist marsh becoming increasingly concentrated. After thousands of years of accumulation, it had reached a terrifying level, an ordinary cultivator inhaling even a single breath could potentially lose their life. Just as Gu Bai was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, then violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood Gu Bai spat out was not red, but a foul-smelling black. Now, the poisonous qi had permeated every corner of his body. On the surface, he only looked pale, but internally, he was already riddled with holes. But this also seemed to trigger a switch in Gu Bai's body. A burst of vitality suddenly appeared within Gu Bai's body, rapidly eliminating the poisonous qi. A moment later, Gu Bai's complexion returned to a healthy rosy color. This was one of the effects of Gu Bai's talent, immortality. Immortality, in its literal sense, means eternal life and never dying. Gu Bai could not be killed by others, not even by a seal. No matter how severe the injury, if Gu Bai willed it, he could recover instantly. Of course, Gu Bai also pretended to take a medicinal pill before using his talent to recover from his injuries. Now Gu Bai had completely understood the structure of the poisonous qi. After a moment of thought, Gu Bai directly took out several spirit medicines from his storage pouch and began to brew a medicinal soup on the spot. Normally, it would take Gu Bai at least several days to develop an antidote for the poisonous qi, but Gu Bai had just personally tested the poison and fully understood its structure, which greatly reduced Gu Bai's time. Soon, Gu Bai had concocted the antidote. This liquid medicine was specifically formulated as an antidote for the poison mist marsh. After serving a bowl of the black medicinal liquid to both Gu Bai and Qing Ning, Gu Bai put the remaining liquid into his storage pouch. This was the antidote he had temporarily developed. After drinking this medicinal liquid, while it wouldn't allow them to completely ignore the poisonous mist, as long as they didn't inhale an excessive amount of poisonous mist, it would not have any effect on their bodies. Gu Bai and Qing Ning were somewhat dumbfounded after watching Gu Bai's series of actions. "You're amazing, Gu Bai," Qing Ning said, looking at Gu Bai with admiration. Gu Bai's actions just now were as smooth as flowing clouds and water, incredibly cool. Without hesitation, both of them directly drank the medicinal liquid Gu Bai had prepared. As soon as they drank it, their expressions instantly changed drastically. The reason was simple, it was incredibly bitter. "Don't spit it out, you must drink all of it." Gu Bai wasn't going to indulge the two of them. He watched them from the side, and only after seeing them finish the medicinal liquid did he nod in satisfaction. To ensure the efficacy of the medicinal liquid, Gu Bai had added potent ingredients, which, of course, also made the liquid very, very bitter. Seeing them sticking out their tongues, looking as if they would rather die, Gu Bai ultimately felt a bit of pity. "Here, these are the vermilion fruits I grew. They're sweet and sour, they should help dilute some of the bitterness." He took out a few vermilion fruits from his storage pouch and handed them to the two. "Here, these are the vermilion fruits I grew. They're sweet and sour, they should help dilute some of the bitterness. Big brother is so good to me." When Gu Bai saw the vermilion fruits, he smiled like a 200-pound fat man, quickly took them, and stuffed them into his mouth without thinking. Qing Ning was the same, her mouth almost splitting from smiling. Watching their silly, happy expressions, Gu Bai pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling a headache, and began to have serious doubts about their ability to protect themselves. Fortunately, the two were still reliable. After entering the poison mist marsh, they immediately became serious. Gu Bai was in front, and Qing Ning was behind, firmly protecting Gu Bai in the middle. The poisonous snakes and other creatures in the poison mist marsh were also detected by them early. The poison mist marsh was filled with purplish-black mist, interspersed with strange-looking plants that grew abundantly in the water. Thus, the three cautiously advanced deeper into the poison mist marsh. Along the way, Gu Bai occasionally saw some spirit medicines containing potent toxins. These spirit medicines were all incredibly vibrant, seemingly having been nurtured by the poisonous mist. One look was enough to tell their toxicity was very high. Gu Bai didn't hesitate and put them all into his storage pouch. As the saying goes, medicine and poison are inseparable. A skilled physician must understand various potent poisons, for if you don't understand various poisons, how can you treat them? Some physicians are even more adept at using poison than poison masters, though they usually only use it when necessary. But it's better to be prepared. Gu Bai looked at his backpack filled with various poisons and planned to turn them into actual poisons once he returned to the sect, to use as a trump card. Just as Gu Bai was picking a vibrant poisonous mushroom, a purplish-red poisonous snake suddenly darted out of the marsh, like a sharp arrow, rushing towards Gu Bai at an extremely fast speed. Just as the poisonous snake was less than a meter away from Gu Bai, a silver long spear suddenly shot out from in front of Gu Bai, piercing through the snake's head and firmly pinning it to a nearby tree. Closely following was a sword chi, which cut the poisonous snake in half. Gu Bai and Qingning reacted almost instantly. Phew, that was close. Why did that demonic snake have no chi at all? Gu Bai patted his chest, a little puzzled. Only then did Gu Bai belatedly react. He had also sensed danger just now, but the poisonous snake was too fast. It wasn't until the poisonous snake was less than a meter away from Gu Bai that he realized he had no time to react. Fortunately, Gu Bai and Qingning had acted. Looking at the poisonous snake pinned to the tree, Gu Bai's pupils slightly constricted. He recognized this poisonous snake. It was called the purple-striped phoenix-tailed snake. Its venom is extremely potent, almost incurable, and its body has a natural membrane that can block qi. It is among the top 1,000 poisons in the world's poison rankings. He hadn't expected to encounter it in the King Yun's secret realm. Be careful, who knows how many poisonous creatures are hidden in this poison mist marsh, Gu Bai said with a solemn tone. He himself was fine, no matter how potent the poison, it couldn't kill him. But Gu Bai and Qingning were different. If they had been bitten by the purple-striped phoenix-tailed snake just now, he might not have been able to cure them either. Both of them nodded very seriously. Of course, Gu Bai didn't waste the purple-striped phoenix-tailed snake. He took out his portable dissection knife and carefully extracted the snake's gallbladder. This was a rare and sacred antidote, capable of neutralizing almost any snake venom, and it was also the antidote for the purple-striped phoenix-tailed snake's venom. Afterward, Gu Bai carefully extracted the purple-striped phoenix-tailed snake's venom sac. This was a rare snake venom. To date, apart from the purple-striped phoenix-tailed snake's gallbladder, the cultivation world had not yet developed an antidote for the purple-striped phoenix-tailed snake venom. At most, they could only suppress it or use precious third-grade medicinal pills. As they delved deeper, the color of the poisonous qi became darker, slowly changing from the original purplish black to the current pure black, and the contained toxicity also increased dramatically. The three were attacked many times, with various poisonous snakes, scorpions, and other venomous creatures attacking in turns, and there were even many killer vines, making it extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Gu Bai and Qingning were exceptionally keen, always able to sense danger in advance. Stop! Gu Bai, who was walking at the very front, suddenly said in a low voice. Gu Bai and Qingning immediately stopped in their tracks. It seems the poison arrow frog's cave is just ahead. I can feel a powerful pressure emanating from inside the cave, a pressure only a foundation establishment Yao beast can possess, Gu Bai said softly, pointing to a dark cave entrance. Gu Bai nodded solemnly. Gu Bai and Qingning did not act immediately but looked at Gu Bai, awaiting his next command. In such a dangerous situation, both of them became reliable, not acting on their own, and listening to Gu Bai's command. Gu Bai stood outside the cave, observing the surroundings. Soon, he discovered a footprint outside the cave, clearly left by a poison arrow frog. On the footprint, there was a small puddle of purple viscous liquid. Gu Bai squatted down, touched some of the poison with his hand, and observed it carefully. Gu Bai was certain that this was the poison secreted by a poison arrow frog, but it was slightly different from what was recorded in medical texts. The color of the poison was deeper, and its toxicity seemed more potent. Gu Bai frowned, feeling troubled. Physicians feared encountering such situations the most. The poison arrow frog, as reported, had undergone a subtle change in its bloodline due to the environment of the poison mist marsh. Although this change was subtle, it rendered the original antidote for the poison arrow frog completely useless, especially for a poison arrow frog that had already reached the foundation establishment realm. To develop a new antidote would require a large number of experiments, and even for a top physician like he physician, who was proficient in medicine, it would take at least a month to create an antidote. The poison arrow frog's own strength was not particularly high, but its poison was the most troublesome part. This was why, despite the high probability of a creation azure cloud fruit being in the poison arrow frog's cave, it had not been taken by cultivators for such a long time. Fortunately, Gu Bai was not an ordinary person. While Gu Bai and Qingning were not paying attention, he secretly licked a bit of the poison. Instantly, Gu Bai felt the poison spreading rapidly down his throat. Even if he resisted with all his qi, it was useless. In just a few breaths, the poison had spread throughout his entire body. Immediately, his body began to suffer extensive necrosis. Gu Bai calmly took a second-tier detoxification medicinal pill, which instantly took effect. It suppressed the poison, but that was all it could do. It couldn't cure the poison arrow frog's poison at all, and even suppressing it was difficult. Gu Bai endured the pain and carefully felt the entire process of the poison eroding his body, as well as the entire process of the antidote fighting against it. The toxicity was slightly different from what was recorded in medical texts, seemingly because the poison arrow frog had eaten many poisonous substances, causing its own venom to become even more potent. After much thought, Gu Bai took out a medicinal pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it. Upon entering his body, the medicinal pill instantly took effect. The medicinal power instantly boiled, fighting against the poison and barely stopping its spread. Gu Bai frowned. This was a detoxification medicinal pill he had prepared beforehand, and it was even a medicinal pill he had asked he physician to refine, intended to counteract the poison arrow frog's poison. But he hadn't expected it to only barely suppress it. Were both the second-tier detoxification medicinal pill and the specially made detoxification medicinal pill useless? Gu Bai stood still, his eyes calm and devoid of emotion, scrutinizing the entire process of the poison eroding his body with an attitude of absolute rationality. You two protect me. I'll refine a medicinal pill specifically for the poison arrow frog. After a moment of thought, Gu Bai had an idea. He took out several spirit medicine from his storage pouch and began refining medicinal pills on the spot. As a physician, Gu Bai also knew alchemy. Many prescriptions were essentially simplified versions of medicinal pills, and high-level prescriptions were actually quite similar to medicinal pills. Gu Bai and Qing Ning stood one in front and one behind, protecting Gu Bai in the middle. Soon, Gu Bai finished refining the detoxification medicinal pills. Looking at the three black, dull medicinal pills in the medicine furnace, Gu Bai took out one medicinal pill and directly put it into his mouth. The medicinal pill melted upon entry, instantly transforming into a rich medicinal power that began to eliminate the poison in Gu Bai's body. Soon, most of the poison in Gu Bai's body was eliminated by the medicinal power. Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. Although it wasn't perfect and still had much room for improvement, this was the best he could do in such a short time. Of course, only Gu Bai dared to play like this. His series of operations just now would have resulted in death if there had been even a slight mistake. Any other physician, no matter how much more skilled than Gu Bai, would not dare to do this. At most, they would find others to experiment on. But it was far from as fast as Gu Bai's personal experience. Gu Bai stood up and gave the remaining 2 medicinal pills to Gu Bai and Qing Ning. This is a detoxification medicinal pill I temporarily developed specifically for the poison arrow frog. After you take this medicinal pill, you can fight the poison arrow frog without fear of its poison. Both of them took the medicinal pills in a daze, too shocked by Gu Bai's actions to speak. They trusted Gu Bai's character and knew he wouldn't lie to them, which meant Gu Bai had indeed developed an antidote for the poison arrow frog in an extremely short time. This is all I can do. The battle with the poison arrow frog is up to you now. Don't worry, big brother. Leave the rest to us. Without the threat of its poison, the poison arrow frog is no match for us, Gu Bai said, tiny electric arcs appearing around him, his fighting spirit high. Indeed, you've done so much. If we still can't deal with the poison arrow frog, that would be too useless, Qing Ning said, holding a sharp sword, a powerful sword chi emanating from her. Seeing the two with their astonishing aura, Gu Bai finally nodded in relief and stepped aside. Without another word, the two rushed directly into the cave and began their battle with the poison arrow frog. Gu Bai stood outside the cave, only hearing sounds from within. A moment later, the commotion gradually subsided until it completely ceased. Under Gu Bai's somewhat tense gaze, Gu Bai and Qing Ning emerged from the cave unharmed. Gu Bai was dragging the heavily scarred body of the poison arrow frog. How was it? He, a full harvest. That poison arrow frog was no match for us. Even its desperate last stand, releasing a large amount of poison, was useless against us. Qing Ning took out a fruit emitting a green light from her embrace and handed it to Gu Bai. As the intelligence said, there is indeed a creation azure cloud fruit in the poison arrow frog's cave. Gu Bai smiled but did not take the creation azure cloud fruit that Qing Ning handed him. Instead, he took a step back. As we agreed, when we find a King Yun creation fruit, you two eat first, and I'll eat when we find the third one. Gu Bai knew that the King Yun creation fruit was incredibly precious, and each King Yun creation fruit was guarded by a Foundation establishment demon. Although their small team was strong, they would have to rely on luck to obtain the King Yun creation fruit, making it difficult to get 3 King Yun creation fruits within a month. This King Yun creation fruit was obtained by chance, as he happened to be able to detoxify the poison arrow frog's venom. Giving the King Yun creation fruit to Gu Bai and Qing Ning was clearly more useful. Gu Bai was already a genius among geniuses, and after consuming the King Yun creation fruit, he would be like a tiger with wings, and his future Dao would be smoother. Although Qing Ning's talent was good, it wasn't exceptionally so. Even with the sect leader's personal guidance and numerous resources, her chances of breaking through to the Golden Core realm were not high, only a glimmer of hope. However, after consuming the King Yun creation fruit to increase her origin, it would be easier for her to break through to the Golden Core realm in the future. He was immortal and had plenty of time to cultivate, so it didn't matter if he cultivated a bit slower. But Gu Bai and Qing Ning didn't think that way. They exchanged a look of perfect understanding. Without a word, Gu Bai suddenly hugged Gu Bai, holding him firmly, while Qing Ning, holding the King Yun creation fruit, slowly walked towards Gu Bai. Gu Bai was a little flustered at this moment. He tried to struggle free but found that he couldn't break loose at all. Gu Bai's strength was astonishing. What are you doing? Let me go quickly. Gu Bai, I'm talking to you. Let go of me. Are you not listening to your Gu Bai anymore? Gu Bai remained silent. No matter what Gu Bai said, even pulling out his Gu Bai status, Gu Bai simply refused to let go. Gu Bai, I'm sorry. Qing Ning walked in front of Gu Bai and, without giving him any chance to resist, directly forced the King Yun creation fruit into Gu Bai's mouth. Gu Bai's eyes widened in disbelief, wanting to spit out the fruit, but the King Yun creation fruit was no ordinary item. Upon entering his mouth, it transformed into pure energy, surging into his limbs and bones. Gu Bai, quickly absorb this medicinal pill power. Even if you wanted to spit it out now, you couldn't. If you don't absorb it, it will be a pure waste, and this is something we risked our lives to obtain. Qing Ning said with an extremely firm tone. Gu Bai also released his hold on Gu Bai, looking at him with a hint of embarrassment. This was the first time he had ever laid hands on his Gu Bai since he was a child. The reason they acted so forcefully was out of helplessness. From their perspective, Gu Bai clearly needed the King Yun creation fruit more than they did. Both of them had long since cultivated to the Qi refining 9th tier, and if they wanted to, they could break through to Foundation establishment at any time. The reason they hadn't broken through was to refine their own magical power, lay a solid foundation, and prepare for going further in the future. But Gu Bai was different. His aptitude was only low grade, and he was at the very bottom of the low grade category. Even though he had been cultivating very diligently and consistently taking high-grade medicinal pills, his cultivation speed remained terribly slow. He had been cultivating for a full 17 years now, and his cultivation had only reached the Qi refining 5th level. The further into cultivation one went, the slower it became. At this rate, it would take him 30 or 40 years to reach the Qi refining 9th tier. Gu Bai joined the sect at 18 and was now 35. In another 30 or 40 years, he would be around 70. After cultivating to the Qi refining 9th tier, he would still need to stabilize his realm. By the time everything was ready, he would probably be over 80 years old. By then, his Qi and blood would have begun to decline, significantly reducing his chances of breaking through the realm. And if he failed to break through, he would have no hope of foundation establishment for the rest of his life. Given Gu Bai's aptitude, there was a high probability of failure during his first breakthrough, which worried the two of them greatly. They tried various methods, but none were very effective. In desperation, they finally pestered and persuaded Gu Bai to come to the King Yun secret realm. As long as Gu Bai consumed the King Yun creation fruit, he would be able to break through to the refining Qi 6 layer without any cost, and even increase his aptitude, making it easier to break through foundation establishment in the future. As for the idea that they would eat the King Yun creation fruit first and then give the third one to Gu Bai, that was just Gu Bai deliberately saying that to reassure them. In reality, they had already discussed it. Once they found a King Yun creation fruit, no matter whether Gu Bai was willing or not, they had to make him eat it. Feeling his body beginning to absorb the medicinal pill power, Gu Bai sighed helplessly, forced to accept reality. He sat cross-legged and began to absorb this immense medicinal pill power. Fortunately, the medicinal pill power of the King Yun creation fruit was not fierce, instead, it was as light as water, and Gu Bai easily absorbed it. And during the absorption process, the medicinal pill power was also changing Gu Bai's aptitude, slowly improving it. This change was closer to the origin, and its effect far surpassed the marrow cleansing pill Gu Bai had given him previously. Gu Bai's cultivation also rapidly improved, quickly reaching the refining Qi 6 layer. But perhaps because Gu Bai's realm was too low, only a small portion of the medicinal pill power was consumed in the transition from Qi refining 5th level to refining Qi 6 layer. Gu Bai did not hesitate and continued to refine this vast medicinal pill power. His aura also slowly but steadily increased, quickly reaching the peak of the refining Qi 6 layer. The medicinal pill power of the King Yun creation fruit was almost completely exhausted, yet Gu Bai still couldn't break through the bottleneck of the refining Qi 6 layer. Reaching the Qi refining 7th level meant entering the Qi refining late stage, which was a significant leap, but breaking through it was somewhat difficult. Gu Bai knew that this was the first bottleneck he had encountered since he began cultivating. Many cultivators with low-grade aptitude like him could not break through this bottleneck in their entire lives. This was the sorrow of having low-grade talent. For geniuses like Gu Bai, they wouldn't even perceive any difficulty and would naturally break through to the Qi refining 7th level. Fortunately, Gu Bai was not an ordinary cultivator. He had a much stronger background than ordinary cultivators. Gu Bai directly took out a blue-brown medicinal pill from his storage pouch and put it into his mouth. This was a first-tier high-grade breakthrough medicinal pill, capable of greatly increasing the chances of breaking through to the Qi refining late stage. Of course, this medicinal pill was also very expensive, completely unaffordable for ordinary cultivators. Even with money, it was difficult to find a way to buy it. Only Gu Bai, as a physician with abundant financial resources and extensive connections, could acquire it. The medicinal pill power of the breakthrough medicinal pill was incredibly fierce, violently impacting the bottleneck of the Qi refining 7th level. Open for me. Gu Bai circulated his magical power with all his might, continuously impacting the barrier. With the medicinal pill's enhancement, Gu Bai finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the Qi refining 7th level. Feeling the abundant magical power within his body, Gu Bai let out a long breath of turbid Qi. Gu Bai showed a slight smile and nodded with satisfaction. It truly was the King Yun creation fruit. It saved him at least a decade of arduous cultivation, allowing him to jump 2 levels, and his realm was incredibly stable, without any discomfort whatsoever. It was even more stable than if he had cultivated it himself. Congratulations, Gu Bai. Congratulations, Gu Bai. Gu Bai and Qing Ning were even more excited than Gu Bai, cheering and jumping with joy, as if it wasn't Gu Bai who had broken through, but themselves. Especially Qing Ning, who hugged Gu Bai without a second thought. Gu Bai's face flushed slightly, and he quickly pushed Qing Ning away, pretending not to see Qing Ning stomping her feet, red with anger. Gu Bai lightly coughed. All right, without further ado, the secret realm is only open for 1 month. Let's quickly head to the next location. Gu Bai opened the map of the King Yun secret realm and studied it carefully. Gu Bai and Qing Ning had not yet obtained the Creation Azure Cloud Fruit, so he had to lead them to find 2 Creation Azure Cloud Fruits within a month. After carefully reviewing the map, Gu Bai frowned. The few Creation Azure Cloud Fruits marked on it were all guarded by powerful Foundation Establishment Yao Beasts, some even accompanied by an entire Yao Beast clan. But it made sense, if there were no powerful Yao Beasts guarding them, these discovered Creation Azure Cloud Fruits would probably have been picked by others long ago. The fact that they were still intact indicated that the guarding Yao Beasts were incredibly strong. However, trying to find undiscovered Creation Azure Cloud Fruits would largely depend on luck, and Gu Bai estimated that with his luck, he wouldn't be able to find any within a month. After all, others had searched for so long without finding any, so why should he be able to find one just by searching? He didn't have any special secret techniques. And while Gu Bei and Qing Ning were powerful, they were only skilled in direct combat and not in finding things. Sigh, this is difficult. Gu Bei sighed, then meticulously observed the map for a long time, the poison vine python in the poison mist marsh, the red scorpion beast in the death desert, the extreme cold wolf king in the extremely cold glacier, and the silverback bear in the giant curtain marsh. These were all documented locations of creation azure cloud fruits, but each place had extremely powerful Yao beasts guarding them. Even the weakest, the extreme cold wolf king, had an entire wolf pack tribe protecting it. Over the past few centuries, many sect prodigies had tried to defeat these Yao beasts to seize the creation azure cloud fruit, but without exception, they all failed. Those who managed to obtain creation azure cloud fruits in the past were simply lucky, stumbling upon hidden ones by chance. The poison arrow frog that Gu Bai and his companions killed was also due to good luck, as Gu Bai happened to be able to counteract the poison arrow frog's poison. After much deliberation, Gu Bai finally focused his attention on the giant wood forest. According to the map, there was a creation azure cloud fruit deep within the giant wood forest, but it was guarded by a second-order Foundation establishment silverback bear. The silverback bear is an extremely ferocious Yao beast, possessing immense strength and an impenetrable defense, making it a king among Yao beasts. At the same realm, a normal cultivator would find it very difficult to break through a silverback bear's defense, let alone a Foundation establishment realm silverback bear. But Gu Bai and his companions had no other choice. Compared to other Yao beasts, the silverback bear was relatively easier to deal with. The poison vine python in the poison mist marsh was enormous and possessed monstrous strength, ranking among the overlords of Foundation establishment Yao beasts. The red scorpion beast in the death desert had an incredibly tough shell, giving it top-tier defense among Foundation establishment Yao beasts. Furthermore, its tail carried a highly corrosive venom, not a traditional poison, making any antidote impossible, similar to sulfuric acid. Qi refining cultivators would undoubtedly die upon contact, and even he had no solution, even a second-order or third-order physician would be useless. As for the weaker extreme cold wolf king, it also commanded a tribe, appearing mostly in groups and coordinating with each other, making them the most troublesome existence among all Yao beasts. After much consideration, the silverback bear seemed the easiest to handle. Even if they couldn't defeat it, they could at least escape. Next, we're going to the giant wood forest to deal with the silverback bear. Do you two have confidence? Gu Bai turned to the two and asked seriously. Both remained silent after hearing him, clearly indicating they didn't have a high chance of success. I think we can give it a try. Even if we can't defeat it, we can still escape. Although the silverback bear is incredibly strong, its speed isn't particularly fast. Even if we can't win, we can still escape with our speed. Let's give it a try. Qing Ning also nodded, agreeing with Gu Bai's statement. Alright, no time to lose, let's set off immediately. Gu Bai nodded and led the two towards the giant wood forest. Phew, finally out of the poison mist marsh. Gu Bai inhaled the fresh air around him with a hint of intoxication, feeling a sense of relief. The environment within the poison mist marsh was too treacherous, with strange-shaped trees everywhere and an alarming number of poisonous creatures in the marsh. Constant sneak attacks required full concentration throughout, and the air quality in the poison mist marsh was also very poor. The air was mixed with a large amount of toxic gas, which had to be filtered with magical power before inhaling, but the taste was indescribable. The three made slight adjustments, recovering some magical power and spirit, before continuing towards the giant wood forest. Gu Bai was amazed by the colossal trees, some with diameters of 5 meters and heights of hundreds of meters, marveling at the natural wonders of the cultivation world. Without lingering, they followed the map's guidance and soon arrived deep within the giant wood forest, outside a massive cave entrance. The cave entrance was piled with various Yao beast bones, including several enormous skeletons that clearly belonged to Foundation establishment Yao beasts. A fishy smell emanated from within the cave, and its mere appearance had already intimidated Gu Bai. Wait a moment, don't go out yet. Let's hide here and observe the situation. Gu Bai grabbed Gu Bai's foot, which was about to move forward, and whispered. The two nodded, slightly confused, but instinctively obeyed Gu Bai's command. Gu Bai had clearly, imperceptibly, become the leader of their three-person team. Gu Bai and Qing Ning would consult Gu Bai's opinion for everything they did. It was understandable, though, although Gu Bai's strength was the lowest among the three, his heart nature was the most mature. Coupled with his stable personality and knack for thinking, his overwhelming sense of security had unconsciously made him the leader. Although the silverback bear is powerful, its speed is very slow, so even if we can't defeat it, we can still escape. Almost all cultivators who come to the King Yun secret realm will try to kill the silverback bear to obtain the creation azure cloud fruit. There are definitely some smart people hiding in the dark, waiting for others to fight the silverback bear to a mutual defeat, then reaping the benefits. If we rush out, even if we are strong enough to kill the silverback bear, our condition will definitely be very poor, and that would be dangerous. Gu Bai didn't play the riddle game but explained in great detail why they needed to hide first. Next time you encounter similar situations, or when the situation is unclear, don't act first. Just hide in the dark and wait quietly. Gu Bai patiently instructed, hoping the two would learn their lesson next time. Of course, Gu Bai knew so much thanks to the two elders, who loved to recount their experiences in the cultivation world. Gu Bai listened very carefully and naturally learned about some of the darkness of the cultivation world. Gu Bai led the two to stealthily hide in a patch of grass, then took out 3 concealment talismans, giving one to Gu Bai and Qing Ning each, and then one to himself. The aura of the three instantly weakened, infinitely approaching invisibility. These were advanced goods he had prepared beforehand, the top-tier first-order concealment talismans, which could block aura upon application, making them unnoticeable even to Foundation establishment cultivators unless carefully inspected. Of course, such talismans were very rare, even the most skilled first-order talisman masters would take a month to draw just a few. Gu Bai had gone to great lengths, using his connections as a physician, and only managed to acquire 6 of them. Then Gu Bai took out a huge cloak and covered all 3 of them, making their figures instantly disappear. This was a medium-grade magical artifact, an invisibility cloak, which achieved a transparent effect by refracting light. That should be enough, Gu Bai, hidden in the cloak, breathed a sigh of relief. With his series of actions, even a Foundation establishment cultivator would find it difficult to discover them, let alone Qi refining realm cultivators. Now, they just needed to wait quietly. Gu Bai was very patient, remaining hidden in the dark without moving. 2 days passed like this. Big brother, are you sure there's someone hiding nearby? We've been waiting for 2 days, and there's been no movement. No rush. What matters now is patience. Without patience, you'll only become prey. Gu Bai shook his head, not in the least bit anxious. And no sooner had Gu Bai finished speaking than a group of people emerged from a hidden corner. They carefully approached the cave entrance. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be Tianxing sect disciples. Captain, there's no need to be so cautious. We've been staking out here for a day or 2 and haven't seen anyone. That means we're the only team in the vicinity. A relatively young man in a green robe said indifferently. Caution is the parent of safety. Everything requires care. We'll make a quick decision. We'll quickly kill the silverback bear, seize the creation azure cloud fruit, and leave. If we can't defeat it, don't prolong the fight. We must finish quickly. If we hear the sound of battle, it will definitely attract other cultivators. Meng Chuan, the leading middle-grade cultivator, glared at the young cultivator with displeasure. If your Foundation establishment late-stage father hadn't given me a generous reward to help you obtain a creation azure cloud fruit, I wouldn't have come to this god-forsaken place. You. The young man wanted to retort, but for a long time, he couldn't utter a single word. Instead, his face flushed red. All right, when the battle begins, I'll be responsible for containing the silverback bear. The rest of you will provide support from the side. As for you. Meng Chuan pointed at the young cultivator, then curled his lip. You can just watch from the side. Not causing us trouble will be your biggest contribution. The young man's face became even uglier. What Meng Chuan said was true. He was a typical second-generation immortal. His aptitude wasn't good, only medium grade, and his cultivation was entirely obtained through consuming pills. It was flashy but impractical, with virtually no combat experience. What Meng Chuan said was true. If he were to rush forward, he probably wouldn't be of any help and would instead be a hindrance, forcing others to divert their energy to protect him. Aren't you just a worthless piece of trash no one wants? If my dad hadn't kindly adopted you, you'd still be a loose cultivator somewhere. What right do you have to talk about me here? The young cultivator pointed at Meng Chuan and cursed, his expression twisted, clearly having lost his reason. Meng Chuan sighed, not replying. He walked directly towards the cave. As soon as they reached the cave entrance, a majestic roar came from within the cave. Roar. A huge brown bear, 3 meters tall and covered in thick muscles, ran out of the cave. Prepare to face the enemy. As soon as Meng Chuan finished speaking, he conjured a green wooden shield and held it in front of him. In just an instant, the silverback bear's attack followed closely. The silverback bear swung its muscular arm and fiercely swatted at Meng Chuan. Bang! Meng Chuan was instantly sent flying more than 10 meters away. After barely stabilizing himself, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Meng Chuan looked at the shield with a clear dent and was horrified. He was a body cultivator who also practiced as a spell cultivator, and his physical body was incredibly strong. He had fought Foundation establishment Yao beasts before, and he originally thought that even if he couldn't defeat the silverback bear, he could at least hold his own. But he hadn't expected the difference to be so great. The opponent sent him flying with just one blow and even put a dent in his medium-grade magical artifact. Without giving Meng Chuan any chance to react, the silverback bear sprang forward, instantly covering a distance of more than 10 meters to appear in front of Meng Chuan, then slammed down with another paw. Meng Chuan's pupils constricted violently. He quickly raised his shield in front of him, then cast a defensive spell, generating a golden light curtain in front of him. But the golden light curtain was torn apart by the silverback bear's claws in an instant, like paper, and then the bear's paw slammed onto the shield with undiminished aura. Bang! Meng Chuan was sent flying several meters away again. As soon as he stabilized himself, he once again spat out a mouthful of blood, which even contained some internal organ fragments. Fortunately, at this moment, Meng Chuan's other 3 teammates also took action, casting various spells to stop the silverback bear. The ground beneath the silverback bear suddenly turned into a swamp. This was precisely during the silverback bear's attack interval, when its old strength had just faded and new strength had not yet emerged. The silverback bear was unable to dodge and instantly sank into the swamp. At the same time, countless golden chains appeared, wrapping around the silverback bear tightly, holding it in place. A huge fire dragon followed closely, slamming fiercely into the bear. Rumble. The fire dragon perfectly struck the silverback bear, and a small amount of flames hit the ground, raising a large amount of dust, which obscured the silverback bear's figure. Did it succeed? A female cultivator with fiery red hair behind Meng Chuan asked nervously. Meng Chuan, however, shook his head gravely. This level of attack cannot kill the silverback bear. As soon as he finished speaking, a bear's roar suddenly came from within the dust. The massive roar directly dispersed the surrounding dust, revealing the silverback bear's figure. The silverback bear did not suffer serious injuries, only its skin was slightly charred. This, however, ignited the silverback bear's rage, causing its muscles to swell slightly and its body to grow significantly larger. Run! Seeing this, Meng Chuan's pupils constricted violently. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran. Among their team, the most powerful spell was the red-haired female cultivator's fire dragon art. Even a foundation establishment Yao beast would be severely injured if hit head-on. But he hadn't expected the silverback bear's defense to be so strong. Its skin was only slightly charred, and it was practically unharmed. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Chuan and his team members scattered, each using their own methods, and fled into the distance. Meng Chuan was still dependable, he didn't forget the young cultivator. Instead, he made a detour, picked up the young cultivator, and then used a very fast movement technique to flee into the distance. The silverback bear roared and chased after Meng Chuan and the others. Goodbye, should we sneak into the cave now and steal the creation azure cloud fruit? Yes, goodbye, the silverback bear has already left. Now is the best time. Upon hearing their words, Goodbye smiled and shook his head. Don't be anxious. Things are far from as simple as you think. Since everyone knows there's a creation azure cloud fruit in the silverback bear's cave, they must have tried to lure the silverback bear away and steal the creation azure cloud fruit. But after such a long time, the creation azure cloud fruit is still there, which means there might be other silverback bears inside the silverback bear's cave. We just need to wait quietly and let others test it for us. And sure enough, just as Goodbye expected, a moment later, 3 figures emerged from a hidden corner. The 3 of them disregarded hiding their figures and rushed into the cave at extremely high speed. As soon as they ran into the cave, a loud bear's roar came from Deng Shui's side, followed by intense sounds of battle from within the cave. A moment later, the 3 of them ran out of the cave in a very disheveled state, followed closely by a silverback bear that was a size smaller than the previous one, with its strength likely at the chi refining peak. It appeared to be a female bear. That chi refining realm silverback bear did not leave the cave. Instead, it stood inside the cave, roared, and then retreated deeper into the cave. And that foundation establishment realm silverback bear, upon hearing the commotion, also immediately rushed back to the cave. After watching the entire process of attacking the silverback bear, Goodbye frowned, then turned to look at Gubei and Qingning. You've seen the silverback bear's general strength. If it comes to a fight, do you two, working together, have a chance to defeat it? Gubei frowned, speaking with a solemn expression. It's difficult. I'm confident that my swordsmanship can break through the silverback bear's defenses, but its attacks are too powerful. I have no confidence in being able to withstand even one of its blows, Qingning said in a deep voice. Gubei's expression was equally serious, but he wasn't pessimistic. I'm confident I can hold off the silverback bear. You just need to attack from behind me. If we truly fight to the death, it's hard to say who will win. Can you really do it? You saw it just now, that middle-aged cultivator was clearly a body cultivator, but even so, it was still very difficult for him to withstand the silverback bear's attacks. Gubei crossed his arms, saying with some concern. Don't worry, the divine firmament sky thunder art I cultivate includes a body tempering secret method that allows for body tempering with lightning. Although I haven't entered the foundation establishment realm yet, my physique is already comparable to a foundation establishment body cultivator, much stronger than that middle-aged cultivator from earlier. Plus, with the use of spells for defense, it's enough to hold off the silverback bear for a short time. Body refining is extremely time-consuming for ordinary people, requiring a lot of time for refinement, and then consuming chi and blood spiritual items to improve one's physique. But for those with genius, it doesn't require as much time. Body refining can be said to progress by leaps and bounds. What is lacking are spiritual items containing chi and blood. As long as there are enough resources, one can quickly raise their physical realm in a short period of time. And Gubei was clearly a genius in body refining. His talent in martial arts was comparable to his talent in cultivation. With a large amount of resources consumed, it was enough to cultivate his physique to the foundation establishment realm within 10 years. Gubei waved his hand confidently. Even after witnessing the silverback bear's power, Gubei was not afraid. Instead, a fighting spirit rose within him. Gubei nodded. Although Gubei was a bit arrogant, he wouldn't lie. Since Gubei said he could block the silverback bear's attack, then he definitely could. Qingning felt the same way. At the very least, he wouldn't lie to her. Since he could injure the silverback bear, with the 2 of them working together, plus a set of luxurious high-grade magical artifacts, they might actually be able to kill the silverback bear. Once he had a general plan in mind, Gubei did not expose himself, but instead remained hidden in the shadows, quietly waiting. He didn't believe that the only 2 groups of people hiding in the dark were those 2, there must be others hiding, preparing to reap the benefits. Gubei didn't want them to exert their full strength to kill the silverback bear, only for others to take advantage. The 3 of them, Gubei, Qingning, and Gubei, quietly hid in the shadows. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had gone by. During this period, the silverback bear occasionally went out to forage, but each time it would leave the female silverback bear to guard inside the cave, and it would only hunt nearby, able to return to the cave at any time. Of course, there were also 2 hidden teams that finally couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to kill the Chi refining realm female silverback bear and seize the creation azure cloud fruit while the silverback bear was out foraging. But without exception, they all failed. Once attacked, the female silverback bear would let out an extremely loud roar, and the Foundation Establishment realm silverback bear, which was out foraging, would quickly return to the Immortal Cave, giving no chance to anyone else. It's about time. No one else has appeared for almost 10 days. There should be no one else hiding in the dark. It was only then that Gu Bai spoke. Upon hearing this, Gu Bei and Qing Ning were almost moved to tears. For more than half a month, for a full half a month, they had been hiding under this patch of grass, not moving an inch. When thirsty, they would use spells to gather water to drink. When hungry, they would eat grain-abstaining pills. They didn't dare to move at all. Gu Bei was fine, but for someone with a quick temper like Qing Ning, it was extremely uncomfortable. Gu Bei immediately stood up, straightened his back, and stretched his limbs. With a series of crackling sounds, Gu Bei let out a long breath. Then he walked straight towards the Immortal Cave, and as he walked, Gu Bei took off the clothes he was wearing. Unlike the delicate bodies of other cultivators, Gu Bei's body was full of strength, with distinct muscles that were not bulky. Subsequently, bursts of thunder light began to erupt from Gu Bei's body, slowly forming a lightning armor on his body surface. Gu Bei then took out an arm shield from his storage pouch and tied it to his left hand. This was clearly a high-grade magical artifact. Then Gu Bei took out the high-grade magical artifact, Silver Lightning Spear, which his master had given him. Come on! Gu Bei roared. Roar! The silverback bear seemed to have sensed the danger. It walked out of the Immortal Cave, roared furiously at Gu Bei, and then charged fiercely towards Gu Bei. Good timing. Gu Bei also charged towards the silverback bear, and the man and the bear collided fiercely. Gu Bei also held his spear and thrust it fiercely towards the silverback bear. Pfft! The silver lightning spear, worthy of being a high-grade magical artifact, became extremely sharp after being infused with powerful lightning. It actually pierced through the silverback bear's defense and was deeply embedded in the silverback bear's muscle. But that was all it could do, it only penetrated an inch, and the spearhead was firmly stuck by its tough muscles, unable to advance another millimeter. And the silverback bear's attack was blocked by Gu Bei with his arm shield, but the silverback bear followed closely, slamming fiercely into Gu Bei. Gu Bei was knocked back 3 steps. He felt as if he had been hit by a large iron ball. Fortunately, he had already formed a lightning armor on his body, defending against most of the attack, so Gu Bei did not suffer any substantial harm. Stabilizing his body, Gu Bei felt his qi and blood surge. After taking a few deep breaths, he barely managed to suppress the surging qi and blood. The moment the silverback bear knocked Gu Bei flying, a huge cyan sword qi, with extreme speed, slashed towards the silverback bear's neck. Pfft! The sword qi was extremely powerful, actually breaking through the silverback bear's defense and leaving a not too big, not too small sword mark on its neck. Blood slowly flowed down its neck, dripping onto the ground. This was clearly Qing Ning making a move from the side. As a sword cultivator, Qing Ning's attack power was the highest among all cultivators. No creature dared to ignore a sword cultivator's attack. Qing Ning had been personally taught by his father since childhood, and coupled with his own decent talent, he had comprehended sword qi as early as the qi refining realm. Now, the sword qi that Qing Ning unleashed was no weaker than that of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, enough to pose a threat to the silverback bear. The silverback bear roared furiously, intending to attack Qing Ning. Did I let you pass? Gu Bei roared, his hands conjuring countless thunder spears, which he shot towards the silverback bear. Each of these thunder spears was exceptionally powerful, each one was comparable to the full strength strike of a qi refining realm cultivator, and Gu Bei had condensed dozens of such spears. Bang! 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 The thunder spears fell on the silverback bear like raindrops. Each thunder spear could slightly break through the silverback bear's defense, leaving a shallow wound on its body. Although the damage from a single thunder spear was not great, when there were many of them, even the silverback bear couldn't withstand it. The silverback bear stopped its steps, turned its head to look at Gu Bei furiously, then roared, its expression ferocious, as if it wanted to swallow Gu Bei alive. Gu Bei, however, showed no fear. Instead, he raised an eyebrow at the silverback bear, striking a very provocative pose, and then also charged towards the silverback bear. Bang! The man and the bear collided fiercely. The silverback bear was briefly stunned by the impact, but Gu Bei was far worse off. He was directly sent flying dozens of meters by the silverback bear, finally crashing into a giant tree, creating a deep indentation, sinking in by 1 or 2 meters, before he finally stopped. Gu Bei's face was flushed, his eyes wide, and he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Even though Gu Bei had condensed a thick armor of lightning around his body beforehand, reducing most of the damage, he was still severely injured. He hadn't expected the silverback bear's strength to be so immense, completely unlike what a Foundation Establishment Yao beast should possess. He had already cultivated his physique to the Foundation Establishment realm, possessing a body capable of competing in strength with a Foundation Establishment Yao beast. However, facing the silverback bear, he was as helpless as a baby encountering a strong man. At this moment, Gu Bei felt no fear, instead, a wild, dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, again. Then, Gu Bei struggled out of the giant tree, took out a bottle of medicinal pills, and without even looking, poured a large handful into his mouth. These were all high-quality healing medicinal pills, and with the aid of the medicinal pills, Gu Bei's injuries instantly stabilized and began to recover at an extremely fast rate. The silverback bear looked at Gu Bei with a slight hint of confusion, seemingly not expecting that the human would still be alive after taking a full-strength blow from it. The silverback bear didn't think much of it and charged forward again, engaging Gu Bei in battle. Gu Bei emanated a large amount of lightning, forming a 3-meter-tall lightning phantom on his body. Though this phantom was composed of lightning, it was indestructible and could briefly contend with the silverback bear. This was Gu Bei's trump card, the Heavenly Thunder Dharma Idol skill, a supreme secret art that could normally only be used at the Golden Core realm, allowing one to condense lightning into a lightning Dharma idol for combat. Gu Bei's talent was astonishing. At the Qi refining realm, he only spent 5 years to barely cultivate it to the introductory level. With this method, Gu Bei was able to forcefully hold back the Foundation Establishment realm silverback bear while still in the Qi refining realm. Qingning was not idle either. She continuously attacked with sword Qi from the side, and each attack targeted the silverback bear's neck. Even though the silverback bear blocked with its arms multiple times, its neck was still severely injured, with large patches of blood flowing down its neck onto the ground. Moreover, the arm the silverback bear used to cover its neck was also shocking, covered in dense sword Qi marks. Come on! Gu Bei stood far away, silently cheering them on. His strength was weak. Even though he had reached the Qi refining 7th level, he simply couldn't participate in this level of combat. Gu Bei and the silverback bear moved too quickly, constantly changing positions. With Gu Bei's meager skill, it would be difficult to hit the silverback bear, and he might even hit Gu Bei, who was focused on the battle. The battle on Gu Bei's side quickly escalated into a fierce struggle, with the lightning phantom Gu Bei conjured fiercely exchanging blows with the silverback bear. However, in less than a few moments, Gu Bei was exhausted, and the lightning phantom also dissipated. No matter how much of a genius Gu Bei was, he was still only at the Qi refining 9th tier. His realm was a limiting factor, and he simply couldn't fight a war of attrition. Fortunately, the silverback bear was also in a very poor state. Its neck was covered in dense sword Qi marks, almost 1/3 of its flesh severed, and both its arms were covered in wounds. The silverback bear also realized the difficulty of dealing with the two of them, and it turned its head to look at Qingning, who had been hiding behind it. The silverback bear knew that most of its wounds were caused by this annoying human hiding in the back. The silverback bear completely ignored Gu Bei and dashed directly towards Qingning. Damn it! Gu Bei gritted his teeth, used divine thunder transformation, and conjured lightning chains. After tying the chains to several giant trees, he threw the other end towards the silverback bear. The silverback bear's charging figure suddenly stopped, but the lightning chains tied to the silverback bear snapped one by one under the immense force. Roar! The silverback bear roared, completely ignoring Gu Bei who was chasing behind it, and continued to dash towards Qingning. Qingning's pupils constricted. She continuously swung the long sword in her hand, unleashing sword Qi towards the silverback bear. These sword Qi were incredibly powerful, each strike able to penetrate the silverback bear's tough hide, leaving a small wound on its body. But that was all. This level of injury had no effect on the silverback bear. On the contrary, because of the wounds, it ignited the silverback bear's ferocity, making it even more vicious. Qingning, seeing that her attacks were ineffective, was not overly panicked, because she was currently riding her flying sword, hovering 10 meters above the ground. Although the silverback bear was a Foundation Establishment Yao beast, it could not fly, and therefore could not attack her while she was in the air. Being in the air meant she was basically safe. But things did not go as planned. After the silverback bear flashed to the base of the mountain where Qingning was, it let out a roar that echoed across the heavens and earth. Roar! This roar was extremely loud. Even Gu Bei, who was hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, felt his head ache from the roar. Most crucially, Gu Bei's magical power was also affected by this roar, temporarily losing control. Gu Bei and Qingning, who were closer, suffered greatly. Both were shaken so much that blood streamed from their 7 orifices, and their magical power was incredibly chaotic and unusable for a short period. Their vision went black, and they fell directly from high in the sky, landing stiffly on the ground. The silverback bear gave Qingning no chance to react. It aimed a paw directly at Qingning's head as she lay on the ground. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Qingning regained consciousness in time, sharply turned, and narrowly avoided the attack. But the silverback bear's second attack followed closely, and Qingning had no time to dodge. She could only place her long sword in front of her to block the attack. Clang! After a huge metallic clang, Qingning was sent flying dozens of meters, and the tiger's mouth of her arm was even cracked. At this moment, Gu Bei also rushed over. At this time, Gu Bei exuded a powerful aura, surprisingly already comparable to a Foundation Establishment cultivator. This was because Gu Bei had just consumed a blood burst pill, which could temporarily enhance his overall strength, but would leave him in a weakened state afterward. With his magical power restored, Gu Bei was smarter this time. He did not use the Heavenly Thunder Dharma Idol skill, a secret art that consumed a lot of magical power. Instead, he generated a lightning armor on his body and fearlessly engaged the silverback bear in close quarters combat. Qingning also recovered, gritted her teeth, and unleashed several more powerful sword Qi towards the silverback bear's neck. Originally, she was still a bit scared, but suddenly she was no longer afraid. Instead, she became extremely furious. The two of them, one after another, once again engaged in a fierce battle. The silverback bear had thick skin and flesh, immense strength, and a special roaring divine ability that could disrupt the enemy's magical power circulation and cause them to lose consciousness temporarily. However, Gu Bei and Qingning were not to be trifled with. They carried a large number of medicinal pills for restoring magical power and injuries, as well as various life-saving trump cards. Even if they lost consciousness and were attacked by the silverback bear, their life-saving trump cards would automatically activate, helping their masters resist the attacks. After a long while, Gu Bei stood in place, panting heavily, looking at the silverback bear slowly collapsing to the ground in the distance. He finally let out a sigh of relief, then fell to the ground with a thud. His current appearance was extremely miserable. There were 3 long claw marks on his chest, extending from his left shoulder all the way down to his waist, with his chest skin torn open. Blood flowed down his chest as if it were worthless, continuously dripping onto the ground. At the same time, Gu Bei's right hand was completely twisted and deformed. This was a result of him attempting to use his fist to counter the silverback bear's palm strike, causing his entire arm to be almost half crippled, with bones shattered into dozens of pieces, and even some sharp bone fragments protruding through his skin. In addition to these 2 more severe injuries, Gu Bei had dozens of large and small wounds all over his body. These were just external wounds, the internal injuries were even more severe, with most of his internal organs damaged. It was a miracle he was still alive. Qingning's condition was also very poor. Although she had Gu Bei's protection, she had also faced the silverback bear's attacks several times. Her body was covered with more than a dozen large and small claw marks, and blood stained her green robe red. Qingning was also half kneeling on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. The silverback bear, however, had already collapsed to the ground, covered in dense sword marks and signs of lightning burns. Its neck was mostly severed, with only a small layer of skin and half a spine bone remaining intact. But the silverback bear was not completely dead, it was still struggling violently on the ground, occasionally letting out an unwilling roar. Rest in peace. A detached voice came from a distance. Gu Bei, seeing that the battle was largely over, hurried over from afar. Looking at the silverback bear still struggling on the ground, Gu Bei shook his head, took out the dissection knife he carried, and cut down towards the silverback bear's neck. Rib. With just one cut, which severed a few tiny muscles, the silverback bear suddenly stiffened, then fell to the ground, completely motionless. This was because Gu Bei had just severed the nerve connection between the silverback bear's brain and body. Once the nerves were cut, the silverback bear could no longer control its body. As a physician, Gu Bei was naturally incredibly proficient with the human body. Besides the human body, Gu Bei was also equally proficient with the body parts of other Yao beasts, even knowing the function of every inch of muscle. He hadn't read all those years of books for nothing, he could naturally find the vital points with incredible ease. Looking at the completely motionless silverback bear, Gu Bei finally felt a little relieved. There was nothing he could do, the silverback bear's oppressive presence was too strong. One strike could severely injure a chi-refining 9th tier cultivator, coupled with almost invincible defense, and it even possessed a little supernatural powers that could forcibly disrupt enemy attacks and inflict a stunning effect. The most terrifying thing was that this was also an area of effect attack. Gu Bei was almost certain that this silverback bear was the strongest Yao beast in the secret realm. However, the intelligence was incorrect, the silverback bear was far from as weak as the intelligence suggested. Gu Bei speculated that the silverback bear's bloodline had undergone another evolution, leading to a qualitative improvement in its strength, and this likely happened within the last 10 years. Gu Bei shook his head and did not dwell on this matter. Save Gu Bei first, he is more seriously injured than I am. Although my injuries are severe, they are not life-threatening, and I can heal myself. Gu Bei nodded without the slightest hesitation, walked over to Gu Bei, and began to heal him. Among Gu Bei and Qingning, Gu Bei's injuries were the most severe, to the point where he was barely clinging to life. Although Qingning appeared to be covered in wounds, her injuries were not actually severe, at least not life-threatening in the short term. After feeding Gu Bei a few medicinal pills for healing, a faint green light appeared on his hands, and he began to heal Gu Bei. Gu Bei fully unleashed the secret art Withered Wood Meets Spring, which was Master Su Physician's unique skill, considered a high-level healing secret art capable of instantly restoring a wounded person's injuries. Under Gu Bei's treatment, Gu Bei's breathing finally stabilized, no longer flickering in and out. Then, Gu Bei took out more than a dozen silver-long needles from his waist pouch and quickly pricked them into various parts of Gu Bei's body. He then infused qi to regulate Gu Bei's injuries. A moment later, Gu Bei moved more than a dozen silver needles, which, under his control, detached from Gu Bei's body and swiftly flew back into the box. The moment the silver needles left his body, a large amount of fresh blood spurted out from the small wounds they had made, making Gu Bei look like a blood-covered hedgehog for a moment. Gu Bei did not panic. This was a unique secret method in the medical Dao, using qi to gather dirty blood near the needle holes, and as the silver needles were pulled out, the dirty blood would also spurt out. Gu Bei also suffered extremely severe internal injuries. The silverback bear's massive palm was not to be trifled with, its penetrating power was extremely strong. Gu Bei's body was already riddled with holes internally, with most of his internal organs damaged and a large amount of dirty blood accumulated, which was why Gu Bei used this secret method. Although Gu Bei's face was pale due to blood loss, his breathing gradually stabilized, and he slowly escaped the threat of death. Gu Bei took out a large bottle of green potion from his storage pouch, then manipulated it with qi to spread it all over Gu Bei's body. This was a special potion with certain healing and hemostatic properties, and its effect was very good. Feeling Gu Bei's breathing gradually stabilize, Gu Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then took out a bag of transparent silk thread from his storage pouch and began to stitch Gu Bei's wounds. Gu Bei's body was covered in claw marks, some deep, some shallow. The shallow ones might have only scratched some skin, but the severe ones even exposed bone. If these wounds were not stitched, their recovery would be very slow, and they would leave behind hidden injuries and unsightly scars. Fortunately, Gu Bei had rich experience. He used both hands, his movements flowing like water, and in just a short while, he had roughly stitched Gu Bei's wounds. Then Gu Bai looked at Gu Bei's severely injured arm. Seeing the arm twisted out of human shape, Gu Bai felt a slight pang of heartache. Taking a deep breath, Gu Bai pressed on the arm, and a large amount of qi surged forth. This qi formed fine threads, like tentacles, drilling into Gu Bei's arm. This was also a secret medical technique called spirit-concealed threads, which could condense qi into extremely fine threads and control them. Under the control of these threads, with a series of cracking sounds, the bones in Gu Bei's arm were forcibly pulled back to their original positions. Then, the dislocated muscles were also slowly pulled back to their original positions under Gu Bai's control. This process was extremely painful, even the unconscious Gu Bei trembled all over. Phew, after glancing at Gu Bei, who had roughly regained a human-like form, Gu Bai slightly relaxed. He then took out a medicinal pill emitting a faint green light from his storage pouch and fed it to Gu Bei. This was a medicinal pill personally refined by his master he physician for him, containing a large amount of plant essence, which could rapidly heal injuries after consumption. Gu Bai placed his hands behind Gu Bei, infusing qi to assist the medicinal power in treating Gu Bei's body. After a long while, Gu Bei's complexion gradually became rosy, and his injuries had partially recovered under Gu Bai's treatment. Gu Bai's face was pale at this point, and his qi was severely depleted. Without time to rest, after settling Gu Bai ate a medicinal pill to restore his qi and walked towards Qingning's direction. How are your injuries now? Gu Bai asked softly. Qingning opened her eyes and quickly reported her physical condition. Gu Bai nodded after hearing this. Fortunately, she had not suffered any serious internal injuries, only a few scratches from the silverback bear, which made her look more severely injured than she was. Qingning's injuries were easily treatable, she only needed to have the wounds stitched up and then apply some healing potion to them. Gu Bai was confident that under his treatment, Qingning would fully recover within a few days and leave no scars. But looking at Qingning's wounds all over her body, Gu Bai was momentarily in a dilemma. After all, to stitch wounds, one fundamentally needs to take off most of their clothes, and for Qingning, as a female, it felt a bit inappropriate for him to do so. Don't scare me. Why do you look so troubled? Are my injuries particularly tricky? Gu Bai frowned, a troubled expression on his face, which frightened Qingning greatly, and she quickly asked nervously. Gu Bai shook his head, saying with a hint of amusement. There's no big problem. Your injuries are relatively easy to deal with, but the wounds must be stitched up before treatment, otherwise, they will leave some unsightly scars. But if you want to stitch the wounds, you can't avoid taking off most of your clothes. Gu Bai scratched his head, saying with a slight guilty conscience. The cultivation world was still relatively conservative, people generally didn't wear overly revealing clothes, and Gu Bai was afraid Qingning wouldn't be able to accept it. Ha ha ha, what is it? I thought it was something major. We're so familiar with each other, isn't it just taking off clothes? Qingning chuckled lightly, then took off the long robe she was wearing herself. Next, she removed her intimate clothing one by one, finally leaving only a modesty-covering belly band, dudu. Seeing this sudden display, even with Gu Bai's hard nature, his face flushed slightly, he swallowed, activated absolute rationality, and suppressed all distracting thoughts in his mind. Then, he took out the suture thread and began to stitch Qingning's wounds. Gu Bai was very focused, his eyes fixed on the wounds, as if in his eyes, Qingning's exquisite beauty simply didn't exist. Qingning's face was flushed, her blood circulated rapidly, and her whole body was somewhat red. Although she said she didn't care, Qingning was actually quite concerned internally. If it were anyone else, she definitely wouldn't have agreed, but the key was that Gu Bai was treating her, which was why Qingning agreed. Gu Bai's movements were very gentle, even for something as painful to imagine as stitching wounds, Qingning felt almost no pain. Seeing Gu Bai's focused expression, Qingning felt a sense of peace. Gu Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. All of Qingning's wounds were tightly stitched together with suture thread, leaving only a faint mark. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even notice a scar. Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction, also feeding Qingning a medicinal pill given by his master, and then began treating Qingning's injuries. Half an hour later, Gu Bai stood up, his face pale, while Qingning's injuries had mostly recovered. Even if some injuries had not fully healed, they no longer affected her combat strength. As expected of Gu Bai, his technique is truly excellent. Qingning stood up, moved a little, and looked at the hideous wounds that were now only faint marks. She gave Gu Bai a thumbs up, praising him. Gu Bai smiled and did not refute, he was indeed formidable. After years of study, his medical skills had already reached the peak of the first tier, and he estimated he could catch up to his master in a few more years. How are your injuries recovering? They've mostly recovered. Although not completely healed, I can still exert 70 to 80% of my full strength, Qingning twisted her body slightly, then said. Without further ado, let's go to the silverback bear's cave first. We'll kill that foundation cultivation silverback bear and take the creation azure cloud fruit to avoid any complications. The sound of your battle just now was quite loud, it will likely attract other cultivators in the secret realm. Qingning nodded and said with great confidence. Just leave it to me. I've already killed a foundation establishment realm silverback bear, let alone a mere foundation cultivation one. Still, be careful. I'll go with you, just in case something goes wrong. After settling the unconscious Gu Bai, the two cautiously walked into the cave. Qingning walked in front, while Gu Bai was at the back of the realm. As soon as they stepped into the cave, a slightly smaller silverback bear, hidden by the entrance, suddenly lunged, attempting to pounce on Qingning, who was walking in front. But Qingning, being who she was, easily dodged the pounce with a slight sidestep. Then she gripped her long sword, aimed at the silverback bear's neck in front of her, and unleashed a sword chi with full force. The silverback bear was too slow to dodge and only managed to block with its forearms. Pfft! The sword chi was incredibly sharp, severing the silverback bear's forearms. A small portion of the sword chi continued towards the neck, leaving a deep sword mark there before dissipating. The silverback bear screamed in pain but did not retreat a single step. Instead, it charged at Qingning again, eyes red. Humph! I'm not afraid of a Foundation Establishment Realm silverback bear, why would I be afraid of you, a Foundation Cultivation silverback bear? Qingning snorted coldly and unleashed several more sword strikes, all aimed at the silverback bear's neck. In just a moment, she severed the silverback bear's neck. Looking at the silverback bear lying on the ground with its neck mostly severed, Gu Bai's mouth twitched, gaining a clear understanding of Qingning's combat power. The two walked all the way to the depths of the cave, and indeed, in the deepest part, they found a spirit medicine emitting a faint light. Ha ha ha, it's the creation azure cloud fruit. Gu Bai was slightly surprised. He took out a jade box and carefully placed the fruit inside. Then the two searched the cave further and found several second-tier spirit medicine, as well as dozens of first-tier spirit medicine. A faint smile appeared on Gu Bai's lips. These spirit medicine were secondary, the most important discovery was the creation azure cloud fruit. Just as the two were about to leave, Gu Bai paused, because he vaguely heard some tiny cries, a sound somewhat like a Yao beast cub. Did you hear anything? Gu Bai turned to look at Qingning. Qingning closed her eyes, listened for a moment, and then nodded. The two exchanged glances, both somewhat surprised. There was only one possibility in this situation, they had hit the jackpot, there was a young silverback bear in the cave. The two slowly walked towards the end of the cave, and finally, behind a large rock, they discovered the cubs hidden by the silverback bear. It was a small silverback bear, completely white with not a single stray hair, looking incredibly adorable. No, perhaps it shouldn't be called a silverback bear, it should be called a silver moon bear. Looking at the little bear in front of him, Gu Bai was full of pleasant surprises, having thoroughly read cultivation classics, he was very knowledgeable, knowing almost all known Yao beasts, spirit medicines, or heaven and earth treasures. The silver moon bear is a supreme Yao beast with precious bloodline, a superior Yao beast to the silverback bear, basically impossible to appear, only in very few cases will two silverback bears give birth to a silver moon bear. Evidently, Gu Bai and his companions hit the jackpot, encountering a silver moon bear, and what's more, it was a young silver moon bear. According to the records in cultivation classics, as long as a silver moon bear reaches adulthood, it can reach the Foundation Establishment realm, and with careful cultivation, there is a high possibility of it breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Furthermore, the silver moon bear possesses extraordinary combat power, being almost invincible within the same realm, and can even fight above its realm, possessing combat power far surpassing that of a silverback bear. Thinking of the terrifying combat power of the silverback bear, Gu Bai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If this was nurtured well, he would have no worries about food and drink in the future. The little silver moon bear seemed to have just been born not long ago and was not afraid of humans. After Gu Bai picked him up, perhaps because Gu Bai possessed an affinity talent, he naturally had a certain fondness for Gu Bai, and the little silver moon bear did not resist. He just wailed, seemingly hungry. Gu Bai immediately took out some milk from his storage pouch, mixed it with minced meat, and fed it to the little silver moon bear. The little silver moon bear began to eat, making wa-woo sounds, and after eating his fill, he contentedly patted his belly, rubbed affectionately, and then leaned against Gu Bai's embrace, slowly falling asleep. Wow, so cute. Qingning's eyes sparkled as she watched from the side, it seemed girls really liked such furry creatures. Can I pet it? Of course, you can, we found him together, so you can certainly pet him. Gu Bai smiled and gave the little silver moon bear in his arms to Qingning, but as soon as the little silver moon bear was in Qingning's arms, he began to struggle violently, seemingly feeling very insecure. It wasn't until Gu Bai held him back in his arms that he calmed down. Qingning looked at herself in disbelief, then at Gu Bai, feeling a bit of existential doubt. Gu Bai revealed a mysterious smile, not lingering too long, and left the cave with the little silver moon bear in his arms, then carried the unconscious Gu Bai on his back and departed from the place. At the extremely cold glacier, Gu Bai and his two companions were sitting cross-legged in an ice cave, quietly resting. By this time, 2 days had passed since the battle with the silverback bear ended, and Gu Bai had already woken up. After 2 days of recuperation, his injuries had basically recovered. Inside the ice cave, Qingning was holding a piece of dried meat, continuously teasing the little silver moon bear. Big brother, there are still 5 days left until the secret realm ends, why don't we set off now to find the extreme cold wolf king? Gu Bai and his group had already obtained one creation azure cloud fruit, and that spirit fruit was still in Gu Bai's storage pouch, untouched. Gu Bai and his two companions unanimously decided to temporarily keep the second creation azure cloud fruit and, after finding another creation azure cloud fruit, Qingning and Gu Bai would each get one. After a period of recuperation, Gu Bai and his two companions planned to seek trouble with the extreme cold wolf king. They had now arrived deep within the extremely cold glacier, not far from the extreme cold wolf king's cave. Gu Bai, however, shook his head, not in a hurry. No rush, there are still 5 days until the secret realm ends, the most important thing now is to fully recover from our injuries. After saying that, Gu Bai took out various spirit medicines and began to brew medicinal soup. Soon, a rich medicinal aroma filled the entire blood cave. This was a special medicinal soup prepared by Gu Bai for recuperating the body. The soup contained a large amount of qi and blood, most suitable for Gu Bai and Qingning, who had just recovered from their injuries. Upon smelling this aroma, both Gu Bai and Qingning turned pale. The reason was simple: the medicinal soup brewed by Gu Bai was simply too bitter. The two, who didn't even flinch when facing the silverback bear, were extremely afraid of the medicinal soup brewed by Gu Bai. A moment later, Gu Bai handed 2 large jars of dark medicinal soup to the two, then narrowed his eyes, revealing a gentle smile. Come, drink your medicine, you must drink it all, okay? It was clearly a very gentle voice, but when they saw Gu Bai's narrowed eyes, both felt their hair stand on end, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. They immediately sat up straight and obediently, as Gu Bai instructed, closed their eyes and drank both jars of medicine completely. The smile on Gu Bai's lips deepened a bit, and he nodded with satisfaction, then took out several emerald cucumbers from his storage pouch and handed them to the two. These are emerald cucumbers I grew, they are refreshing and delicious, with a faint fragrance, which should help dispel some of the bitterness in your mouths. The two excitedly took the emerald cucumbers and, without a word, took a bite. Crunch! The emerald cucumbers were extremely crisp, taking a bite released a rich juice, and the unique refreshing taste of the cucumber instantly washed away the bitterness in their mouths, leaving only a faint fragrance. The three rested in this snow cave for 2 days. Of course, it was mainly Qingning and Gu Bai who rested, while Gu Bai was responsible for taking care of them. Under Gu Bai's care, the two quickly recovered to their peak condition. Looking at the two with rosy complexions and full of energy, Gu Bai felt a great sense of accomplishment in his heart. We will set off today to kill the extreme cold wolf king and seize the creation azure cloud fruit. Hooray! The two instantly became excited upon hearing this, jumping and cheering excitedly. Looking at the two jumping and cheering, Gu Bai's lips twitched. He couldn't understand why they were quite serious in front of outsiders. Gu Bai appeared as a mature and steady senior brother, while Qingning was a taciturn but super powerful sword cultivator. But why, in front of him, did they act so childish? Fortunately, when faced with danger, the two were always very reliable. Glancing at the map in his hand, Gu Bai led the two to a cave outside the deepest part of the extremely cold glacier. This was where the extreme cold wolf king and his pack usually resided. The extreme cold wolf king is a second-order demon beast at the Foundation establishment realm. He is not very strong, just normal, and his strength is far from being as invincible as the silverback bear. But the difficulty lies in the fact that the extreme cold wolf king has over 100 ice frost wolves as his subordinates. With the cooperation of the wolf pack, let alone a chi refining cultivator, even a powerful Foundation establishment cultivator would not be their match. Qingning and Gu Bai could barely fight, both possess large-scale attack skills, such as Gu Bai being able to conjure countless thunder spears. Alternatively, Qingning could also use large-scale sword techniques and killing moves, but these moves consumed a lot of magical power. Even if the two managed to defeat many ice frost wolves, the greatly exhausted two would find it very difficult to defeat the extreme cold wolf king. However, Gu Bai had other methods. He planned to poison them, to drug all the weaker ice frost wolves unconscious. At that time, without numerous subordinates, the extreme cold wolf king would simply be no match for Gu Bai and Qingning, and the two could easily slay the extreme cold wolf king and obtain the creation azure cloud fruit. Gu Bai did not act immediately. Instead, he frowned in thought, pondering how to administer the poison that was the problem. Gu Bai had originally planned to get some fresh flesh and blood, then smear some colorless and odorless soul bewitching powder on it, and leave it near the extreme cold wolf king's cave. Soul bewitching powder is a colorless and odorless poison. Just a little bit can make one's whole body weak and unable to move, making it essential for murder and robbery, and deeply favored by various cultivator robbers and demonic cultivators. As a physician, Gu Bai naturally knew the formula for soul bewitching powder and had also produced some high purity, refined soul bewitching powder himself. After the wolf pack ate the flesh and blood mixed with soul bewitching powder, they would all lose their combat effectiveness. But Gu Bai only thought for a moment before shaking his head and giving up on this idea. The extreme cold wolf king was extremely cunning. Ordinary methods of poisoning were useless, let alone placing flesh and blood directly in front of them. Any intelligent Yao beast would know it was a trap, and the wolf pack would not fall for it. Gu Bai quickly thought of soul bewitching powder in gaseous form. He could use wind spells to blow the soul bewitching powder into the extreme cold wolf king's cave. After a moment of thought, Gu Bai again abandoned this idea. Although soul bewitching powder in mist form was useful, its efficacy was greatly reduced, likely only enough to stun a very small portion of ice frost wolves. As Gu Bai was racking his brain, he suddenly saw a reindeer passing by on the snowy ground outside. Gu Bai had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good method. He raised his hand and summoned countless vines, tightly entangling the passing reindeer. Even though the reindeer struggled desperately, it could not escape. A mischievous smile appeared on Gu Bai's lips. Gu Bai and Qingning looked at Gu Bai with some confusion, not understanding what he was going to do. You two, quickly help me hold down this reindeer. This reindeer is very strong, and my spell won't last much longer. Although the two did not understand why, they still followed Gu Bai's instructions. Seeing the reindeer controlled, Gu Bai began to take out various ominous-smelling poisons from his storage pouch. These were all collected by him from the poison mist marsh. Long sleep mushroom, drowsy grass, 7-step fall. Gu Bai silently recited the names of the poisons, then placed them in a medicinal cauldron to boil together. The poisons Gu Bai used were all potent sedatives. Under Gu Bai's meticulous combination, the medicinal properties fused, and the efficacy was excellent. Soon, a pot of poison, emitting wisps of black qi, was boiled. This was Gu Bai's specially formulated poison, just a touch could make a first-order Yao beast unconscious for several days. Weaker ones might even fall into an eternal sleep, literally sleeping to death. After boiling, Gu Bai did not stop. He added a few green herbs to this pot of poison. Golden spear umbrella, sleepless grass. These were all spirit medicines that would cause mental excitement. Under Gu Bai's superb technique, all the herbs fused together, finally forming a light red medicinal liquid. Gu Bai thought for a moment, then poured in some white liquid. Instantly, the light red medicinal liquid became transparent and clear, and the pungent smell disappeared. From the outside, it looked no different from water. This was the final product. A normal cultivator would have no reaction upon contact, instead, they would feel extremely energetic. But after a period, once the medicinal effect wore off, they would quickly fall into a coma. Gu Bai fed all this boiled medicinal liquid to the reindeer held down by Gu Bei and Qing Ning. Then Gu Bai took out some white powder from his backpack and sprinkled it on the reindeer's body. All right, release it now. The two instantly released their restraints. The reindeer immediately stood up and, without hesitation, ran outside. Gu Bai looked at the disappearing back of the reindeer and nodded slightly. The white powder he sprinkled on the reindeer was called 100 fragrance powder. For humans, it might smell strange, but for Yao beasts, it was an unbearable scent. The extreme cold wolf's sense of smell is extremely acute, and they would soon detect this scent. If all went well, the wolf pack would quickly capture this reindeer and bring it back to the pack to share. At that time, the reindeer would still be alive and kicking. Even if the wolf king was smart, he wouldn't think there was poison hidden inside the reindeer. This reindeer was quite large, easily 3 to 4 meters tall, enough to feed over 100 ice frost wolves. When all the wolf pack had eaten the reindeer meat and fallen into a coma, it would be time for Gu Bai and his companions to act. As Gu Bai expected, in just half a day, he saw several ice frost wolves dragging the weakly struggling reindeer back into the cave. Then, many wolves surged forward, but none of them started eating. They waited until the extreme cold wolf king had eaten the freshest internal organs, and only then did the other wolves begin to eat in an orderly fashion, according to their hierarchy. Wolves are a relatively intelligent Yao beast species, with a strict system within their pack. After catching prey, the wolf king always eats first, followed by the stronger wolves, and finally, it's the turn of the old, weak, sick, and disabled to eat the leftovers, in order of priority. Seeing this, Gu Bai smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. According to Gu Bai's estimation, the reindeer's internal organs contained the most toxins. The wolf king had eaten so many animal internal organs. When the medicinal effect took hold after some time, even if the wolf king was a foundation establishment Yao beast, he would still be greatly affected. After eating the reindeer meat, the wolf pack entered a state of excitement. Even at night, the wolves did not sleep, instead, they restlessly moved around. This excitement continued until midnight, then slowly gave way to fatigue. As if their spirit had been exhausted, all the wolves began to doze off. Even the wolves specifically on night watch kept yawning, about to fall into a deep sleep. At this point, the wolf king also noticed the anomaly, but there was nothing he could do. Even if he ordered all ice frost wolves to stay alert, the other ice frost wolves would still fall asleep under the influence of the medicine, only a very small number of elites could barely remain conscious. The wolf king shook his somewhat heavy head, feeling a bad premonition. At this moment, most of the ice frost wolves in his cave had fallen into a coma, and even his own condition was not very good. Roar! The wolf king suddenly let out a loud howl. The other ice frost wolves, hearing this howl, were jolted awake and instantly sobered up. This was the extreme cold wolf king's innate divine ability, able to enhance the wolf pack's combat power through howling, and it also had a certain stimulating effect on their spirits. But it was merely a drop in the bucket. Once the wolf king stopped howling, the other ice frost wolves would start to feel sleepy again. The wolf king had no choice, he could only do this for now. 1 hour later. The wolf king's throat was a bit hoarse, and his aura was severely weakened. Most of the ice frost wolves couldn't resist and had fallen unconscious, with only 2 or 3 elite first-order peak Yao beasts barely remaining awake. Big brother, should we go in and ambush them now? Gu Bei looked at the situation inside the cave with some excitement. Now he was confident that he alone could kill all the ice frost wolves. Gu Bai nodded after searching for a bit. Now was the best time for a sneak attack, but he still had to be careful of the wolf king. Even though the wolf king looked sleepy, it was most likely an act. Gu Bai knew exactly how much medicine he had used, and with such a trick, even if it affected the wolf king, it wouldn't be that significant. The remaining few wolves were also faking it. In reality, although the medicine he administered had an effect, it definitely wasn't that strong. Yao beasts have a different physique than humans, and their resistance is stronger. Furthermore, although the amount of poison he used was large, when spread among more than 100 wolves, the dosage on each wolf was not much. Inside the cave, almost all the wolves seemed to be asleep, but in reality, there were still more than a dozen wolves pretending to sleep. One could only say that they were indeed a pack of wolves, very cunning. This was only because Gu Bai personally administered the medicine. If it had been medicine bought by someone else, without knowing the effects, they might have truly fallen into a trap. Be careful, the wolf king is faking this appearance. In reality, he's just a little weak, and I estimate there are still more than a dozen wolves pretending to sleep inside the cave. Although under the influence of my medicine, most of them are drowsy and can't exert even half of their combat strength, they should still not be underestimated. Gu Bei, instead of being afraid, burst into laughter.
Don't worry, big brother, even if I face more than a dozen peak chi refining Yao beasts, I am confident I can win, let alone Yao beasts in this weakened state. Qingning also snorted with great confidence. Humph, 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 those miscellaneous soldiers will be left to you, Gu Bei, and I will deal with the Wolf King. Looking at the two confident individuals in front of him, Gu Bai also smiled, and his tense heart finally relaxed. Indeed, Gu Bei and Qingning were both rare prodigies. Working together, they managed to slay that Foundation Establishment Realm Overlord, the Silverback Bear. Especially Gu Bei, he directly confronted the Silverback Bear, barely retreating a step, his strength even surpassing that of ordinary chi refining cultivators. A regular Ice Frost Wolf King was simply no match for the two of them. Then I'll leave it to you two, I won't say anything else, but you must pay attention to safety. The two nodded seriously, then dashed towards the inside of the cave. Inside the cave, the Wolf King also noticed the two and let out a roar. Its previous fatigue instantly vanished, and although its head felt a bit groggy, the Wolf King still stared intently at the two. Following the Wolf King's roar, more than a dozen Ice Frost Wolves, whose bodies were larger than normal Ice Frost Wolves, slowly stood up from the ground. Although their bodies swayed, they all stared at the two with bloodthirsty eyes. Without any superfluous words, Qingning, holding a sharp sword, flew directly towards the Wolf King. The other Ice Frost Wolves tried to assist the Wolf King, but they were forcefully held in place by thunder spears. Gu Bei at this moment erupted with arcs of lightning all over his body, and above him, countless thunder spears condensed, blocking all the Ice Frost Wolves in place, preventing them from disturbing Qingning's battle with the Wolf King. All the Ice Frost Wolves exchanged glances and, with great tacit agreement, tacit understanding, charged at Gu Bei simultaneously. Gu Bei grinned, and the thunder spears in the air, under his control, shot towards the Ice Frost Wolves in front of him. The situation was momentarily deadlocked. Even though most of the dozen Ice Frost Wolves had reached the peak of the First Order, they were no match for Gu Bei. As for the Wolf King, it was even worse, covered in wounds all over its body. Qingning seemed to have cultivated a movement technique that made her exceptionally agile. Every time the Wolf King tried to approach Qingning, she would flash away and dodge it. A moment later, the two, covered in blood, walked out of the cave with smiles, Gu Bei holding a glowing green fruit in his hand. Seeing this, Gu Bei also smiled, a genuine smile from the bottom of his heart, and the worry that had been hanging over him finally relaxed. Without much delay, the few immediately found an extremely secluded cave within the extremely cold glacier and hid inside. Inside the cave, everyone was extremely relaxed, sitting on the ground. This past month had exhausted them, with almost no time to rest. They were either fighting or on their way to fight. Several life or death struggles were all for the sake of obtaining 3 Creation Azure Cloud Fruits. Looking at the 2 Creation Azure Cloud Fruits on the ground, all 3 smiled. Their efforts finally had a reward. We can't rest yet. The exit of the King Yun Secret Realm will open in 2 days, and the Creation Azure Cloud Fruits cannot be taken out of the King Yun Secret Realm, so we must eat these 2 Creation Azure Cloud Fruits within these 2 days. Gu Bei, you eat first, and Qingning and I will act as your protectors. Once you're done, we too will then act as Qingning's protectors. The two nodded, having no objections to Gu Bai's arrangements. Wait a moment, I'll make some preparations first. Gu Bai looked at the surrounding environment. They were located dozens of meters below a fissure in the deepest part of the extremely cold glacier, where there was a natural cave. It could be said to be extremely hidden, almost impossible for normal people to find, but Gu Bai was still a bit uneasy. After searching, Gu Bai completely blocked the entrance, and then took out a formation flag from his storage pouch and placed it in the center. This was a high-grade first-order concealment formation, a one-time formation that was expensive to make, but for safety's sake, Gu Bai still reluctantly used it. Placing a few spirit stones in the center of the formation flag to act as energy, Gu Bai slowly activated the formation, instantly concealing their presence. Only then did Gu Bai relax. Alright, everything that needed to be prepared is ready. Gu Bei, you can eat the Creation Azure Cloud Fruit first. Qingning and I will act as your protectors. Gu Bei nodded and swallowed the entire Creation Azure Cloud Fruit in one gulp, then sat cross-legged on the spot, beginning to digest the power of creation within the Creation Azure Cloud Fruit. Gu Bei's aura slowly ascended, becoming deeper and more unfathomable, and at the same time, his magical power condensed a bit. A moment later, Gu Bei opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Is this the Creation Azure Cloud Fruit? Its efficacy is indeed powerful. Even with my current talent, I can still improve. I feel that if I wanted to right now, I could instantly step into the Foundation Establishment realm. A faint sound came from behind Gu Bei. Hearing this familiar voice, Gu Bei suddenly shivered. Even without turning around, Gu Bei could feel Gu Bai's deadly gaze, which scared Gu Bei into quickly changing his words. Ha 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 ha, I was just saying that, I definitely need to accumulate my foundation. At the very least, I need to cultivate the 3 transformations true essence art to the 3rd transformations realm. Hearing this, Gu Bai finally averted his gaze, and Gu Bei patted his chest, letting out a sigh of relief. Afterward, the two also acted as Qingning's protectors. Qingning completely refined the Creation Azure Cloud Fruit, and feeling the abundant reserves of power within her body, Qingning revealed a slight smile. Ha 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 ha. The 3 looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter, their laughter filled with joy. Happy for the complete success of their operation, all 3 had eaten a Creation Azure Cloud Fruit, and in the future, they would be able to go even further. Gu Bai estimated the time and found that there was less than a day left until the secret realm ended. The 3 of them didn't linger much, tidied up a bit, and then headed towards the Star Moon Forest. In the center of the Star Moon Forest, some cultivators were already waiting.
Most of them were in teams of 2 or 3, all looking disheveled, tense, and vigilantly observing their surroundings. Gu Bai and his group didn't speak. They found a secluded corner and rested there. He wasn't worried that someone would cause trouble here. With so many people around, anything out of line couldn't be hidden and would easily lead to being sought out afterward. Unlike other places in the secret realm, where even murder and arson would go unnoticed. A day later, a silver vortex appeared above the secret realm. Seeing this vortex, everyone flew towards it. Gu Bai and the others were no exception, following the crowd towards the vortex. Wuji, how many people do you think will come out this time? I hope it's not like last time, when 50 people went in, but only 31 returned. A white-haired old man stroked his long beard, looked at the silver vortex that had just opened in the sky, sighed, and spoke with some worry. This old man was Pure Yang True Person, the current sect leader of Pure Yang sect. So Wuji's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently. I'm not sure, but the overall quality of the disciple this time is even higher than last time, so the casualties shouldn't be too great. However, as he said this, So Wuji seemed a bit worried, occasionally looking up at the sky, as if anticipating something. Seeing this, Pure Yang True Person smiled and didn't say anything more. He knew the internal news. So Wuji's daughter had participated in this King Yun secret realm, but the secret realm was extremely dangerous, and no one could guarantee a 100% return after entering. Just then, a large crowd began to emerge from the sky. These were all people returning from the King Yun secret realm. So Wuji had also been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Xing Ning's figure in the crowd, the stone in So Wuji's heart finally settled. When Gu Bai regained consciousness, he had already arrived outside. At this moment, he was falling from a height of over 10 meters. Before Gu Bai could react, Gu Bei grabbed him, then Gu Bei stepped on the thunder clouds, slowly descending to the ground with Gu Bai. As for Xing Ning, she was firmly caught by So Wuji as soon as she exited the secret realm. Xing Ning, who had just recovered, felt herself being caught by someone. Xing Ning instantly became furious. She wasn't someone just anyone could touch. But upon seeing the person holding her, Xing Ning froze for a moment, then her eyes reddened, and she almost couldn't hold back her tears. As a pampered little princess since childhood, Xing Ning did not have an easy time in the King Yun secret realm, narrowly escaping death while fighting a silverback bear. But Xing Ning still managed to hold back her tears, not wanting her father to see her in such a vulnerable state. Seeing Xing Ning like this, So Wuji felt a pang of heartache, but sensing Xing Ning's aura, which was even deeper than before, So Wuji smiled with some relief. Seeing this touching scene of father and daughter reuniting, Gu Bai and Gu Bei did not go forward to disturb them, but instead found a corner and sat down to rest. Gu Bai scanned the area and found that the number of people had significantly decreased. 50 people went in, but only 36 returned, meaning 14 people were forever left in the King Yun secret realm. Some of these people might have died by the hands of Yao beasts, while others might have died by the hands of their own kind. Ling Yun sect also lost 2 people, out of 10 who went, 8 returned. This was considered relatively light casualties. A moment later, after detecting no living people in the secret realm, the silver vortex closed. The next opening would be 10 years later. My son. This was an old man in the Foundation establishment late stage, who suddenly burst into tears. From his appearance, he seemed to be a loose cultivator who had accidentally obtained an entry ticket to the King Yun secret realm. Evidently, his son had not come out. In this situation, not coming out almost certainly meant a death sentence. Did you kill my son? The old man suddenly looked furiously at Gu Bai and the others who had just emerged from the secret realm. My son usually had a grudge against your Ling Yun sect cultivators. Did you take advantage of this to ambush him? Otherwise, with my son's skill, it's impossible for him to have died in the secret realm. Gu Bai, however, showed no panic. So Wuji stood behind him, and with the old man's Foundation establishment late-stage cultivation, it was impossible to break through So Wuji's defense. For all who enter the secret realm, life and death are fated. If one dies, no one else can be held accountable. So Wuji stood in front of everyone and said coldly. Their Ling Yun sect had also lost 2 disciples, and So Wuji was in a very bad mood at this time. I don't care. I want all of you to be buried with my son. And this old man in the Foundation establishment realm had somewhat lost his mind. He roared, then formed a hand seal and launched a fire dragon art towards Gu Bai and the others. However, this was understandable. The further one cultivates, the harder it is to have offspring. High-level cultivators almost never have offspring, and even chi-refining cultivators find it very difficult to have offspring, let alone Foundation establishment cultivators. Judging by the old man's age, the cultivator who entered the secret realm was probably his only son. Now that his only son was dead, it would be strange if the old man didn't go crazy. But So Wuji was not to be trifled with. Seeing the old man attack, his expression instantly turned grim. He raised his hand and with one sword strike, cut the fire dragon art, launched with all the old man's might, into 2. At this moment, the old man also sobered up and wanted to say something to explain. But So Wuji didn't give him the chance. He raised his hand and another green sword chi slashed out. Even if the old man defended with all his might, he was still no match. With just one strike, this old man in the Foundation establishment late stage was cut into 2. This bloody scene also deterred others, forcing them to suppress all their thoughts. Ling Yun sect only had So Wuji, a golden core initial stage sect leader, present. Compared to other sect leaders who were at least golden core middle stage, he seemed like a soft target. The other loose cultivators who came were like wild dogs. If any weakness was shown, they would swarm forward. If Suwuji showed any weakness, making other loose cultivators feel there was an opportunity, they would likely ambush him as soon as he left. After all, as a young sect master, Suwuji carried a large amount of resources and even had an invaluable treasure like a third-tier flying boat, and Suwuji had only recently broken through to the Golden Core realm. Just the flying boat alone would make Golden Core late-stage cultivators envious, let alone Foundation Establishment realm loose cultivators. This amount of resources was enough to make loose cultivators take risks. 10 of the King Yun secret realm slots were exclusively for loose cultivators, mostly backed by Foundation Establishment late-stage loose cultivators, but there were also 1 or 2 Golden Core realm loose cultivators. Fortunately, Suwuji's thunderous strike deterred the other loose cultivators, making them suppress their thoughts deep within their hearts. Suwuji coldly glanced at the surrounding loose cultivators, then took Gu Bai and his group, boarded a flying boat, and returned to Lingyun sect. Lingyun sect has successors now. Pure Yang true person looked in the direction Suwuji left and said with a smile. Alas, if only my Pure Yang sect could also produce a genius like Suwuji. At Gu Bai's small courtyard in Lingyun sect, Elder Qian and Elder Zhang had already been waiting for a long time. Seeing Gu Bai return unharmed, both elders breathed a sigh of relief. Good lad, it seems your trip to the secret realm was quite fruitful, you've actually had a breakthrough to the Qi refining 7th level. Elder Zhang slightly sensed Gu Bai's cultivation, and immediately his face lit up with a smile. Gu Bai's cultivation had always been a concern for him, steady cultivation would make it difficult to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Fortunately, this problem was resolved. Gu Bai had an opportunity in the King Yun secret realm and breakthrough to the Qi refining 7th level. And Gu Bai was still in his youth, so even if his aptitude was worse, he could still attempt to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. After chatting with the 2 elders for a while, Gu Bai didn't rest but immediately rushed to the Hall of Returning Spring to see his master, He Physician and Su Physician. Upon seeing Gu Bai, He Physician, without a word, instantly flashed in front of Gu Bai, reached out and pressed Gu Bai's shoulder, and began to examine his body. A moment later, He Physician nodded, then laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, it's good that you weren't injured. Su Physician also nodded with satisfaction, then with a wave of his hand, a blue light fell upon Gu Bai. Gu Bai felt a refreshing sensation, as if clear water was washing over his body, and he felt lighter, the fatigue on his body seemed to be washed away and disappeared. This was one of Su Physician's famous unique techniques, the water element secret art, Endless Life, a recovery type secret art that, while not having healing functions, could wash away fatigue and various toxins from the body. Gu Bai was busy until late at night, visiting all the people he was familiar with, putting their minds at ease. At night, Gu Bai lay on a lounge chair in the small courtyard, quietly gazing at the starry sky. This trip to the secret realm had exhausted him, he had to prepare almost everything, search maps, gather intelligence on Yao beasts, formulate battle plans, and guard against sneak attacks from others. Everything that required thinking was left to Gu Bai to handle. Gu Bai was also responsible for healing his 2 companions, and this entire secret realm trip made Gu Bai feel utterly mentally exhausted. He was somewhat envious of Gu Bei and Qing Ning, they didn't have to think about anything, only needing to fight. However, this trip to the secret realm also greatly broadened his horizons, the experiences in the secret realm were more exciting than his entire life combined. Thinking of the gains from this secret realm trip, Gu Bai's lips curved slightly. With the gains from this secret realm, Qing Ning had accumulated another wave of foundation, increasing her chances of breakthrough to the Golden Core realm by a few points. As for Gu Bei, his talent was immeasurable, it was estimated that he could go even further, reaching the legendary nascent soul realm, or even higher realms, potentially even glimpsing the pinnacle of the cultivation world. A Golden Core realm's lifespan is 800 years, and if they consume medicinal pills or spiritual items that extend lifespan, they can even live for 1,000 years, which means the 2 of them can accompany him for at least another 1,000 years. Gu Bai. Just as Gu Bai was lost in thought, a clear shout came from afar. Gu Bai looked up and saw that it was Qing Ning. She was sneaking into Gu Bai's small courtyard under the cover of night, carrying a few green fish in her hand. Gu Bai, these are my father's treasured profound green fish, their flesh is incredibly tender and smooth, a rare delicacy. Since we just came out of the King Yun secret realm, I secretly brought a few over. Let's celebrate together. Gu Bai looked at the green fish Qing Ning was carrying, and his mouth twitched. If he wasn't mistaken, these should be some of the ornamental green fish from the sect hall's pond. Qing Ning must have secretly caught a few behind her father's back. Gu Bai didn't waste words and unhesitatingly took the green fish. He had been craving these profound green fish for a long time. He knew about the profound green fish, although they were ornamental fish, their taste was incredibly delicious, and he had long wanted to taste this legendary fish. It was just that these were the sect master's pets, and he had never dared to touch them, but since they were brought by the sect master's beloved daughter, the sect leader shouldn't say anything, right? Taking out a few fruitwoods from his storage pouch and arranging them on the ground in the prescribed shape, Gu Bai reached out and summoned a small flame to ignite the wood. Crackling, crackling. Wisps of smoke rose, but these wisps were not choking, instead, they carried a faint fruity fragrance. These were Gu Bai's treasured fruitwoods, branches taken from aged fruit trees. Gu Bai took out a dissecting knife from his backpack, aimed at the few profound green fish, and with a swift motion, the profound green fish were almost instantly dismembered, their internal organs and scales were all cut away, leaving only the pink fish meat. Gu Bai slowly roasted these fish over the fire, and in just a moment, the fish meat emitted a refreshing aroma.
it smells so good, as expected of Gubai. Qingning gave Gubai a thumbs up, then sat beside Gubai, quietly waiting for the roasted fish. Just then, a white figure suddenly darted out from the side, trying to pounce on the roasted fish. But Gubai firmly stopped it, holding the white figure by the neck with one hand and lifting it to his front. Xiaobai, you're being naughty again. This white figure was the little silver moon bear. After leaving the King Yun's secret realm, Gubai named it Xiaobai, and it had been active in Gubai's small courtyard ever since. Influenced by Gubai's affinity talent, Xiaobai was very close to Gubai. Gubai rubbed Xiaobai's soft fur and held Xiaobai in his arms. Xiaobai did not resist, but instead rubbed against Gubai, greatly enjoying Gubai's embrace. Wow, it's Xiaobai, let me hold him. Seeing Xiaobai's cute appearance, Qingning's eyes lit up, and she directly snatched Xiaobai, hugging him in her arms. Xiaobai struggled a few times but couldn't break free, so it simply stopped struggling, allowing Qingning to knead him as she pleased. After a long while, the two sat quietly by the bonfire, in silent agreement, neither speaking, just quietly watching the roasted fish, enjoying this peaceful time. Qingning secretly glanced left and right, and finding no one, she stealthily moved her bottom, slowly inching closer to Gubai. Finally, she gently leaned on Gubai's shoulder. Gubai did not resist and just sat there quietly. Qingning looked at Gubai's handsome profile, her face slightly flushed, and she pursed her lips, slowly moving towards Gubai's face. Big brother. I've come to play with you. I secretly stole 2 jars of good wine from the sect master's immortal cave. Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk. Just at this crucial moment, a loud voice came from down the mountain. Gubai smiled, dashing up from the mountain, carrying 2 jars of wine in his hands. When Gubai saw the scene before him, he instantly froze in place. Gubai and Qingning were in an extremely ambiguous posture, leaning against each other, Qingning's lips less than a finger's width from Gubai's face. Upon hearing the shout, Qingning shivered, and the ambiguity in the air was suddenly completely dispersed. The two quickly sat up straight. Gubai lowered his head, feeling very awkward that he and Qingning were secretly eating delicious food behind Gubai's back, and most importantly, they had been discovered by Gubai. Qingning glared at Gubai indignantly, her expression as if she wanted to tear Gubai apart alive. Gubai scratched his head, sensing that something was wrong, and finally forced a couple of laughs. In the end, it was Gubai who broke the awkward atmosphere. Gubai, you've come at just the right time, my roasted fish is also just ready, and it just so happens to be missing a pot of good wine. Qingning only glared at Gubai once, then her expression returned to normal. The three of them thus ate roasted fish and drank wine, chatting about their future ideals. Gubai looked at the lively scene in his small courtyard and smiled happily. This feeling was truly good, truly very good. Time flowed like water, and 15 long years passed in the blink of an eye. Gubai opened his eyes, and after sensing his cultivation, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Qi refining 9th tier, the highest rank of the Qi refining realm. After this, he should prepare to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Having stepped into the cultivation world for 32 years, Gubai finally cultivated to the Qi refining 9th tier not long ago. And now Gubai was only 50 years old, which for a cultivator, was still considered relatively young. Gubai's achievements, of course, were also due to the help of those around him. The medicinal pill he used to break through to the Qi refining 9th tier was the top-grade Xianhuang pill. This medicinal pill had very strong medicinal properties and was the most excellent breakthrough medicinal pill, even capable of assisting cultivators in foundation establishment to a certain extent. Not to mention, it was a top-grade Xianhuang pill. It was precisely this medicinal pill that saved Gubai several years of arduous cultivation, and this medicinal pill was given to Gubai by Gubai and Qingning. Gubai took out a slightly vibrating talisman from his storage pouch. This was a full transmission talisman from within the sect, similar to a mobile phone in his previous life, capable of transmitting information. However, it was limited to the sect's range, and the number of uses was limited. A talisman would be waste after only a few uses. His divine sense probed into it. A moment later, Gubai opened his eyes. This was a message from He Physician, asking him to come to the Hall of Returning Spring. Xiaobai, you stay here first. I'm going out for a bit. Gubai shouted towards the courtyard and then hurried in the direction of the Hall of Returning Spring. Roar. A 2-meter-tall, muscular white giant bear walked out from behind the courtyard. After roaring at Gubai, it lay down and continued to sleep. This giant bear was the small silver moon bear that Gubai had brought back from the King Yun's secret realm back then. Under Gubai's careful care, after 15 years of growth, Xiaobai was already semi-adult. Its cultivation speed was very fast, and it had already reached the Qi refining 5th level. This speed was very fast for a Yao beast. The lifespan of most Yao beasts was longer than that of cultivators of the same realm, so their cultivation speed was naturally slower than that of humans. Greetings, Senior Brother Gu. Physician Gu, thank you so much for helping me heal last time. All the cultivators who saw Gubai along the way greeted him warmly, and Gubai responded with a smile to each of them. Gubai had not been idle all these years in the Hall of Returning Spring. Because of Gubai's superb medical skills, he could cure all kinds of strange diseases, and his fees were low, less than half of what other physicians charged. The most important thing was that Gubai was also reasonable and easy to talk to, his personality was even somewhat gentle, and he basically never got angry. If some cultivators were too severely injured and had no money for treatment, Gubai would even pay out of his own pocket to treat them. His medical dao was excellent, and he was widely praised by the sect's cultivators.
Whenever a cultivator in the sect was injured, they would basically look for Gu Bai. Only when they couldn't find Gu Bai would they look for other physicians. Over time, Gu Bai accumulated a very good reputation, and the cultivators of Lingyun sect had basically all received treatment from Gu Bai. Furthermore, Gu Bai was very enthusiastic about helping others treat hidden injuries or illnesses that other physicians had deemed incurable. Lingyun sect and the neighboring Five Poison sect did not have a good relationship and often had conflicts. And the Five Poison sect was good at poisoning. Many poisons were even beyond the capabilities of the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, that second-order physician, leaving victims as cripples or suffering from tormenting pain. But Gu Bai would try to treat them, and most of them were successfully saved. This was not because Gu Bai's medical skills were so superb, but because he possessed an immortal body and could fearlessly test medicines on himself. Therefore, he could prescribe the right medicine. For example, if someone was poisoned by the Five Poison sect, and the poison was spread throughout their meridians and had fused with their body, making them unable to use magical power for life, Gu Bai would personally test the poison, continuously experimenting with the same poison to develop an antidote. Through Gu Bai's efforts, some cultivators were indeed saved. Some cultivators were even diagnosed with having their cultivation ruined for life, but Gu Bai managed to save them all. The most famous instance was when Gu Bai treated a Foundation establishment late-stage elder of the inner sect. This elder was ambushed by a Five Poison sect elder and poisoned with Xianbing poison. At first, there might have been a chance to save him, but decades had passed since then, and the Xianbing poison had already fused with his magical power, making it basically incurable. However, Gu Bai managed to save him. After this, Gu Bai became famous in the sect, hailed as the #1 in medical skills, and his medical Dao level was already close to that second-order physician. As long as he breakthroughs to the Foundation establishment realm, he can become a second-order physician. Over these years, Gu Bai had accumulated a considerable amount of connections. In fact, as long as Gu Bai gave an order, countless Foundation establishment cultivators would risk their lives for him. Gu Bai walked on the road, looking at the enthusiastic disciples around him and smiling helplessly. A lively, younger female cultivator blocked Gu Bai's path. Blushing, she loudly said, "Senior brother Gu, I like you. Let's become Dao companions." Gu Bai did not agree. Instead, he showed a gentle smile and gently refused. "I'm sorry, I don't think we're suitable. You'll find someone better than me." When the female cultivator heard Gu Bai's refusal, her face turned red, and she burst into tears, then ran away without looking back. Gu Bai sighed helplessly. That female cultivator had clearly just entered the sect a few years ago and must have fallen in love with him at first sight. Gu Bai was already used to such scenes. Almost every few days, different types of girls would confess to him. Over these years, Gu Bai was also deeply loved by the female cultivators of the sect. Because Gu Bai was handsome, calm, and gentle, especially when he smiled, that gentle smile was simply a killer for girls. The girls who pursued Gu Bai over the years could encircle the sect several times. His popularity even slightly surpassed Gu Bai's. Smiling at the onlookers, Gu Bai turned and walked towards the Hall of Returning Spring. As soon as he entered the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai sensed that the atmosphere was off. His master, as well as Su Physician, and some other old physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring, were all standing outside the door, seemingly waiting for him. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai also put away his smile and looked serious. What happened? He Physician, however, patted Gu Bai's shoulder and laughed loudly. Don't worry, it's a good thing for you. Do you know that the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, that second-order physician, is now over 200 years old? Gu Bai nodded. Healer Kui, the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, was the only second-order physician in Lingyun sect, but he was old and had already retired to the background, in a semi-retired state. Could it be that Healer Kui plans to retire? Precisely. He Physician said with a smile. Healer Kui originally planned to retire after cultivating a second-order physician, but unfortunately, the Hall of Returning Spring has not had much talent these years, causing Healer Kui to delay it. Now Healer Kui's health is not as good as before, and he can't not retire, so before he retires, he plans to choose a successor to inherit the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Gu Bai calculated in his mind. Over 200 years old was already considered old for a Foundation establishment cultivator. Many Foundation establishment cultivators did not live that long. Is there anyone selected then? Seeing you so happy, Master, could it be you? He Physician shook his head. According to Healer Kui, the successor will be jointly elected by us, the physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring. Everyone has one vote, and whoever gets the most votes will become the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Although I have considerable prestige in the Hall of Returning Spring, I'm not qualified enough. But there is one person. If he were to serve as the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, none of us present would have any objections. He Physician looked at Gu Bai and said with a smile. Gu Bai pondered for a moment, unable to think of anyone in the Hall of Returning Spring who could serve as the Hall Master. Although the Hall of Returning Spring had many physicians like his master He Physician, who possessed superb medical skills, they were like a group of dragons without a leader, with no one willing to submit to another. Seeing Gu Bai in thought, He Physician patted Gu Bai's shoulder and chided him with a laugh. You brat, I'm talking about you. Your medicine level has already surpassed mine, and your medical Dao level has even exceeded Su Physician's. I can guarantee that among the first-rank physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring, you are already the most formidable. Most importantly, you are still very young, with a flexible mind, unlike us old fellows. You are the most suitable candidate. Gu Bai pointed to himself, somewhat disbelieving. Me. It was not surprising that Gu Bai thought this way. Being a physician is a profession where the older you are, the more popular you become. It is generally difficult for young physicians to gain the respect of others. That's right, it's you. You don't need to worry about the voting. Su physician and I have good relationships with the other physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring. The physicians I don't know, Su physician knows, and the physicians Su physician doesn't know, I know. The two of us already visited most of the physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring last night, and they will all cast their votes for you. Gu Bai felt a warmth in his heart. Although he physician spoke lightly, he had likely used the connections he had accumulated over decades to gather so many votes for him. Although he was the most suitable candidate, he was merely suitable. With so many eyes on this position, some people had even waited for decades, so under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to be chosen. Thank you, both masters. Gu Bai bowed deeply to he physician and Su physician, not saying much, but he had firmly etched this kindness into his heart. After all the physicians arrived at the Hall of Returning Spring, an old man with a long beard and white hair appeared before everyone. This was Healer Kuei, the current Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Healer Kuei looked at the dozens of physicians in white robes below and nodded. To make a long story short, I am old, and it is time to choose the next Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Every physician has one voting right and can cast their vote for their recommended candidate. The voting will begin tomorrow at noon, and a new Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring will be chosen then. Many physicians remained calm, showing no abnormality, apparently having known about this long ago. Only a few physicians looked surprised, having just found out. All right, you should go back and rest. The outcome is basically decided. Gu Bai's mouth twitched. He never thought he would one day become someone with connections, but this feeling wasn't bad at all. The next day, Gu Bai arrived at the Hall of Returning Spring early in the morning, where almost all the physicians had gathered. Upon seeing Gu Bai, these physicians greeted him warmly, their attitudes showing a clear change from before. But then again, it made sense, if nothing unexpected happened, Gu Bai would soon become the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, and then he would be the superior of all the physicians. However, there was one stern-faced, taciturn middle-aged physician who stared at Gu Bai with ill intent. He looked as if he had an irreconcilable hatred for Gu Bai. Behind that physician stood a few other physicians, who seemed out of place among the others. Gu Bai knew this physician, she was Physician Qin of the Hall of Returning Spring, whose medical skills were also extremely superb, not inferior to his master he physicians. Physician Qin, his master he physician, and Su physician, excluding himself, were the three most top-tier physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring. Physician Qin was relatively silent and had a peculiar temper, but she was very ambitious and had always coveted the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. If Gu Bai had not emerged unexpectedly, she might have actually become the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Gu Bai didn't pay much attention to it, Physician Qin posed no threat to him at all. Soon, the voting began. Gu Bai naturally voted for himself, and he physician and Su physician also voted for him. The other physicians also cast their votes for Gu Bai, with only a few voting for Physician Qin. After the voting ended, Healer Kuei opened the box and looked inside. This junior is truly remarkable, he actually gained the approval of most of the physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring. After reading the list, Healer Kuei was slightly surprised. One should know that these physicians were very proud, and even if their relationships were good, it would be difficult to gain their approval without some real skill. The Hall of Returning Spring has its successor. Healer Kuei nodded to Gu Bai and then tossed the Hall Master's token of the Hall of Returning Spring to Gu Bai. From now on, the Hall of Returning Spring is yours. If you don't understand anything, you can come and ask me. Of course, my words are only for reference, the main authority is still yours. Healer Kuei did not cling to power but generously relinquished all his authority, completely entrusting the Hall of Returning Spring to Gu Bai. Gu Bai nodded, feeling as if he were dreaming. He never expected to ascend to the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring so easily. Gu Bai did not become arrogant because of this. His ability to become the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring was entirely due to his master and Su physician. Although he himself had high popularity in the Hall of Returning Spring, this was not enough to make other physicians vote for him. That evening, Gu Bai went to Healer Kuei's Immortal Cave to humbly seek advice on various issues from Healer Kuei. Regarding the planning for the Hall of Returning Spring, how it should develop in the future, and other such questions, although Gu Bai had some ideas, he was ultimately inexperienced and needed to consult this senior more. The two talked through the night like old friends. Healer Kuei was amazed by Gu Bai's flexible and ever-changing thinking, many of his ideas were unheard of and showed a great sense of the bigger picture. The two talked for a whole night. Healer Kuei was completely won over by Gu Bai, sighing with emotion that Gu Bai was young and promising. With you, the new Hall Master, the Hall of Returning Spring, I am truly at ease. Your ideas are very good, and I agree with them, but you must not be too hasty. Don't change too many rules all at once, it's best to take it slowly, changing little by little. Although this approach is slower in terms of change, it is stable and will not lead to any unexpected problems. Of course, these are just some suggestions from an old man like me. If you are confident, just follow your own ideas. Gu Bai nodded. He also had no intention of being too hasty, immediately making all sorts of changes. He still planned to take it slowly, as Healer Kuei suggested. He was immortal and had all the time in the world to manage and transform the Hall of Returning Spring into what he envisioned. If 10 years weren't enough, then 20 years, if 20 years weren't enough, then 50 years. Gu Bai's mentality was very stable, and he was not in a hurry. Looking at Gu Bai, Healer Kui nodded with satisfaction. I am old now, the future belongs to you young people. Do what you wish to do. The next day, Gu Bai put on the long robe with golden patterns, unique to the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Sitting at the table, looking at the various documents in the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai did not panic, but orderly picked up the documents and began to read them. These documents recorded all the information within the Hall of Returning Spring, as well as various requests, which were very disorganized but all required him, the Hall Master, to handle. For instance, the Law Enforcement Hall had requested 100 rejuvenation pills from the Hall of Returning Spring yesterday, to be used as life-saving medicinal pills. Also, the Danding Division had requested several hundred first-grade spirit medicines from the Hall of Returning Spring for alchemy. These all required him, the Hall Master, to consider whether to give them or not, and if so, how much to give. After all, these were the Hall of Returning Spring's own resources, but if he didn't give them, it would be somewhat unreasonable, as they were all forces within the sect and should naturally help each other. For example, the Law Enforcement Hall and the Hall of Returning Spring had a relatively good relationship. The Law Enforcement Hall would always come to the Hall of Returning Spring for treatment. It was only a request for 100 rejuvenation pills, so of course, they had to be given. However, the relationship between the Danding Division and the Hall of Returning Spring was not good, as the main organization in the sect responsible for medicinal pills, they also refined some recovery-type medicinal pills, which inherently overlapped with the Hall of Returning Spring to some extent. The Danding Division consumed spirit medicine very quickly, and the spirit medicine distributed by the sect each month was simply not enough, so they often had to ask other organizations for spirit medicine. This was something the sect tacitly allowed, and refusing would not be good. Also, how should he handle Physician Qin's matter? Physician Qin failed in her competition for the Hall Master position, so how should he, the Hall Master, treat Physician Qin? If he sidelined Physician Qin, marginalizing her position, would it discourage other physicians? After all, it was just a fair competition, and no dirty tricks were involved. If she lost, but if he treated her this way, would he be treated the same way in the future? But if he acted as if nothing had happened, would other physicians think he, the Hall Master, was weak and easily bullied? All sorts of miscellaneous problems came one after another, and Gu Bai closed his eyes, rubbing his slightly throbbing forehead. Gu Bai finally understood why Healer Kui was so happy after his retirement. Gu Bai took a deep breath and began to process the documents. Gu Bai was very familiar with how to manage an organization. In his previous life, he was the owner of a small company, and under his leadership, the small company rose steadily. In just a few years, it became a giant, and Gu Bai still had absolute control over the company. Gu Bai had originally planned to aim for a Fortune 500 company, but unfortunately, before he could prepare, he arrived in this cultivation world. Gu Bai could manage a company of over 1,000 people, let alone the Hall of Returning Spring, which only had dozens. Gu Bai continuously issued commands, and the Hall of Returning Spring, like a precise machine, began to operate in an orderly manner under Gu Bai's manipulation. Gu Bai first gave the Law Enforcement Hall 100 rejuvenation pills, but Gu Bai also made a request. That was, if the Law Enforcement Hall found spirit medicine while apprehending criminals, they should sell these spirit medicines to the Hall of Returning Spring at a low price. The Law Enforcement Hall readily agreed to this. When they killed criminals, they would confiscate the criminals' storage pouches and often found some spirit medicine, but they themselves had no use for it. They basically sold it to the Danding Division at a low price for alchemy. Now giving it to the Hall of Returning Spring, the price was almost the same, so the Law Enforcement Hall naturally didn't care. As for the spirit medicine requested by the Danding Division, Gu Bai also agreed, but it required the Danding Division to exchange it with some medicinal pills. As for Physician Qin, Gu Bai did not take action against her. Physician Qin had not offended him, it was just a normal competition, and Gu Bai was not so petty. If others thought he was easy to bully, he wouldn't mind giving them a warning. Many old physicians silently watched from the side, not giving Gu Bai any reminders, all waiting for Gu Bai to make a mistake, so that Gu Bai would know that being a hall master was not that easy. But they suddenly discovered that under Gu Bai's leadership, the Hall of Returning Spring was completely revitalized. Although the rules were still the same, there were some subtle changes. But among many choices, Gu Bai could always find the best option. Humph. Congratulations on becoming the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Such a great event, you should at least make a delicious meal to celebrate. Then these 2 purple flame vultures will be my gift to you. At night, in Gu Bai's small courtyard, Qing Ning, dressed in a green robe, walked towards Gu Bai with a smile, holding 2 purple flying vultures in her hands. Upon seeing Gu Bai, Qing Ning lunged forward, giving Gu Bai no chance to resist, and immediately embraced him. After the passage of time, Qing Ning had matured quite a bit, but she still couldn't change her lively, active, and gluttonous nature. You're already a grown girl, you should be more composed. Gu Bai was pressed into Qing Ning's embrace, even having some difficulty breathing. It took him a while to break free, and he said helplessly. Qing Ning had maintained close contact with him over the years, basically coming to Gu Bai's place to play every few days. Every time she came, she would bring some food, which was, of course, unprocessed ingredients, and still needed Gu Bai to prepare. Gu Bai was also happy about this, and their relationship, after the passage of time, became increasingly intimate. Qing Ning even thought about living with Gu Bai, so she wouldn't have to run back and forth every day. But her father ruthlessly refused, So Wuji didn't even allow Qingning to stay overnight at Gu Bai's place. In his words, Gu Bai had to at least break through to the foundation establishment realm before he could be with his daughter. Gu Bai understood So Wuji's thoughts very well. He couldn't possibly let his precious daughter spend her life with a qi refining cultivator. Humph, I'd like to see who dares to say anything about me. Qingning snorted, not caring in the slightest. Wait a moment, I'll deal with these two purple flame vultures first. Gu Bai did not linger in this tenderness, struggling to leave Qingning's embrace. Qingning looked at Gu Bai's departing back, stomping her foot in dissatisfaction. She looked down at the mountains on her chest. Two massive objects firmly blocked Qingning's vision, even preventing her from seeing the ground. No problem, does Gu Bai not like girls? She reached out and pressed her chest, rubbing it. Qingning's face flushed, and she muttered to herself. With his back to Qingning, Gu Bai took several deep breaths before suppressing the heat in his heart. If it weren't for the skill of absolute rationality, he might have been unable to endure it long ago. It wasn't that Gu Bai didn't like Qingning, it was just that his realm was still low, far from being worthy of Qingning. Gu Bai planned to wait until he broke through to the foundation establishment realm and gained So Wuji's approval before formally facing this relationship. Big brother, I'm here. Just as the two were in silence, a loud voice came from afar. Just by hearing the voice, it was clear that Gu Bai had arrived. Gu Bai naturally found a seat and then began to complain to Gu Bai. I really envy Gu Bai, you have such good elders, unlike me, who only meet scoundrels. Those old geezers in the law enforcement hall are truly hateful. I'm clearly so excellent, yet they still refuse to step down. But it'll be soon. Once I break through to the foundation establishment middle stage, even if those old geezers don't want to step down, I can forcibly take their place through martial might. Gu Bai leaned tiredly on the lounge chair, clearly not doing well recently, with considerable conflict with the elders. Humph, that's just because you are too weak. Gu Bai is amazing, he immediately became the hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Qingning scoffed, her arms crossed. Gu Bai smiled and did not reply. He and Gu Bai were different. Gu Bai was too ostentatious and not as smooth as him, leading others to instinctively become hostile, which resulted in him making many enemies. Gu Bai desired more power, and with his strength and achievements, he should indeed receive more authority, but those elders did not want to relinquish power, so they were inherently hostile. He, on the other hand, was much gentler, rarely showing hostility, and had good relationships with many physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring. His own talent was not as exceptional as Gu Bai's, so others didn't harbor much animosity towards him. Some even hoped that Gu Bai could become the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Coupled with the fact that the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring happened to retire, Gu Bai was able to smoothly become the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Regarding Gu Bai's matters, he had no solution and could only rely on Gu Bai himself. The three gathered as usual, complaining about their life experiences, occasionally chatting about interesting anecdotes from the sect, and bursting into laughter from time to time. This was their routine. Whenever they had free time, the three would gather, or they would meet when someone achieved something. At the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai skillfully handled the documents. After a moment, Gu Bai finally finished all the paperwork and slowly stretched. My position is stable now, it's time to make some changes. Leaning back in his seat, Gu Bai murmured softly. He had been the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring for some time, and under his leadership, the Hall of Returning Spring showed vibrant vitality. His physicians, who initially distrusted him, had now begun to believe in him. There were even rumors that Gu Bai had surpassed Healer Kuei in managing forces. Furthermore, with the support of He Physician and Su Physician, Gu Bai could truly be said to have the final say in the Hall of Returning Spring. With the time ripe, Gu Bai also planned to make some changes. Although the current Hall of Returning Spring was decent, in Gu Bai's view, it was full of loopholes and could be much better. Once he had an idea, Gu Bai immediately notified all physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring to gather. Upon receiving the notification, physicians arrived at the Hall of Returning Spring one after another, standing together and whispering. It seems this newly appointed Hall Master finally couldn't hold back and intends to make a name for himself. In my opinion, the current framework is better. It's a framework formed after so many years of accumulation, it can't be changed just because one wants to. Who knows, this Hall Master might not be simple. Gu Bai paid no attention to the murmuring crowd, standing quietly in place. He Physician and Su Physician also arrived, but they did not stand with the other physicians, instead, they stood behind Gu Bai, supporting him. Feeling the affirming gazes of the two elders behind him, Gu Bai's confidence immediately soared. Soon, all the physicians had arrived, even Physician Qin, who had some friction with Gu Bai. Looking at the numerous figures below, Gu Bai felt no nervousness. I believe that while our Hall of Returning Spring has no overall problems and doesn't need major changes, it only requires some minor adjustments. Our Hall of Returning Spring uses an apprenticeship system, where a master takes on 1 or 2 disciples for guidance. But this method is too slow. One person can at most teach a few disciples simultaneously, and teachers don't always have time. I imagine most physicians only spend a small amount of time teaching disciples, and for most of the other time, they let disciples self-study, right? Such rudimentary cultivation of disciples leads to it taking several years to produce a single physician. This is the most critical point, because without fresh blood, our Hall of Returning Spring has never been able to develop, and the number of physicians has always remained at only a dozen or so. Then what should be done? I've also realized this problem, but I haven't found a good solution. Gu Bai glanced at the crowd below, then tapped the table and replied. I believe we should adopt a classroom system. We can establish specialized teachers to explain knowledge related to the medical Dao. The reason it's difficult to become a physician is that there's an immense amount of knowledge to learn. One has to memorize hundreds of books, and all of this relies on self-study, which is extremely challenging. But if classrooms are established to explain the knowledge from books, learning will become much simpler. Furthermore, we can further subdivide the medical Dao into two broad categories: medicine, which specializes in treatment using medicinal drugs, and spell, which specializes in treatment using spells. Therefore, I hope the physicians present can serve as teachers, taking on different teaching roles based on their areas of expertise to instruct students. Gu Bai stood on the podium, speaking eloquently, perfectly articulating his ideas. Indeed, what he described was the teaching method used on Earth in his previous life. Although this system was criticized by many, its excellence could not be denied. It fundamentally ensured that no genius would be missed. And it was highly efficient, only a few teachers could instruct dozens to hundreds of students. Under the Hall of Returning Spring's original system, after a disciple joined the Hall of Returning Spring, they still had to find a master to teach them. However, the Hall of Returning Spring only had a dozen physicians in total, and only 5 or 6 physicians showed signs of taking on disciples. This resulted in most disciples not having a master to teach them, relying entirely on self-study. Only those with connections, like Gu Bai, could find a physician to instruct them. This was why the Hall of Returning Spring had such a terrifying attrition rate. Every year, hundreds of disciples joined the Hall of Returning Spring, but in the end, only a dozen or so disciples persevered. Of course, Gu Bai did not completely copy it, he also made some adjustments based on the Hall of Returning Spring's situation. Silence reigned. The crowd below was astonished by Gu Bai's idea, seeing it as nothing short of divine. It completely overturned the traditional teaching methods of the cultivation world. I disagree. This is completely an evil path. Disciples taught this way will have no sense of belonging to the Hall of Returning Spring at all. Immediately, several older physicians in the audience vehemently rejected it. They were strongly opposed to this new teaching plan. Most of the other physicians also remained silent, unwilling to endorse this new teaching method. Gu Bai's expression was normal, he was not surprised by this situation. Although this model was hugely beneficial to the Hall of Returning Spring, allowing for a continuous replenishment of fresh blood, it was estimated that within 10 years, the Hall of Returning Spring would be able to add several physicians. However, doing so would infringe upon the interests of the original physicians. After all, the Lingyun sect only had a dozen or so physicians in total, and each physician enjoyed excellent benefits, with their status even more valuable than some foundation establishment cultivators. But if Gu Bai's plan were truly implemented, then the identity of a physician would no longer be special, and their treatment would also be much worse than before. This made most physicians unable to accept it. They had suffered greatly during their studies, having fought their way up from hundreds or thousands of disciples, and now they could finally enjoy their success. Gu Bai, however, introduced this plan, where future disciples would no longer face such difficulties, each would have several physicians teaching them, which was more unbearable to them than being killed. Looking at the crowd below, Gu Bai shook his head, lamenting the ignorance of these physicians. They simply did not understand the importance of development. As the Hall of Returning Spring's influence expanded, it would gain more say and naturally acquire more resources. And these physicians were the old guard of the Hall of Returning Spring. By the time it fully developed, their treatment would not only not decrease but would increase, making them elder figures of the Hall of Returning Spring. But obviously, these people did not see far, they only cared about immediate profits. Gu Bai even suspected that the reason the Hall of Returning Spring had not developed was due to the existence of these people. Gu Bai scanned the area, secretly noting down the few people who were particularly vocal below the stage. I support it. Gu Bai's plan is entirely beneficial to our Hall of Returning Spring. As for you who oppose it, you know what you are thinking in your hearts. He physician puffed out his chest and glared, speaking loudly, single-handedly suppressing the others, making them unable to raise their heads. I also support it. I'm not like you old fogies who worry about being surpassed by those young people. Physician Qin said expressionlessly, crossing her arms. Of course, there were those who opposed and those who supported. For example, he physician, who had always stood on this side, and several other physicians who had a good relationship with Gu Bai. However, what surprised Gu Bai the most was that Physician Qin would also stand on his side. But upon closer thought, it was quite normal. Physician Qin had greater ambition and extraordinary talent. Excluding Gu Bai, she was the person most likely to become a second-order physician in the Hall of Returning Spring in recent years. If the Hall of Returning Spring developed, Physician Qin's treatment would naturally improve, and she also wasn't worried about being eliminated. She had her own pride. The two sides immediately began a fierce argument, with he physician as the representative of his side. Quiet! Gu Bai roared, his voice amplified by magic, loud enough for everyone to hear. In my opinion, this method is not appropriate, the risks are too great. Yes, the disciples cultivated this way will have no sense of belonging at all. However, the area below remained chaotic, only a few people quieted down, while a portion of others continued as they were, showing no regard for Gu Bai. Gu Bai's gaze solidified, and his expression became cold. I said quiet. Gu Bai took a deep breath, then roared loudly. The area below instantly fell silent. Everyone was surprised that Gu Bai, who usually had such a good temper, would get angry. How dare you, little brat, speak to me like that? Isn't it just being a hall master? What's so great about it? How dare you even order me around? If it weren't for your master and Su physician running around, it's not certain who would have become the hall master. An old man with white hair, clearly very old, did not quiet down. Instead, he spoke sarcastically to Gu Bai, seemingly certain that Gu Bai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. He was the oldest physician in the Hall of Returning Spring. Although he didn't have much ability, he was a senior to everyone, and others usually wouldn't bother with him much, completely looking down on Gu Bai. Yellow Dragon City seems to be missing a physician to guard it. I see that Fang physician's medical skills are superb, perhaps he should go to Yellow Dragon City to guard for 20 years. Gu Bai said coldly. He usually had a good temper and rarely got angry, but that didn't mean he was weak and easily bullied. When Gu Bai truly got angry, he was very frightening. As soon as Gu Bai spoke, it immediately stirred up 1,000 waves, and the crowd below instantly erupted. No, Yellow Dragon City is remote, and spiritual chi is scarce. Fang physician is old and not suitable to go to such a borderland. Numerous physicians advised Gu Bai, and Fang physician himself also changed his expression drastically, looking at Gu Bai in disbelief. Yellow Dragon City was a border area of the Lingyan sect, beyond it was a desolate desert, so Yellow Dragon City had a harsh climate and extremely scarce spiritual chi. Performing tasks there, in a sense, was considered exile, only those who had committed major mistakes would be sent to Yellow Dragon City by the sect. And Fang physician was old, staying there for 20 years, he might die of old age and never return to the sect. You little brat, don't brag. I haven't committed any mistakes, so how can you send me to Yellow Dragon City with just a word? You're not the sect leader, you don't have that right at all. Or are you truly taking yourself for someone important? Fang physician's face turned red with anger, and he pointed at Gu Bai, trembling as he cursed. Gu Bai, however, sneered and didn't reply. Instead, he directly pulled out a notebook and threw it onto Fang physician's face. Fang physician took the notebook and, after seeing what was written inside, his face instantly turned pale, devoid of color, then he closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. What was recorded in this notebook were precisely the crimes he had committed over the years, including reselling the Hall of Returning Spring's secret, untransmitted medicines to loose cultivators, creating fake bills, embezzling a large sum of spirit medicine, and a myriad of other crimes. As soon as Gu Bai took over the Hall of Returning Spring, he discovered that the account books were incorrect. After a personal investigation, Gu Bai found that several old physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring were creating fake accounts and embezzling a considerable amount of resources. So he entrusted Gu Bai to bring people from the Law Enforcement Hall to investigate along this line, and only then did they discover that Fang physician had even been selling the Hall of Returning Spring's secret, untransmitted medicines at high prices to some loose cultivators. This was a minor crime, but who told Gu Bai that he had the Law Enforcement Hall backing him? With Gu Bai in the Law Enforcement Hall, as long as Gu Bai spoke, these pieces of evidence alone would be enough to convict Fang physician. Gu Bai had already obtained evidence of Fang physician's crimes, as well as those of several other physicians, but he had kept it secret until today, when he finally presented the evidence. Fang physician's sudden collapse frightened the other physicians around him, who rushed forward to check on him. Gu Bai wasn't worried that Fang physician would be in any serious danger, there were more than a dozen physicians standing around. Even if Fang physician's body were cut in half right now, there would be a way to save him, let alone merely fainting. Under the treatment of numerous physicians, Fang physician regained consciousness in just a moment. Please, everyone, bear with me and take Fang physician away. Gu Bai said with a smile. The other physicians immediately looked puzzled, not understanding who Gu Bai was talking to. But the next moment, two figures suddenly darted out from behind Gu Bai. These two were dressed in Law Enforcement Hall uniforms and, without a word, each dragged one of Elder Fang's arms, pulling him away. Let go of me. You let go of me. You have no right to do this. After being seized, Physician Fang began to shout and yell, completely losing his usual composure, and even started to plead with Physician He. Physician He, quickly persuade Gu Bai. He's gone mad. Have you forgotten that I taught you when you were young? Physician He, however, turned his head, completely ignoring Physician Fang's shouts. Physician Fang's voice grew softer and softer until it finally disappeared completely, and the scene quieted down, with no one speaking. Gu Bai nodded with satisfaction. This was the banquet he had specially set up, intended to give everyone present a show of force, to let them know that he, Gu Bai, was not to be trifled with. He had the colossal Law Enforcement Hall backing him, and could even mobilize its members to assist with cases. This way, when he made any future reforms, no one would jump out to stop him. Does anyone else have an opinion? Feel free to voice it. I will definitely consider it carefully. Gu Bai narrowed his eyes, a pleasant smile playing on his lips, and swept his gaze over everyone present. Below the stage, however, there was dead silence, no one dared to speak at this moment. Gu Bai then began to assign tasks. He didn't expect these old-fashioned individuals to seriously teach the students. Therefore, although he said they would be teachers, in reality, they would only teach one class a month, mostly basic content. The rest of the time, they would maintain the basic operations of the Hall of Returning Spring, doing whatever they usually did. The true core were Physician He and Physician Su. The courses they taught were Medicine and Medical Dao, respectively. The character of these two seniors was guaranteed. When teaching students, they would not hide their knowledge but would instead impart everything they knew. And the disciples taught by these two seniors would naturally be different from other physicians. Once these disciples matured, they would then teach new disciples, thus forming a virtuous cycle. Of course, in addition to the two seniors, there were also some individuals with good conduct whom Gu Bai would also assign to be teachers. Besides this, Gu Bai also reformed several other rules of the Hall of Returning Spring. Under Gu Bai's leadership, in just 3 years, the Hall of Returning Spring was completely revitalized. All disciples who came to the Hall of Returning Spring could receive excellent instruction, and as long as one's talent was even slightly above average, they had the potential to become a physician. The Hall of Returning Spring also entered an unprecedented period of bustling activity. The once desolate Hall of Returning Spring was now filled with young disciples moving about everywhere. These disciples were young and vibrant, and could be considered excellent laborers. As Gu Bai walked through the Hall of Returning Spring, the surrounding disciples would respectfully greet him upon seeing him. "Hello, Hall Master." "Hall Master Gu, hello." Gu Bai responded with a smile to each, without any of the airs a Hall Master might have. It was precisely this attitude that led the newly joined disciples of the Hall of Returning Spring to greatly like Hall Master Gu Bai. One could even say they worshipped him. This did not create distance between Gu Bai and the disciples. Gu Bai had a very good relationship with these newly initiated disciples, sometimes even joking with them. As Gu Bai was strolling, he found 2 young teenagers in front of him, constantly arguing. Gu Bai recognized these two. The boy was named Oriental Starfall, from a mundane medical family. He was later discovered by the sect to possess cultivation talent and was brought to Lingyun sect. Oriental Starfall had little interest in cultivation but a very strong interest in the medical Dao. Not long after joining the sect, he joined the Hall of Returning Spring. After joining the Hall of Returning Spring, Oriental Starfall displayed remarkable talent in the medical Dao, possessing unique insights into medicine theory. The girl was named Lu Ruyan, and she had a very prominent background. She was the daughter of alchemist Lu Fangyang, the chief alchemist of the Danding division and a peak second-tier alchemist. Lu Ruyan, however, did not inherit her father's talent in alchemy and had no interest in alchemy whatsoever. Instead, she became obsessed with the medical Dao and was very interested in the Dao of medical arts, but she strongly disliked the Dao of medicine. I believe that the Dao of medicine is the ultimate direction of medical skills. Only by being proficient in the properties of various spirit medicines and refining corresponding medicinal pills based on the injured person's condition can one be a qualified physician, Oriental Starfall said, his face flushed. No, that's not a physician at all. A true physician should be proficient in various healing secret techniques, and with a casual flick of a spell, they can heal wounds. That's just a method alchemists use. Only incompetent physicians would use spirit medicine for healing. Lu Ruyan stood with her hands on her hips, refuting him with undiminished aura, leaving the boy speechless. You're just spouting nonsense. At this moment, Oriental Starfall's eyes lit up when he saw Gu Bai approaching from afar, as if he had seen a savior. He immediately ran to Gu Bai. Hall Master, you tell us, which is better, the Dao of medicine or the Dao of medical arts? Gu Bai, however, smiled and shook his head. Both have their merits, and there is no distinction of superiority. The Dao of medical arts is better at treating common injuries like wounds, and it has almost no cost. But it is not good at treating difficult and complicated diseases or toxins, which is what the Dao of medicine excels at. The two are indispensable to each other. Only by learning both can one become a true physician. Just like physician he, although he is a representative of the Dao of medicine and primarily uses various spirit medicines for healing, he is also proficient in the Dao of medical arts, he just rarely uses it. Physician Su is the same. He is also proficient in the Dao of medicine. For some problems that medical secret techniques cannot solve, he will also decoct some spirit medicines for treatment based on the injured person's condition. Gu Bai ruffled their hair and said with a smile. Understood. The two said in unison, but they glared at each other, clearly still believing they were right. Gu Bai's smile deepened when he saw the scene. He liked this kind of youthful arrogance in young people. If they weren't young and arrogant, refusing to submit to anyone, would they still be young people? Since you two are so confident in the Dao you have chosen, then I will test you. Upon hearing this, the two were not afraid, instead, they were eager to try. Gu Bai smiled slightly and began to throw out one question after another. Most of the questions for the young man were about the Dao of medicine, and most of the questions for the young girl were about the Dao of medical arts. The initial questions were very simple, all basic ones, and the two answered them easily, even without thinking, able to answer directly. But gradually, the questions became more profound, and the two found it increasingly difficult to answer, their brows often furrowed, and the time taken to answer each question grew longer and longer. As Gu Bai asked more questions, he became increasingly surprised, because the questions he was asking were already quite profound, and many of them were difficult for even a physician to answer. But these two were able to barely answer, showing their medical Dao level was quite remarkable. In a few more years, they might even be able to become physicians. May I ask, if one is afflicted with profound yin poison, with chaotic magical power, and on the verge of death, how can one preserve their life and treat their injuries? Upon hearing Gu Bai's question, both of them frowned deeply, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Gu Bai smiled. This question was one he had carefully thought up. It contained basic knowledge, but it was very tricky. Someone proficient in pharmacology and medical methods could easily answer it. However, if one only knew one of these, it would be very difficult to solve, unless they were a second-order physician who could directly break it with brute force. Gu Bai did not trouble the two too much. After stating the answer, he turned and left, leaving the two behind to frown and ponder. Walking on the road, Gu Bai was in a good mood. His decision had already shown initial results, and now two promising talents had emerged. If these two continued their advanced studies, their future achievements would not be lower than he physician or Su physician, they might even become second-order physicians. Besides these two, there were also a few other good prospects. Although their talent was average, they were very diligent. With over 10 years of hard work, they might be able to become physicians. And this was only the result of 3 years. If the time were longer, a continuous stream of good prospects would be discovered. The sun gradually set from the horizon, and the light of the setting sun spread across the earth, looking magnificent. After Gu Bai wrote the last character, he let out a long breath. Although the Hall of Returning Spring had been completely renewed and was developing rapidly, there were truly many problems encountered. As the Hall Master, he had to deal with a considerable number of problems every day. Fortunately, he was experienced, and these problems did not trouble him at all. Gu Bai stretched, feeling very good. Although the Hall of Returning Spring had been slightly turbulent at the beginning, causing widespread panic, it had now basically stabilized. The rapid development of the Hall of Returning Spring in recent years was also seen by many physicians, and nearly half of them genuinely recognized Gu Bai as the Hall Master. The remaining half, whose medical skills were not refined and who could be replaced at any time, had also gradually become marginalized and could not affect Gu Bai at all. Now, Gu Bai was no longer as busy as before, where he almost spent most of his day in the Hall of Returning Spring. Now, Gu Bai only needed to spend 1 or 2 hours a day dealing with accumulated documents, and he could move freely at other times. It's time. Gu Bai got up and walked towards the direction of the pharmacy. Soon, he saw he physician in the pharmacy. At this moment, he physician was in a large room in the pharmacy, teaching disciples. Dozens of disciples were scattered in the room, sitting on benches and listening attentively to the lecture. Gu Bai did not go up to disturb he physician but found a corner and waited quietly. The soul-returning flower, if refined with heavenly yang grass, can be made into the soul-returning pill. The soul-returning pill can stimulate the spirit and body, causing them to be temporarily excited. This is a good item for preserving one's life. Taking a soul-returning pill when critically injured and dying will greatly increase the body's vitality, making it not so easy to die. It can at least help you extend your life by half an hour. Oriental Starfall listened extremely attentively, occasionally taking out his notebook to record. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, seemed a bit listless and was not listening carefully at all. If treating external injuries, it's best to use the secret medicine Black Jade ointment refined by the Hall of Returning Spring. Apply it to the wound, and with the cooperation of magical power, it can greatly accelerate the healing speed of the wound. But, if using the medical secret method Profound Marvelous Hand for treatment, the effect should be similar, it's just that it consumes more magical power. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she immediately raised her hand to retort, clearly entering her area of expertise. There is no but. I am talking about the Dao of pharmacology, not the Dao of medical methods. Also, when you are in class, you must listen carefully. Don't always get distracted. He physician was furious, pointing at Lu Ruyan and speaking loudly. Lu Ruyan turned her head away, clearly not agreeing with he physician's words. This made he physician quite angry. Although Lu Ruyan was not wrong, under normal circumstances, external injuries were indeed treated with the Profound Marvelous Hand, but he physician was still a bit angry. All right, it's always good for young people to have some ideas. Master, don't be too angry either. Seeing this, Gu Bai quickly stepped forward and pulled he physician. His master was good in every way, except his temper was a bit volatile. Gu Bai then turned to look at Lu Ruyan, scolding her helplessly. He physician is teaching knowledge of pharmacology. Interrupting he physician like this is a very impolite behavior, and other disciples are not like you, they also need to learn pharmacology knowledge. Gu Bai did not scold Lu Ruyan loudly, instead, he spoke to Lu Ruyan in a gentle tone, reasoning with her and pointing out her mistakes. Lu Ruyan's face turned red from the scolding, and she also realized her mistake. She was not an unreasonable person, she had just gotten heated and instinctively retorted. Now that she thought about it, what she did was indeed wrong. He physician was teaching well, and everyone else was listening carefully, but she had interrupted them. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Lu Ruyan said softly, apologizing to Gu Bai with a red face. You don't need to apologize to me. You need to apologize to he physician and the other disciples who were disturbed. Lu Ruyan nodded and said softly to he physician and the many disciples, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have disturbed you like this. He physician did not dwell on it too much. After seeing Lu Ruyan apologize, a smile appeared on his face. Under Gu Bai's mediation, the class proceeded smoothly until the sky grew darker, and he physician ended the day's teaching. Gu Bai, is there something you need me for? He physician turned to look at Gu Bai. Gu Bai's expression became serious. I came to Master because I want to research a prescription with Master that can replenish the depleted life origin. Gu Bai had not forgotten his purpose for joining the Hall of Returning Spring, which had always been singular, to treat Elder Jiang's body. Having studied medicine for over 20 years, Gu Bai had never stopped researching medical arts for a single day. After such a long period of accumulation, he had achieved some minor success. He already had a vague idea for treating Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang had undergone such a long period of recuperation and consumed countless precious spirit medicine for health preservation. In Gu Bai's view, his body basically had no major problems. It was just that the unrestrained use of forbidden techniques in his youth had caused some depletion of his life origin. Normally, life origin cannot be replenished. But he studied his own body every day and had a completely new understanding of life. He himself was immortal, so he could do whatever he wanted, and there would be no problem with conducting various experiments, as he could recover instantly. Therefore, he could unreservedly use his body for experiments, and after a long period of experimentation, he wasted an unknown number of precious spirit medicine. Gu Bai already had an idea for a pill formula to restore the origin of life, but he was only one step away. Therefore, Gu Bai planned to summon He Physician and the retired healer Kui to discuss it together. He Physician nodded and agreed. I didn't expect you to have gone so far in the medical Dao of pharmacology. I'm afraid your medical Dao level is already far above mine. He Physician looked at Gu Bai with some emotion. He had watched Gu Bai grow from an apprentice who knew nothing to his current level. Since he had begun to research a domain he didn't understand, there were many things Gu Bai talked about that he only half understood. Inside Gu Bai's immortal cave, healer Kui and He Physician had both arrived. Besides the two of them, a gentle and refined middle-aged cultivator, exuding a faint scent of spirit medicine, also came. Alchemist Lu, thank you for coming, Gu Bai thanked the middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator was Alchemist Lu, the person in charge of the Danding division, and also a top-tier second-rank alchemist. It's nothing. I should thank Physician Gu for helping to teach my daughter a lesson. I heard about her situation, and thankfully you intervened in time to make her understand her mistakes, Alchemist Lu said with a smile. Alchemist Lu didn't put on any airs, instead, he was very easy to talk to. I'll leave my daughter's matter to you. I hope you can teach her well. I don't ask for her to become a talent, but only for her to become a proper person. Your daughter isn't bad by nature, she's just a bit willful. I will teach her well, Gu Bai also said with a smile. This was the main reason Alchemist Lu came to help. Only if Gu Bai accepted his daughter as a disciple and taught her diligently would he come to help. Alchemist Lu was quite helpless with this daughter, her personality was too overbearing, and Alchemist Lu was very worried that his daughter would suffer losses in the future because of her personality. He himself had said it many times, hoping Lu Ruyan would change this bad habit, but Lu Ruyan never listened. Today, he heard that Lu Ruyan actually took the initiative to apologize to others. Understanding the cause and effect of the matter, plus Gu Bai had sought him out not long ago, Alchemist Lu agreed to come and help. Gu Bai, of course, gladly agreed to this. He already liked Lu Ruyan, she was just a bit sharp in personality. Gu Bai had also originally planned to take Lu Ruyan as his disciple when the time was right. He Physician also greeted Alchemist Lu, but Healer Kui's expression was a bit unnatural. Alchemist Lu smiled when he saw this. I'm very sorry about what happened back then, but I was still young at the time, and it had little to do with me. I hope the grudges of our older generation don't affect the younger generation. Seeing Alchemist Lu apologize proactively, Healer Kui's body trembled slightly, and his eyes were a little red, but he finally nodded. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Healer Kui and Alchemist Lu had a conflict, or rather, Healer Kui had a conflict with Alchemist Liu's master. Therefore, he specifically asked both of them if they had any objections before calling them over. Gu Bai also understood the situation back then through others. At that time, the sect discovered a high-grade second-rank great medicine, which naturally went to the Danding division. At that time, Alchemist Su, Alchemist Liu's master, was considered the top alchemist in the Danding division, so this great medicine fell into his hands. Alchemist Su planned to use this great medicine as the main ingredient to refine a top-tier second-rank medicinal pill. But at this time, Healer Kui's Dao companion happened to be seriously ill and needed a high-grade second-rank great medicine to have a glimmer of hope for recovery. However, at that time, Healer Kui had just reached the realm of a first-rank physician, and using a second-rank great medicine to save his Dao companion would be too wasteful. If there was a hope of complete recovery, Alchemist Su might have given it, but there was only a theoretical possibility, and Alchemist Su was not a saint, so he naturally wouldn't give it to Healer Kui. This directly led to the death of Healer Kui's Dao companion, and Healer Kui held a grudge about this, which indirectly led to the long-standing poor relationship between the Danding division and the Hall of Returning Spring. Fortunately, Healer Kui had also come to terms with it. With his current knowledge, he naturally understood that even with that second-rank great medicine back then, it would have been impossible to save his Dao companion. Gu Bai quickly changed the subject, and under Gu Bai's guidance, the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Gu Bai's idea was inspired by the life extension pill, which could increase lifespan, and what it increased was precisely the origin of life. Gu Bai therefore reasoned backward and thought of a method to supplement the origin of life, but this method was still somewhat immature. Gu Bai didn't waste time and expressed his thoughts. The three of them were surprised after hearing it, because Gu Bai's idea was too ingenious. It required more than a dozen high-grade first-rank spirit medicine, refined with an extremely complex method. The complexity of this pill formula was even greater than some second-rank medicinal pill. For them, who were proficient in pharmacology, this pill formula was simply a work of art. If perfected, it could perfectly achieve the fusion of more than 10 kinds of spirit medicine. It was just currently in the theoretical stage, and there were many imperfections that needed their help to refine. The four talked all night, from evening until morning. Although the three were researching problems, they were also learning from each other. Alchemy and the medical Dao actually have many similar points, or rather, the two were originally one and only later became specialized. Especially the Dao of pharmacology, at the second rank, there is essentially no difference from alchemy. Or rather, at a high rank, if a physician wants to continue developing, they will learn knowledge related to alchemy. In just one night, Gu Bai felt that he had gained a lot, and he had some new understandings of pharmacology. Gu Bai also had an idea for the new pill formula. The general direction had been found, and all that was needed was to constantly spend time filling in the details. Gu Bai named this medicinal pill the Yin Yang Yuan supplementing pill. The materials consumed in this process would be very large, and it would also be extremely time-consuming. But as the hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai naturally wouldn't lack those spirit medicine, and he also had legitimate uses for them, researching medicinal pill that could replenish the origin of life. There were many people like Elder Zhang in the Lingyun sect who strongly supported Gu Bai's research on the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill. Since then, Gu Bai frequently invited the three to his immortal cave for all-night discussions. In addition to perfecting the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill, Gu Bai also consulted Alchemist Lu on many aspects of alchemy. Alchemist Lu was also very generous, without any reservations, teaching Gu Bai all his years of learning. And so, Gu Bai spent his evenings researching the yin-yang qi replenishing pill, and his days busy with matters of the Hall of Returning Spring, occasionally even imparting knowledge to the Hall of Returning Spring's disciples. Gu Bai also officially took Lu Ruin and Oriental Starfall as his disciples, they were now considered his designated successors. In the future, if Gu Bai were to retire, the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring would be chosen from between the two of them. The process of researching the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill was not smooth, it was much more difficult than Gu Bai had imagined, with new problems arising almost every day. Gu Bai also became busy, having to spend a lot of time consulting material every day. In the small courtyard, Gu Bai was focused on reading medical texts, the table in front of him was piled high with various books, and Gu Bai had been sitting in the courtyard reading for 3 or 4 hours at this point. Xiao Bai was lying beside Gu Bai, snoring as he slept soundly. These medical texts were all taken by Gu Bai from the scripture pavilion, and what was recorded in them were the experiences of previous physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring, as well as records of their research into new prescriptions. This was very important to Gu Bai, as it could provide him with crucial inspiration. Gu Bai, you haven't slept for almost 3 days, don't you want to rest? Just as Gu Bai was engrossed in his reading, he suddenly felt as if he was being embraced, and by the time he came to his senses, he had already been thrown onto the bed by Qing Ning. Without giving Gu Bai time to react, Qing Ning plopped down on his waist, her 2 hands firmly pinning down his arms. Qing Ning, I'm fine. I know the state of my own body. There are still about 6 hours before I reach my limit. Gu Bai, however, shook his head, struggling to sit up. You lie down obediently. Now I order you to sleep. Qing Ning looked at Gu Bai with heartache, her voice trembling slightly, as if she was about to cry. Qing Ning, who usually listened to Gu Bai in everything, was now unusually firm, pressing Gu Bai onto the reclining chair, making him unable to move. It was no wonder Qing Ning was like this, although Gu Bai was no different from before, always having a gentle smile on his face, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. But Qing Ning, who was familiar with Gu Bai, felt a deep sense of exhaustion from him. Qing Ning knew that although Gu Bai appeared no different from before, his spirit was actually stretched to its limit. Gu Bai wanted to struggle, but found Qing Ning's hands were as unmoving as mountains. Only then did Gu Bai remember that Qing Ning was already a Foundation establishment cultivator, and naturally, she could easily subdue him. Gu Bai sighed with a slight sense of helplessness, with Qing Ning's commotion, he also sobered up. He had indeed been a bit obsessed during this period. All right, isn't it okay if I rest? Gu Bai didn't care, completely relaxed, and complied with Qing Ning's arrangements. Humph, that's more like it. If you don't rest, your body won't be able to take it. Upon hearing this, Qing Ning revealed a happy smile. At this moment, Gu Bai's eyes were firmly blocked by 2 peaks, only able to see Qing Ning's smile through small gaps. Gu Bai's face flushed slightly, this was a bit too stimulating for him. Before his body could react, Gu Bai immediately activated absolute rationality, suppressing his spearhead. Then can you get off me first? If you sit on me like this, it's hard for me to rest. Humph, I don't care. What if you run away after I get off? Qing Ning, however, snorted and did not get off Gu Bai. Instead, she lay beside Gu Bai, like an octopus, holding him firmly in her embrace. This maiden has locked you up now. Now, quickly rest obediently. Gu Bai felt the softness on his chest, and this time he was truly a bit helpless. As a hot-blooded man, how could he endure this? He really could endure it. With absolute rationality activated, Gu Bai instantly lost all worldly desires. Closing his eyes, in just a few breaths, Gu Bai had already fallen into a deep sleep. It wasn't that Gu Bai was of noble character and had no worldly desires, as a man, Gu Bai naturally had desires. But he had already made an agreement with Su Wuji that Su Wuji would only give him his daughter when he reached Foundation establishment. Gu Bai suspected that if he were to make a move on Qing Ning before breaking through to Foundation establishment, Su Wuji would suddenly appear before him and tear him alive. Therefore, Gu Bai chose to ignore Qing Ning's many hints. Qing Ning, holding Gu Bai, closed her eyes tightly, then opened them a moment later, seemingly expecting something. But feeling Gu Bai's steady breathing and confirming that Gu Bai was truly asleep, Qing Ning gnashed her teeth in anger. Qing Ning felt a little disappointed, even starting to doubt her own appearance. Holding Gu Bai and feeling the warmth emanating from his body, Qing Ning simply closed her eyes and also fell asleep. The room was filled with the even breathing of the two of them. At the same time, in the sect leader's residence, Su Wuji opened his eyes, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Gu Bai to really hold back just now. After confirming that Gu Bai was truly asleep, Su Wuji murmured to himself. Logically speaking, my daughter's charm should be quite great. This kid can endure this kind of scene. Could it be true, as the rumors say, that he's not good in that aspect? A moment later, Su Wuji snorted coldly again, I hope you, kid, Can break through to foundation establishment. If you can't break through to the foundation establishment realm, I won't give you my daughter. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains onto Gu Bai's face, adding a touch of sacredness to him. Gu Bai opened his eyes and looked at Qing Ning, who was hugging him tightly. Gu Bai smiled, gently got up, and covered Qing Ning with the quilt. Refreshed. Gu Bai stretched lightly. He now only felt his mind was clear, and his thoughts were even more active. It seems that in the future, he should rest more and not overwork himself, otherwise, the efficiency will not be great. Gu Bai slowly walked towards the Hall of Returning Spring, thinking about problems as he walked. After Qing Ning's reminder, Gu Bai realized that he had indeed been working too hard recently, with almost no free time, which was not good. His initial purpose in studying medicine and researching the Yin Yang Yuan supplementing pill was to cure Elder Zhang, to let Elder Zhang live longer, so he could spend more time with him. But now he had put the cart before the horse. In order to research the Yin Yang Yuan supplementing pill, Gu Bai had not gone to drink tea and chat with Elder Zhang or Elder Qian for several days. Thinking of this, Gu Bai's tightly strung heart also relaxed. He decided to slow down the research progress of the Yin Yang Yuan supplementing pill and spend more time each day accompanying the two elders. He would move around more, find Gu Bai for a drink, or eat and drink with Qing Ning. His spiritual field had also been neglected for some days, it was time to plant some more spiritual fruits that Gu Bai and Qing Ning liked to eat. This leisurely life, this was the life he wanted. After arriving at the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai skillfully handled various documents, taking less than an hour to clear all the accumulated work. Gu Bai took a small sip of tea, slowly stood up, and casually gave some pointers to a few disciples. Gu Bai then returned to his immortal cave, took some tender tea leaves from the spirit beast tea tree he had planted, and began to stir-fry them. He had planted this dragon beard tea tree not long after joining the sect, and after 30 years of careful nurturing and feeding it many precious spiritual soils, it had now grown into a spirit beast. Under Gu Bai's meticulous roasting, a box of exquisite tea was completed, and Gu Bai packaged it in a beautiful paper box. Only then did he nod with satisfaction, carrying the finished tea towards Elder Qian's immortal cave. "Old Qian, I've come to see you." Gu Bai shouted from a distance. "Coming, coming." The door immediately opened, and Elder Qian, with his slightly stooped figure, emerged. Elder Qian was no longer like before, his movements had become much slower, and he now looked like an old man. "Aren't you busy with that medicinal pill recently? How do you have time to come see an old man like me?" Elder Qian showed a kind smile, clearly very happy that Gu Bai had come to see him. "Isn't it just that I have some free time? So I came to see you. This is the tea I just made, it's your favorite dragon beard tea." Gu Bai, looking relaxed, handed the already prepared tea to Elder Qian. "Good boy, I didn't dote on you for nothing. It just so happens that the tea you gave me last time is almost finished." Elder Qian's eyes narrowed, revealing an incredibly happy smile, as if what he received was not ordinary tea, but a rare treasure. "Let's go to old Jiang's place, his scenery is better there. I happen to have time today, so I'll show you two my skills." Gu Bai smiled, and together with Elder Qian, slowly walked towards Elder Jiang's immortal cave, chatting along the way. "Old Jiang, guess who's here?" Elder Qian shouted at the entrance of the immortal cave. "Old Qian, don't you know it's my nap time now?" Elder Jiang grumbled as he came out of the house, but when he saw Gu Bai, dressed in white, standing next to Elder Qian outside the door, he suddenly stopped. "You boy, you finally remembered to come see me. I thought you had forgotten about me." "An old man," Elder Jiang said stiffly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. "Isn't it just that I have some free time today? So I came to see you. I even brought you the dragon beard tea I personally made." Gu Bai smiled somewhat guiltily and handed the tea in his hand to Elder Jiang. Upon seeing the tea in Gu Bai's hand, Elder Jiang also showed a smile identical to Elder Qian's, carefully taking the tea as if it were some precious treasure. "Come on, light the fire, boil the tea." Gu Bai didn't waste words and immediately took out a set of tea utensils. Elder Jiang also had a tacit understanding, waving his hand to conjure a small flame and beginning to boil the tea. The three of them sat together like this, quietly sipping tea. When Gu Bai first joined the sect, he would almost every other day visit either Elder Qian's or Elder Jiang's immortal cave to play chess and chat with the two elders. But ever since Gu Bai joined the Hall of Returning Spring, he rarely came to see the two elders. Every day he would dedicate himself to studying medical arts, treating illnesses, and saving lives. Later, after Gu Bai became the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, he had even less time, especially in the beginning when the Hall of Returning Spring was in a state of panic. Gu Bai was almost constantly busy. After that, in order to research the Yin Yang Yuan supplementing pill, Gu Bai barely had any time to chat with the two elders. Although the two elders didn't say anything, every time Gu Bai visited them, it would make them happy for several days. Checkmate. Gu Bai smiled as he placed the last piece, completely blocking all of Elder Jiang's escape routes. "When did you become so formidable, you brat?" Elder Jiang scratched his ears and cheeks, somewhat unable to accept how cleanly he had lost. "Ha ha ha, old Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so bad." Elder Qian laughed heartily from the side, and Elder Jiang, not to be outdone, cursed back, and the two elders began to bicker like two old mischievous children. The faint, slightly decaying old man's smell on them completely dissipated in this bickering. Gu Bai quietly watched the scene, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curving upwards. This was the life he wanted. It was precisely because he wanted to experience more of this life that he went to study medical arts. That evening, Gu Bai brewed a large pot of purple-tailed chicken soup. Purple-tailed chicken is a precious spirit beast, raised on various spiritual items from a young age, with delicate meat rich in qi and blood. That evening, Gu Bai and the two elders had a feast, then lay on lounge chairs, sipping tea and enjoying the moon. Looking up at the starry sky, listening to the two elders chatter, Gu Bai felt a sense of peace in his heart. The next day, Gu Bai quickly finished the affairs of the Hall of Returning Spring and then found Gu Bei and Qing Ning, who were cultivating in the inner sect. Gu Bai planned to take a good rest and have fun with the two of them for a few days. Gu Bai first found Gu Bei, who was cultivating in the law enforcement hall. Upon learning of Gu Bai's intention, Gu Bei readily agreed. Alright, since you said so, big brother, I'll postpone a few tasks and go have some fun with you. I haven't really relaxed much since I joined the law enforcement hall. Afterward, the two of them found Qing Ning. Qing Ning was the most idle of the three, she hadn't joined any organization and only occasionally performed sect tasks, being free most of the time. Great, Gu Bai. But it's boring staying in the sect. There's a Xianlong immortal city not far from Lingyun sect. I went there when I was out on a mission, and there are so many fun things to do there. Why don't we go there to play? Qing Ning was very excited about going out to play with Gu Bai, dancing with joy. Sigma, Sigma. Yes, I also went to Xianlong Immortal City last time when I was pursuing a criminal, it is indeed a prosperous place. And the annual Xianlong celebration is about to begin in Xianlong Immortal City, if we go now, we should be able to make it. Gu Bei suddenly emerged from behind Gu Bai, crossing his arms, nodding, and saying with great approval. But when Qing Ning saw Gu Bei, her expression immediately fell. Underscore. The three of them didn't delay much. They rented a purple cloud immortal crane, which is a specialized passenger spirit beast capable of traveling 1,000 li a day. Although it has no combat power, it possesses a speed comparable to a Foundation establishment Yao beast. The three of them rode the purple cloud immortal crane and arrived at Xianlong Immortal City in just half a day. Is this what an immortal city looks like? Gu Bai stood at the city gate, looking at the prosperous city, and couldn't help but sigh. Ever since he joined the Lingyun sect, he had rarely left the sect, and this was his first time visiting an immortal city. Xianlong Immortal City is considered a cultivation city, with a large number of cultivators residing within. The city lord of Xianlong Immortal City, Daoist Xianlong, is one of the few Golden Core Realm loose cultivators in Qingzhou. Furthermore, Daoist Xianlong also possesses a Golden Core Realm dragon. The combination of one person and one dragon is quite powerful, so much so that even the four major Golden Core sects of Qingzhou are unwilling to provoke them too much. Because of the Golden Core Immortal Master's protection, Xianlong Immortal City is also exceptionally prosperous. Walking through the city, Gu Bai noticed various shops lining the streets, all selling cultivation items. Most of these shops had powerful backing, with nearly half of them supported by the four major sects of Qingzhou. Gu Bai even saw many shops opened by the Lingyun sect. Seeing these scenes, Gu Bai suddenly thought that he could completely sell some of the Hall of Returning Spring's medicinal pills to earn some funds for the Hall of Returning Spring. Although the Hall of Returning Spring had many secret medicinal pills that were not passed down, it also had many common medicinal pills that could be sold normally, though usually only to people within the sect. These medicinal pills were cheap and practical, deeply loved by the sect cultivators, and he figured other loose cultivators would also like them. Gu Bai, why aren't you walking? It looks like there's some kind of performance over there, let's go watch. At this moment, Qing Ning's excited voice came from in front of Gu Bai. By the time Gu Bai came back to his senses, he had already been pulled by Qing Ning and was squeezing towards a crowded area. Gu Bai smiled, no longer thinking about anything, and instead fully enjoyed strolling with Qing Ning. On the stage, there were cultivation world acrobatics being performed, such as sword swallowing and breaking large stones on the chest, but with some cultivation elements added. But Qing Ning watched very excitedly. Gu Bai smiled and watched the performance with Qing Ning, occasionally throwing up a few spirit stones as a reward. Qing Ning held Gu Bai's hand the entire time and refused to let go. Gu Bai stood behind the two, smiled at this scene, and quietly walked to the other side, not disturbing them. In the evening, as Gu Bai and Qing Ning were shopping, a strange sound came from the sky. The two looked up and saw the sky was colorful, with fireworks constantly blooming in the air, forming various beautiful patterns. Wow, Gu Bai, look! Qing Ning was so excited she almost jumped, pointing at the fireworks in the sky and speaking non-stop. Gu Bai also smiled and admired the beautiful scenery with Qing Ning. Thus, the three of them had a great time for several days, finding an inn to stay in at night, of course, 3 single rooms. Gu Bai, in any case, planned to wait until the Foundation establishment realm before anything else, which made Qing Ning stomp her feet in anger. When the three of them had played enough, it was just in time for the Xianlong celebration, and a grand auction was held in the city center. Gu Bai and the other two also joined in the fun. The prerequisite for participating in the auction was to possess at least 500 spirit stones, which was not a problem for the three of them. Not to mention Qing Ning and Gu Bai, just Gu Bai himself, as the hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring, could be said to be rolling in wealth, even richer than most Foundation establishment cultivators. Just as Gu Bai was about to take out spirit stones to prove himself, Qing Ning took a step ahead and handed a token to the guard. Here, this is my token. Upon seeing the token, the guard immediately invited the three into a superior private room. Humph, this is the token my father gave me. Holding this token means you're a VIP of Xianlong Immortal City and can enjoy the highest level of treatment. Qing Ning put her hands on her hips and said with a hint of pride. Gu Bai also cooperatively applauded. Now, the auction officially begins. This is the first item, a second-tier low-grade medicinal pill, the solidifying Yuan pill. The starting bid is 100 spirit stones. I bid 120 spirit stones. I bid 130 spirit stones. Gu Bai watched this scene with some curiosity, it was his first time participating in a legendary auction. However, after watching for a while, Gu Bai gradually lost interest. Most of the items auctioned were spiritual items between first-tier peak and second-tier. Occasionally, a second-tier mid to high-grade spiritual item would appear. These might seem very rare to others, but to Gu Bai, they were somewhat unremarkable. After all, backed by the Lingyun sect, an old golden core sect, as the hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring, if Gu Bai lacked anything, he could simply ask for it from the sect's treasure vault. Until the end of the auction, Gu Bai didn't encounter anything he desired, but Gu Bai was quite satisfied with what he saw. The various diverse items at the auction slightly broadened his horizons. Qing Ning, however, bought quite a few things, such as skirts with ordinary defensive capabilities but very expensive, or medicinal pills that could beautify and nourish. After participating in the auction, the three returned to the sect. After all, they had played to their heart's content, and they were satisfied. Upon returning to the sect, Gu Bai once again immersed himself in the research of the Yin-Yang Yuan supplementing pill, but not as desperately as before. Gu Bai would also take out some time each day to spend with his friends. At the same time, Gu Bai would also set aside a certain amount of time to teach his two newly accepted disciples. Lu Ruyan and Oriental Starfall both had excellent talent, it could be said that they understood with a single point and learned instantly. Gu Bai also held nothing back, teaching them both all of his life's learning, his understanding of the medical Dao, his views on medical skills, and some of his experiences without reservation. The two also lived up to expectations, not relaxing at all just because they were geniuses. They studied diligently every day, their efforts even comparable to when Gu Bai studied medicine back then. Master, how is the returning spring skill I just learned? In the early morning, as Gu Bai had just arrived at the Hall of Returning Spring, Lu Ruyan excitedly ran over. After stopping in front of Gu Bai, Lu Ruyan took out a dagger from her waist and quickly made a cut on her arm. Although it was shallow, a little blood still seeped out. Lu Ruyan didn't care and released a pale green light from her right hand, gently pressing it on the wound. Under the influence of the green light, the wound slowly healed. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai was slightly moved. He had only just taught Lu Ruyan the returning spring skill yesterday, and he didn't expect Lu Ruyan to have already cultivated it to the introductory realm today. Although the returning spring skill is a relatively basic medical Dao secret art, almost a must-have skill for all doctors, its learning difficulty is actually not simple. It usually takes at least a month for a normal person to get started, and when Gu Bai first learned the returning spring skill, it also took him a full 3 days to barely get started. But Lu Ruyan, in just 1 day, had successfully entered the introductory realm. This talent can only be described as terrifying. Not bad, very impressive. Back then, it took your master 3 days to get started, and I didn't expect you to cultivate it to the introductory realm in 1 day. Gu Bai also praised her without hesitation, and Lu Ruyan was indeed worthy of praise. But you also need to pay attention to your body. Next time, don't use your body for experiments. Gu Bai reached out with a slight heartache, taking Lu Ruyan's arm in front of him. Lu Ruyan's originally fair and tender arm was covered in wounds. Although they had mostly recovered, they still left ugly white marks. Clearly, Lu Ruyan had used her own arm for experiments last night, constantly cutting herself and then performing the returning spring skill to heal, only then was she able to cultivate the returning spring skill to the introductory realm. Lu Ruyan turned her head away, clearly not taking Gu Bai's words to heart. Gu Bai smiled helplessly, no longer trying to persuade her, and circulated his magical power, pressing his hand on the scar to begin healing Lu Ruyan. Under Gu Bai's treatment, the white mark on Lu Ruyan's arm gradually disappeared, and in just a moment, Lu Ruyan's arm had recovered to its original state, becoming as fair and smooth as before. What kind of secret skill is this? It's incredibly powerful, able to completely heal injuries without leaving a single trace. Lu Ruyan's eyes gleamed, very excited, and she quickly asked Gu Bai. It's the most basic returning spring skill, it's just that I use it more skillfully and practice it frequently, so the effect is better. Gu Bai, however, shook his head, he was indeed using the returning spring skill, and he had only restored the wound more thoroughly, which was why he could heal the scar. Lu Ruyan nodded, looking at Gu Bai with admiration, making Gu Bai feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, at this moment, a sound came from a distance. Master, I'm here. Oriental Starfall smiled and ran over from a distance, holding a stack of books in his hand. Master, I've finished reading all the medical books you recommended to me yesterday. Do you have any more to recommend? Gu Bai was a little surprised again, he had given Oriental Starfall several medical books, each of which was very thick, and it would take at least a month for a normal person to learn them. He had been able to learn them all in 1 day by relying on absolute rationality, and he hadn't expected Oriental Starfall to also learn them in just 1 day. However, Gu Bai didn't fully believe it and instead asked several questions. These were all contents included in the medical books, and only by thoroughly understanding those medical books could he answer Gu Bai's questions. Oriental Starfall hesitated for only a moment before answering Gu Bai's questions very fluently. Not bad, you are very talented, but you don't need to push yourself too hard. You are still young and have plenty of time. Gu Bai nodded, also praising Oriental Starfall a few times, but seeing Oriental Starfall's dark circles under his eyes and his listless spirit. Gu Bai knew that Oriental Starfall probably hadn't slept all day and had also taken medicinal pills that stimulated his spirit, otherwise, he wouldn't be so tired. I will pay attention to rest, master. Oriental Starfall smiled a little awkwardly and immediately agreed. However, looking at him, it was clear that he only agreed on the surface, and he would secretly stay up late behind his back. I'm still the best, I completed master's task before you. Lu Ruyan turned her head to look at Oriental Starfall, smiling somewhat smugly. I just got delayed on the way. If junior brother hadn't asked me questions, I would definitely have come to master before you. Don't make excuses for yourself, anyway, I won this time. Gu Bai looked at the arguing two with some relief, he didn't dislike this competitive atmosphere between them. Young people, they should compete with each other and see who is better, otherwise, how can they be young people? Of course, they should also act within their capabilities and not overly deplete their bodies. The two then asked Gu Bai some of their own questions, and Gu Bai answered their questions in great detail. Before the two left, Gu Bai took out 2 boxes from his embrace and handed them to them. This is the black tortoise dragon blood soup I personally made, which can replenish qi and blood and nourish the body. You two have been working too hard recently, and I can't persuade you, so this black tortoise dragon blood soup is just right to nourish your bodies. The two happily took the boxes and then held them tightly in their arms, as if they were some kind of rare treasure. They had all eaten the food made by Gu Bai, it could be said to be so delicious that they could swallow their tongues. Thank you, master. The two simultaneously thanked Gu Bai, then held the boxes and returned to their respective residences. Looking at their receding figures, Gu Bai smiled with some relief, as if looking at 2 children. It was like a legacy, unknowingly, he too had become a reliable senior like Elder Zhang and he physician. Presumably, the two, having been taught by Gu Bai, would also teach their disciples in the same way in the future. Time slowly flowed, and 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. During these 2 years, Gu Bai had been steadily researching the Yin-Yang Yuan supplementing pill, and the progress could be said to be quite gratifying. The pill formula had been largely perfected, and it should be completely perfected in another 2 or 3 years. At the same time, Gu Bai was also slowly managing the Hall of Returning Spring, and the number of disciples in the Hall of Returning Spring was increasing day by day. Lu Ruyan and Oriental Starfall had not relaxed in the slightest over the past 2 years, and under Gu Bai's guidance, they had been diligently studying medical skills. Coupled with the experience they had accumulated in the past few years, even though their specialization was very severe, both of them already had the qualifications to become physicians. On this day, the two also applied to Gu Bai for the physician assessment. As long as they passed the assessment, they would be able to become first-rank physicians. Master, don't worry, we will definitely pass the assessment smoothly. Oriental Starfall's lips curved slightly, and he said confidently, his smiling appearance surprisingly 6/10 similar to Gu Bai's. Yes, master, if you hadn't held me back, I would have applied for the assessment half a year ago. Lu Ruyan also said confidently. Gu Bai revealed a gentle smile, nodded, and watched the two enter the assessment hall. As soon as the two entered the hall, Gu Bai's expression instantly became unmaintainable, he paced back and forth at the entrance of the hall, looking more anxious than the two of them. Although the two's individual strength was very powerful, even stronger than ordinary physicians, the physician assessment tested both the Dao of Pharmacology and the Dao of Medical Methods, not just a single part. The two were severely specialized. Lu Ruyan's knowledge of pharmacology was not completely ignorant, but it was also half-baked. Oriental Starfall was a bit better, being more obedient and listening to his advice, and also tried to learn some medical secret skills. But even if the two had high attainments in one aspect, there was still a slight possibility of failure. Oh, so you can get nervous too. Seeing Gu Bai's appearance, he physician, who was beside him, smiled and patted Gu Bai's shoulder. You have to learn to trust young people. Even if you don't have confidence in them, don't you have confidence in yourself? They are your disciples, after all. Back when you took the medical skill assessment, I wasn't nervous at all. Hearing this, he let out a long breath, which also helped him relax. He was still very confident in his teaching, the foundation of the two had been laid extremely firmly by him. Even if there was some specialization, under Gu Bai's guidance, even the part they were not good at was much stronger than others, completely reaching the passing standard. It was just that Gu Bai had delved too deeply into the medical Dao, and ordinary medical attainments were simply not enough in front of Gu Bai, which led to this misunderstanding. Ha ha ha, you were terribly nervous outside the door back then, I comforted you for a long time. How did it become not nervous at all in your mouth? Su physician chuckled softly from the side. That was just looking nervous, in reality, I was just too bored staying outside, which is why I was pacing frequently. He physician's face flushed red, and he argued loudly. Seeing the two arguing, Gu Bai chuckled. With the two making such a fuss, he now felt not a trace of nervousness. A long time later, both of them walked out of the main hall, their faces full of excitement. Master, we succeeded. Xing Luo and I both became healers. Lu Ruyan skipped out. Congratulations to you two on successfully graduating. Gu Bai looked at the two beaming individuals and smiled with some relief. Although both of them had some minor flaws and were severely biased in their studies, it still couldn't change their excellence. Within 10 years, they would undoubtedly grow to be the mainstays of the Hall of Returning Spring. That's all because Master taught us well. Without Master's guidance, we wouldn't be who we are today. Both of them simultaneously put away their smiles and bowed deeply to Gu Bai, expressing their gratitude. Gu Bai's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile identical to he physician's back when he became a healer. It was a complex mix of relief, pride, and a touch of loss. At this moment, he somewhat understood he physician's feelings back then, they must have been just like his own now. These are the spirit stones you earned from treating patients over the past 2 years. As your master, I temporarily kept them for you. Now that you've graduated, I'll return these spirit stones to you. Gubai, with a chuckle, handed 2 large bags of spirit stones to them. Over the past 2 years, they had treated a great number of injured people and accumulated considerable experience. They also earned some spirit stones during the healing process. According to the traditions of the cultivation world, these spirit stones belonged to the master. Gubai, just like he physician back then, saved all these spirit stones and returned them to the 2 when they graduated. Master. Looking at the spirit stones in their hands, both of them had red eyes, feeling touched. All right, don't look at me with that kind of gaze, I can't handle it. If there's nothing else, go back. I still have things to attend to. Master, we will definitely repay you in the future. The 2 exchanged a smile, then held hands and turned to leave together. Gubai looked at their clasped hands with a complicated expression, realizing his own pig had somehow gotten to his own cabbage. However, it was normal to think about it. As Gubai's disciples, they often stayed together, and both were rare geniuses. Only they could converse well and keep up with each other's thoughts, so their feelings naturally deepened day by day. Their coming together was something he had anticipated early on, but Oriental Starfall would probably have to suffer a bit. After all, Lu Ruyan's father was Alchemist Lu, the Hall Master of the Danding Division. Even if Oriental Starfall was exceptionally outstanding, getting together with Lu Ruyan wouldn't be easy. This was exactly like his own experience. Gubai estimated that Oriental Starfall would be like him. Alchemist Lu would only agree to Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan being together if Oriental Starfall cultivated to at least the Foundation Establishment realm. Gubai silently offered his blessings, hoping that Xing Luo would strive hard and break through to Foundation Establishment as soon as possible. Since the 2 successfully graduated, Gubai rarely taught them anymore. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach them. Rather, they had theoretically completed all their knowledge, the rest was up to them. To continue moving forward, they could only rely on time to accumulate experience. With nothing to do, Gubai devoted himself entirely to the research of the yin-yang qi replenishing pill. Time flowed like water, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in the alchemy room of the Danding Division, Gubai, he physician, healer Kui, and alchemist Lu gathered together. After 5 years of research and countless wasted precious first-tier spirit medicine, they finally researched the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill, with all details aligning. Alchemist Lu, please proceed with refining the medicinal pill. Gubai turned to Alchemist Lu. No hurry. Gubai, you should try refining it. Among us, you contributed the most, and the method was proposed by you. Alchemist Lu shook his head, instead suggesting that Gubai refine the yin-yang qi replenishing pill. His refining of the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill and Gubai's refining of the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill were different in nature. If he refined it, others would think he was the one who developed the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill. Even if he said Gubai developed it, others wouldn't believe him, only thinking he was being humble. In that case, he would be stealing Gubai's credit. The prototype of the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill was proposed by Gubai, and it was also Gubai who gathered them together. They were only responsible for perfecting some details, so Gubai was the one who contributed the most. Moreover, Gubai originally had a foundation in alchemy, and his understanding of the Dao of medicinal principles far surpassed others. The most important thing for an alchemist is their understanding of medicinal pills. Under his guidance, Gubai had officially become a first-tier alchemist, and he was even one of the top first-tier alchemists, basically capable of refining all first-tier spirit medicine. Even without the 3 of them, the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill could have been researched by Gubai, it would just have taken more time. He also had his pride. He disdained the act of stealing others' credit. Yes, Gubai, with your level, refining the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill shouldn't be a problem, he physician also quickly said. As Gubai's master, he naturally thought of Gubai in every way. Gubai revealed a heartfelt smile. He only felt warmth in his heart, realizing he was incredibly fortunate to have met seniors of such noble character. Gubai didn't overdo the modesty. He took the spirit medicine and closed his eyes to adjust his state. A moment later, Gubai opened his eyes were now incredibly hollow, devoid of any emotion. The other 3 were not surprised by the scene. Gubai was always in this state when refining medicinal pills, completely shielding all emotions, as if he were a puppet. The few of them were accustomed to this and didn't pay too much attention. The cultivation world was vast, with countless talented and extraordinary individuals. This ability, in their opinion, was not overly outstanding, it could only be considered Gubai's exceptional talent. Gubai formed hand seals, activating the earth fire in the pill furnace. Then, Gubai orderly placed the spirit medicine into the pill furnace. Under Gubai's control, the flame slowly refined the spirit medicine. Gubai continuously cast out Dao after Dao of hand seals, controlling the temperature of the flames. The yin-yang yuan supplementing pill did not require other complex medicinal properties, only the purest parts needed to be retained. Under the refinement of the flames, the spirit medicine all transformed into medicinal liquids, impurities were removed, leaving only the purest parts. This process was very long, and Gubai had to carefully control the heat. The medicinal liquid slowly reduced under Gubai's refinement, gradually changing from its original mixed colors to a light golden, and finally becoming a pure golden medicinal liquid. This process had to be very careful because the medicinal liquids in the pill furnace conflicted with each other and were constantly changing. Gu Bai almost every once in a while, would cast a hand seal to stabilize the medicinal power. Even a tiny error, a slightly higher or lower temperature, would lead to all efforts being wasted. Gu Bai was also able to attempt alchemy by relying on the skill of absolute rationality, which almost guaranteed he would not make any personal errors, and his understanding of the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill far surpassed ordinary people. The alchemy process lasted a full day, and only then was it mostly complete. This process was extremely draining on one's essence, qi, and spirit. Only Gu Bai, who cultivated the ancient wood evergreen skill, had an endless supply of magical power and had reached the qi refining 9th tier in his cultivation, could endure it. If it were other alchemists, even a 2nd tier alchemist, even if their magical power and cultivation were sufficient, they would still fail due to a single oversight. The pill furnace emitted a rich fragrance. This was the final step, solidifying the medicinal liquid into a medicinal pill. Gu Bai struck the final seal, and the flames extinguished with it. Gu Bai immediately slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Did you succeed? He physician stepped forward to support Gu Bai, cast a medical secret art to restore Gu Bai's magical power and spirit, and then asked somewhat nervously. I succeeded. Gu Bai lay on the ground, took a few breaths, then struggled to get up, opened the pill furnace, and took out a golden yellow medicinal pill from it. A high-quality yin-yang qi replenishing pill. This was Gu Bai's achievement. On his very first attempt at alchemy, he refined a high-quality medicinal pill, and it was a difficult one like the yin-yang qi replenishing pill. All qualities of medicinal pills are divided into common and high quality. High-quality medicinal pills have a stronger effect than common medicinal pills, but the refining process is much more difficult. It is hard for alchemists of the same level to refine medicinal pills into high-quality ones. Only a higher-level alchemist has a chance to refine low-grade medicinal pills into high-quality medicinal pills when doing alchemy. Gu Bai was extremely lucky this time. With his normal strength, it would have been very difficult to refine the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill into a high-quality medicinal pill. The several people present all showed excitement. Gu Bai took out a small knife and carefully cut off a piece from the medicinal pill, smaller than a strand of hair. He then put it into his mouth. The medicinal pill melted upon entry, and Gu Bai felt a very tiny medicinal power flowing into his body, seemingly wanting to repair his body. But Gu Bai fundamentally did not lack life origin. The medicinal power had no effect after entering him. The life origin of other cultivators was like water in a cup, very little. But Gu Bai's life origin was like the ocean, endless and boundless. How is it? Is it effective? Gu Bai nodded. Although it had no effect on him, it was indeed effective for others. After receiving the affirmative reply, these people were all very excited. Even the most composed alchemist Lu could not suppress his joy. After all, this was the creation of a new medicinal pill, and it was a very practical one like the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill. For an alchemist, it is an unparalleled honor. Being able to refine medicinal pills does not equate to being able to create medicinal pills, just as everyone can cultivate cultivation techniques, but not everyone can create cultivation techniques. It is very difficult to create a new medicinal pill, which requires very high demands on theoretical knowledge of spirit medicine. And general alchemists do not specifically study the relationships between spirit medicines, they only mechanically refine medicinal pills according to the pill formula. Alchemist Lu had also tried to create new medicinal pills and had painstakingly studied medicine for a long time for this, but in the end, he only created a few of the simplest first-grade medicinal pills. That day, Gu Bai announced the matter, and the other second-grade alchemists of the Danding division immediately began to study this medicinal pill without stopping. Many second-grade alchemists stared at the medicinal pill as if they had seen a treasure. Wonderful, it can even be done this way. Many alchemists discussed animatedly. Even from their perspective as second-grade alchemists, the pill formula of the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill was extremely profound. More than a dozen kinds of medicinal pills could perfectly fusion together, giving a feeling of just right. These second-grade alchemists were also efficient. In less than an hour, they confirmed the efficacy of this medicinal pill. It was indeed as Gu Bai said, and it was a completely new medicinal pill. The alchemists searched through all records and found nothing similar. When others learned that Gu Bai, in conjunction with healer Kui, he physician and alchemist Lu of the Danding division, had created a brand new first-grade medicinal pill, and that this medicinal pill could also replenish depleted life origin. Gu Bai instantly became famous, even being called the most genius apothecary and alchemist in the past 1,000 years, his reputation vaguely able to contend with Gu Bai. Moreover, Gu Bai's experience was too legendary, his aptitude and comprehension ability were both low-grade, but his heart nature was high-grade, and he almost failed to enter the sect. After joining the sect, he was unremarkable, but he did not give up and continued to cultivate diligently. Later, he even learned medical skills for his elder and made a promise that he would definitely cure the elder's depleted origin. And he did it. After joining the Hall of Returning Spring, he worked hard to learn, and in just over 20 years, he became the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Under his leadership, the Hall of Returning Spring was completely revitalized, but he never forgot his original intention and, together with others, created the yin-yang qi replenishing pill. Gu Bai's temper was also very good, and his smile was very warm, making him deeply loved by the female cultivators of the sect. Gu Bai would also patiently guide some disciples who had just joined the Hall of Returning Spring. Even if those disciples were very foolish and asked the same question many times, Gu Bai would not be impatient but would patiently answer the questions. Furthermore, Gu Bai would carry various cultivation resources with him, and when he encountered disciples with good talent, Gu Bai would give them a few bottles of medicinal pills. Such a cultivator who respected seniors, cared for fellow disciples, and loved juniors was liked by everyone who saw him,
he was simply a living legend. Before the development of the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill, Gu Bai's reputation was already very widespread. Most disciples of the sect knew Gu Bai and had a good impression of him. And the development of the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill completely ignited Gu Bai's fame. If it were someone else, they might be proud, but Gu Bai showed no pride at all. He was not a genius, just an ordinary person. The reason he achieved such accomplishments was due to 30 years of diligent study. He spent at least 6 hours every day studying knowledge, plus absolute rationality allowed Gu Bai to maintain 100% concentration. Over time, Gu Bai even tested medicinal pills on his own body multiple times, and his understanding of medicine far surpassed others, leading to such achievements. And Gu Bai's reputation also spread throughout Qingzhou. Many people from Qingzhou sent invitations, and they would come to Lingyun sect in a while to meet Gu Bai. That night, Gu Bai declined all invitations and came alone to Elder Jiang's residence. "Old Jiang, I've come to see you. How is it? Didn't I tell you? I really developed a medicinal pill that can replenish depleted origin." "Coming." The door was not pushed open immediately, it waited a few seconds before slowly being pushed open. Elder Jiang bent over, slowly pushing open the door. At this time, Elder Jiang's hair was completely white. Even with Gu Bai's careful care, Elder Jiang had inevitably entered old age, looking like a kind old man from his appearance. Gu Bai felt a pang of sadness seeing this scene. Elder Jiang was old. By a careful calculation, he was already around 120 years old. A normal qi refining cultivator at this age would almost have reached the end of their lifespan, not to mention that Elder Jiang frequently used forbidden techniques that consumed lifespan in his early years, losing at least more than 10 years of lifespan. Even with Gu Bai's meticulous care, Elder Jiang probably didn't have many years left to live. Fortunately, he timely developed the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill. The medicinal pill could repair Elder Jiang's missing lifespan. After taking the medicinal pill, Elder Jiang could live for at least another 10 years or more. "Old Jiang, I succeeded." Gu Bai took a deep breath, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and said with a smile. "You've really worked hard all these years. It must have been very tiring to achieve such accomplishments." Elder Jiang looked at Gu Bai, his eyes slightly moist. He was like a true elder, only caring about whether Gu Bai was doing well. Hearing these words full of care, Gu Bai could no longer maintain the smile on his face, his eyes red. Elder Jiang was his guide on the path of cultivation, always playing the role of a reliable elder, the one who made Gu Bai feel familial affection. And he was a nostalgic person, very emotional. He had indeed been very tired these years, so tired that he wanted to give up many times, but thinking of Elder Jiang's smile, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Elder Jiang, with a pained expression, embraced Gu Bai and patted Gu Bai's back. "Good child, you've done enough for me. Don't work so hard in the future, or my heart will ache." Held in Elder Jiang's embrace, Gu Bai could no longer hold back. His eyes were red, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Elder Jiang was aging day by day, while the progress of the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill he was developing was very slow. No one knew how much pressure he had endured all these years. Fortunately, he finally succeeded, developing the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill in just 5 years. It was a long while before Gu Bai calmed his emotions, taking out a bottle of medicinal pill from his storage pouch and handing it to Elder Jiang. "This is the high-grade yin-yang yuan supplementing pill I refined. After taking this medicinal pill, it should be able to replenish your depleted life origin." Elder Jiang accepted the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill with a smile, then took out a snow-white silver sword from his storage pouch and handed it to Gu Bai. The silver sword was polished very brightly, without a speck of dust, but Gu Bai could feel a strong evil qi emanating from it. "This is the high-grade magical artifact, Silver Moon Sword. When I was young, I relied on this sword to travel far and wide, establishing a great reputation. Now that I am old, I haven't fought in a long time, and I no longer have the strength to fight. I'll give this sword to you." Gu Bai solemnly accepted the Silver Moon Sword. He knew that Elder Jiang was a sword cultivator, and a sword cultivator's sword was his second life. For Elder Jiang to give his sword to Gu Bai was enough to show the sincerity of this gift. The materials used for this sword are very special. It's a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite that can absorb magic power and slowly strengthen. The longer it is nurtured, the higher the quality of the Silver Moon Sword will become, though the speed is a bit slow. I stumbled upon this extraterrestrial meteorite in an immortal cave by chance, and then I asked an excellent artifact refiner to forge it into the Silver Moon Sword. When this sword was first forged, its quality barely reached medium-grade magical artifact, but after decades of nurturing by me, it is now a top-tier high-grade magical artifact. It's estimated that after a few more decades of nurturing, it will grow into an ultimate magical artifact." Gu Bai held the Silver Moon Sword in his hand, feeling the cool sensation emanating from the sword, and instantly fell in love with it. This was simply a magical artifact tailor-made for him. It only needed to be nurtured with magic power to enhance the quality of the Silver Moon Sword, which was perfect for someone like him who was immortal. Seeing Gu Bai's delighted expression, Elder Jiang smiled and then spoke again. "I recommend you cultivate a sword nurturing art. This is a secret technique specifically for nurturing magical artifacts. If nurtured for a long time, it can make you and the magical artifact more compatible." Gu Bai nodded, making a mental note of it. Gu Bai skillfully moved 2 lounge chairs from Elder Jiang's immortal cave and placed them in the small courtyard outside the immortal cave. The two lay side by side, leisurely gazing at the starry sky. Gu Bai felt incredibly relaxed. At this moment, he had no worries, and his heart was at peace. How long had it been since he had peacefully gazed at the starry sky like this?
Gu Bai sat in the lounge chair, chatting leisurely with Elder Zhang, mostly about everyday matters, until dawn. Gu Bai sat up from the lounge chair and stretched. He felt incredibly relaxed, and all the fatigue that had accumulated for a long time was completely gone. After bidding farewell to Elder Zhang, Gu Bai returned to the Hall of Returning Spring. He still had a lot of things to do. Having accomplished such a significant feat, it was natural to hold a celebration banquet, and many people from other sects came to admire him. Gu Bai planned to use this opportunity to expand his network and, incidentally, promote the Hall of Returning Spring. As soon as Gu Bai arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Returning Spring, he noticed something was amiss. Normally, the Hall of Returning Spring was very quiet, with hardly any noise. Even with the recent influx of new disciples, it wouldn't feel crowded. But now, the Hall of Returning Spring was full of people, most of them older, with white hair. They paced back and forth at the entrance of the Hall of Returning Spring, conversing in low voices, looking very anxious. Upon seeing Gu Bai, they rushed towards him like hungry wolves spotting a piece of fresh, tender meat. Physician Gu, I am Elder Fang from the inner sect. When I was young, I also suffered severe injuries, and my origin was somewhat depleted. I wonder if junior brother Gu still has any yin-yang yuan supplementing pills? I am willing to exchange a high-grade magical artifact for it. The other old men also stepped forward, asking Gu Bai if he still had yin-yang yuan supplementing pills, offering to exchange precious spirit materials for them. Gu Bai understood the situation upon seeing this. He had anticipated this, but he hadn't expected so many people to come. The alchemy method for the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill is very difficult. Even a second-rank alchemist finds it hard to successfully refine it. So far, only Gu Bai and alchemist Lu can refine it. Other second-rank alchemists in the Danding division have tried, but most have failed. The yin-yang qi replenishing pill requires over a dozen types of spirit medicine, making it more complex than many second-grade medicinal pills. During the alchemy process, the medicinal pills conflict with each other. Even a slight difference requires a different alchemy method. During the alchemy process, adjustments must be made according to the situation on site, and there is no fixed pill formula. To refine it, one must have a profound understanding of the Dao of medicinal principles, whereas most alchemists only refine medicinal pills according to the pill formula. So far, only he and alchemist Lu can refine it. None of the second-rank alchemists in the Danding division have succeeded. This was not Gu Bai's conjecture, but what alchemist Lu personally told him. This also created a phenomenon of supply not meeting demand. Only 2 people could refine the yin-yang qi replenishing pill, but there were many people who needed it. As an old golden core sect, Lingyun sect has countless disciples and elders. Furthermore, a war of considerable scale broke out more than 100 years ago, and many people burned their life origin. As a result, there are many people like Elder Zhang within the sect, and this period also happens to be when those people are nearing the end of their lifespan. Many people have burned more than 10 years of their lifespan. The emergence of the yin-yang qi replenishing pill can be said to have given those people a chance to live. And if they wanted to live, they could only ask Gu Bai or alchemist Lu for help with alchemy. As a peak second-rank alchemist, alchemist Lu is busy with tasks every day, with a large group of people queuing up, waiting for him to refine high-quality second-rank medicinal pills. The alchemy process for the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill is complicated, requiring at least a full day to refine. Alchemist Lu cannot spend long periods refining the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill, he can only refine it occasionally. So, currently, the only person who can stably and consistently refine the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill is Gu Bai. These people with damaged life origin naturally placed their hope of survival on Gu Bai, which is why they came to the Hall of Returning Spring early in the morning, hoping that Gu Bai would help them refine medicinal pills. Looking at the many old men surrounding him, as if they were going to devour him alive, Gu Bai sighed softly. Don't worry, I'm not going to run away. Line up, one by one. Gu Bai called over several disciples from the Hall of Returning Spring to help maintain order. Under Gu Bai's arrangement, the many old men also lined up. They lined up according to their strength, with Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators at the very front. Those in the Qi realm stomped their feet in frustration but couldn't do anything, as they couldn't offend elders in the Foundation Establishment realm. And since the many old men were asking for a favor, they naturally wouldn't cause trouble at this time. What is your situation? Gu Bai asked softly, looking at the old man in front of him. The old man's aura was steady, and the magic power within him was unfathomable, clearly indicating he was a master of the Foundation Establishment realm. However, the old man did not put on any airs of a Foundation Establishment cultivator and quickly spoke. Physician Gu, I am an elder from the Law Enforcement Hall. When I was young, I fought for the main gate for many years, but I also suffered many injuries and need the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill to repair my body. I am willing to present a high-grade magical artifact, and I have also prepared the spirit medicine needed for the medicinal pill. You just need to refine it. Gu Bai nodded but did not accept the old man's gift. I will help you refine the medicinal pill, but there's no need for gifts. Just maintain more contact with the Hall of Returning Spring in the future and take care of Gu Bai. Gu Bai shook his head, revealing his characteristic gentle smile. He did not accept the gift, instead, he refined medicinal pills for others for free, only asking for small favors in return. Physician Gu, I will remember this kindness. From now on, if you need anything from me, just say the word, even if it means going through mountains of blades or seas of fire, I will not hesitate. The old man said with extreme excitement. Gu Bai was practically his savior. Although he was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he had consumed too much of his life origin during his youth from desperate battles. He was estimated to only live to 200 years old before dying of old age, but with the yin yang yuan supplementing pill, he could live for at least another 50 years. His weakness was now in Gu Bai's hands. He had initially thought Gu Bai would take the opportunity to exploit him, squeezing him dry. But he never expected Gu Bai to take not a single penny, merely accepting spirit medicine as the cost. Gu Bai smiled and nodded, treating the subsequent people in the same manner. This was what Gu Bai wanted. Although the gifts they offered were incredibly precious, Gu Bai didn't really need them. He was merely a chi refining realm cultivator. He consumed very few resources and had no use for those powerful magical artifacts, and even less so for those around him. Therefore, it was better to refuse the gifts, so that everyone owed him a favor. People in the cultivation world were relatively trustworthy, they rarely liked to owe favors, as they were difficult to repay. They would then become Gu Bai's natural allies in the future. After a long time, Gu Bai finally finished receiving everyone. Of course, he couldn't refine yin yang yuan supplementing pills for everyone. Gu Bai would only help refine them for free for those who had reached the foundation establishment realm, possessed a special skill, or held a high position. For cultivators in the chi refining realm, Gu Bai would offer a significant discount. Gu Bai could help refine the pills for a small amount of spirit stones. This could be said to be almost at cost price. Most chi refining cultivators could afford it by gritting their teeth and spending most of their savings. If there were still people who couldn't afford it, Gu Bai was powerless, as his individual strength was limited. Thus, Gu Bai entered overwork mode, spending most of his day refining yin yang chi replenishing pills. Of course, Gu Bai wasn't as obsessed as before, he still set aside some time to spend with his friends and family. Besides people from within the sect, there were also many from outside the sect who requested Gu Bai's help with alchemy. For these people, Gu Bai was not so polite. After all, they didn't have the pill formula for the yin yang chi replenishing pill, they could only obtain it from him or alchemist Lu. Gu Bai set a very high price, even higher than many second-tier medicinal pills. Besides spirit stones, Gu Bai also demanded a large quantity of spirit medicine. He would only help refine one yin yang yuan supplementing pill for roughly 3 portions of the spirit medicine required for the yin yang yuan supplementing pill. After all, the Hall of Returning Spring didn't have that much spirit medicine for him to refine pills. Even the entire sect's stock could at most satisfy only a small portion of people. Therefore, Gu Bai could only earn from these outside forces with a heavy heart. It was only by relying on these external forces that Gu Bai could offer such great discounts to the people within the sect. Time flew by, and in a flurry of activity, another 5 years passed. Gu Bai skillfully cast various magical seals. As Gu Bai cast the last seal, the medicinal pill was finally refined. He had finally completed the refinement of all the yin yang yuan supplementing pills. Gu Bai let out a long breath, it was truly not easy. Now, just looking at a pill furnace gave him a physiological feeling of nausea. Gu Bai even regretted taking on so many orders back then. It wasn't until today, 5 years later, that he finally completed the refinement of all the yin yang yuan supplementing pills. To fulfill all the orders, Gu Bai even revised the pill formula for the yin yang yuan supplementing pill several times. He replaced several relatively rare spirit medicines with more common ones, directly reducing the cost significantly. Otherwise, the spirit medicine from Qingzhou and even the nearby few states would not have been enough to refine so many yin yang yuan supplementing pills. Gu Bai also learned a profound fire control technique from alchemist Lu and improved the refining process of the yin yang yuan supplementing pill. Although it became more complex and difficult, it greatly reduced the refining time. Originally, it took a full day to refine one pill, but now it only takes less than half a day to successfully refine one yin yang yuan supplementing pill. Gu Bai spent almost half of these 5 years on alchemy, and the time he spent refining medicinal pills was even longer than what many alchemists spent in their entire lives. Gu Bai also gained a lot, his alchemy skill improved qualitatively. All first-tier medicinal pills were easily made, and even many second-tier medicinal pills seemed to pose no difficulty to Gu Bai. Gu Bai felt that as long as his magic power was sufficient, he could easily refine second-tier medicinal pills as well. And according to alchemist Lu, his alchemy skill was already stronger than many second-tier alchemists. As long as Gu Bai breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm, he would instantly become a second-tier alchemist. On this day, Gu Bai, as usual, followed alchemist Lu to learn knowledge about alchemy. Ever since he met alchemist Lu, Gu Bai frequently asked alchemist Lu about various aspects of medicinal pills. Alchemist Lu was also very generous, teaching Gu Bai everything he had learned in his life. Although he was not his master, he was better than a master. Although Gu Bai had now learned most of alchemist Liu's lifelong knowledge and could be considered to have successfully graduated. But whenever Gu Bai had free time, he would find alchemist Lu to drink tea and discuss the Dao of alchemy together. Alas, how wonderful it would be if you were a member of our Danding division. When you break through to the foundation establishment realm, I'll hand over the Danding division to you, and then I can retire and enjoy my later years. You have no idea how tiring it is to manage the entire Danding division. Everyone in the sect is waiting for you to refine medicinal pills for them, and the sect doesn't provide much spirit medicine. As the hall master, I have to find ways to get spirit medicine every day, begging from the Hall of Returning Spring to the Law Enforcement Hall. Alchemist Lu took a sip of the tea personally brewed by Gu Bai, looked at the gentle, white-robed young man sitting in front of him, and said with some regret. It was no wonder Alchemist Lu felt this way, Gu Bai was simply too outstanding. He respected elders, loved juniors, respected peers, and possessed very strong management abilities. Under Gu Bai's management, the Hall of Returning Spring could be said to have been reborn. The Hall of Returning Spring, which originally only had a dozen physicians, now had over 20 physicians. And the price of healing was also brought down by Gubai. Because the number of physicians increased, getting healing at the Hall of Returning Spring was no longer as expensive as before, nor did it require waiting in line for a long time. Now, the Hall of Returning Spring offered low prices and no need to queue for treatment, which even ordinary disciples could afford. And Gubai, who facilitated all of this, was deeply loved by the ordinary disciples of the sect. Compared to young disciples, Gubai had even higher prestige among older cultivators, as that was truly a life-saving grace. To put it this way, when Gubai is mentioned, some people might not know him, but when Gubai is mentioned, as long as they are disciples of the sect, everyone knows him and praises him as a promising young man. If Gubai were to manage the Danding division, he could also rest easy in his old age. Ha 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 ha, Alchemist Lu is joking. Gubai chuckled softly, not paying too much attention to it. Speaking of which, Gubai, you're not young anymore, are you? Alchemist Lu looked at Gubai's unchanging appearance and asked after a moment of hesitation. Gubai nodded and said. Yes, I'm indeed not young anymore. It has been over 42 years since I joined the sect, and I joined when I was 18, so I am now 60 years old. Hearing this, Alchemist Lu became a little anxious. He hadn't expected Gubai to be so old. Looking at Gubai, he had thought he was at most no more than 40 years old. At 60, in Qi refining, one is considered middle-aged. If one doesn't break through at this age, foundation establishment is already somewhat risky. You'd best foundation establishment in the next few years, don't drag it out too long. I happen to have a high-grade Hunyuan foundation establishment pill, which I can give to you to help you foundation establishment. Alchemist Lu said, taking out an exquisite small jade bottle from his storage pouch and handing it to Gubai. After a moment of hesitation, Gubai still took the small jade bottle. He indeed needed this Hunyuan foundation establishment pill. Generally speaking, the probability of a Qi refining cultivator breaking through to the foundation establishment realm is very low. Unless they are a prodigy, there is a 90% chance of failure. Once failed, in severe cases, one will die on the spot, sitting in meditation, and in light cases, one's meridians will be severed, rendering one a cripple. However, taking a foundation establishment pill not only increases the probability of foundation establishment by 30% for no reason, but the medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill can also protect the meridians. At the very least, if foundation establishment fails, only the meridians will be damaged, and it will only take about 20 years of rest to recover. If a physician specifically treats one can recover in less than 10 years. Of course, this is just an ordinary foundation establishment pill, somewhere between a first-tier medicinal pill and a second-tier medicinal pill. For a loose cultivator, they couldn't even buy half a pill even if they went bankrupt. But for a sect cultivator, especially an inner-sect disciple, foundation establishment pills are not scarce at all. What is truly scarce is the Hunyuan foundation establishment pill specially refined by a second-tier alchemist. This is an upgraded version of the foundation establishment pill, which can increase the probability of foundation establishment by 50% for no reason, and after foundation establishment failure, under the protection of the medicinal power, the meridians will at most be lightly damaged, and one can fully recover after 1 or 2 years of rest. However, the difficulty of refining the Hunyuan foundation establishment pill is extremely high, only a second-tier alchemist can refine it, and it requires many precious second-tier spirit medicine. The cost of 1 Hunyuan foundation establishment pill is more expensive than the combined cost of 10 foundation establishment pills, plus true prodigies do not need this extra probability, and using it would be a waste. Therefore, even in a large sect like Lingyun sect, the number of Hunyuan foundation establishment pills is pitifully small. And what Alchemist Lu gave Gubai was a high-grade Hunyuan foundation establishment pill, which only top second-tier alchemists have a very small chance of refining. This was exactly what Gubai needed. He had originally wanted to ask Alchemist Lu for a Hunyuan foundation establishment pill, but he hadn't expected Alchemist Lu to give it to him in advance, and it was even a high-grade Hunyuan foundation establishment pill. The effect of the high-grade Hunyuan foundation establishment pill is even stronger than that of the ordinary Hunyuan foundation establishment pill, able to increase the probability of foundation establishment by 70% for no reason, and after foundation establishment failure, the Hunyuan foundation establishment pill can perfectly preserve the meridians, preventing them from suffering any injury. Gubai had previously consumed a creation azure cloud fruit. Without any external assistance, his probability of foundation establishment was approximately 25%. If the high-grade Hunyuan foundation establishment pill is added, the probability becomes 95%, making failure almost impossible. Many thanks, Alchemist Lu. If you need any help in the future, just ask, as long as it's something I can help with. Gubai cupped his hands and thanked him. Ha ha ha, it's just a small matter, no need to be like this. As long as you can take good care of my daughter, Lu Ruyan, in the future, that's enough. Lu Ruyan is my disciple, so I naturally won't mistreat her, Gubai said very seriously. I'm relieved to hear that. However, please help me keep an eye on that brat Oriental Starfall and don't let him lay his hands on my daughter. I've already made a promise with him, he must at least cultivate to the foundation establishment realm before he can be with my daughter. If you find him laying his hands on my daughter, help me stop him and tell me, so I can break that leg of his. I think with your medical skills, fellow Daistgu, even if I break it, you should be able to heal him. But if I really break that brat's leg, don't rush to treat him. Just treat him when he breaks through to foundation establishment, Alchemist Lu angrily slapped the table and said through gritted teeth. Seeing Alchemist Lu like this, Gu Bai's mouth twitched, and for a moment, he actually felt a little scared. The usually steady Alchemist Lu became irritable when talking about his daughter, completely different from the calm and elegant alchemist he was before. Gu Bai now felt a bit fortunate that he hadn't laid his hands on Qingning, otherwise Su Wuji would probably have torn him alive. Even the usually steady Alchemist Lu gets so irritable when his daughter is involved, let alone Su Wuji. Su Wuji is a sword cultivator, and sword cultivators generally have worse tempers. There's no need for that. That brat Oriental Starfall's heart nature is still very good, he shouldn't break the promise. As Oriental Starfall's master, Gu Bai naturally had to praise Oriental Starfall well. Humph, it had better be. Alchemist Lu drained the tea in his cup, greeted Gu Bai, and then returned to the Danding division. After all, the Danding division was busy with affairs, and he needed to manage all aspects. Sitting at the table, Gu Bai looked at the small jade bottle in his hand and murmured softly. I have been at Qi refining 9th tier for 10 years, and my cultivation is already at its peak. It's time to break through to foundation establishment. Theoretically speaking, as long as one breaks through to Qi refining 9th tier, one can attempt foundation establishment. But almost no cultivator would do this, as their magical power has not yet been refined to the extreme, and the probability of breakthrough would not be too high. A cultivator of average aptitude, after breaking through to Qi refining 9th tier, usually needs to accumulate for about 10 years, refining their cultivation to the extreme, before choosing to break through the realm. Gu Bai also refined his magical power to the extreme. Originally, according to his plan, it should have taken about 15 years of refining, but Alchemist Lu gifted him many high-grade medicinal pill. These medicinal pills saved him a lot of time, and Gu Bai, no matter how busy he was, always set aside a certain amount of time each day to cultivate. He never interrupted, which is why Gu Bai was able to refine his magical power to the extreme within 10 years. Previously, because he had to refine the Yin Yang Yuan supplementing pill, and his magical power had not yet been refined to the extreme, Gu Bai did not break through. But now, Gu Bai has completed all orders for the Yin Yang Yuan supplementing pill, and his magical power was refined to the extreme not long ago. Gu Bai did not make a big fuss, he only quietly told Qingning and Gu Bei that he was going to break through, asking them to serve as his protector. When a cultivator is breaking through a realm, they must maintain an absolutely safe environment and not be disturbed by outsiders. Gu Bai was afraid that someone might intentionally cause trouble when he was breaking through, so he called Gu Bei and Qingning, the two people he trusted most, to be his protector. Gu Bai wasn't worried that the Lingyun sect people would make a move against him, he had extremely high popularity within the Lingyun sect. Almost no one disliked Gu Bai, whether it was an inner sect disciple, an outer sect disciple, or even a sect elder, everyone liked Gu Bai. Gu Bai was mainly worried that hostile forces would secretly sabotage him when he was making a breakthrough. Such incidents were not uncommon, many forces would remotely sabotage the prodigy of a hostile force during their breakthrough. Even if they failed, it didn't matter, as they wouldn't lose anything, but if they succeeded even once, it would be a gain. For example, recently, when Gu Bei was making a breakthrough, people from the Five Poison sect cast a spell from afar, trying to unleash a witchcraft curse on Gu Bei to prevent his breakthrough. If successful, the Lingyun sect would lose a future Golden Core true person. Fortunately, Su Wuji discovered and intercepted the curse in time, allowing Gu Bei to successfully make a breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm. Gu Bai considered himself not a prodigy, but merely someone who had put in a bit of effort and had some good luck to achieve his current accomplishments. However, others didn't think so. From an outsider's perspective, Gu Bai was a once-in-a-millennium genius in both alchemy and medical Dao, just with slightly poor aptitude. If Gu Bai were allowed to grow, even if he couldn't make a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm in the future, he would at least be a top-tier second-rank physician. The value of such a top-tier second-rank physician was even more precious than a Golden Core true person. And once hostile forces knew he was about to make a breakthrough, they would definitely try every means to sabotage it. I'll leave this matter to you all, I hope you can protect me. Don't worry, Gu Bai, with me here, no one else will be able to disturb your breakthrough, Gu Bei patted his chest and promised. Ever since he followed Gu Bai's advice to accumulate to the extreme before making a breakthrough to foundation establishment, Gu Bei had soared, with his cultivation speed being astonishingly fast. In just 20 years, he had broken through 6 minor realms, and a few months ago, he had cultivated to the foundation establishment late stage. A foundation establishment late stage cultivator was rare even in an established Golden Core sect like the Lingyun sect, truly counting as a high-ranking individual. With Gu Bei's current combat power, he could be called invincible below Golden Core, even if a Golden Core true person truly tried to secretly sabotage him from afar. Gu Bei would be able to stop him. After all, the Lingyun sect's mountain protecting formation was not just for show. Even if a Golden Core true person could bypass the formation for a sneak attack, the attack would be reduced by 90% by the formation. Yes, Gu Bai, just relax and leave it to the two of us. Even if something unexpected happens, you'll be fine, Gu Bei and I have secretly informed him. Qingning patted her voluminous chest, saying with extreme confidence. Although Qingning's cultivation speed had remained very fast over the years, she was, after all, just an ordinary genius. Even with full resources, it had only taken her 20 years to barely cultivate to the foundation establishment middle stage. Gu Bai smiled and nodded, understanding Qingning's hint. If something truly unexpected happened, their combined strength would be insufficient to handle it. At that time, Qingning's father, Gu Bei's master, and the Lingyun sect's sect master, Su Wuji, would make a move. Although Gu Bai was not familiar with Su Wuji, having not even spoken a word to him until now, the people around him were familiar. Furthermore, he was also considered a member of the Lingyun sect, so Su Wuji naturally wouldn't ignore him. Su Wuji was probably hiding nearby, secretly protecting him. Thinking of this, Gu Bai felt a wave of relief. That was Su Wuji, the sect master of the Lingyun sect. When Su Wuji was young, he could be said to be another Gu Bai, just without Gu Bai's talent or special physique. But these facts could not deny Su Wuji's excellence. He was the absolute king among his peers, joined the law enforcement hall to apprehend criminals, and even briefly served as the hall master of the law enforcement hall. He experienced the war 100 years ago, briefly holding back a golden core true person in his foundation establishment realm. After that, Su Wuji's experience became even more legendary. He secretly made a breakthrough during the height of the war and, along with another golden core true person, ambushed and killed a golden core true person from the Five Poison sect, completely ending that war. Afterward, Su Wuji assumed the position of sect master, became Dao companion with a female cultivator who loved him, and gave birth to Qingning, living peacefully until now. Entering the cultivation room, Gu Bai felt the rich spiritual qi in the air and nodded in satisfaction, then sat down cross-legged. Cultivators require a great deal of spiritual qi when making a breakthrough. A cultivation room is a specially built room for breakthroughs, with the spirit gathering formation installed beneath it, capable of continuously supplying spiritual qi for a cultivator to make a foundation establishment. And the cultivation room Gu Bai was in was clearly of the highest grade, with spiritual qi so dense that it formed a thin layer of mist. Making a breakthrough in such a high concentration spiritual qi environment could slightly increase the breakthrough probability. Gu Bai did not immediately make a breakthrough. Instead, he sat quietly in place and began to regulate his state. 3 days later, Gu Bai slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his spirit, qi, and essence were all at their peak, and his mind was exceptionally clear. As a physician, Gu Bai knew that his body was in excellent condition. Gu Bai made a decisive decision, consumed a high-quality primordial pill, and began to condense the magical power within his body to make a foundation establishment. The medicinal pill transformed into a rich and gentle medicinal power, assisting Gu Bai from the side. Gu Bai's breakthrough was exceptionally smooth, quickly reaching the final step. The surrounding white mist, like a vortex, rapidly surged into Gu Bai's body. Break for me. With Gu Bai's low roar, as if an invisible barrier had been shattered, Gu Bai's aura began to rise steadily. Just at this critical moment, Celestial Star True Person, the sect master of the Tianxing sect, thousands of miles away, suddenly opened his eyes. Now's the time. Celestial Star True Person didn't hesitate, summoning the Qiuoxing compass. The compass revealed a general map of the entire Qingzhou. Celestial Star True Person placed his hands on the direction of the Lingyun sect, then silently recited an incantation. A few days ago, he had observed the stars at night and divined that on this very day, a person of great importance to the Lingyun sect would make a breakthrough. And since his Tianxing sect and the Lingyun sect did not have a good relationship, he could not allow that unknown person to successfully make a breakthrough. Therefore, Celestial Star True Person had chosen this precise moment today to unleash his ultimate divine ability, the 7 stars curse-killing art. It could ignore distance and forcefully curse and kill an enemy. If the enemy's name, location, or related items were known, the power of the curse-killing art would also increase. However, he currently did not know who this mysterious person was, or what their name was, only that they would make a breakthrough in the Lingyun sect today. Extremely vague information. Logically, even if the 7 stars curse-killing art could be successfully cast, it wouldn't be able to locate the enemy. But with the enhancement of his Tianxing sect's treasured Qiuoxing compass, and through the mysterious star observation secret technique, Celestial Star True Person actually managed to lock onto Gu Bai. Above the Lingyun sect's sky, the power of the stars suddenly received a mysterious command, slowly condensing into a long spear, its tip directly locked onto Gu Bai's direction. At this moment, Gu Bai had reached the most critical point of his breakthrough and was completely unaware of the danger. A misconception. Gu Bai, standing in front of the room, raised his head in confusion, looking towards the sky. He had suddenly felt a sense of danger just now, but it disappeared instantly, making Gu Bai even think it was a misconception. Gu Bai did not relax his guard. Instead, he immediately became serious, expanding his divine sense to its maximum range and meticulously searching every corner of the surroundings. What's wrong? Is there danger? Qingning also tensed up when she saw Gu Bai's appearance, similarly extending her divine sense to its maximum and fully searching the surroundings. A moment later, Gu Bai shook his head, his expression somewhat grave. I don't know. I can confirm that there is absolutely no threat within 10 miles of here, but I just felt a threat, although it was only for an instant. That feeling could not be wrong. Gu Bai said very seriously. A cultivator's intuition is extremely sharp. A foundation establishment cultivator can even predict future dangers to a certain extent. He was not a flower in a greenhouse. Gu Bai had been in the law enforcement hall for many years, experienced countless battles, and had been on the verge of death several times, naturally developing a keen intuition. Relying on this keen intuition, Gu Bai had avoided danger many times, and Gu Bai also firmly believed in his intuition. He had definitely detected danger just now. It was just that this danger did not seem to be directed at him, but at someone else, and he was just standing a bit too close. Then what should we do now? Qingning was a bit anxious. This indicated that someone had made a move against Gu Bai, but they didn't even know where the danger was. How about notifying my father so he can prepare in advance? Gu Bai shook his head, not overly flustered. Don't worry, the sect master has probably already detected the danger. With him here, Gu Bai will be fine. Upon hearing this, Qing Ning finally felt a little relieved. At the same time, in a very hidden room not far away, So Wuji slowly opened his eyes. Damn girl, do you not trust your dad that much? He had heard their conversation just now and was very satisfied with Gu Bei's performance, whether it was his reaction after detecting danger, or his choice to trust him as his master. Gu Bei's performance was perfect. It was just his cheap daughter, who didn't trust him, her father, at all. Thinking that his daughter would be with Gu Bei after he broke through to Foundation establishment, So Wuji felt a bit sad for a moment. Shaking his head and calming these chaotic emotions, So Wuji looked up at the sky. There's no mistake. To be able to use the power of the stars so skillfully and cast spells from such a long distance, it could only be the sect master of the Tianxing sect. Humph, that old fellow from the Tianxing sect, how dare he target my sect's disciple? So Wuji said with a cold tone. The attack from the sky, ordinary golden core cultivators might not even feel it, but as a sword cultivator, his spirit was extremely sensitive, and he could vaguely sense a faint threat in the sky. A thought flashed through So Wuji's mind, and with his mind as a sword, he unleashed an invisible sword, pointing directly at the sky. This was a technique that could only be mastered after cultivating sword intent to an extremely high realm. Even without a sword in hand, the spirit could transform into a blade, severely injuring the enemy's spirit and even soul. The invisible sword slashed through, directly cutting the unformed spear in the sky into two pieces, forcefully eliminating the threat in its infancy. At the same time, Celestial Star True Person, far away in the Tianxing sect, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, that guy, Immortal Master Wuji, has grown much stronger, he can even detect this kind of danger in advance. Celestial Star True Person wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slightly worried. If So Wuji fully matured, he would be a terrifying god of slaughter. It wasn't that they didn't want to kill this future great enemy when So Wuji was young. But So Wuji was protected too well by Lu Sunshan, the old sect master of the Lingyun sect, not giving them any chance to act. By the time they got serious and wanted to unite with the Golden Core true persons of other sects to ambush and forcefully kill So Wuji, So Wuji had already formed his core. No one expected So Wuji to form his core so early. After all, So Wuji was only over 100 years old at that time. Cough, cough, cough. Celestial Star True Person coughed violently a few more times, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, before his complexion finally eased a bit. It seems I can only tell the 5 poison sect the divination result. They are best at various curse methods. I hope they can succeed. Although the sneak attack failed just now, Celestial Star True Person already knew the exact location and who the person breaking through was. Celestial Star True Person felt a little pained. Divination spells are not like other spells that can be used without cost, they must borrow the power of heaven and earth. For example, his star observation secret technique requires observing the stars at night to find the operating laws of the world, thereby divining everything that will happen in the future. Of course, what is divined depends entirely on luck. If one wants to divine accurately, they will suffer a backlash and lose lifespan. And if one tells the results of their divination to other unrelated people, they will also suffer additional lifespan damage due to involvement. If he were to tell the people of the 5 poison sect about this, he would probably lose 20 years of lifespan for nothing. But 20 years of his own lifespan in exchange for a future top physician of the Lingyun sect, this trade is very worthwhile. Celestial Star True Person took out a talisman with golden characters printed on it and sent all the information he knew to the 5 poison sect master. This is a third-order sound transmission talisman, capable of transmitting any information, and its range is very wide, it can transmit within an entire province. At the same time, deep within the 5 poison sect, in a highly concealed room, a poisonous pool with surging poisonous chi, filled with viscous green-purple liquid, emitted rolling poisonous smoke. Various poisonous creatures were everywhere in the poisonous pool, with countless corpses of poisonous snakes, centipedes, and scorpions floating within it. The 5 poison sect master was sitting in the pool, slowly absorbing the potent poison from the pool, his face a purplish black. A moment later, perhaps due to absorbing the poison in his body, his complexion finally returned to normal. The 5 poison immortal master slowly exhaled a stream of purple poisonous chi and opened his purple eyes. At this moment, the 5 poison immortal master's entire body exuded waves of poisonous chi. Although his complexion had returned to normal, his eyes and hair could not change back. This was a manifestation of his poison cultivation reaching major achievement. The 5 poison immortal master had already cultivated the 5 poison art to the major achievement realm. The 5 poison immortal master's expression changed after glancing at the talisman. Physician Gu of the Lingyun sect is actually breaking through today. Thankfully, Celestial Star True Person informed me in time, otherwise, that physician would have successfully broken through. The 5 poison immortal master muttered in a low voice. His poison cultivation had reached major achievement, and he now feared no golden core cultivator. He was confident that even a golden core true person could not cure his poison. But he was only afraid of physicians. Ordinary second-order physicians could not cure his poison, but that physician was different. Over the years, he had gathered a lot of information about the other party. When the other party was still only a first-order physician, he had already deciphered many of their 5 poison sect's incurable poisons. Many poisons that even the people of their 5 poison sect couldn't cure were forcefully deciphered by Physician Gu. If he were to truly grow, it would be hard to say whether he could decipher his own poison. Thinking of this, the 5 poison immortal master's expression hardened, his eyes filled with killing intent. He formed hand seals, muttering obscure and difficult to understand incantations. As the last incantation fell, a purple skull suddenly emerged from his body. The skull grinned sinisterly and, defying the distance of space, attacked Gu Bai. This was his secret spell, the 5 poison sky killing art, which was impossible to guard against, capable of ignoring distance and forcefully cursing enemies to death. He had once used this spell to forcefully curse a golden core initial stage cultivator to death. Immediately after casting the secret spell, the 5 poison immortal master's face turned pale, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Although this move was incredibly powerful, it would instantly deplete all of his magical power. It would even consume a certain amount of life origin, so it was not easily used in normal times. At the same time, Gu Bai, who was concentrating on his breakthrough, suddenly felt a sense of unease, as if some danger was about to occur. Gu Bai did not stop his breakthrough, he believed Su Wuji could protect him. Su Wuji, not far away, also sensed the threat. The space around Gu Bai seemed to have undergone some slight anomaly, as if something unknown was pinpointing Gu Bai. Do they really think my Ling Yun sect is easy to bully? That anyone can just step all over us? Su Wuji's eyes instantly turned icy cold. He then slowly drew the Wuji sword from his back and unleashed an invisible sword chi in Gu Bai's direction. This sword chi passed through Gu Bai without causing him any harm. Instead, it severed the connection between Gu Bai and the unknown spell, causing the spell to lose its target. This was Su Wuji's Dao of the sword, to cut down all things, anything could be slain by him. Now, Su Wuji's swordsmanship had reached major achievement, even capable of severing some concepts. Su Wuji's gaze turned towards Gu Bai's direction, and he murmured softly. I didn't expect you to be so hated. When Gu Bai had his breakthrough, there wasn't such a grand display. But this is more like it. The more hated and even feared one is by others, the more it proves one's excellence. You have already gained my approval. Handing my daughter over to you, I can barely rest assured. In the 5 poison sect, 5 poison immortal master suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, then looked towards the Ling Yun sect with a gloomy expression. He hadn't expected Su Wuji's strength to be so formidable, capable of severing even such an attack. He couldn't wait any longer. He needed to gather his forces and stockpile supplies immediately, preparing for war at any moment. If he waited a few more years for Gu Bai to break through to the Golden Core realm, with Gu Bai and Su Wuji, these two prodigies, the Ling Yun sect would enter an unprecedented golden age. With the Ling Yun sect's current territory and resources, it might not be able to satisfy those two prodigies. Even if they didn't attack the Ling Yun sect would attack them due to a lack of resources. Su Wuji also looked thoughtfully in the direction of the 5 poison sect, then frowned in thought. It was also time for the Ling Yun sect to prepare for war. Once Gu Bai breaks through to Golden Core, there would be 7 Golden Core cultivators in one sect, including his master Lu Sunshin, a Golden Core peak great cultivator. This would be enough to flatten any Golden Core force. With such powerful military might, even if they didn't attack other sects would unite to resist them. None of this affected Gu Bai. Without external interference, Gu Bai successfully broke through to the Foundation establishment realm. Gu Bai clenched his fist, feeling the vast spiritual chi within his body, and a slight smile played on his lips. After 42 years of cultivation in the sect, today he finally achieved minor achievement, reaching the Foundation establishment realm. Gently pushing open the door to his room, Gu Bai was about to step out when a green figure flashed past and directly embraced him. This person was none other than Qing Ning. Qing Ning held Gu Bai tightly, feeling the warmth of the person in her arms, and instantly felt a sense of peace. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. You finally broke through to the Foundation establishment realm. Qing Ning was so excited that her body trembled slightly. She pressed her head into Gu Bai's embrace, appearing even more overjoyed than Gu Bai himself. She was incredibly afraid that Gu Bai would fail his breakthrough. In that case, in a few decades, Gu Bai would turn into dry bones, and she would be left to live alone. Just thinking about that scene made Qing Ning tremble with fear. No one knew how nervous she was when Gu Bai was undergoing his breakthrough. But now Gu Bai had finally succeeded in his breakthrough, entering the Foundation establishment realm and sharing the same 300 years of lifespan as her. This meant that she and Gu Bai could live together for at least another 200 years. Just thinking about that scene made Qing Ning incredibly happy. Alright, don't cry anymore. You're all tear-streaked like a little flower girl, not pretty at all. This time, Gu Bai did not choose to avoid her. Instead, he also embraced Qing Ning, gently patting her shoulder, and said in an incredibly gentle tone. Although Gu Bai had always been gentle and soft-spoken, this time his tone was unbelievably gentle, and the emotion contained within it seemed capable of melting one's heart. The two of them held each other tightly, feeling each other's warmth. Before, when Gu Bai was still a chi-refining cultivator, he actually didn't have much confidence in his heart when facing Qing Ning. After all, no matter how many achievements he made or how many things he did, he was ultimately just a low-strength chi-refining cultivator. In the cultivation world, strength was paramount. Without power, no matter how talented one was, they would be looked down upon by others. Fortunately, Gu Bai had finally broke through to the Foundation establishment realm, which was considered a respectable fighting force within the Ling Yun sect. Gu Bai no longer needed to escape and finally confronted the feelings between him and Qing Ning. Gu Bai. Qing Ning hugged him a little tighter, tears streaming down uncontrollably, wetting Gu Bai's clothes. These were not tears of sadness, but tears shed from excessive joy. I'm here, I've always been here. Gu Bai smiled gently, and with incredibly soft movements, patted Qing Ning's shoulder. Gu Bai stood silently in the distance. He was also incredibly happy at this moment and wanted to gather with Gu Bai, but he forcefully held himself back and did not disturb the two. Instead, he stood watching silently from afar, a happy smile also gracing his lips. As good friends, Gu Bei naturally knew that Qing Ning liked Gu Bai, and Gu Bai also somewhat liked Qing Ning. And watching Gu Bai avoid Qing Ning's feelings again and again, not daring to face them, he was actually very anxious. But today, Gu Bai finally stopped avoiding and chose to embrace Qing Ning as well. When Gu Bei saw this scene, he almost burst into tears, feeling a sense of satisfaction, and silently blessed the two of them. At the same time, Su Wuji, who was hiding not far away and had been secretly peeking at the two, gritted his teeth. His fists hardened. Where was his sword? He had already recognized Gu Bai in his heart, but the impact of the scene was simply too heavy for a father to bear. He was momentarily unable to accept it. After a moment of silence, Su Wuji still unclenched his fists, respecting his daughter's choice, and silently blessed the two. After all, aside from his slightly inferior aptitude, Gu Bai was perfect in every other aspect. To be honest, he had never met anyone with a better temperament than Gu Bai. Gu Bai always wore his signature gentle smile, and Gu Bai seemed to genuinely feel happy every day. Others, just by seeing this smile, felt as if they were infected and became joyful as well. Furthermore, Gu Bai was exceptionally reliable in handling matters. Anything he took charge of never disappointed others, it was always handled flawlessly, making people feel very at ease. Within the Lingyun sect, there were people with better talent than Gu Bai, some even having the probability of core formation, but in other aspects, they fell far short when compared to Gu Bai. They didn't genuinely like Qing Ning, they only pretended to because of her status. As a sword cultivator, Su Wuji could perceive others' inner emotions to some extent. Therefore, when facing others pursuing Qing Ning, he could clearly sense that they had no feelings for her whatsoever. No matter how much sweet talk they used, what they were essentially pursuing was merely the status Qing Ning represented. But based on his many years of observation, Gu Bai truly liked Qing Ning. This liking wasn't because of Qing Ning's precious status, nor how much benefit Qing Ning herself could bring him. Gu Bai simply liked Qing Ning as a person, a very pure liking, without any trace of self-interest. Every time Gu Bai saw Qing Ning, he would feel much happier, and Qing Ning was the same, her mood would be over the moon when she saw Gu Bai. Besides Gu Bai, he really couldn't find any other suitable person in Lingyun sect, so Su Wuji could only silently bless the two of them. At the same time, he also stopped peeking at Gu Bai. After all, if he kept watching, Su Wuji was truly worried he might be angered to death one day. Gu Bai and Qing Ning hugged for a long time, so long that they both forgot the time. Gu Bai stood not far away, slowly growing bored from his initial relief. Perhaps the two of them had suppressed their feelings for too long, and neither was willing to let go. Plus, cultivators have strong physiques, not to mention foundation establishment cultivators. Even without eating or drinking, standing for a few days and nights wouldn't make them feel the slightest fatigue. Gu Bai felt a bit numb, they had really been hugging for too long, but he didn't dare to suddenly step forward and disturb them. He knew Qing Ning's personality. Qing Ning had waited too long for this day. In the past, if he had interrupted them, Qing Ning might have just glared at him. But if he dared to step forward and ruin the atmosphere in this situation, Qing Ning could truly cleave him in half. Gu Bai sighed, it's faded, the affection has faded. Originally, the three of them were fine, but now he seemed so superfluous. Gu Bai was actually a bit helpless too. He was also very awkward right now. He actually felt they had been hugging for a bit too long. But as a man, how could he admit defeat? If he was the first to let go, he would feel like he had lost. All right, we've hugged long enough. Can we let go now? I'm going to prepare a celebratory feast for you, with your favorite braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. Gu Bai's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled beautifully at Qing Ning and spoke softly. Qing Ning hummed softly and obediently released her hands. Seeing this, Gu Bai smiled, took Qing Ning's hand, and led her towards his immortal cave. Gu Bai had originally planned to leave quietly, but upon hearing braised pork and sweet and sour ribs, his eyes lit up, and he forcefully stopped himself from leaving. These were his favorite dishes too. Gu Bai also knew very well that this was the time for the two of them to have some alone time, and he should find a place to stay by himself. But he was truly craving them. As soon as he thought of braised pork and sweet and sour ribs, Gu Bai felt his mouth watering. Just as Gu Bai was about to follow, he suddenly felt his divine sense warning him frantically. He looked up and saw Qing Ning turn her head, giving him an incredibly cold expression. Gu Bai felt a massive killing intent pressing down on him, instantly making him sweat profusely. He felt that if he dared to appear in front of Qing Ning now and disturb their date, Qing Ning would probably instantly comprehend the highest profound truth of sword arts and cleave him to death with a single sword strike, the kind that even Gu Bai couldn't stop. After pondering for a moment, Gu Bai sighed. Delicious food was ultimately not as important as his own life. It was better not to disturb Qing Ning and his senior brother's date for now. Reluctantly glancing at Gu Bai turned and left alone, a solitary figure. The two of them walked hand in hand, slowly making their way back to the immortal cave. You wait outside for a moment, I'll go prepare the ingredients now. Gu Bai smiled at Qing Ning, slowly letting go of her hand, and walked towards the kitchen. Qing Ning gripped Gu Bai's hand tightly, seemingly unwilling to let go just yet. All right, I'm not going to run away. If you want to stay with me longer, you can come and live here. Anyway, I've already break through to the Foundation establishment realm, and I believe your father won't say anything. Qingning's face flushed slightly as she softly hummed and slowly released Gu Bai's hand. Gu Bai smiled and didn't leave immediately. Instead, he proactively hugged Qingning before humming a cheerful tune and walking towards the kitchen. Hum hum hum, hum 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 hum. Upon reaching the kitchen, Gu Bai was in a very joyful mood, as if his entire being was enveloped by happiness and joy. He opened a large box that emitted a faint chill, filled with various kinds of meat. This box was specially commissioned by Gu Bai from an artifact refiner, crafted from profound ice iron, capable of automatically generating cold qi. He took out the pre-prepared streaky pork and ribs from it and began to cook. These were all meats from the purple-patterned pig, a tier 1 spirit beast raised by the sect. Its meat was delicious and tender, a rare delicacy. Humming a cheerful tune, Gu Bai skillfully lit the fire, added various seasonings, and simultaneously managed 2 woks, cooking braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. In less than half an hour, the 2 main dishes were ready. Gu Bai also made some refreshing cold dishes like emerald cucumber. After a moment of thought, Gu Bai went to a corner of the kitchen, lifted a brick, and beneath it was a small room. This room was piled high with various spirit wines, all brewed by Gu Bai many years ago and stored until now. After scanning around, Gu Bai chose the 100 fruit wine in the corner. This wine was brewed from 100 kinds of spirit fruit, with a sweet and sour taste like a beverage, very suitable for female cultivators. Gu Bai did not leave immediately. Instead, he packed each prepared dish into an additional insulated jade box, then put these jade boxes into a storage pouch, and turned to walk towards the backyard. At this moment, Little Bai was lazily sprawled in the backyard, slowly gnawing on a large bone. All right, stop eating. Take this storage pouch to Gu Bai, and you can stay and play with Gu Bai for a night too. Gu Bai rubbed Little Bai's head, hung the small storage pouch around Little Bai's neck, and said softly. Little Bai grunted and nodded, happily running towards the outer sect. From a young age, Little Bai had explored almost the entire Lingyun sect. Whether it was the outer sect or the inner sect, Little Bai could be encountered anywhere, so Little Bai naturally knew where Gu Bai's immortal cave was. Under normal circumstances, privately raising spirit beasts was prohibited within the sect. Even if a spirit beast was necessary due to a special cultivation technique, the spirit beast could only stay in its master's immortal cave and not go out freely, but Little Bai was an exception. After all, Gu Bai stood behind him. When Gu Bai was a physician, he had saved countless people and had quite high popularity in Lingyun sect. Everyone who saw him had to give him face. After all, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't get injured in the future. As Gu Bai's pet, Little Bai naturally enjoyed some privileges and could freely enter and exit various parts of the sect. No one dared to stop Little Bai. Little Bai also didn't cause trouble for Gu Bai. Little Bai had a gentle and cute personality, and was deeply loved by female cultivators. He was quite famous in Lingyun sect and was considered the sect's group pet. Watching Little Bai's gradually receding back, Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally sent Little Bai away, so Little Bai wouldn't suddenly appear and disturb his date with Qingning. Moreover, Little Bai could also bring the prepared food to Gu Bai, so Gu Bai wouldn't be so sad. He had noticed earlier that Gu Bai, upon hearing him say he was going to make braised pork and sweet and sour ribs, wanted to follow but was scared away by Qingning. He should be silently grieving in his immortal cave right now. As an older brother, Gu Bai naturally had to dote on his younger brother. This method not only sent Little Bai away but also mended Gu Bai's wounded heart. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although Gu Bai appeared very mature in front of outsiders, looking like a calm and steady senior brother. However, Gu Bai knew that Gu Bai was just a gluttonous and playful child, with a personality even slightly comical, just pretending to be mature. But this was good, this was how a younger brother should be. Gu Bai's lips curved slightly as he thought with some pleasure. Gu Bai quietly returned to the kitchen, carrying the dishes he had made. Only then did he walk outside the courtyard and arrange them on the table one by one. For tonight, he had eliminated all potential surprises. Gu Bai was absolutely certain that tonight, only he and Qingning would be in his immortal cave. The 2 of them had a very pleasant dinner. When they had both eaten enough, Gu Bai then took out the 100 fruit wine he had prepared. This is the 100 fruit wine I brewed. After more than 20 years of brewing, it is a rare fine wine. Gu Bai poured a full cup for Qingning, then poured one for himself. Qingning picked up the 100 fruit wine and, without waiting for Gu Bai to react, gulped it down, finishing the entire cup in one go. Delicious. Qingning smiled, and without waiting for Gu Bai to speak, she picked up the wine jar herself and poured another cup. Gu Bai also poured himself a cup, and the 2 of them drank cup after cup like this. Before long, both of their faces were slightly red, and they were a little drunk. Gu Bai. Qingning looked at Gu Bai with hazy eyes, slowly walked in front of him, and gently hugged him. Gu Bai did not resist and hugged Qingning back. Are you kidding? If he refused at this moment, would he still be a man? A sleepless night. In the early morning, Gu Bai rubbed his aching waist, yawned, and walked out of the room. He was going to be busy next. He planned to officially announce his relationship with Qingning and become Dao companions. The first step, of course, was to pass Su Wuji's test. Although he had an agreement with Su Wuji that he could marry his daughter as long as he achieved breakthrough to foundation establishment, that was just talk. In reality, he still needed Su Wuji's consent. Gu Bai took a deep breath and walked towards the sect leader's residence. Walking on the road, Gu Bai felt a little nervous for a moment, and his steps involuntarily slowed down. He had a premonition that this trip would be incredibly difficult, but for Qingning, he could only go all out. Gu Bai did not call Qingning. Although if Qing Ning was there to protect him, Su Wuji would not make things too difficult for him. But Gu Bai did not want to hide behind a woman. That would not truly gain Su Wuji's approval. Only by going alone could he be considered a true man. The closer he got to the sect leader's residence, the more uneasy Gu Bai felt. By the time he was almost at the sect leader's residence, Gu Bai felt his brain screaming a frantic warning. His intuition was desperately telling him to quickly get away from this place, otherwise his life would be in danger. Gu Bai swallowed, but did not back down. Instead, he took firm steps and pushed open the door of the sect leader's residence. The sect leader's residence was empty, with no one inside. It seemed that everyone had been sent away by the sect master, leaving only Su Wuji. Beside him sat a stunningly beautiful female cultivator. Gu Bai knew that was Su Wuji's Dao companion, Zhang Suero, a powerful female cultivator at the Foundation establishment late stage. Gu Bai, is there something you need at the sect leader's residence? Before Gu Bai could speak, Su Wuji asked first. Reporting to sect master, I came to discuss my relationship with Qing Ning. After careful consideration, I have decided to become Dao companions with Qing Ning, Gu Bai replied, neither humble nor arrogant. You. Su Wuji was so angered he laughed. He didn't expect Gu Bai to be so bold, directly confronting him. Good, since you said so, I'll give you a chance. Pick up your weapon and fight me. If you win, I'll agree to your relationship with Qing Ning. Su Wuji stood up directly, drew his Wuji sword, and then released an overwhelming sword intent towards Gu Bai. Gu Bai felt an unspeakable evil chi rush towards him, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It was fear. Gu Bai's heart was also filled with dread, urging him to run. His magic power became extremely solidified and could not be circulated at all. Now, just standing straight required all of Gu Bai's strength, let alone fighting Su Wuji. Gu Bai did not activate absolute rationality. He was enduring purely with his own will. Only at this moment did Gu Bai not want to use this skill. He wanted to prove himself to Su Wuji with his own strength. Gu Bai gritted his teeth and, with all his might, pulled out his silver sword. He knew he didn't really need to defeat Su Wuji, he just needed to prove his firm resolve to Su Wuji. Wuji, don't go too far. He's just breakthrough to Foundation establishment, Zhang Suero said softly from the side. Humph, don't meddle in this matter. I know what I'm doing. Su Wuji snorted coldly, but his sword intent weakened a bit, no longer as sharp as before. Gu Bai felt the pressure on his body ease, at least allowing him to move slightly. Gu Bai raised the sword in his hand with all his might and charged towards Su Wuji in a slow run. Too slow, too slow. Weak legs, feeble attacks. How can you protect my daughter? Su Wuji roared, pulled out his Wuji sword, and engaged Gu Bai in combat, suppressing Gu Bai so much that he couldn't lift his head. Su Wuji was truly a bit angry. He could tell that Gu Bai's aura was somewhat listless. He didn't even need to think to know that Gu Bai must have made a move on his daughter yesterday. Although he knew that day would come, it came too quickly, leaving him no time to react. Su Wuji instinctively felt a fire burning in his heart. Without a fight, his anger simply couldn't be quelled. Of course, Su Wuji also suppressed his strength, knowing his limits and not losing his rationality. Although every attack landed on Gu Bai, leaving a wound, the wounds were actually not deep, just shallow scratches. There was no sword intent attached to the sword, just pure physical attacks. If Su Wuji hadn't suppressed his strength, one sword strike could have cut Gu Bai in half. But even shallow wounds are still wounds. In just a moment, Gu Bai's entire body was covered in wounds, and fresh blood slowly flowed from them, staining most of his white robe red. What's wrong? Are you out of strength already? Su Wuji asked loudly when he felt Gu Bai's movements slow down. Gu Bai was panting heavily. He felt every muscle in his body aching, and his entire body was sore and weak, unable to muster any strength. As a healer, Gu Bai knew he had muscle strains. Under normal circumstances, Gu Bai could recover with a simple spell. But now, his magic power was suppressed and couldn't circulate, so he couldn't heal himself at all. Su Wuji slowly walked in front of Gu Bai and stared intently into Gu Bai's eyes. Gu Bai was not to be outdone and also stared into Su Wuji's eyes. Now. At this moment, Su Wuji was extremely relaxed. He didn't believe Gu Bai could still turn the tables. But Gu Bai had a trump card he had hidden for 40 years, the sword concealment technique. 3 sword chi were nurtured within his body. The longer they were nurtured, the higher the damage of the sword chi. Gu Bai had nurtured them for 40 years, and after his breakthrough to Foundation establishment, the sword chi underwent a transformation. Now, the power of a single sword chi could severely wound a Foundation establishment cultivator. And activating the sword chi didn't require much magic power, only a tiny amount to activate. Gu Bai aimed at Su Wuji's head and unleashed a sword strike. Su Wuji's pupils contracted sharply. In order to fight Gu Bai, he had sealed most of his own magic power and stood less than a meter away from Gu Bai. At this moment, there was no time to defend. Su Wuji could only dodge to the side as much as possible. Boom! The sword chi cut a large hole in the floor of the sect leader's residence, and at the same time, it stirred up a large amount of dust, enveloping Su Wuji's figure in mist. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew, instantly sweeping away the surrounding dust. Su Wuji stood in place, a not too small wound on his left cheek, from which some fresh red blood slowly flowed. Su Wuji twisted his head, and the wound on his face began to heal at a visible speed. In just a moment, it had recovered, leaving no trace of the wound except for a little residual blood. Good, very good. Now that's more like it. Gu Bai nervously stared at Su Wuji, afraid that Su Wuji would become angry out of embarrassment. But Su Wuji was not angry. Instead, he burst out laughing, clearly having acknowledged Gu Bai. My daughter is in your hands. With you there, I can also rest assured. But you must treat her well. Don't bully her, understand? Understood, I will definitely treat Qingning well from now on. Gu Bai nodded repeatedly. Gu Bai, don't move yet. I'll heal you. Don't take what happened just now to heart. Wuji is just like that. Actually, he didn't have much ill will, he just wanted to test you, Zhang Suero said softly from the side. Then she released green light from both hands and pressed them onto Gu Bai's shoulders, beginning to heal Gu Bai. Su Wuji turned his head and stood aside, saying nothing. Feeling Zhang Suero's slightly unfamiliar healing spell, Gu Bai sat in place, his mouth twitching. Zhang Suero probably forgot that he himself was a healer. He could easily heal such minor injuries. Of course, Gu Bai's emotional intelligence wasn't that low, so he just sat quietly and let Zhang Suero heal him. A moment later, Gu Bai's wounds quickly recovered. After all, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Although he was covered in blood, they were basically minor external injuries and not severe. With Zhang Suero mediating, the originally tense atmosphere finally eased, and Gu Bai also started chatting with the two of them. Through their conversation, Gu Bai discovered that Su Wuji was actually a very good person, just a little too concerned about his daughter. Once his daughter was involved, he would slightly lose his rationality. But now that the conflict was resolved, the two of them could be considered to have become acquainted through fighting, and they chatted very happily. Gu Bai also explained a lot of his experience in managing the Hall of Returning Spring. Su Wuji was amazed by Gu Bai's insight. Many of Gu Bai's views on managing a force made his eyes light up. Su Wuji tried to tell Gu Bai about some matters in the sect that gave him a huge headache. Many of them involved internal conflicts within the sect, requesting him, the sect master, to resolve them. This gave him an immense headache, as many matters had no absolute right or wrong, similar to the incident between Healer Kuei and Alchemist Liu's master back then. If not handled well, it could lead to internal hostility within the sect, causing instability. But when Gu Bai read them, he just smiled and resolved the seemingly irreconcilable conflicts in just a few moves. Furthermore, Gu Bai also told him about many shortcomings in the sect rules and how to improve them. As the conversation deepened, Su Wuji became increasingly impressed by Gu Bai's wisdom. This wasn't because Gu Bai was exceptionally intelligent, but because his emotional intelligence was very high. For example, in the Hall of Returning Spring that Gu Bai managed, he held very high prestige. Many young healers in the Hall of Returning Spring admired him greatly. Even though Gu Bai changed many of the Hall of Returning Spring's rules, significantly lowering the prices for medical treatment and saving lives. But this actually made those young healers admire him even more. Only a few older healers in the Hall of Returning Spring were relatively hostile towards Gu Bai. Moreover, Gu Bai only stayed in the Hall of Returning Spring for less than an hour each day. The rest of the time was free activity. But he still managed the Hall of Returning Spring in an orderly manner, delegating all minor matters to his two disciples, only personally handling major affairs. This made Su Wuji incredibly impressed, admiring Gu Bai's boldness in confidently entrusting power to his two disciples, unafraid of them usurping his authority. What Su Wuji found most incredible was the sense of distance between Gu Bai and the disciples of the Hall of Returning Spring. The disciples of the Hall of Returning Spring were not afraid of Gu Bai. Instead, they treated him as a respected elder, boldly running up to him to ask questions whenever they had any. Some disciples even joked with Gu Bai, but this did not affect Gu Bai's prestige. They would seriously obey Gu Bai's words. This made Su Wuji incredibly envious. Although he was also deeply respected by other disciples, most of them greatly feared him and dared not speak to him. Gu Bai and Zhang Suero also chatted very happily. When Zhang Suero had nothing to do, she liked to cook, and Gu Bai happened to be very good at cooking. The two engaged in in-depth discussions on culinary skills, both benefiting greatly. Gu Bai also learned many unique cooking methods of the cultivation world. In just a short while, Gu Bai, relying on his charm and his affinity talent, conquered both Su Wuji and Zhang Suero, making them both develop a great liking for him. Su Wuji even personally guided Gu Bai in swordsmanship, wanting to regain some face through his expertise in his domain, to let Gu Bai know that although he was not good at managing a school, his strength was indeed very strong. Gu Bai gladly agreed. After all, this was personal guidance from a golden core sword cultivator. Step forward a bit more, yes, just like that, good. Now, swing your sword at me with all your might. As the two were practicing intensely, suddenly, the door of the sect leader's residence was pushed open. Qingning rushed in with a worried expression. When Qingning saw Gu Bai's appearance, her eyes instantly turned red. Father, how could you treat Gu Bai like this? This was because Gu Bai's current appearance was too miserable. Most of his white robe was stained red with blood, and it was torn and tattered, covered in sword marks. Anyone who didn't know might suddenly think Gu Bai was severely injured. It's not like that, Qingning, listen to my explanation. The usually calm Su Wuji was now a little flustered, anxiously explaining to Qingning. Qingning, however, was in no mood to listen further. She directly picked up Gu Bai in a bridal carry, supporting his legs and waist, and ran out of the sect leader's residence, leaving the two of them bewildered. Carried in Qingning's arms, Gu Bai was also a bit bewildered, but seeing Qingning's appearance, Gu Bai knew something bad had happened. Qingning must have misunderstood the scene just now. Qingning, listen to me. Things are not as you imagine, Gu Bai said helplessly. Gu Bai, don't explain any more,
I know everything. Gu Bai's mouth twitched. He struggled and jumped out of Qingning's arms, then took off his blood-stained robe. Revealing his perfectly intact skin, Gu Bai explained again, and only then was the misunderstanding cleared. Humph, father is really something. Why did he make things so difficult for you? Even if he didn't intend to kill you, it was too much. Qingning said indignantly, but her eyes dared not meet Gu Bai's. Gu Bai smiled. He didn't need to think to know that Qingning was probably worried that he would dislike her because of Su Wuji, which was why she dared not look at him directly. Gu Bai gently hugged Qingning and said softly. Don't worry, I won't dislike you because of this. You are you, and I won't dislike you because of anyone else. Gu Bai. Upon hearing this, Qingning could no longer maintain her expression and hugged Gu Bai tightly. Alright, don't worry. I've already passed the sect master's test, and he's agreed to let you and me become Dao companions, Gu Bai said softly, his words meant to completely reassure Qingning. Really? That's great. Upon hearing this, Qingning instantly recovered, jumping and skipping with joy. Seeing Qingning like this, Gu Bai also felt relieved and watched Qingning gently. The wedding between Gu Bai and Qingning was not intended to be grand, but when it actually happened, almost everyone in the sect came. Gu Bai had originally only planned to invite some acquaintances, namely Elder Zhang, Elder Qian, his teachers He Physician and Su Physician, as well as Alchemist Lu, and Healer Kui, these elders. Qingning also invited some acquaintances, most of whom were her elders, including Su Wuji and Zhang Suero. However, it was unknown who leaked the news, causing everyone to know that Gu Bai had not only broken through to the Foundation establishment realm but also intended to become Dao companion with the sect master's daughter, Qingning. After receiving this news, almost half of the sect wanted to attend the wedding between Gu Bai and Qingning. After all, Gu Bai had been treating and saving people in the sect for many years, repeatedly rescuing people from the brink of death. Many injuries that other physicians had deemed fatal were cured in his hands, making him the savior of many. Coupled with the people Qingning knew, and the people her father Su Wuji knew, the scattered sum almost included all the prominent figures in the sect. Gu Bai prepared various foods in his small courtyard and even brought out much of his good wine that he had treasured for many years. His wedding with Qingning officially began. Looking at Qingning, who was dressed in red, Gu Bai was momentarily captivated. How is it? Do I look good? Qingning whispered, her face flushed. Yes, extremely good, you are simply the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Gu Bai smiled and said very seriously. Sitting on a bench on the high platform, Su Wuji, who saw this scene, felt a little sad, and his whole face fell. In contrast, on the other side, Elder Zhang, Elder Qian and these elders were all beaming with smiles, looking at this scene with great satisfaction. Their usually hunched backs were now straight, and the smiles on their faces never stopped. When they saw acquaintances, they would enthusiastically greet them and introduce Gu Bai to them. Whenever others praised Gu Bai, they would show extremely happy smiles, as if they were the ones being praised. And so, under the witness of almost everyone, Gu Bai and Qingning officially became Dao companion. No one thought that Gu Bai would be unworthy of Qingning, they all felt that the two of them were perfectly suited. In the evening, after finally meeting all the guests, Gu Bai finally had time to chat with his acquaintances. Old Zhang, am I not disappointing you now? Gu Bai looked at Elder Zhang with a smile, his tone rarely, slightly tinged with pride. Elder Jiang's complexion had improved greatly after taking the yin-yang yuan supplementing pill he refined, and he no longer had that dying aura. Good kid, I won't say much else, I just want to say. You are my pride. I am proud of everything you have done. Elder Zhang looked at Gu Bai and said very, very seriously. Gu Bai nodded, a gentle smile appearing on his lips, a smile from the bottom of his heart. Ha 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 ha, you little brat, you are truly amazing, to actually marry Qingning as your Dao companion. But looking at this vast Lingyun sect, only Qingning is worthy of you. He Physician laughed heartily, appearing very happy. Afterward, Gu Bai successively met several other elders, and like Elder Zhang, they all believed that Gu Bai was their pride. At night, everyone had left, leaving only him and Qingning. Gu Bai looked up and quietly gazed at the starry sky. Undoubtedly, he was extremely outstanding and had not disappointed the expectations of the elders. He had originally intended to just slack off, only cultivating occasionally each day, and live comfortably like that. However, when the two elders had expectations of him, they began to constantly encourage him and use all their resources to support Gu Bai. It was precisely because of the two elders' expectations that Gu Bai began to work hard, cultivating on time every day and practicing spell. Later, in order to treat Elder Jiang's missing life origin, he joined the Hall of Returning Spring and began to study medical skills. And he met He Physician and Su Physician, these two elders, who also began to have expectations of him. Furthermore, for him to become the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, they worked tirelessly, almost exhausting most of their connections. Gu Bai likewise did not disappoint his two teachers. In order to live up to the expectations of the two elders, he studied medical skills every day, starting from scratch, learning step by step, until now, his medical Dao level has surpassed that of his two teachers. He has now become a second-order physician and manages the Hall of Returning Spring in an orderly manner. He fulfilled all the elders' expectations of him and became their pride. Although everything Gu Bai currently has is because others expected him to do so, and he did it that way, according to others, this is a restraint, binding him firmly in place and only allowing him to move in the direction they expect. But Gu Bai did not dislike these restraints, on the contrary, he himself actively chose to embrace them.
These restraints were the love of the elders for him, they simply hoped that Gu Bai could live better. It was these restraints that made him who he is, and he made all these decisions himself, no one forced him to choose. Gu Bai could have made no changes and willingly fallen into being an ordinary person, but he made changes because of the love of his elders. It was precisely by relying on these restraints that Gu Bai was able to reach this point today, from originally an ordinary person, a somewhat slacking ordinary person. He became the hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring, the object of worship for all young physicians, the respected teacher of Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan, and someone recognized by Su Wuji. He is a rarely seen dual genius of alchemy and medicine in 1,000 years, spoken of with relish, the person Qing Ning likes, Gu Bai's incredibly proud elder brother, and in the eyes of the elders, a junior who makes them proud. He now has elders who love him, a wife who likes him, disciples who respect him, and Gu Bai, his younger brother. A relieved smile appeared on his lips. This is good, truly good. He has already lived the most ideal life, a life like a paradise that needs no more changes, this is enough. Gu Bai held Qing Ning's hand, pushed open the familiar door of his small courtyard, and walked in. Although Gu Bai had already reached the Foundation establishment realm, according to the sect's regulations, he could choose a better formation residence. Su Wuji also wanted to exchange a better one for him, even one of the best immortal cave in the inner sect, but Gu Bai refused. Gu Bai is a nostalgic person, his original immortal cave has been lived in for decades, and Gu Bai did not want to change to a new environment. Moreover, in this immortal cave, Gu Bai had also planted several spiritual fruit trees, and in front of the courtyard, he had even planted a dragon whisker tea tree, and in the backyard, a large amount of vegetables. These were all the results of Gu Bai's meticulous care over decades. The fruit trees had grown to over 10 meters tall, bearing many spiritual fruits that Gu Bai and Qing Ning loved to eat every year. The dragon whisker tea tree had also grown, and under his careful cultivation, it had even become a spiritual tree. Every plant and tree in this immortal cave was the result of Gu Bai's efforts over the years, and Qing Ning also liked Gu Bai's original immortal cave. Whenever she had free time, she would come to Gu Bai's place to play, spending more time here than in her own immortal cave. Qing Ning also considered this her home. Seeing that neither of them wanted to move, Su Wuji had no choice but to invite a second-order formation master from within the sect to set up a second-order spirit gathering formation. This significantly boosted the spiritual qi around Gu Bai's immortal cave by several levels. A sleepless night. In the early morning, Gu Bai, clutching his waist, walked out of the house with trembling steps, feeling utterly exhausted. After all, he hadn't slept all night, and after a quick clean-up, he rushed to Su Wuji and was beaten by Su Wuji. At noon, after a brief wash and rest, Gu Bai invited everyone to his wedding, and he had been busy until today, with almost no time to rest. Today, he met various guests, and after nightfall, he battled Qing Ning for another night. After being busy for so long, even a man of iron would not be able to bear it. Although he is immortal and will not die, and his injuries can recover almost instantly, this fatigue is not physical but mental, as if he lacks qi. Even though his body had fully recovered, Gu Bai still felt incredibly tired. Gu Bai reached into his storage pouch and fumbled around, then took out a small jade bottle. The jade bottle contained some golden yellow liquid, and Gu Bai took a shallow sip. His pale complexion began to turn rosy. This was a nourishing liquid he had researched himself. Although it was only a small bottle, Gu Bai had actually boiled a large vat of highly nourishing ingredients into that tiny bit of essence. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Gu Bai now felt that his waist no longer hurt, and his legs were no longer sore. Having recovered, Gu Bai stretched and walked towards the Hall of Returning Spring. He hadn't been to the Hall of Returning Spring for several days, although his two disciples and his master, he physician, were in charge, no major problems had occurred. However, some relatively significant decisions were postponed, awaiting Gu Bai's return to make the final call. After an hour or two of work, Gu Bai finally finished dealing with the accumulated matters at the Hall of Returning Spring over the past few days. After teaching the Hall of Returning Spring's disciples some medical Dao knowledge, Gu Bai also bought some ingredients along the way and returned to his immortal cave. As soon as he returned to his immortal cave, Gu Bai saw a giant white mountain pressing towards him, directly knocking Gu Bai to the ground, then affectionately rubbing against Gu Bai. This white giant mountain was Xiao Bai. Since following Gu Bai, Xiao Bai could be said to have reached the peak of his life. He ate high-grade spirit beast meat and drank spirit water containing spiritual qi. As for medicinal pills that could enhance a Yao beast's foundation, Xiao Bai ate them like candy, and even pure blood pills, which could evolve his bloodline, Xiao Bai ate one every month. After all, Gu Bai was on good terms with Alchemist Lu, and Alchemist Lu was a peak second-order alchemist who loved to send various medicinal pills to Gu Bai. Upon learning that Gu Bai also had a spirit beast, Alchemist Lu even provided various high-grade medicinal pills to Xiao Bai free of charge. With all resources maxed out, Xiao Bai had grown to 3 meters tall, with explosive physical strength and a body full of muscles. Fortunately, Xiao Bai also knew his limits and had restrained his strength when he reached Gu Bai. All right, I brought your favorite beef, now hurry and get off me. Gu Bai gently rubbed Xiao Bai's soft fur. He took out a large piece of Yao beast meat from his storage pouch and handed it to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai grunted and gnawed on the meat, finishing a large piece in just a moment. Gu Bai smiled and took out several more large pieces of Yao beast meat for Xiao Bai. After Xiao Bai had eaten and drunk his fill, Gu Bai took out a brush and personally brushed Xiao Bai's teeth. Xiao Bai didn't resist, lying on the ground, yawning, and opening his mouth, allowing Gu Bai to clean him. Then, Gu Bai condensed a ball of water in his left hand and a ball of fire in his right, enveloping the water with fire. Before long, the water began to emit rolling hot steam. Under Gu Bai's control, this ball of hot water, like a rag, washed Xiao Bai's entire body. Soon, all the dirt on Xiao Bai's body was completely washed away, and Xiao Bai comfortably shook his body. This is more like it, a clean Xiao Bai is a good Xiao Bai. Seeing Xiao Bai's refreshed appearance, Gu Bai nodded with satisfaction, then took out a giant bone. This bone was from a second-order demon beasts and was very hard, perfect for Xiao Bai to chew on. Occasionally eating bone fragments could also increase bone strength. Xiao Bai joyfully took the bone and gnawed on it with grunts. Gu Bai gently rubbed Xiao Bai's head before getting up and leaving. Although he initially planned to raise Xiao Bai as a battle pet, after many years of companionship, he had come to view Xiao Bai as his family. Now, Gu Bai had come to terms with it. He didn't demand how powerful Xiao Bai should be, as long as Xiao Bai could accompany him. Gu Bai went to the kitchen and began preparing lunch for him and Qing Ning. Although a foundation establishment cultivator no longer needs to eat and can survive on spiritual qi alone, Gu Bai did not want to do that. After all, people live for food, drink, and entertainment. Without delicious food, life would lose a major joy. Moreover, the ingredients he chose were all excellent spiritual items, inherently containing spiritual qi. Eating these foods could also slightly increase one's cultivation. Gu Bai picked up the kitchen knife, skillfully performed a knife flourish, and then quickly began to process the ingredients. Soon, a large table of sumptuous lunch was prepared by Gu Bai. Gu Bai placed all the food on the dining table and then turned to walk towards the room. The room was impeccably clean, the traces left by the all-night frenzy of yesterday had been cleaned up by Gu Bai. Qing Ning was sleeping ungracefully on the bed and had not woken up yet, clearly exhausted from last night. Last night, the two fought for a long time. At first, Qing Ning could suppress Gu Bai, but as time passed, Qing Ning's stamina was gradually depleted. However, because Gu Bai's physique was special, he could instantly recover to his peak state if he wanted to, essentially being a perpetual motion machine. But Qing Ning's years of patience were not so easily satisfied, so the two fought until almost dawn, and only then did Gu Bai barely achieve victory. Don't sleep, hurry and get up, I made you a big table of delicious food. Gu Bai gently shook Qing Ning's body, saying softly. I'll sleep a little longer. Qing Ning struggled a few times but then turned over and continued sleeping, clearly truly exhausted from last night. Then you rest first, I'll put the food in an insulated jade box. If you want to eat, just open the box. Gu Bai smiled helplessly and said softly, then he put all of Qing Ning's favorite foods into insulated jade boxes. Afterward, Gu Bai packed up the remaining food and walked towards Elder Jiang's immortal cave. He had made a considerable amount of food this time, and the reason for making so much was to give it to Elder Jiang and other elders. Gu Bai was not in a hurry, he leisurely strolled through the sect, enjoying the various sceneries within the sect along the way. Hello, Physician Gu. Physician Gu, thank you for saving my life last time. Along the way, disciples and elders constantly greeted Gu Bai warmly, and Gu Bai responded to all of them with a smile. Gu Bai gently opened Elder Jiang's door. At this time, Elder Jiang was lying in the room taking a nap. Who? As soon as Gu Bai stepped into the room, Elder Jiang suddenly woke up, flipped over, and stood up from the bed, but upon seeing Gu Bai's face, he immediately relaxed. It's Gu Bai. I brought you some food, all your favorites. Gu Bai smiled and took out several jade boxes from his storage pouch, handing them to Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang smiled as he took the jade boxes, very happy that Gu Bai had come to visit him. Gu Bai chatted with Elder Jiang for a while longer before turning to leave and walking towards Elder Qian's immortal cave. In this way, Gu Bai leisurely delivered a portion of his handmade food to all the elders. Finally, Gu Bai went to Gu Bai's immortal cave. At this time, Gu Bai was in the immortal cave, training his physique. Gu Bai, bare-chested, was performing various strange movements while stimulating his body with lightning. This was the body tempering art from his cultivation technique. Gu Bai's body displayed smooth, flowing muscle lines, not appearing bulky, giving off a natural aesthetic, as if it were the golden ratio of the human body. Don't let the seemingly delicate appearance of cultivators deceive you. Most cultivators actually possess some muscle, and close combat cultivators like sword cultivators and body cultivators have all trained themselves to have impressive physiques. Gu Bai also had some muscle, but it just wasn't as obvious. Gu Bai, you've finally come to see me. Gu Bai was extremely excited upon seeing Gu Bai, and with a flash, he appeared before Gu Bai. How was the food I brought you yesterday? Was it delicious? Gu Bai asked with a smile, his eyes narrowing. Ha 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 ha, of course it was delicious. It was personally made by Gu Bai, after all. Gu Bai scratched his head, laughing as he spoke. Ha 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 ha, I'm glad you liked it. I've brought you another portion of your favorite. Gu Bai chuckled, taking a jade box from his storage pouch and handing it to Gu Bai. Come, let's have a good drink together, my brother. All right. Gu Bai also said with a smile. Watching Gu Bai skillfully open the jade box, arrange the dishes neatly, and then take out a pot of wine. This wine was the Burning Cloud personally brewed by Gu Bai. It had a very high alcohol content and was Gu Bai's favorite. Gu Bai looked at the table full of his favorite delicacies and wine, smiling contentedly. Although these were not precious items, Gu Bai felt incredibly happy, even happier than obtaining a peerless secret treasure. He felt a warmth in his heart. Having such a Gu Bai who constantly thought of him was a great fortune. He had originally given up hope last night, but unexpectedly, Xiao Bai had delivered the braised pork and sweet and sour ribs he had been longing for. This feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful. He blessed Gu Bai and Qing Ning. as he had watched them come together every step of the way. But truthfully, he felt a bit sad because Qingning had stolen his wonderful Gubai. What if, after Gubai and Qingning got together, he only thought of Qingning and no longer cared about him? What would he do then? But when he opened the jade box and took a bite of the steaming braised pork, in that instant, he truly wanted to cry. His Gubai hadn't changed, he was still the same Gubai who cared for him immensely and wanted to share all good things with him. The two drank wine and chatted, enjoying the beautiful moment. It's getting late, I should head back. Gubai looked up at the sky, stood up, and was about to turn and leave. Gubai, leaving so early? We usually chat until midnight, don't we? Gubai asked, a little confused. I'm already married, after all. Qingning is waiting for me at home, and I can't stay out too late. Gubai's lips curved slightly, revealing a happy smile. As for you, shouldn't you find a companion too? With so many female cultivators in the sect, isn't there one that satisfies you? Ha ha ha, it really is getting late, Gubai, you should hurry back. Gubai gave a dry laugh, quickly changed the subject, and sent Gubai away. Gubai chuckled and didn't say anything more. Inside the immortal cave, Qingning was already there, having waited for a long time. How was it? Was the food I made delicious? It was very delicious. Qingning said happily, then lunged forward, wanting to embrace Gubai. But Gubai subtly shifted, dodging Qingning's hug. It's getting late now, it's time to cultivate, isn't it? Gubai looked at Qingning and spoke softly. Ah, that cultivation matter, it's not that urgent. Qingning shook her head, not wanting to cultivate. How can that be? To make progress, you must persevere consistently. You must train every day, not missing a single one. This time, Gubai didn't indulge Qingning, his attitude was extremely firm. Alright then, isn't it enough if I cultivate? Seeing Gubai's expression, Qingning pouted, and could only focus on cultivating as Gubai instructed. Seeing Qingning like this, Gubai felt a little helpless, it was clear that Qingning had lost interest in cultivation. Qingning wasn't like this before, although she disliked cultivation, she would actively cultivate every day without being told. But ever since Qingning entered the Foundation establishment realm, she no longer worked as hard as before, her cultivation was merely casual. It seemed Qingning was very satisfied with her current realm and no longer wished to pursue higher realms. Gubai knew that Qingning believed it was impossible for her to break through to the Golden Core realm with her aptitude, and thus she had relaxed. She wanted to stay in the Foundation establishment realm with him and happily live out the rest of her lifespan, no longer wanting to work hard in cultivation, because even if she miraculously broke through to the Golden Core realm, Gubai would have already died. This won't do, Gubai thought helplessly. He was immortal, so he didn't need to worry about his lifespan running out, but Qingning didn't know that. Qingning, the cultivation technique I cultivate is very special, named Ancient Wood Evergreen Skill. My lifespan far exceeds that of cultivators in the same realm. If I also add life extension pills, I can live at least 400 years in the Foundation establishment realm alone. I hope that when my lifespan is nearing its end, you can still be with me, and not let me die alone, okay? Gubai didn't preach any grand principles to Qingning, or command her to cultivate diligently. He just smiled gently at Qingning, speaking very softly, his tone devoid of any hint of blame, merely expressing a wish. Qingning stared blankly at Gubai's gentle smile, feeling as if her heart had been struck hard by a giant hammer. Alright, then, to prevent Gubai from being alone in the future, I'll definitely cultivate hard. Qingning patted her chest, smiling as she spoke. Then, the two found their respective spots and quietly began to cultivate. Gubai secretly raised his eyes and glanced at Qingning, who was diligently cultivating, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He could tell that Qingning was truly cultivating seriously after hearing his request. Qingning's talent could only be considered good, far from reaching the level of a prodigy. But this does not negate Qingning's own excellence, relying on her merely good talent, coupled with her diligent cultivation, she once became the top inner disciple. Furthermore, during the Qi refining realm, she built a very solid foundation, cultivating the 3-element Qi transformation art all the way to the 3rd transformation, and also consumed a creation azure cloud fruit before breaking through to Foundation establishment. This allowed her to break through to the Foundation establishment realm middle stage in just 20 years after reaching Foundation establishment. If Qingning continued at this pace, she had a chance of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Don't think that 20 years to break through to the Foundation establishment realm middle stage is slow, this speed is incredibly fast in the cultivation world, even somewhat defying common sense. Because the Foundation establishment realm enjoys a lifespan of 300 years, and the Foundation establishment realm is already considered an initial transcendence, breaking away from the mortal body. Basically, until just before death, there will be no signs of declining vitality. Generally speaking, Foundation establishment realm cultivators will only experience declining vitality, which affects breakthroughs, after the age of 250. But even then, it's only a slight impact, and there are many solutions. Before that, vitality remains in its peak state and does not affect cultivation speed or realm breakthroughs. This is unlike the Qi refining realm, where after 80 years of age, the probability of breakthrough decreases sharply due to declining vitality, making it basically impossible to break through to Foundation establishment. Qingning did not break through earlier because she needed to accumulate her foundation, only reaching the Foundation establishment realm at the age of 42. She is only 62 now, just 2 years older than Gubai, yet she has already cultivated to the Foundation establishment middle stage, which is incredibly fast. After that, she still has nearly 200 years to cultivate. With Qingning's aptitude, it will likely only take her 100 years to cultivate to the Foundation Establishment peak, which is Foundation Establishment 9th layer. Then, she will have nearly 100 years to prepare for core formation. Qingning also has Suwuji, a Golden Core Realm father. Although breakthrough to the Golden Core Realm is extremely difficult and not something that can be achieved just by having time, besides ample time and precious core formation spiritual items, a certain amount of aptitude is also required. But Qingning happens to have that bit of aptitude. As for time and core formation spiritual items, Qingning is not lacking either. If one calculates carefully, Qingning's probability of breakthrough to Golden Core is still very high. As for why Gu Bei's cultivation speed is so fast, allowing him to overtake others and almost break through to Foundation Establishment at the same time as Qingning, and then cultivate to Foundation Establishment late stage in just 20 years. Gu Bei can only say that Gu Bei's aptitude is difficult to define. The cultivation world's usual standards of judgment appear so pale when applied to Gu Bei. Whether it's Gu Bei's comprehension ability, aptitude, or heart nature, they all far surpass ordinary people. For other prodigies, Golden Core might be a lifelong goal. They might need to stake everything to break through, but for Gu Bei, it is so effortless. Perhaps the Golden Core realm is just a beginning for him. After that day, Gu Bei's life settled into a routine. Gu Bei regularly went to the Hall of Returning Spring every day to handle some affairs, mainly guiding the Hall of Returning Spring's development direction. Besides that, Gu Bei also went to the Danding division almost every day, helping Alchemist Lu refine some medicinal pills and offering Alchemist Lu some suggestions to help him better manage the Danding division. Undeniably, Alchemist Lu is an extremely excellent alchemist, with his alchemy skills reaching the peak in the second order, without any weaknesses. However, Alchemist Lu is truly not adept at managing forces. Under his governance, while the Danding division had no major issues, that was all there was to it, there were still many areas for improvement. Whenever there was a problem with the Danding division, Alchemist Lu would ask for Gu Bei's opinion, and Gu Bei would, without reservation, fully express his thoughts. With Gu Bei's help, the Danding division also expanded daily, providing more and better medicinal pills for the sect. Gu Bei would return home before dark every day to take a walk and chat with Qingning. Or he would find Gu Bei to have a drink, accompany his elders for tea, and play chess, living a simple yet happy life. According to Gu Bei's thoughts, this happy life should have lasted for a very long time. But Gu Bei quickly discovered something unusual. That day, Suwuji suddenly sought him out. "Why are you suddenly looking for me? Is there something urgent?" Gu Bei looked at the slightly tired Suwuji before him, feeling a slight premonition. Suwuji's expression was very serious. Although he usually had a stiff face, that was just his normal expression. Now, Gu Bei could feel that Suwuji was completely in a state of tension. "Gu Bei, now I need you to lead the Hall of Returning Spring to refine 1,000 portions of Black Jade Healing Ointment, 1,000 portions of Hemostatic Powder, 2,000 Rejuvenation Pills. In short, that's how much. I hope you can lead the physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring to refine them as quickly as possible. Time is very urgent, it must be completed within 5 years. I hope you can complete this seriously. This is very important for the sect. Refine as much as you can." Gu Bei nodded very solemnly after hearing this, instantly realizing the seriousness of the matter. What Suwuji mentioned were all conventional healing medicines and medicinal pills, totaling dozens of types, with no particularly difficult medicines. The most difficult ones were some second-order medicinal pills, but these were only basic among second-order ones. Other physicians might not be able to refine them, but Gu Bei could easily do so. Normally, refining these medicinal pills would not be difficult, but Suwuji requested far too many, thousands of each type. Such a massive quantity would be very difficult even for the current Hall of Returning Spring. Something is wrong, very wrong. Generally, a sect would not store so many medicines, as it is peacetime, and disciples basically would not face any threats, so the demand for medicines is very low. Only in times of war would such a large quantity of medicines be needed. Thinking of this, Gu Bei's body stiffened, and he instantly understood that a war was likely to break out in Qingzhou soon, and the sect was preparing for it. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed time for a war. Currently, Qingzhou has 4 major Golden Core forces: Lingyun sect, 5 Poison sect, Pure Yang sect, and Tianxing sect. Among these sects, even the weakest Tianxing sect possesses at least 3 Golden Core true persons. Besides the Golden Core true persons, the 4 major sects of Qingzhou each possess at least several hundred Foundation Establishment cultivators and an unknown number of Qi refining cultivators. In addition, there are some smaller forces, including Xianlong Immortal City, Tianyun Chamber of Commerce, and Baikou Valley, which each have 1 Golden Core true person. Qingzhou has not experienced any overly large-scale wars in the past few hundred years. Although the most recent war was just over 100 years ago. However, that war lasted for a very short time. When the 4 forces were hostile to each other and on the verge of large-scale warfare, Suwuji breakthrough to the Golden Core realm and, along with another Golden Core cultivator, launched a sneak attack on the 5 Poison sect, killing 1 Golden Core true person. The war did not descend into chaos as expected, instead, due to the chain reaction caused by this incident, it ended very hastily. Therefore, if one calculates carefully, in the past 600 years in Qingzhou, only 1 Golden Core true person has died in war. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the number of mid to high-level cultivators in Qingzhou has reached an unprecedented peak. But this also leads to a problem: the resources of one province are no longer sufficient to support so many cultivators. Gu Bai is only within the Lingyun sect, but in the outside world, countless loose cultivators have to risk their lives just to obtain an ordinary medicinal pill. The only way to solve the problem of resource shortages is war. And Qingzhou is actually a very remote province, backed by the endless sea, with the 10,000 barren mountains next to it, and separated from the center of the cultivation world by the Tianyuan desert. Furthermore, the human race and the Ya race signed a treaty 1,000 years ago, agreeing not to invade each other. Qingzhou can now be said to have no one to fight with and can only engage in internal strife. They also cannot cause trouble for the Ya race. If they did, the high-level members of the Ya race would intervene without the human race needing to act. According to the sect's records, a very large war broke out 800 years ago. That war lasted for over 100 years, nearly 200 years, until most of the cultivators in Qingzhou were wiped out. The original 6 major sects were reduced to 4, with heavy casualties among high-level cultivators, eventually forcing a ceasefire for recuperation. If a war breaks out in Qingzhou now, its scale will likely exceed that of the war 800 years ago. Thinking of this, cold sweat even began to seep from Gu Bai's forehead. War is not child's play, it is very cruel. If a fight truly broke out, Lingyun sect would be the one most likely to be targeted. After all, Lingyun sect's overall strength is the strongest sect in Qingzhou, with 6 golden core cultivators within its gates, far stronger than the other 3 great sects. Coupled with Wuji, a genius who is about to mature, and Gu Bei, a future golden core cultivator, Lingyun sect's potential is terrifying. But that is only in the future. Currently, even if Lingyun sect is strong, it is not much stronger than the other 3 great sects. At most it can only simultaneously deal with 2 great sects. And other sects would not stand by and watch Lingyun sect grow. Once a fight starts, they would surely gather to first eliminate Lingyun sect, the strongest existence, before settling their own scores. There is a precedent for this. 800 years ago, the strongest of the 6 great sects, Myriad Sword Sect, was too powerful. This forced the remaining 5 great sects to unite to destroy Myriad Sword Sect, and at that time, Lingyun sect was one of those 5 great sects. Many of Lingyun sect's current sword technique secret manuals, including the sword arts Wuji cultivates, actually originated from the former Myriad Sword Sect. But now, Lingyun sect has become that Myriad Sword Sect from 800 years ago. This cannot continue. If Lingyun sect is truly destroyed, Qingning, Gu Bei, or his respected elders, and his beloved disciples. These people of Lingyun sect would certainly not choose to be deserters, but would fight until the last moment, and then none would escape the fate of death. And what would become of him? Lingyun sect has already carried too much of his emotion. Gu Bai is completely tied to Lingyun sect, and if Lingyun sect were truly destroyed, he would probably go insane. Gu Bai shook his head, activated absolute rationality, and forcibly regained his composure. After calming down and thinking, Gu Bai realized that with his current strength, he could not do much. At most he could only help the sect a little more, adding more winning chances for the sect. Thinking of this, Gu Bai immediately went to the Danding division and found Alchemist Lu, who also had a serious expression, somewhat worried, and only relaxed slightly upon seeing Gu Bai. The sect master just found me and asked me to lead the Danding division to help refine various medicinal pills. The number of medicinal pills is very large, and I suspect a war is about to break out. I just asked the head of the artifact refining workshop, and he told me the sect master also found him and asked him to refine a large number of magical artifacts. The two chatted for a long time and thoroughly confirmed that Lingyun sect had entered a state of readiness for war. Even if war did not break out immediately, it would soon. The two discussed for a long time and formulated a very detailed plan, allowing the people of the Danding division in the Hall of Returning Spring to complete the sect's tasks to the greatest extent possible. Then what else can I do? Alchemist Lu looked at Gu Bai somewhat helplessly and blankly. The two of them had already discussed the plan, and next, they only needed to refine medicinal pills step by step according to the plan every day, but this was only his main job. What else could he do besides that? Development, expand the Danding division as much as possible. The strength of the sect is in all aspects, and medicinal pills occupy the most important link. As long as the number of medicinal pills is sufficient and can be supplied, Lingyun sect's combat power can be raised by several levels. I also need to expand the Hall of Returning Spring, cultivating more physicians, so that more disciples can be treated. Gu Bai said in a deep voice. Next, he planned to adopt some more aggressive methods to expand the Hall of Returning Spring and the Danding division in a short period. I'll listen to you for everything, feel free to tell me anything, and as long as I can do it, I will definitely help. At this time, personal interests were no longer important. If the sect were destroyed, none of them would escape. Everything they had, elders, teachers, wives, and disciples, were within the sect. They would not think of escaping then. I have an idea. If it goes smoothly, it can bring us a large amount of spirit medicine. Then I need to go out for a trip to get some spirit medicine. The spirit medicine in the sect is still too little after all. Gu Bai frowned in thought for a moment, then slowly spoke. He planned to establish cooperative relationships with some forces, helping them with alchemy, but requiring them to pay more spirit medicine. This would not only allow the alchemists of the Danding division to gain experience but also earn extra spirit medicine to replenish their inventory. Those forces should also be very willing to do this, as the cost of cultivating an alchemist is simply too expensive, and they cannot afford to gamble. Keeping the spirit medicine themselves would not be of much use, and selling it externally would yield too low a price. It would be better to give it all to the Danding division in exchange for medicinal pills. According to his idea, if all went well, Lingyun sect and these forces would establish stable cooperation. This could greatly alleviate the pressure on the Danding division's spirit medicine supply, allowing the Danding Division's spirit medicine to supply the entire sect's medicinal pills with some remaining. Moreover, excess spirit medicine could be used to cultivate new alchemists, while alchemy relies on talent, more importantly, it requires opportunities for practice. Only by refining a large amount of spirit medicine can alchemy techniques be improved, but this also wastes a large amount of spirit medicine. Therefore, in the past, the number of alchemists in the Danding Division was not too large, most of the spirit medicine would be handed over to experienced old alchemists for refining. Although this greatly reduced costs, it would lead to a lack of continuity, with alchemy apprentices never getting hands-on opportunities. Without hesitation, Gu Bai immediately went to the sect leader's residence, found Su Wuji, and fully presented his idea. Su Wuji frowned tightly, then relaxed after a moment, nodding and saying with great admiration. Your idea is very good, it can indeed bring a large amount of spirit medicine to the sect, and I fully support you. This is the Law Enforcement Hall summons token, holding this token allows you to have the people of the Law Enforcement Hall assist you. However, I hope you can act quickly and try to store as much spirit medicine as possible. Once a battle occurs, no amount of spirit medicine will be enough, and those forces will not dare to sell us spirit medicine during the war. Su Wuji did not waste words, he was already incredibly busy, and instantly approved Gu Bai's idea, providing practical support. I have nothing else to say, I trust your work, just follow your own ideas. Su Wuji paused, then said. Also, be careful, I don't want my daughter to be alone in the future. Gu Bai took the token and then smiled. I will, I'm someone who values my life very much, after finally reaching this position, I won't throw my life away for nothing. Su Wuji watched Gu Bai's retreating back, and his originally somewhat agitated heart surprisingly calmed down. He fully approved of Gu Bai's plan, but executing it would be very difficult, requiring sufficient charisma and a good enough reputation. Only then would those forces feel confident in entrusting their spirit medicine to Lingyun sect, without worrying that Lingyun sect would secretly appropriate it. If someone with a bad temper went, cooperation might not be achieved, and enmity might even be formed. However, thinking of Gu Bai's almost cheat-like charisma and the reassuring affinity he exuded, Su Wuji immediately felt at ease. Even he, in an adversarial situation, had been conquered by Gu Bai's charisma and recognized him, let alone others. Gu Bai did not delay much, after a brief preparation, he brought Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruin to the Law Enforcement Hall. Lu Ruin and Oriental Starfall had already matured and could handle things independently, especially Oriental Starfall, who had been learning by Gu Bai's side and had become reliable and mature. Gu Bai planned to take the two of them out to train them, so that similar matters in the future could be entrusted to them. Master, what are we going to do? And we even have to bring people from the Law Enforcement Hall with us. Lu Ruin asked with a hint of curiosity, following behind Gu Bai. Gu Bai smiled and roughly told them the purpose of his trip, but he did not tell them the news that war was about to break out. Even if they knew war was imminent, they wouldn't be able to help much, so it was better for them not to know. Yay, we get to go out and play. Both of them were very happy to hear they were going out, and Lu Ruin even jumped up with joy. The three quickly arrived at the Law Enforcement Hall. Gu Bai skillfully pushed open the door of the Law Enforcement Hall and walked in naturally, as if he were in his own home. Physician Gu, hello. Physician Gu, why are you here so early? The cultivators of the Law Enforcement Hall greeted Gu Bai warmly upon seeing him, and Gu Bai responded with a smile. The Law Enforcement Hall is the largest organization in the sect, responsible for managing sect disciples. Generally, violations by sect disciples are handled by the Law Enforcement Hall. In addition, all combat-related tasks in the sect are the responsibility of the Law Enforcement Hall. This also makes the Law Enforcement Hall the place where sect disciples are most likely to get injured. Most of the injured in the Hall of Returning Spring come from the Law Enforcement Hall. Over time, the relationship between the Hall of Returning Spring and the Law Enforcement Hall improved, and every physician knew many cultivators from the Law Enforcement Hall. As a physician of the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai naturally knew the cultivators of the Law Enforcement Hall, in fact, he knew most of them. Moreover, Gu Bai not only knew them but also had a very good relationship with most of the cultivators of the Law Enforcement Hall. Gu Bai's medical skills were excellent and his prices were low, so most of the cultivators of the Law Enforcement Hall had received his treatment. This meant that the cultivators of the Law Enforcement Hall basically owed Gu Bai a small favor. Gu Bai had also saved many cultivators from the Law Enforcement Hall who had been deemed incurable by other physicians. Most importantly, Gu Bai was very kind, and anyone who saw him would develop a good impression. Gu Bai often visited the Law Enforcement Hall to see Gu Bai, chat with him, and drink alcohol. Every time Gu Bai came, he would bring some delicious treats for the other cultivators of the Law Enforcement Hall. Over time, Gu Bai got to know almost all the cultivators of the Law Enforcement Hall and had a very good relationship with them, addressing each other as fellow deist. Is Gu Bai in the Law Enforcement Hall? Gu Bai scanned the area but did not see Gu Bai, so he asked a cultivator from the Law Enforcement Hall with a hint of confusion. Senior brother Gu is over in the Law Enforcement Hall training room, sparring with an elder from the Law Enforcement Hall. Should I go call him over now? No need. Interrupting someone's spar is very impolite. I'll go find him myself. Gu Bai smiled and shook his head, not asking others to call Gu Bai, but instead going to the training room himself. Master, I didn't expect you to have such high popularity in the Law Enforcement Hall. Oriental Starfall said with some surprise, following behind Gu Bai and feeling the friendly gazes around him. He knew his master was popular, but he didn't expect him to be this popular. One must know that cultivators of the Law Enforcement Hall always had a stern face in front of others, as if others owed them money. Even when he was treating the injuries of law enforcement hall cultivators, their attitude only softened, but at most, it was just normal conversation level, far from being friendly. But now, the surrounding law enforcement hall cultivators were unbelievably friendly, as if they had met a long-lost friend. Of course, you don't even need to ask who your master is. Gu Bai smiled slightly, saying with a hint of pride. This was the result of over 40 years of accumulation for him to have such high popularity in the law enforcement hall. So amazing. I want to be like master in the future. Oriental Starfall felt a little hopeful. That day will come. You are already excellent, you just need to work hard. Gu Bai smiled and rubbed Oriental Starfall's head. Master, you're biased. Lu Ruyan puffed out her cheeks, looking at Gu Bai, then quickly walked in front of him. Gu Bai instantly understood Lu Ruyan's meaning, smiled and likewise rubbed Lu Ruyan's head. You are also very excellent, and you will be as powerful as me in the future, Gu Bai said in a light and gentle tone. His two disciples were excellent in all aspects, but they always competed or got jealous in some inexplicable ways. The two were actually quite mature. According to the normal process, both of them had already successfully graduated and become physicians capable of working independently, just like Gu Bai. However, in front of Gu Bai, they still behaved like children. If Gu Bai praised Oriental Starfall but not Lu Ruyan would get jealous, and vice versa. Fortunately, Gu Bai was a great master at balancing things and could easily handle such situations. Gu Bai also didn't know why his peers, and even those slightly older than him, behaved like children in front of him. The most typical example was Qing Ning. She was 2 years older than him but was very dependent on him. It made him feel like an old father, but in reality, Gu Bai was not old, he just acted very mature. Gu Bai smiled, this feeling of being an elder was actually quite good. Just as Elder Zhang took care of him, he was also taking care of others. Soon, Gu Bai and his group arrived at the training room. The law enforcement hall's training room was actually just a relatively large open space. At this moment, thunder flashed and swords clashed in the open space. Gu Bai was battling a middle-aged cultivator with a long sword and sharp eyes. Their fighting style was completely unlike what Foundation establishment cultivators should exhibit, their performance could even rival Golden Core cultivators. Gu Bai's entire body shimmered with purple lightning, wearing armor formed by lightning, and hundreds of thunder spears floated behind him. Although the middle-aged cultivator opposite him did not have as strong a visual display as Gu Bai, every sword he swung was extremely powerful. The sword chi was so sharp that even watching from a distance, Gu Bai felt a slight sting in his eyes. A casual strike from either of them could create a significant gap in the ground, and one must know that the ground was reinforced with special methods. A full-force strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator could only crack the ground, but it was far from being able to nearly tear up the floor like the two of them did. Gu Bai watched for a while, then frowned slightly and asked a nearby law enforcement hall cultivator. Did Gu Bai and the law enforcement hall master have a conflict? Why are they fighting so fiercely? It doesn't look like a spar. Gu Bai recognized the middle-aged cultivator, who was none other than Wang Mang, the head of the law enforcement hall, a man whose experiences were quite legendary. When he was in the Qi refining realm, he, along with other law enforcement hall disciples, killed a cultivator robbers in the Foundation establishment realm. After that, he progressed by leaps and bounds, personally slaying several notorious cultivator robbers who were famous throughout Qingzhou. Before Lingyun sect, its territory was quite chaotic, with countless large and small cultivator robbers causing trouble. These cultivator robbers specialized in plundering other cultivators' resources, which caused no small amount of trouble for Lingyun sect. But ever since Wang Mang became the head of the law enforcement hall, these cultivator robbers gradually disappeared. Wang Mang himself was also very powerful. He was currently around 200 years old, with his cultivation at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, and his swordsmanship was even more exquisite. That's because Wang Mang said that as long as Gu Bai could defeat him, he would abdicate and let Gu Bai become the head of the law enforcement hall, the young law enforcement hall cultivator said. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate to take office in such a way? Gu Bai frowned, speaking with a hint of concern. No, this is actually a tradition of our law enforcement hall. Only the strongest person can become the head. Watching the fierce battle between the two, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected the law enforcement hall to be so hardcore. The battle between the two in the arena had also entered a white-hot stage. Wang Mang's expression was cold as he unleashed streams of sword chi, momentarily suppressing Gu Bai to the point where he couldn't lift his head. Kid, you're still a bit too green. My 200 years of accumulation, having gone through countless life and death battles, have long since honed my swordsmanship to its peak. You are simply no match for me. Why don't you work for a few more decades, and then when I retire, you can become the head of the law enforcement hall, Wang Mang shouted, his gaze sharp. But Gu Bai paid him no mind. Instead, he let out a loud roar, and countless bolts of lightning materialized into a 10-meter-tall lightning giant, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive long spear. The lightning giant lowered its head, quietly looking at Wang Mang. Wang Mang looked up at the massive lightning giant before him, and the corner of his eye twitched. Gu Bai didn't waste any more words with him. He held the materialized gigantic lightning spear and fiercely thrust it towards Wang Mang. Wang Mang flashed, narrowly dodging the attack, and then unleashed a massive sword chi in retaliation. The sword chi struck the lightning giant's leg, but only severed half of it. However, such an injury was nothing to the lightning giant, which recovered in just a few breaths. Thus, Gu Bai, in his incarnation as the lightning giant, won the match with an overwhelming display. Congratulations, Senior Brother Gu, on successfully winning the match and taking on the position of head of the Law Enforcement Hall. A wave of cheers immediately erupted from below the stage. In the cultivation world, strength was revered, and Gu Bei's power naturally earned him the recognition of others. Wang Mang struggled to get up from the ground, patting Gu Bei's shoulder with a hint of relief. Good kid, I underestimated you. I'm a man of my word. The Law Enforcement Hall will be under your management from now on. If there's anything you don't understand, you can always ask me. Wang Mang was not a narrow-minded person. He was very open about power. If he lost, and he did not covet authority. Congratulations. Gu Bai also smiled and applauded. Gu Bai. Hearing that familiar gentle voice from behind, Gu Bai suddenly turned around and saw Gu Bai standing in the distance, smiling at him. I have something to talk to you about. Gu Bai did not hide anything. He pulled Gu Bai to a secluded spot and told him his plan. So, I want you to come with me and protect my safety. Don't worry, just leave it to me, Gu Bai. With me here, as long as a Golden Core Realm expert doesn't make a move, you won't suffer any harm, Gu Bai patted his chest and promised. The group didn't linger for too long. Gu Bai just needed to briefly handle some matters for the Law Enforcement Hall, and then he could depart at any time. Gu Bai, on the other hand, returned to his immortal cave and told Qing Ning that he would be leaving for a while, but he didn't specify the reason, only saying that he had to carry out a sect mission. Gu Bai, how many days will you be gone? Qing Ning asked, looking at Gu Bai reluctantly. Don't worry, I'll be back in at most a month, Gu Bai said with a smile, rubbing Qing Ning's beautiful hair. Although he was also a bit reluctant, he had to leave. If there was a large supply of spirit medicine to support them, Ling Yunsek's chances of winning in the future war would be greater. Gu Bai had to do everything possible to increase the probability of victory. He didn't want everything he cherished to be consumed by the flames of war. As for Qing Ning, it was better for her to stay safely within the sect. Gu Bai and Su Wuji had a tacit understanding and kept the news of the impending war a secret, not telling Qing Ning. Sitting on the back of the immortal crane, Gu Bai picked up the map of Qingzhou and began to examine it. He didn't intend to travel all over Qingzhou, that would consume too much time and energy. He would just start, tackling those difficult bones, and leave the remaining smaller forces to Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruin. Gu Bai planned to go to Baikou Valley first to establish cooperation. As long as this deal was completed, it would greatly alleviate the pressure of insufficient spirit medicine in the Danding division. Baikou Valley was located in a canyon with abundant spiritual qi, and a large quantity of spirit medicine was cultivated within the valley. Compared to a sect, it should actually be called a medical Dao family, a family created by a second-order physician a long time ago. Those living in the valley were all descendants of that physician, and each of them was skilled in medical arts. Gu Bai intended to go to Baikou Valley and establish cooperation with them, as Baikou Valley, despite having many physicians, had an inexhaustible supply of spirit medicine. Soon, Gu Bai arrived at Baikou Valley. He did not enter the valley but stood quietly outside the canyon. I have long heard of Physician Gu's name. Why do you have time to visit my Baikou Valley today? A rather friendly voice came from within the valley, asking Gu Bai the purpose of his visit. I represent Ling Yun sect, and I am here to establish cooperation with Baikou Valley, Gu Bai replied, neither humble nor arrogant. The voice did not reply, but a gap opened in Baikou Valley's defensive formation. Gu Bai smiled and stepped inside. Upon entering the valley, Gu Bai immediately felt a rich life qi. He swept his gaze around and found that various spirit medicine were planted almost everywhere in the valley. An old man with white hair, dressed in a white robe, was already waiting there. I am Gu Bai. It's a pleasure to meet Physician Ye. Gu Bai did not put on any airs but respectfully bowed to the person before him. I am Yesun. It's a pleasure to meet Physician Gu, the old man smiled and returned the bow. Both Gu Bai and the old man performed the common greeting gesture used by physicians when meeting, signifying their equal status and mutual respect. Gu Bai had long known about the old man. He was the Valley Master of Baikou Valley, a Numo Immortal Master whose strength reached the Golden Core Realm, and also a peak second-order physician. It was precisely because of Physician Ye's existence that Baikou Valley was able to survive peacefully until now. Otherwise, with so much spirit medicine in Baikou Valley, without a Golden Core true person to protect it, it would have long been plundered by other forces. I wish to represent the sect and establish a transaction with Baikou Valley. Ling Yun sect can help Baikou Valley refine medicinal pills for free, only requiring Baikou Valley to provide some spirit medicine as payment. Gu Bai got straight to the point, directly stating his purpose. Physician Ye frowned. Although it sounded like a mutually beneficial collaboration, it was extremely risky. After all, no one knew if Ling Yun sect would suddenly go back on their word, change the price they had set, or suddenly raise prices halfway through the collaboration. There had been precedents of them using force to compel Baikou Valley into cooperation. However, if they refused from the start, Ling Yun sect couldn't say much. Since the cooperation hadn't even begun, even if Ling Yun sect was domineering, they couldn't force Baikou Valley to hand over their spirit medicine. But once the cooperation began, things would no longer be under Baikou Valley's control, as the disparity between the two sides was simply too great. This matter is of great importance, I must return and discuss it with the other cultivators in the valley. Physician Ye neither refused nor agreed. But Gu Bai could hear the underlying meaning of this statement. Physician Ye was, in all likelihood, planning to refuse. He said it was a matter of great importance requiring discussion, but Baikou Valley was essentially run by Physician Ye alone, whether others agreed or not was irrelevant. I guarantee with my honor that Lingyun sect genuinely only wishes to engage in normal cooperation. Gu Bai stared at physician Yat, speaking slowly and earnestly. In the cultivation world, it was rare to guarantee with one's honor, because a single misstep could be a devastating blow to one's reputation. Aside from a few marauder cultivators with bad reputations, normal cultivators and even most demonic cultivators valued their reputation. Gu Bai was a cultivator with an excellent reputation, his own guarantee carried significant weight. Hearing Gu Bai's words, physician Ye pondered for a moment before finally nodding. If it were anyone else, I might not agree, but I have heard of physician Gu's reputation, and I trust physician Gu's character. Hearing this, Gu Bai smiled. It seemed the reputation he had accumulated over the years was still somewhat useful. Gu Bai did not leave immediately but stayed in Baikou Valley for a period. He brought Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruin, and discussed medical Dao knowledge with the physicians of Baikou Valley. This was a rare opportunity for both of them, and equally so for Gu Bai. As for Gu Bai, he remained silently by Gu Bai's side, protecting his safety. Gu Bai found physician Ye and spoke at length with him about medical Dao knowledge, sharing his understanding of the medical Dao. Initially, physician Ye was quite reserved in his discussion, not revealing his medical Dao knowledge to Gu Bai, only discussing more basic concepts. But Gu Bai, without reservation, shared all his knowledge of the medical Dao with physician Ye. Physician Gu, you don't have to tell me such precious knowledge. This must be the result of countless trials and experiments that you painstakingly conducted, right? Physician Ye said, somewhat taken aback, after hearing the knowledge Gu Bai shared. Generally, every physician possesses unique skills, accumulated over years of healing and saving lives. This knowledge is the foundation of every physician's livelihood, they wouldn't even share it with their closest relatives. Many physicians, even when taking on disciples, still hold back some of their knowledge. But Gu Bai was different, he concealed nothing, telling him everything he knew. I believe knowledge should flow and be shared. Only through mutual learning can the medical Dao progress. If everyone were like me, then the development of the medical Dao in the cultivation world probably wouldn't be so slow. I do the same. I teach my disciples everything I've learned in my life without reservation, and my disciples will also pass on their lifelong learning to others, just as I do. If there are more and more people like me, those physicians who cling to outdated ideas will gradually be replaced by such physicians. If there are more and more physicians like me, learning from each other and progressing together, perhaps the cultivation world will enter a true golden age of the medical Dao, which is what I hope for. Gu Bai smiled, speaking earnestly. Of course, Gu Bai was only saying this, he wasn't actually that great. The reason he did this was because he was immortal, and in the future, if the medical Dao developed, he would be the one who benefited the most. But if the medical Dao continued to develop as it was now, Gu Bai would only be able to rely on himself to continue improving. In that case, the efficiency would be extremely slow. The current foundation of the medical Dao was slowly accumulated by countless medical Dao geniuses, who spent their entire lives striving for it. The medical Dao is like a giant mountain made of countless broken stones. The effort of every peerless genius's life is merely to climb from the base to the summit and place a small stone there. More ordinary geniuses, even if they spend their entire lives, probably cannot reach the summit, or even halfway up the mountain. Gu Bai has only just begun his ascent, and reaching the summit is still a long way off. But he is immortal, and sooner or later, he will learn all the medical Dao knowledge. At that time, without the broken stones beneath him as a foundation, even if Gu Bai is a heaven-blessed genius, it will be difficult for him to advance even a single step. By himself, even after hundreds of thousands of years, he could only advance the medical Dao by a small step. But if all physicians worked together, shared their knowledge, and collaborated to develop the medical Dao, Gu Bai could reap the benefits. Moreover, he only shared his medical Dao insights with physician Yat. He did not reveal any of the many secret medicines within the Hall of Returning Spring, or any of the medical secret arts within the sect. These were all the sect's property, the lifelong efforts of countless seniors. No matter how generous Gu Bai was, he wasn't generous to that extent. Master is right. This is also the lifelong wish of us both. Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruin also said very earnestly. Looking at the two young figures behind Gu Bai, with their limitless futures, physician Yi's mind trembled, feeling a shock from his soul. I am not as good as you. Hearing this, physician Ye completely acknowledged Gu Bai. It wasn't because Gu Bai's medical skills were so superb, but because Gu Bai's ideas had completely conquered him. Since physician Gu has done so, then I, this grand elder, cannot fall behind. Influenced by Gu Bai, physician Ye also decided not to hide anything, revealing all his lifelong learning. The two sat knee to knee, talking through the night. As for Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruin, they were responsible for serving tea and pouring water for Gu Bai and physician Ye. Don't think this was a hard job, it was something others dreamed of. By just occasionally serving tea and pouring water, they could listen to two great masters of the medical Dao discuss the medical Dao. Gu Bai and physician Ye started by discussing somewhat superficial or basic medical Dao knowledge, but as time passed, their discussions became increasingly in-depth. Originally, Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruin could barely understand, but as the conversation between the two deepened, they gradually found themselves unable to follow. The same characters, when combined, seemed like an astronomical text. Physician Ye was also surprised. He was a golden core true person who had lived for over 600 years. Although he didn't have strong medical Dao talent, he only became a second-order physician when he was 200 years old. But 400 years had passed since then, and he had already become a top-tier second-order physician, just a sliver of an opportunity away from breaking through to the third order. Gu Bai had only been a second-order physician for a few years, yet he could converse with him fluently. Gu Bai could answer all of his thoughts and even extrapolate from them. Sometimes, the ideas Gu Bai proposed even struck him as novel. Gu Bai was equally surprised. Physician Yi's knowledge was extremely vast, encompassing pharmacology, medical Dao, medical methods, and even many obscure medical Dao. While Physician Ye wasn't a great master, he was certainly proficient. The two finally ended their conversation at dawn. It could be said that both benefited greatly. Gu Bai changed Physician Yi's traditional mindset, allowing him to view the medical Dao from a different perspective. Physician Ye also filled in many of Gu Bai's medical Dao shortcomings. After all, Gu Bai had only been a physician for too short a time. No matter how hard he tried, there was still a gap in experience between him and Physician Ye. As for Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan, their current learning was too shallow. They only understood a little at first, and then couldn't follow. Nevertheless, they forcefully memorized what they heard. This was a great help to them because the path ahead was now visible and tangible. They only needed to follow the path that their predecessors had walked. Afterward, Gu Bai stayed in Baikou Valley for half a month. During this time, Gu Bai discussed medical Dao with Physician Ye every day and occasionally offered guidance to the physicians in Baikou Valley. Gu Bai was kind and gentle, and with the blessing of his affinity talent, he quickly integrated with the cultivators in Baikou Valley. In just half a month, nearly half of the female cultivators in Baikou Valley had confessed their feelings to Gu Bai. Gu Bai smiled and refused all of them. After all, he was already a married man, how could he flirt around? Even if he wanted to, Gu Bai wouldn't dare. It wasn't that he was afraid of Qingning had a gentle personality, and even if Gu Bai did that, she would at most be sad for a while and then be forced to accept it due to her feelings for Gu Bai. Gu Bai was mainly worried about Su Wuji. Gu Bai was certain that if he dared to get close to other women outside, Su Wuji would, without a word, cleave him to death with a sword upon his return to the sect. However, Gu Bai only thought about it. He wouldn't be such a beast as to flirt around after having a family. Are you really not staying longer? Everyone in Baikou Valley likes you very much. Outside Baikou Valley, Gu Bai and his group had packed up and were ready to leave. No, besides Baikou Valley, I still need to visit a few other places. Time is pressing, so I won't stay here any longer. Gu Bai waved his hand quite dashingly and turned to leave without looking back. Your room has been reserved for you. Remember to visit Baikou Valley often to discuss the Dao with me. It has benefited me greatly. Let's continue our discussion after we both have some time to reflect. Physician Ye didn't try to keep him much longer and also waved his hand. I will. Gu Bai smiled, not looking back. Goodbye, Physician Gu. Physician Gu, I really like you. Can you become my Dao companion? Hearing this, Gu Bai's mouth twitched, and his steps involuntarily quickened. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind Gu Bai. Physician Gu, have a safe journey. Thank you for your guidance these past few days. I will be a good teacher in the future. A relatively young boy, nearing adulthood, shouted loudly at Gu Bai. His name was Ye Wenhao, a very talented young man in Baikou Valley. His talent even rivaled that of Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan. And he was very diligent. Whenever he had a bit of time, he would use it to study, and he especially loved asking Gu Bai questions. Gu Bai always answered seriously. Gu Bai didn't turn back, only nodded, and slowly disappeared at the end of the road. Walking on the road, Gu Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. This was perhaps the legacy. That young man hadn't learned too much of his medical Dao knowledge, but he had inherited his ideal and was striving for it. Damn it, big brother, why are you so popular? So many female cultivators like you. In the end, not a single girl confessed to me, not even a goodbye. Gu Bai clenched his fist and said somewhat sadly. Isn't it because your expression is too fierce? You always keep a stern face, which makes no one dare to talk to you. Gu Bai smiled helplessly. Although Gu Bai looked decent, his expression was very fierce because he had joined the law enforcement hall, which made few people dare to talk to him. After leaving Baikou Valley, the group immediately headed to Xianlong Immortal City. As the most prosperous immortal city in Qingzhou, Xianlong Immortal City saw a large number of cultivators exchanging and selling items daily. This included a large amount of spirit medicine. A significant portion of the loose cultivators in Qingzhou would choose to sell the spirit medicine they found in Xianlong Immortal City. Gu Bai planned to cooperate with the city lord of Xianlong City, allowing Xianlong Immortal City to collect spirit medicine and assist with alchemy, while their Lingyun sect would operate behind the scenes, secretly refining the spirit medicine collected by Xianlong into medicinal pills. This method was beneficial to both parties. Xianlong Immortal City could expand its influence, attracting more cultivators to Xianlong Immortal City. The Lingyun sect could hide in the shadows, collecting a large amount of spirit medicine without attracting too much attention. How nostalgic! I remember the last time I came here was a few years ago. At that time, Big Brother hadn't even broken through to the Foundation establishment realm yet. Walking on the streets of Xianlong Immortal City, looking at the familiar surroundings, Gu Bai sighed with emotion. What's there to be nostalgic about? Only a few years have passed. Gu Bai didn't feel much time had passed, it was just a few years. Gu Bai didn't wander aimlessly. Instead, he took out a token imprinted with a golden dragon pattern and infused a small amount of magical power into it. This was a VIP token issued by Xianlong Immortal City. Qingning had one, and Gu Bai had also obtained one recently. Gu Bai had refined a large number of yin-yang yuan supplementing pills recently, and Qianlong Immortal City, as one of the top large forces, naturally asked Gu Bai for many. Gu Bai agreed, only stipulating that the medicinal pills should not be sold to the other three great sects. After all, Qianlong Immortal City was not an enemy force like the other three great sects. Gu Bai even lowered the price significantly to foster good relations with Qianlong Immortal City. Qianlong Immortal City naturally agreed readily, and to express their gratitude, they also presented Gu Bai with this token, and it was the highest ranked token, even higher than Qingning's token. With this token, one could directly contact Qianlong Immortal City's city lord, Qianlong Immortal Master. Gu Bai slightly injected a trace of magical power, sending out the message that he wanted to meet the other party. After putting down the token in his hand, Gu Bai took out another token embossed with ornate golden stripes. This token was from the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce, also the highest rank VIP token, capable of directly contacting the president of the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce, Daoist Tianyun. The Tianyun Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in Qingzhou, and its founder, Daoist Tianyun, is a cultivator who luckily broke through to the Golden Core realm 300 years ago. It was only with the protection of a Golden Core true person that the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce was able to establish branches throughout Qingzhou. Of course, the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce also paid a substantial protection fee to the four major sects each year, even accounting for half of its total profit, which allowed it to survive until now. Similarly, the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce was in great need of the Yin-Yang Yuan supplementing pill refined by Gu Bai, even offering double Gu Bai's asking price to purchase his medicinal pills year-round. Gu Bai naturally agreed with pleasure. It could be said that a large reason why he was able to refine Yin-Yang Yuan supplementing pills for 5 years was that the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce demanded so much. As the largest chamber of commerce in Qingzhou, the headquarters of the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce was naturally located in Qianlong Immortal City, and Daoist Tianyun also resided there. Daoist Tianyun and Daoist Qianlong had a very good relationship, they were close friends in their youth, supporting each other to achieve what they had today. Gu Bai also intended to cooperate with the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce, so he simply called both of them over. Gu Bai did not have to wait long, in just a moment, 2 foundation establishment cultivators appeared before him. Physician Gu, hello. The city lord said he is waiting for you at Wang Xing Tower, and Daoist Tianyun is also there. Gu Bai smiled and nodded, following behind the 2 foundation establishment cultivators towards Wang Xing Tower. One could only say that the city lord was indeed the city lord, his quick wit was not something ordinary people could compare to. He had only sent a message that he wanted to meet the other party and informed him that Daoist Tianyun had also been notified, and the city lord had already arranged everything. Not only had he reserved an excellent hotel, but he had also called Daoist Tianyun over, arranging everything perfectly. Soon, Gu Bai arrived at Wang Xing Tower and, led by the 2 cultivators, reached the top floor of Wang Xing Tower. Wang Xing Tower is the largest restaurant in Qianlong Immortal City, and its cuisine is a true marvel. Countless cultivators come every day, hence its name, Wang Xing Tower. Wang Xing Tower is 28 stories high, the tallest building in Qianlong Immortal City. Each floor can accommodate a large number of guests, and the higher one goes, the more luxurious it becomes. The top floor, however, is not something one can afford just with money, only the most distinguished guests can dine on the top floor. Following behind Gu Bai, Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan looked around, occasionally touching this and that, appearing quite uncultured. Gu Bai was much better, calmly following behind Gu Bai. Clearly, with his status, Gu Bai had seen such scenes many times. Soon, the group arrived at the top floor of the Immortal Tower. Standing on the Immortal Tower, one could look down and overlook the entire Qianlong Immortal City. At this moment, Daoist Qianlong and Daoist Tianyun were already waiting there. Gu Bai greets the 2 immortal masters. Gu Bai did not put on any airs but performed a greeting, which is the customary greeting for lower rank cultivators meeting higher rank cultivators. Fellow Daoist Gu, you are too polite. Next time we meet, there's no need to bow, we can simply address each other as fellow Daoist. Daoist Qianlong said with a chuckle. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Bai did not delay further and directly stated the reason for their meeting. Fellow Daoist Gu, you truly gave me a surprise. Daoist Tianyun frowned. Daoist Qianlong, however, remained silent and did not speak. The 2 immortal masters can rest assured, this is a mutually beneficial business. Even if my Lingyun sect is strong, it would not offend 2 immortal masters simultaneously. Since fellow Daoist Gu has said so, there's nothing to hesitate about. I agree, but I hope fellow Daoist Gu can refine more Yin-Yang Yuan supplementing pills. Spirit medicine is not an issue, my Tianyun Chamber of Commerce is willing to pay 3 times the original price to purchase them. Understood. Upon returning to the sect, I will begin refining the medicinal pills. Gu Bai smiled and nodded, not refusing. The Tianyun Chamber of Commerce was generous, and Gu Bai was able to refine so many Yin-Yang Yuan supplementing pills. A large portion of the raw materials came from the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. Since Daoist Tianyun agrees, then this old man also agrees. Daoist Qianlong stroked his beard, finally agreeing. That is excellent. Gu Bai smiled and nodded. Physician Gu, I heard that in your spare time, you also research some dishes. You must try the dishes at my Wang Xing Tower and see if there are any areas for improvement. Daoist Qianlong spoke with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of women in cool, revealing clothes, with prominent figures, carried plates of food and placed them on the table. And so, while enjoying the delicious food, they discussed the details. All 3 were old foxes, with their back and forth, they seemed like long-lost friends, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Teacher, Do you still know them? Why don't I remember them meeting before? Oriental Starfall was a bit confused and turned to look at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan also shook her head blankly, indicating that she didn't know why Gu Bai, who had never met the two immortal masters, seemed like long-lost friends with them. Forget it, never mind. This might be the world of adults, we just need to focus on eating. Lu Ruyan, holding a large pig's trotters in her left hand and a spirit beast leg in her right, began to eat heartily. Seeing this, Oriental Starfall stopped thinking and joined Lu Ruyan in enjoying the delicacies. The food at Wang Xing Tower isn't as good as the rumors say, it's still a step below what master makes. This leg is a bit overcooked, and this steak is a bit too rare. Lu Ruyan continued to evaluate as she ate. Stop talking for now. Oriental Starfall, sitting next to Lu Ruyan, quickly pulled her hand to cover Lu Ruyan's mouth. Deist Qianlong paused upon hearing Gu Bai's words, then continued chatting with Gu Bai as if he hadn't heard anything. Gu Bai, who was discussing cooperation details with the two immortal masters, twitched his lips. If he remembered correctly, this Wang Xing Tower seemed to be owned by Deist Qianlong. To say someone's food was bad on their own turf, if it were someone with a bad temper, they would have immediately turned hostile. Fortunately, Deist Qianlong saw that Lu Ruyan had said it subconsciously, not intentionally trying to cause trouble, and did not pursue it further. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave first. After discussing cooperation details and signing several very detailed contracts with the two immortal masters, Gu Bai cupped his hands in farewell. Fellow Deist Gu, why not stay a few more days before leaving? I haven't even shown you around my Qianlong Immortal City yet. Deist Qianlong tried to persuade him to stay. No, thank you. There are still a lot of matters waiting for me at the sect, so I won't stay long. I'll visit Qianlong Immortal City another day when I have time. Gu Bai smiled and shook his head, not lingering. After bidding farewell to the two immortal masters, Gu Bai pulled the few people who were still eating and turned to leave. After leaving Qianlong Immortal City, Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was quite nervous just now. After all, they were two golden core true persons. They were existences at the peak of combat power in Qingzhou. Fortunately, the cooperation process went smoothly without any hitches, and the cooperation was successfully reached. Gu Bai did not become arrogant because of this. Although the two immortal masters were polite to him, it was not because his own reputation was so great, but because the Lingyun sect, a colossal entity, stood behind him. Regardless of what the two immortal masters thought privately, they had to greet Gu Bai with smiles out of respect for the Lingyun sect's face. Sitting on the immortal crane, Gu Bai smiled. This trip was a complete perfection. Baikou Valley, Qianlong Immortal City, and the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce, these three forces, have already reached a cooperation agreement. If the cooperation is stable, Lingyun sect will basically not lack spirit medicine. After all, these are three small golden core forces. Baikou Valley specializes in planting spirit medicine, while Qianlong Immortal City and the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce are both business-oriented organizations with a large daily flow of spirit medicine. The spirit medicine reserves of each of them can rival the four great sects. It's even difficult for Lingyun sect to take on such a massive order. In the future, the alchemists of the Danding division will probably have to refine medicinal pills day and night to barely digest so much spirit medicine. Alchemist Lu will probably be very happy. Alchemists are not afraid of alchemy, only of having no medicinal pills to refine. The fastest way for an alchemist to improve is to refine medicinal pills, continuously refining medicinal pills. With enough practice, even an alchemist with ordinary talent can accumulate vast experience. When spirit medicine is scarce, ordinary alchemy apprentices have no medicinal pills to refine, they can only repeatedly practice fire control techniques, thoroughly read medicine theories, and hope for those rare alchemy opportunities. The Danding division had actually thought about expanding its scale before, but the sect's demand was only so much. Even with a shop in Qianlong Immortal City, they couldn't sell many medicinal pills. Even if the Danding division expanded, it didn't have the capital and could only be limited within the sect. Now with so many orders, the Danding division can finally expand its scale. The sect had also considered selling medicinal pills externally before, but the sales were not ideal. Some people had also considered cooperating with other forces, but most attempts failed. Only Gu Bai, with his affinity talent and good reputation, was able to secure cooperation with three forces consecutively. Master, where are we going next? Lu Ruyan looked at Gu Bai with admiration and asked excitedly. Ha ha ha, next, you two will go to the Chongqing mountain range, it's rich in various spirit medicines. Many cultivators go there to try their luck, and over time, someone established a Chongqing Immortal City. Although its scale is far less than Qianlong Immortal City, it also has several foundation establishment cultivators overseeing it, Gu Bai said with a smile, while gently rubbing Lu Ruyan and Oriental Starfall's heads. Oh, Chongqing Immortal City, that's indeed a good place. Lu Ruyan nodded, but then reacted, pointed at herself, and asked with some confusion. Us? Then, Master, aren't you coming? I won't be going, I've been out for more than half a month, and it's time to return to the sect. There are still many things waiting for me to handle at the Hall of Returning Spring. The rest is up to you and Xing Luo, go for it, I believe you two can do it. Gu Bai narrowed his eyes, clapped lightly, and said with a smile. Master, I can't do it, if it's just the two of us, we'll definitely mess things up. Oriental Starfall was a little flustered, his expression no longer as composed as before. Yes, Master, are you really going to abandon us? Lu Ruyan stared at Gu Bai with pitiful eyes, hoping he would change his mind. I believe in you, you are my disciples, after all, and you can definitely do it. But Gu Bai didn't fall for it, directly ignoring Lu Ruyan's somewhat resentful little gaze, and turned to chat with Gu Bai. Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan are both excellent, but their minds are still a bit naive, just like children, not at all like adults should be. They were protected too well by Gu Bai, with Gu Bai shielding them from wind and rain. Even if they made mistakes, Gu Bai would cover for them. But Gu Bai knew this wouldn't do. Flowers in a greenhouse are hard to grow. If they want to go further in the future, they must leave his protection. However, within Lingyun sect, the two of them felt no threat, only this time, outside the sect, leaving his protection, could they truly grow. Soon, the immortal crane returned to Lingyun sect, landing in the sect's plaza, and Gu Bai dismounted. I'm entrusting the two of them to you for protection. I hope you can protect them well, with your own safety as the top priority, everything else can be put aside. I hope you don't overprotect them, just hide in the shadows and observe quietly. Even if they make mistakes, there's no need to remind them, only intervene if things reach an irreversible point, Gu Bai said seriously, looking at Gu Bai. Although the Law Enforcement Hall also had other Peak Foundation establishment cultivators who could perform this task, Gu Bai trusted only Gu Bai the most. Entrusting their protection to others always made Gu Bai a bit uneasy, once a master, always like a father. He was now barely like a father to the two of them, and naturally, he had to be responsible for their safety. I will, you can rest assured and leave it to me. Gu Bai also nodded seriously, revealing a composed smile. Gu Bai also nodded reassuringly. Although Gu Bai was always a bit unreliable and even childish in front of him, he was actually a very dependable person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained the recognition of most of the Law Enforcement Hall disciples and become the senior brother of the Law Enforcement Hall. Then Gu Bai and I will head back first. These are marked maps of potential cooperation cases, you can proceed in order according to your own ideas. Gu Bai smiled and handed them a map, which marked the territories of various forces in Qingzhou and basic introductions to those forces. Master, is it just me and Lu Ruyan? Is no one else helping us? Oriental Starfall pointed at himself, then at Lu Ruyan, saying in disbelief. He seemed to be asking how Gu Bai could entrust such an important task to just the two of them. Yes, it's just the two of you, with your chi refining 7th level cultivation, you're capable of handling most situations. If you encounter any danger, use the second-tier talismans I gave you to save yourselves. Gu Bai smiled, pushed the two onto the immortal crane, and without waiting for their reaction, suddenly slapped the immortal crane's rump. Caw! The immortal crane cried out loudly, flapping its wings, and flew away with the two who had yet to react. The act naturally had to be complete. Gu Bai did not intend for the two to know that Gu Bai was secretly protecting them. If they knew, they wouldn't feel any urgency, which is why he said those words. Gu Bai followed closely, and a flash of lightning emanated from his body, and he disappeared. Gu Bai knew this was the lightning invisibility technique Gu Bai had learned, which could achieve a near-invisible effect. Big brother, I'm going. Gu Bai's familiar voice came to Gu Bai's ear, and only then did Gu Bai realize that Gu Bai had not left, but had been standing beside him the whole time. Go, you've worked hard on this trip. Gu Bai nodded secretly, even he found it hard to detect him, let alone Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan. Ha 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 ha, it's not hard at all. Big brother has always helped me before, and now it's finally my turn to help big brother. Gu Bai's happy laughter came to his ear, then his voice grew softer and softer until it disappeared. Gu Bai looked up at the immortal crane, which had already shrunk into a tiny black dot in the distance, and sighed with a slight worry. I hope you two can grow from this trip. After Gu Bai returned to the sect, he did not immediately go to the Hall of Returning Spring or his own immortal cave, instead, he went straight to the sect leader's residence. Inside the sect leader's residence, Su Wuji's eyes were bloodshot and streaked with red, as he conversed with several cultivators, while more than a dozen other cultivators waited in line to report their situations to him. Seeing this, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. It was clear that Su Wuji was extremely busy preparing for the impending war and hadn't slept for several days. Su Wuji was indeed a golden core cultivator, even though Gu Bai was standing far away, he instantly noticed Gu Bai. Su Wuji said a few words to the people beside him, seemingly asking them to wait there, then he flashed and instantly appeared before Gu Bai. Was this operation successful? Su Wuji did not waste words, getting straight to the point. Gu Bai naturally knew Su Wuji was busy, so he didn't drag it out, directly and clearly explaining the details of his trip to Su Wuji. That's roughly how things went. The three major forces have already sent their spirit medicine, entrusting them to me for safekeeping. Once they are refined into medicinal pills, I'll send them back. However, there's no need to send all the medicinal pills to them. With the current strength of the Danding division, we only need to refine 60% of the spirit medicine, which will be enough to meet their needs. The remaining 40% will be ours, for the Lingyun sect. As Gu Bai spoke, he handed a storage pouch to Su Wuji. Su Wuji's divine sense probed inside, and his expression immediately changed, for no other reason than the sheer quantity of spirit medicine within the storage pouch. There were over 1,000 stocks of second-tier spirit medicine, of various types and qualities, and first-tier spirit medicine were countless, roughly estimated at over 100,000 stocks. With these spirit medicine, the Lingyun sect's inventory would become even more abundant. Good. 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 Looking at the vast amount of spirit medicine in the storage pouch, a smile appeared on Su Wuji's face, and he repeated good 3 times. This was the only good news he had heard in many days. If, as Gu Bai said, they maintained cooperation, the Lingyun sect's foundation would be greatly enhanced. Su Wuji clapped Gu Bai's shoulder hard, smiling as he spoke. Gu Bai's shoulder hurt from Su Wuji's pat. After subtly creating some distance, Gu Bai spoke. Sect Master, it's best if we cultivate these spirit medicine. There are too many of them, and while they can be stored, the cost is very high. It would be better to plant them in spirit fields, where they can be preserved long term. Coincidentally, I also learned some spirit medicine cultivation techniques in Baiko Valley. I hope the sect master can dispatch the sect's formation masters to set up a spirit gathering formation in the sect's back mountain. The sect's back mountain is an excellent place for cultivating spirit medicine, it's just that the spiritual chi is a bit scarce. However, with the spirit gathering formation, I am confident I can develop it into spirit fields. Gu Bai had coveted that spot in the sect's back mountain for a long time, it was simply the perfect location for cultivating spirit medicine. Once it was developed into spirit fields, its area would far exceed the combined total of the current sect's spirit fields. Su Wuji did not immediately agree, but instead pondered. The reason was that building a spirit gathering formation encompassing the entire sect's back mountain would be extremely expensive. Its cost would far exceed the spirit medicine Gu Bai brought, and it would be difficult to recoup the investment in a short time. Moreover, Qingzhou was about to go to war, which made it an unwise choice. Gu Bai saw Su Wuji hesitate, which was not unexpected, he had long anticipated this scenario, but fortunately, he was prepared. Sect Master, I believe that no matter the cost, such a place must be built. I think you understand that once a war begins, it will be very difficult to buy spirit medicine. To refine medicinal pills, we will have to rely entirely on our previous inventory, right? Su Wuji nodded. Indeed, the war over 100 years ago also had such problems. Once war breaks out, the price of spirit medicine will increase exponentially, and they will become priceless, impossible to buy even if one wanted to. In the late stage of the war, basically all the spirit medicine in the sect would be exhausted, and we could only rely on existing medicinal pills. It would become a test of how deep one's foundation was and how many medicinal pills were stored normally. At that time, the Lingyun sect faced such a situation, with a severe shortage of medicinal pills. Later, if someone was injured on the battlefield, they could only endure it themselves or return to the rear line for a physician's treatment. Restorative medicinal pills had long been depleted. If one couldn't endure it and didn't return to the rear line quickly enough, they could only wait for death. Su Wuji spoke in a low voice, seemingly recalling the war a century ago. Precisely for this reason, I proposed that plan. War is about logistics. With such a vast spirit field, the Lingyun sect will have a continuous supply of spirit medicine. Typically, first-tier spirit medicine have a relatively short maturation period, roughly 1 to 10 years. Second-tier spirit medicine in the wild normally take 50 to 200 years to mature, but in spirit fields, with careful cultivation by cultivators, this time can be significantly shortened. They can even mature in less than half the original time, and their medicinal efficacy will be even better. Gu Bai had planted many spirit medicine in his small courtyard. Over 40 years had passed since he joined the sect. By now, the oldest portion of the spirit medicine Gu Bai cultivated had even grown into second-tier spirit medicine, so Gu Bai naturally had a profound understanding of cultivating spirit medicine. Additionally, during his previous trip to Baiko Valley, Gu Bai didn't just exchange medical Dao knowledge, he also learned a lot about cultivating spirit medicine. Baiko Valley was an expert in this area, and Gu Bai benefited greatly from his half-month stay there. I understand what you're saying, but it's still somewhat risky. This. Su Wuji wanted to say something more, but seeing Gu Bai's calm eyes, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Gu Bai had a magical aura about him, whenever he was nearby, one's heart could calm down, as if finding a sense of reliance. Su Wuji then thought of Gu Bai's successful completion of this mission. He had originally held no hope for Gu Bai's actions this time. The sect had tried to seek cooperation with other forces before, but most attempts had failed. Even if a very small number of forces agreed to cooperate, it wouldn't last very long. He hadn't expected Gu Bai to secure agreements with 3 major forces, and 3 large forces with Golden Core Immortal Masters presiding over them, in just over half a month. Forget it, I won't say anything more. I'll trust you this once. This matter will be entirely under your charge. You can freely deploy people from the sect to assist you. Su Wuji hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed, tossing a pure white token to Gu Bai. Gu Bai received the token with a hint of joy. This token was the sect master's token, holding it was equivalent to being the second sect master. Rest assured, leave it to me. Gu Bai took the token and assured Su Wuji. Su Wuji nodded without speaking, and directly turned to leave. Gu Bai also turned and left. Gu Bai had just walked a few steps when Su Wuji's voice came from beside his ear. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if it fails, it doesn't matter. The sect isn't short on these resources. Gu Bai didn't reply, but the corners of his mouth slightly curved upwards. Although Su Wuji appeared fierce on the surface, he was actually a very gentle person, he just had to change after becoming the sect master. Gu Bai did not act immediately, cultivating spirit fields would take a lot of time, and this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. It was more important for him to first meet with his relatives and friends, then deal with the documents that had been piling up at the Hall of Returning Spring for a long time. Speaking of which, it had been more than half a month since he last saw Qingning, right? He wondered how she was doing now. Thinking this, Gu Bai's steps involuntarily quickened a bit, and he slowly walked towards his immortal cave. From a distance, Gu Bai saw a female cultivator dressed in a green robe, elegantly dressed, staring at the path at the foot of the mountain, seemingly anticipating something. When that person's gaze met Gubai, her eyes immediately lit up, and she instantly stood up and ran towards Gubai. Gubai, you're finally back. That female cultivator was Qing Ning. Qing Ning hugged Gubai, saying with a heart full of joy. Gubai did not resist. He also hugged Qing Ning. At this moment, all he had to do was give Qing Ning the greatest sense of security. After a long while, Qing Ning finally released her embrace, then circled around Gubai, constantly staring at various parts of Gubai's body, making Gubai feel a bit embarrassed. Is there something dirty on me? Gubai looked down at his clothes. No problem, it was still the same as what he usually wore, an all-white outfit, without a speck of dust. No, I just wanted to see if you were injured, Qing Ning said softly, staring at Gubai. Don't worry, I wasn't going on any dangerous mission. I was just discussing cooperation-related matters, there was no need for combat at all. Gubai smiled helplessly, then stretched out his arms and slowly turned in a circle. From the outside, you don't seem to have any injuries, but I'm still a bit worried. I need to check. After a long while, Qing Ning finally nodded in satisfaction. What's there to check? If I were injured, wouldn't I tell you? Gubai blinked, saying with some confusion. But Qing Ning didn't care for that. She grabbed Gubai's hand and pulled him into the immortal cave. Then she began to take off Gubai's clothes, her eyes shining as she stared intently at Gubai's well-defined muscles. Ha, since we're checking for injuries, of course, it has to be thorough. If I don't take off your clothes, how will I know if you are injured? Qing Ning chuckled, her laughter even containing a hint of lewdness, as if she were a lecherous old man about to lay hands on Gubai, who was like a young maiden from her family. Gubai immediately realized that Qing Ning wanted to play a role-playing game. And no, stop it. Gubai smiled a little helplessly but cooperated by playing the role of a maiden, beginning to struggle slightly. Ha, Qing Ning chuckled as she slowly began to take off Gubai's clothes. In his struggle, whether intentionally or not, Gubai grabbed Qing Ning's peaks and began to counterattack. Qing Ning's old face flushed, but she steeled herself, directly pulled the quilt over them, hugged Gubai, and buried Gubai's head deeply into her majestic peaks. The two of them became entangled like that. Sleepless night. In the early morning, Gubai walked out of the room feeling refreshed, then stretched. Hoo. Just then, Xiao Bai's huge white figure slowly approached and affectionately rubbed against Gubai. Gubai stroked Xiao Bai's head, looking at him with a slight hint of confusion. Hoo. Xiao Bai let out a roar, its voice filled with a sense of grievance. Oh, I understand. I'll get you your favorite yellow beef now, Gubai said, pondering for a moment after hearing Xiao Bai's roar, then nodding. He reached out and took out a large piece of marinated yellow beef, placing it in front of Xiao Bai. Upon seeing the beef, Xiao Bai, like a reincarnated hungry ghost, hugged the beef and began to devour it in large bites. Normally, a Yao beast cannot speak human language before reaching the Golden Core realm, it can only emit roars that only its own kind can understand. However, Gubai and Xiao Bai had spent so many years together day and night that Gubai had naturally mastered the beast language. Xiao Bai's roars, which sounded like mere roars to others, contained a lot of meaning to Gubai. Xiao Bai's roar just now roughly meant, Master, you're finally here. Give me food quickly, I'm starving to death. That woman only gives me disgusting dry rations every day. That stuff is so unappetizing, I don't want to eat it at all. I want meat, delicious meat. After Xiao Bai had eaten and drunk his fill, Gubai cleaned Xiao Bai's entire body again, washing away most of the dust on him. Before this, although Qing Ning had helped take care of Xiao Bai, she hadn't been as diligent as Gubai. She probably only bathed Xiao Bai a few times, and even then, she wasn't thorough, leaving a lot of ash unwashed. Whoosh! Gubai condensed a ball of flame in his left hand, placed his right hand behind the flame, and blew gentle breezes. The breezes, enhanced by the flame, became warm. A moment later, the wet Xiao Bai was completely dried by the heated breeze, without a trace of moisture. This is more like it. Only then did Gubai actively pick up Xiao Bai and reach out to stroke Xiao Bai's soft fur. Xiao Bai also affectionately rubbed against Gubai. Gubai smiled and then started to cook. Gubai did not make breakfast but prepared some dishes for lunch. Qing Ning had been very tired yesterday and would probably not wake up until noon. Gubai neatly placed the prepared dishes into an insulated jade box and set it on the table. Then he took out paper and pen, left a note for Qing Ning, explaining that he would be meeting with acquaintances and then handling some matters at the Hall of Returning Spring, and would likely not be back until tomorrow. Gubai looked at the neatly tidied room and the jade box neatly placed on the table. He nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave. In Elder Jiang's small courtyard, Elder Jiang and Elder Qian, the two old men, were leisurely lying on lounge chairs, basking in the sun. The two old men were very old, their hair was completely white, their skin was somewhat loose, and they even began to develop age spots. Although the two old men were basking in the sun, they were not as vibrant as before, arguing and chatting with each other. Instead, they were silent, not speaking a word for a long time, giving off a sense of impending death. A desolate atmosphere permeated the air. Both old men were over 120 years old. This age, in the cultivation world, was already considered advanced, with the risk of sitting in meditation and passing away at any time. Ordinary cultivators at this age would probably be too weak to walk, but the two elders were meticulously cared for by Gubai, regularly taking medicinal pills that invigorated their chi and blood. Although they looked old now, they were very healthy, able to run and jump. The eyes of the two old men, however, occasionally stared into the distance, seemingly looking forward to something. Hm. Just then, a light and cheerful humming sound came from afar. Upon hearing this familiar sound, the two old men immediately sat up from their lounge chairs, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked towards the end of the road. And they were not disappointed. Slowly, from the end of the road, walked a young man dressed in white, with a handsome face. Gu Bai hummed a little tune he had created himself, walking cheerfully from the foot of the mountain. Old Zhang, old Jian, I've come to see you too, Gu Bai said cheerfully as he entered the small courtyard. Gu Bai's relaxed and cheerful voice instantly dispelled the rotten smell in the air. Gu Bai, why did it take you so long to come and see us? Elder Zhang walked shakily towards Gu Bai, his steps no longer as steady as before, but rather slow and heavy. Looking at Gu Bai, Elder Jiang's eyes were slightly moist. The sect had a mission that required me to go out of the sect for a period of time, and I only returned yesterday. Didn't I come to see you two elders as soon as I got back? Gu Bai smiled, somewhat embarrassed, saying that he hadn't told the two elders before he left, mainly because he didn't want them to worry. It's good that you're all right, it's good that you're all right. I thought something had happened to you, Elder Zhang said shakily, patting Gu Bai's shoulder. Seeing this, Gu Bai's eyes also became a little moist. It had only been half a month since they last met, but the two old men had aged much more. Come, have some tea. Gu Bai skillfully set out a tea set, then lit a small flame under it and began to boil tea. Wisps of mist rose from the tea leaves, and in just a moment, a faint tea aroma could be smelled. Gurgle 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 gurgle. As the tea boiled, Gu Bai very skillfully poured a cup of tea for the two old men, then pulled out a reclining chair and lay in the courtyard with the two elders, basking in the sun. Gu Bai greatly enjoyed this peaceful time, where he didn't have to think about anything. But good times are always short-lived. Gu Bai was currently managing the Hall of Returning Spring, and there were many things waiting for him to handle, so he couldn't stay here for too long. Gu Bai stayed with the two elders until dusk before getting up. It's getting late. I need to go to the Hall of Returning Spring to handle some matters, Gu Bai said with a smile, getting up and bidding farewell to the two old men, but he didn't turn to leave immediately. Instead, he gave each of them a small bottle of medicinal pills. These are chi replenishing and life nurturing pills that I refined. They can nourish the body and are perfect for you two elders. This bottle contains exactly 30 pills. Just take one a day. Don't try to save them, I'll send another bottle next month, Gu Bai said with a smile, handing the medicinal pills to the two old men. This yin-yang chi replenishing pill was jointly developed by Gu Bai and physician Yat, and it is very suitable for old people whose lifespan is nearing its end. Gu Bai estimated that if the two old men took one pill a day, they could live very healthily until they were 140 years old. Of course, with such good effects, the price is naturally very expensive. One medicinal pill costs hundreds of spirit stones. Most cultivators can afford 100 spirit stones, but they can't afford to take one every day. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would find it difficult to afford, but Gu Bai could afford it, and he was very happy to do so. The two old men looked at each other and sighed helplessly, obediently accepting the medicinal pills. They didn't really want to accept these medicinal pills, because medicinal pills with such good effects must be very expensive. But they couldn't argue with Gu Bai. Earlier, they had already refused the medicinal pills Gu Bai sent them. However, Gu Bai's attitude was very firm. If they didn't want them, he would destroy the medicinal pills in front of them and then give them the same medicinal pills. If they still refused, Gu Bai would very decisively continue to destroy the medicinal pills in his hand and then take out new medicinal pills for them. This truly scared the two elders, forcing them to accept all sorts of medicinal pills that Gu Bai sent them. After leaving the sight of the two elders, Gu Bai then hurried to the Hall of Returning Spring. At the Hall of Returning Spring, he physician and Su physician were sitting on benches, looking somewhat despairingly at the mountain of various documents. Gu Bai, when will you be back? He physician painfully ruffled his hair, feeling a deep headache. He really hadn't expected that the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring wasn't that easy to hold. The daily tasks to handle were so numerous and complex. He used to see Gu Bai handle documents for only about an hour a day, and he was nowhere to be seen the rest of the time, yet the Hall of Returning Spring was still managed in an orderly manner by Gu Bai. He had thought it was a very simple position, which was why he had confidently promised before Gu Bai left that he would manage everything at the Hall of Returning Spring well. But when he actually started, he realized it was truly difficult. How to handle the relationship between the Hall of Returning Spring and other sect forces. The relationships between elders within the Hall of Returning Spring, issues among disciples, various seemingly small matters all required the Hall Master to handle. And handling them was extremely complex. If not handled well, the Hall Master himself would need to personally adjust them. He and Su physician managed the Hall of Returning Spring together, but still had to spend most of their time each day handling various affairs. And they handled them quite clumsily, occasionally needing to personally go and make adjustments, completely lacking Gu Bai's ease. There were many things that gave them a huge headache and they simply couldn't handle, so they could only drag them on like this. The documents piled up more and more until they almost filled the entire table. Don't complain. Who was it who confidently said there was no problem back then? And then dragged me over to help in less than a day. Hurry up and deal with this batch of documents. It's already dark now. Usually, I'd be back in my immortal cave drinking tea by now, he physician said with a laugh from the side. Teacher, why are you still here so late? Gu Bai stepped into the room, finding he physician and Su physician still there, and asked curiously. Gu Bai, is that you? Hearing the familiar voice, he physician suddenly looked towards the doorway and indeed saw Gu Bai's figure outside. Gu Bai, you're finally back. Quickly handle these documents. After seeing Gu Bai, he physician felt like crying tears of joy and immediately dropped the spirit brush in his hand. Gu Bai smiled helplessly, took the brush handed to him by Su physician, and sat on the bench, beginning to seriously process the documents. The surroundings instantly became quiet enough to clearly hear the rustling sound of Gu Bai writing. Gu Bai picked up a piece of paper, scanned it, thought for a moment, then quickly wrote a line of text, and placed the document aside, beginning to process the next one. He physician watched Gu Bai in a daze, processing documents at an extremely fast pace. It took him a long time to think before he could give a precise solution for one document. But Gu Bai could think of one in just a few seconds. He physician, somewhat disbelieving, stepped forward, picked up the documents Gu Bai had processed, and began to read them. The more he physician read, the more surprised he became. It wasn't because Gu Bai was just scribbling randomly, but because what Gu Bai wrote was simply too good, perfectly solving the issues, and his methods were even better than what he and Su physician had thought of. Teacher, it's getting late now. You two should go back first. Just leave this to me. Gu Bai didn't look up, focusing on two things at once, processing documents while talking to he physician. Ha, as expected of my good disciple. When you have time another day, we master and disciple will have a drink together. He physician laughed heartily, finding Gu Bai more and more pleasing to the eye. Alright, then we'll head back first. Don't work too late either, he physician nodded, gave Gu Bai a few instructions, and then left. Gu Bai went full throttle, his hands practically sparking, and after a full 3 hours, he finally finished processing the backlog of documents at the Hall of Returning Spring. Gu Bai put down his pen and stretched comfortably. Under he physician's management, the Hall of Returning Spring, though constantly having minor issues, was generally fine, which made Gu Bai breathe a sigh of relief. Gu Bai did not rest, but sat cross-legged and began his daily cultivation. Time passed, and the sun slowly rose from the horizon, a warm ray of sunlight shining through the curtains onto Gu Bai's face. Gu Bai's eyelids twitched, then he stood up. After the cultivation just now, his magic power had increased by an imperceptible sliver. After reaching the foundation establishment realm, his cultivation speed had completely slowed down, but Gu Bai did not feel the slightest bit disheartened. Even if the speed was slow, it was still increasing. He physician. It's he physician. He physician is back. Just then, a young boy accidentally saw Gu Bai and immediately shouted excitedly. Really? Where? The Hall of Returning Spring instantly became bustling. Countless disciples surrounded Gu Bai, some greeting him, but more asking him questions that had accumulated for a long time. Most of the questions these disciples asked were basic ones, although other physicians also taught, they did not explain as thoroughly or as patiently as Gu Bai. Only Gu Bai would very seriously and meticulously break down each step and explain it to them. Usually, it took Gu Bai almost half an hour to explain one knowledge point, a time that would be enough for other physicians to explain 5 knowledge points. But many disciples still liked to come to Gu Bai for lessons, including those geniuses who could understand after hearing it once. Because Gu Bai would clearly explain the essence of the problem, and even draw inferences, touching upon other related issues. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Gu Bai was very gentle, and many disciples could confidently and boldly ask their questions. Gu Bai would not get angry because of this, even for questions that other physicians found simple and ridiculous, Gu Bai would answer them seriously. Gu Bai could be said to be the most beloved teacher among all the disciples in the Hall of Returning Spring. Looking at the disciples surrounding him, chattering non-stop, Gu Bai smiled helplessly and began to answer the questions they were asking. He was not annoyed by this situation, on the contrary, he enjoyed the process of teaching students. If it were other physicians, they might think this was a waste of time, because most of these students were not highly talented, and many of them, even if they spent their entire lives, would not be able to become physicians. But Gu Bai did not think so. These people were the cornerstone of the Hall of Returning Spring, and about 90% of the basic work of the Hall of Returning Spring was completed by these types of people. The reason why the Hall of Returning Spring's prices are so low now, allowing most ordinary cultivators to afford medical treatment, is precisely because of the existence of these people. Many of them might only know some of the most basic medical Dao secret arts and can only treat simple injuries, most of them are not even physicians. But that was enough, most of the injured people received by the Hall of Returning Spring were only lightly wounded. Gu Bai answered all the disciples' questions in great detail, and it wasn't until the afternoon that the people around him slowly dispersed. Whew! Gu Bai let out a long breath, found a random bench, and slumped onto it. Fortunately, he was immortal and could keep his body in optimal condition. If it were any other normal cultivator, even a foundation establishment cultivator, they would probably have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Gu Bai slowly took a few deep breaths, and after calming himself, he headed to the Danding division. He needed to have a good discussion with Alchemist Lu about how to refine that large sum of spirit medicine into medicinal pills in a short amount of time. The first business deal naturally had to be taken seriously, as it was a crucial factor in whether future cooperation would be possible. Gu Bai went to the Danding division quietly, using the back entrance, and after contacting Alchemist Lu, he found a secluded room to chat. He certainly didn't want to experience that kind of scene again. Although he was very patient and enjoyed teaching students, he couldn't endure repeated bombardments. The disciples of the Danding division were far more numerous and even more enthusiastic than those at the Hall of Returning Spring. After all, the Danding division was not like the Hall of Returning Spring, which Gu Bai managed, where the atmosphere was excellent, most physicians helped each other, learned from each other, and progressed together, and teachers would not hide knowledge, presenting a scene of complete prosperity. The Danding division was different. Most alchemists would only take 1 or 2 disciples, and the remaining majority of disciples relied entirely on self-study. However, Gu Bai's appearance broke this stalemate. Every time Gu Bai came to the Danding division, he would personally give a public lecture. The content was not profound, mostly basic things, but Gu Bai's lectures were always packed. And Gu Bai had not given a lecture at the Danding division for almost a month. Now, if he dared to appear in the Danding division, he would definitely be surrounded by those enthusiastic disciples, and he wouldn't be able to leave without lecturing for 3 days and 3 nights. Gu Bai, you're finally back. Alchemist Lu pushed open the door with a laugh, and skillfully took out a few tea leaves from a nearby cabinet to brew tea. This room was where he and Gu Bai usually chatted about the Dao. Over time, Gu Bai had put some tea leaves and spirit wine in this room, making it convenient for them to talk and drink. Alchemist Lu brewed a cup of tea for himself and Gu Bai, picked up his cup, took a small sip, and then asked. Why didn't I see Lu Ruyan? Did she get delayed on the way? He wasn't too worried about Lu Ruyan's safety. After all, Gu Bai was there to protect her, so she would basically not encounter any danger. He was just a bit curious as to where Lu Ruyan had gone. Was she deliberately avoiding him and going on a date with Oriental Starfall outside? They are both running errands for me outside right now. As for safety, you don't need to worry, I've already had Gu Bai secretly follow them. When there are no acquaintances nearby, and it's just the 2 of them, as long as they experience a few hardships, they will quickly grow. Gu Bai smiled, raised his teacup, and took a sip of tea. If it's just the 2 of them, experiencing all sorts of hardships along the way, their feelings will definitely warm up rapidly. Will that brat Oriental Starfall make a move on my daughter? When he said this, Alchemist Lu narrowed his eyes. Though he was smiling, his tone was extremely cold, like the biting wind of winter. Sitting in front of Alchemist Lu and feeling the monstrous killing intent emanating from Alchemist Lu, Gu Bai felt a little sweaty. He suddenly felt a bit worried about that brat Oriental Starfall. What if he couldn't hold back before reaching Foundation establishment and made a move on Lu Ruyan? Looking at Alchemist Liu's demeanor, Oriental Starfall would probably be in for a terrible time. Ha ha ha, when they come back, I'll ask Gu Bai, and I'll tell you any news as soon as I get it. But you can rest assured, Xing Luo is a child I personally taught, his character is steady, and he definitely won't go back on his word. Gu Bai let out a dry laugh, saying this, but without any confidence. After all, young people are always a bit impulsive, and although Lu Ruyan is a bit silly, her appearance is beyond reproach, she's one of the top beauties. Then I'll trouble Dao friend Gu. Please ask Gu Bai when he returns. Forget it, I'll go ask him myself, Alchemist Lu said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha, let's talk about serious matters first. I had a fruitful trip this time, reaching cooperation with Baikou Valley, Xianlong Immortal City, and Tianyun Chamber of Commerce one after another. Gu Bai chuckled a few times, quickly changed the subject, and told Alchemist Lu about his general experiences on this trip. It's estimated that the sect master will soon hand over that batch of spirit medicine to you. By then, the Danding division will be very busy, and it won't be easy to chat leisurely like this, Gu Bai said jokingly. Ha 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 ha, my Danding division is finally going to rise. After hearing Gu Bai's words, even with Alchemist Liu's steady personality, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The two began to discuss the subsequent development of the Danding division and how to refine so many medicinal pills in a short period, launching a series of discussions. This was indeed a bit difficult. After all, the sect had just assigned a large number of tasks, asking the Danding division to perform alchemy, and now they had to refine so many more medicinal pills. The two discussed for a long time but couldn't find a good solution. The Danding division only had so many alchemists. Even with some physicians from the Hall of Returning Spring who could refine simple medicinal pills, and Gu Bai himself, they couldn't refine this massive amount of medicinal pills in a short time. After much discussion, the two finally unanimously decided to let some talented alchemy apprentices in the Danding division try to refine some simple medicinal pills, which is commonly known as learning while practicing alchemy. This was something unimaginable in the past. After all, alchemy apprentices are just apprentices, and even for the most basic medicinal pills, the probability of failure is very high. But now, time is urgent, and they can't worry about so much. If apprentices practice more often, they will naturally become alchemists. It will just consume a certain amount of spirit medicine. Alchemist Lu also decided to emulate Gu Bai, learning from Gu Bai's management model for the Hall of Returning Spring by establishing a classroom system and inviting several alchemists to give specialized lectures. This way, a large number of low-level disciples would quickly grow and help share some of the pressure. It can be said that Alchemist Lu also made a great decision to do this. Don't think that Gu Bai didn't have much trouble when he reformed back then. That was because Gu Bai himself had very high popularity in the Hall of Returning Spring, plus he had the support of Elder He Physician and Elder Su Physician. Even so, Gu Bai's reform still encountered strong resistance. If it weren't for his connections with the Law Enforcement Hall, Gu Bai would have had to put in a lot of effort to complete the reform. While Alchemist Lu had high prestige in the Danding division, he had not reached the level where Gu Bai's word was law. Besides Alchemist Lu, there were many other second-rank alchemists in the Danding division, and even 2 peak second-rank alchemists just like Alchemist Lu. It was just that Alchemist Lu had stronger overall abilities and a more amiable personality, which allowed him to fortunately become the Hall Master of the Danding Division. Over the years, even with Gu Bai's help, Alchemist Liu's prestige had grown somewhat, but it was still not enough. Alchemist Lu wanting to carry out large-scale reforms like Gu Bai was quite risky. Isn't there still Gu Bai? If you stand on my side, I'll have the confidence to complete the reform. Alchemist Lu looked at Gu Bai and said with a smile. Me? Are you sure it's me? I'm not from the Danding Division. If I suddenly interfere, will it affect you? Gu Bai pointed to himself, saying with some doubt. Gu Bai, don't be modest. Everything you've done for the Danding Division over the years has accumulated a considerable amount of prestige for you. Especially among the younger generation, most alchemy apprentices and first-rank alchemists admire you greatly. Among them, your prestige is even far above mine. If anyone dares to say you're not from the Danding Division, I don't even need to say anything. Most alchemists in the Danding Division won't agree. As far as I know, the vast majority of alchemists in the Danding Division have genuinely recognized you, considering you a member of the Danding Division, and many have even started calling you Alchemist Gu. Now, if I were to retire, as long as you say you want to be the Hall Master, more than half of the alchemists in the Danding Division would support you. How about it, Gu Bai, do you want to give it a try? I'm not young anymore, and it's time for me to prepare for retirement, but I still haven't found a suitable successor. None of those little rascals in your Danding Division are to my liking. Only you, Gu Bai, are the most suitable candidate. Alchemist Lu took a sip of tea and said with a smile, but his tone carried a hint of seriousness rather than jest. Ha ha ha, Alchemist Lu is joking. As the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, how could I compete for the position of Hall Master of the Danding Division? However, thinking about it carefully, I do indeed have unusual popularity in the Danding Division. Given our relationship, Alchemist Lu, if you need help, just tell me. There's no need to be so polite. Gu Bai chuckled a few times, dismissing it as Alchemist Lu joking. After all, for him, the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, to become the Hall Master of the Danding Division, seemed absurd no matter how he thought about it. He was already very busy just managing the Hall of Returning Spring. Well, not that busy, he only needed to spend less than an hour each day dealing with some documents. If that's the case, he actually had time to manage the Danding Division. Thinking of this, Gu Bai suddenly shook his head. No, he didn't want to spend extra time managing the Danding Division every day. Afterward, the two discussed how to cultivate spirit medicine fields in the back mountain and plant spirit medicine. Although Gu Bai had experience in this area, he was ultimately just one person and still had many things he hadn't thought of. And coincidentally, Alchemist Lu was quite skilled in planting spirit medicine. As the saying goes, a qualified alchemist must have their own medicinal garden. After all, when it comes to spirit medicine they cultivate themselves, how effective it is, what its properties are, and how it should be refined no one knows better than the alchemists themselves. When many alchemists refine high-difficulty medicinal pills, besides the few main high-grade spirit medicine, most of the other low-grade auxiliary medicine are grown by themselves. This can slightly increase the success rate, and the quality of the refined medicinal pills will also be better. If there was a spirit medicine with 50 years of medicinal age, but it was a wild spirit medicine growing in the wild, and another spirit medicine with 30 years of medicinal age, but this one was cultivated by oneself. If these two spirit medicine were placed in front of Gu Bai, and Gu Bai could only choose one, Gu Bai would unhesitatingly choose the latter. Planting spirit medicine is both difficult and simple, the difficulty lies in the extremely high environmental requirements of spirit medicine. Other aspects aside, the most important thing is an abundance of spiritual qi. In places with little spiritual qi, it might take 5 years for spirit medicine to increase its medicinal power by 1 year, but in places with ample spiritual qi, it might only take 1 year for spirit medicine to increase its medicinal power by 5 years. Especially for second-grade spirit medicine, it consumes a large amount of spiritual qi every day. Places with slightly less spiritual qi simply cannot sustain second-grade spirit medicine. Of course, if the hurdle of spiritual qi is overcome, planting spirit medicine becomes much less difficult. A normal cultivator can learn the rain cloud art in a few days and basically know how to plant spirit medicine. However, this only ensures that the spirit medicine can survive. To plant spirit medicine well, there are many intricacies involved. First, one must observe the condition of the spirit medicine, determine what fertilizer to apply, and what concentration of spiritual qi constitutes the optimal growth environment. Occasionally, based on one's experience, it is also necessary to prune the branches and leaves of the spirit medicine, which can make it grow better. Some cultivators who have been planting spirit medicine for many years will specially formulate a fertilizer best suited for the spirit medicine's growth, according to the desired state and age. In addition, planting spirit medicine also requires guarding against various viruses and spirit insects. Some viruses can infect spirit medicine. If not discovered in time, all spirit medicine might be infected, leading to heavy losses. In the cultivation world, there are spirit insects that specialize in stealing and eating spirit medicine. Most of these spirit insects have a unique skill. Some are completely transparent and can block their aura, making them undetectable by cultivators, while others hide deep underground and only come out at night to steal food. If there are few spirit medicine planted, these issues are easy to resolve and can be discovered in time. Once the number of spirit medicine increases, these situations become difficult to handle. If there are few spirit medicine, one basically won't encounter spirit insects, as spirit insects are not very common in the cultivation world. Only when the number of spirit medicine reaches a certain level will spirit insects sense them and be attracted. Besides these, there are various other problems, each of which is difficult to solve. This is why sects rarely plant spirit medicine on a large scale. First, the input cost is high, and it might take over 100 years to break even. Second, the risk is high. Spirit medicine you've painstakingly planted for decades might be wiped out by a virus. These challenges can only be solved by cultivators who have studied spirit medicine planting techniques for many years and possess rich planting experience. Even old golden core sects generally do not have such talents. And precisely, Gu Bai belongs to this category of people. Ever since he joined the sect, he began planting spirit medicine. In his free time, he enjoyed studying spirit medicine planting techniques and researching the growth of spirit medicine. After joining the Hall of Returning Spring, he further consulted many old physicians, learning their lifelong experiences related to planting spirit medicine. It can be said that in the aspect of planting spirit medicine, Gu Bai is already an expert. Later, during the half-month he discussed the Dao with physician Ye in Baiko Valley, he underwent a complete transformation. Although he hasn't started trying yet, Gu Bai is fully confident that he can take care of a large quantity of spirit medicine. It's getting late. I'll head back first, Gu Bai. You should also rest early, this kind of thing can't be rushed. The two chatted until midnight, with the moon hanging high in the sky, before concluding their conversation. Walking back, Gu Bai held the map of the sect's back mountain, looking at it as he walked. He kept thinking about how to cultivate spirit fields, and whether to create some special environments, such as making a few lakes to plant some water attribute spirit medicine. Or creating some higher temperature areas to plant some fire attribute spirit medicine. This mountain is very good, its center can be hollowed out, and some red earth blocks can be added to the bottom to plant earth attribute domain. Gu Bai stared at the map, his mind racing, but soon he frowned. He felt very tired now, his brain seemed rusty, and his thinking speed was very slow, completely lacking its previous fluidity. Gu Bai shook his head, feeling a bit dizzy. He knew this was due to prolonged lack of rest, leading to mental fatigue. Gu Bai simply put away the map and stopped thinking about it. As alchemist Lu said, planting spirit medicine cannot be rushed, time is measured in years. Ever since he returned to the sect, he hadn't rested much, constantly busy with various matters. Although he is immortal and his physical body can always remain at its peak state, never getting tired no matter what. His spirit, however, would get tired. He hadn't rested for a long time, leading to extreme mental fatigue. It was time for him to rest and recover his tired spirit. Gu Bai completely cleared his mind and leisurely returned to his immortal cave. At this moment, inside the immortal cave, Qing Ning was sprawled on the table. From her even breathing, it was clear she was asleep. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai smiled helplessly. Qing Ning had likely waited for him all day, only falling asleep due to fatigue not long ago. What a little fool, Gu Bai said softly. He did not wake Qing Ning, but gently picked her up and carefully placed her on the bed. Qing Ning hummed softly, mumbled a few words, and then fell back into deep sleep. Even a normal cultivator, no matter how deep their sleep, would instantly wake up if another person appeared beside them. But Gu Bai was someone Qing Ning was familiar with, and the aura he emitted was too gentle and harmless, not creating any hostility towards Qing Ning. Only then could he carry her to bed without disturbing her. Gu Bai also lay on the bed, his breathing gradually steadying, and slowly drifted into dreamland. So refreshing. In the early morning, Gu Bai sat up from the bed and stretched comfortably. He now felt refreshed, his mind clear, and his thoughts much more agile. It seems he needs to rest more in the future. Only with proper rest can the brain remain in peak condition, Gu Bai mused slightly. After looking around, he didn't find Qing Ning's figure, but he did find a simple plate of fried eggs and a note on the table, which read: I'm going to cultivate. The fried eggs on the table are made by me personally. I hope you like them. Gu Bai smiled happily, picked up a piece of fried egg, and chewed it gently in his mouth. To be honest, the taste wasn't that great, it was a little overcooked, but Gu Bai felt it was incredibly delicious. Every bite he took was happy, as if it were the best thing in the world. After finishing all the fried eggs, Gu Bai nodded with satisfaction. This was the life he envisioned. Gu Bai did not linger. After eating his fill, he took the sect master token and began to summon formation masters, preparing to set up a spirit gathering formation in the back mountain. Setting up a formation is quite difficult, it requires observing the environment's feng shui and the circulation of spiritual qi to set up a complete formation, involving knowledge from many different aspects. Not to mention setting up a second-tier formation that needs to be used for at least hundreds or thousands of years. It's not something you can set up just because you want to, even slightly weaker golden core forces don't have that capability. Fortunately, Lingyun sect is considered an old golden core sect, although it doesn't have any particularly outstanding features, it also has no weaknesses. Whether it's alchemy, artifact refining, or setting up formations, Lingyun sect is involved in all of them and has achieved some success. There are 3 second-tier formation masters within the sect, and their combined efforts are enough to set up a second-tier spirit gathering formation. Because of the token given by the sect master, Gu Bai easily found the 3 second-tier formation masters and called them over. This is my concept, see if it can be realized. Gu Bai handed his design drawing to an old man. This old man was the oldest and most experienced second-tier formation master in Lingyun sect, named Fang Chongyang. Fang Chongyang, with his immortal demeanor and deist bones, had taught many disciples. The other 2 second-tier formation masters were Fang Kongyang's apprentices. He was a highly respected cultivator. Fang Chongyang lowered his head and carefully examined it. A moment later, Fang Chongyang nodded. Your concept is very ingenious, it perfectly utilizes all the environment of the back mountain. Even an old man like me is amazed. However, if it is set up according to your idea, the budget might increase by 40%. I wonder if the sect master will have any objections. Wang Chongyang frowned, looked at Gu Bai, and asked in a low voice. It's fine, just go ahead and set it up. Don't worry about the budget, I will cover the extra part. Gu Bai smiled, not minding it. Su Wuji had given a very generous budget, more than enough for just one second-tier spirit gathering formation, with plenty left over. However, an ordinary second-tier spirit gathering formation would not achieve the effect Gu Bai wanted, which is why the budget increased by 40%. Actually, if he had told Su Wuji would have also provided this budget. But he didn't intend to let the sect master pay for this extra budget, he planned to pay out of his own pocket. Su Wuji had already done enough, and Gu Bai didn't want Su Wuji to bear any more burdens, especially since he could solve it himself. For the extra 40%, he could collaborate with Alchemist Lu and use the resources of the Danding division in the Hall of Returning Spring to easily fill this gap. After all, if this massive spirit field was truly built, the Danding division in the Hall of Returning Spring would be the biggest beneficiaries. Since the budget is not an issue, then I am relieved. You just need to prepare the materials, and leave the rest to me. I guarantee you a satisfactory answer. Fang Chongyang nodded with satisfaction. He liked straightforward people like this, who paid when they said they would, without any procrastination. Like some people, they give a very small budget but have very high demands, and when asked for more budget, they procrastinate and refuse to give it. In the end, when the finished product comes out, they are not satisfied, saying it didn't meet their expectations. Regarding this, Fang Chongyang could only say that he would do as much as the money allowed. He couldn't conjure materials out of thin air, with that meager budget, even if he tried his best, he could only achieve that level of effect. I don't understand anything about setting up formations, so I won't bother you. Just follow your own ideas, as long as the effect is similar, it's fine, Gu Bai said, not being arrogant enough to think he could direct professionals, and very tactfully left. Don't worry, I will definitely make you satisfied. Fang Chongyang was even more pleased, patting his chest in assurance. Time thus quietly flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The spirit gathering formation in the back mountain was finally set up. How is it? Are you satisfied with the formation I set up? This formation might be my peak work, all my life's learning has been used in it. Fang Chongyang stood beside Gu Bai, scanning the surroundings with satisfaction. It is indeed good. Gu Bai strolled in the back mountain, feeling the rich spiritual qi around him, and nodded with satisfaction. The formation's effect was very good, even better than he had expected, though the budget was also considerably higher. Regarding this, Gu Bai was also very generous, with a wave of his hand, he poured in 20 years of the Hall of Returning Springs funds and 10 years of the Danding Division's funds. With so much budget invested, the effect was naturally excellent. The entire back mountain was enveloped by a huge spirit gathering formation, and within the formation, there were many smaller sub-formations. The areas covered by these sub-formations had higher spiritual qi and were specifically for planting second-tier spirit medicine. Furthermore, many environmental formations were added, such as a frost formation, which could create a glacier-like environment within a certain range. These formations were specifically for planting special spirit medicine, truly an upgraded version of Gu Bai's idea. Gu Bai glanced at the fertile land around him and nodded to himself. The sect had a considerable amount of spirit medicine stored, all preserved using secret methods, still retaining their vitality. Now, Gu Bai intended to plant all these preserved spirit medicine. This would not only save the sect a preservation fee but also allow the planted spirit medicine to increase in age. It seems it's time to gather disciples to help plant spirit medicine, Gu Bai murmured. This would be a very tedious process, carefully replanting each spirit medicine into the spirit field. It would be impossible for Gu Bai alone to plant all the spirit medicine, so he needed the help of others. Fortunately, the Hall of Returning Spring had many physicians skilled in medical Dao cultivation, and the Danding division also had many alchemists skilled in medical Dao cultivation. Gu Bai planned to have these people lead, bringing some apprentices to learn the techniques of planting spirit medicine and help with the planting. Anyway, these apprentices were idle, so they might as well contribute. Under Gu Bai's leadership, several older elders from the Hall of Returning Spring, along with dozens of young people, came in a mighty procession. Alchemist Lu also arrived simultaneously with several elders and dozens of young people. Gu Bai first demonstrated to them how to plant spirit medicine. Before planting spirit medicine, we must first moisten it with spirit water to restore some vitality. As Gu Bai spoke, he carefully watered a spirit medicine with spirit water. Spirit water is water rich in trace spiritual qi. It wasn't too precious, the spirit gathering formation set up by Fang Chongyang could automatically generate spirit water. Gu Bai continued to plant spirit medicine while explaining the relevant techniques. He spoke slowly and in great detail. Whether it was the preparatory work before planting or the various things to pay attention to during planting, Gu Bai explained everything in great detail. Even for planting just one ordinary spirit medicine, Gu Bai took a long time. The people gathered around Gu Bai listened very carefully, occasionally taking out notebooks to jot down Gu Bai's words. Alright, now you can try it yourselves. Remember not to rush, take it slowly, Gu Bai said with a gentle smile. With Gu Bai's command, the older teachers led the young disciples and began to plant spirit medicine. Gu Bai did not leave, but continued to run around in various corners, constantly guiding these disciples. The planting process lasted for half a month, and under the guidance of Gu Bai and several experienced planters, the planting was completed without any major mishaps. All first-tier spirit medicines were successfully planted in the spirit fields, and almost all of them survived, which was a very successful ratio. Now, they only needed simple care, watering them every few days. Now it's our turn to make an appearance. Gu Bai scanned the situation in the back mountain. At this time, large areas of land in the back mountain had turned into a lush green, filled with various spirit medicines. There were also several lakes in the middle of the area, and various water attribute spirit medicines were planted in the lakes. At the center were several special locations, all enveloped by a light blue light screen, with different scenes inside the light screen. There was a glacial world covered in snowflakes, where various ice attribute spirit medicines were planted. There was a man-made small volcano, with various fire attribute spirit medicines planted inside. There was a dark cave, pitch black inside, but shimmering with a faint blue light, which were spirit medicines that preferred darkness. There were several other such locations. It could be said that any environment imaginable in the cultivation world had been simulated in the back mountain of the sect using formations. The unique scent of spirit medicines had already begun to waft through the air, and it was believed that it wouldn't be long before this place would become a holy land for spirit medicines. Gu Bai's lips curved into a smile as he constantly surveyed his surroundings, liking what he saw more and more. This is truly a geomantic treasure land, with so many spirit medicines. Alchemist Lu stood beside Gu Bai, his eyes gleaming as he continuously scanned the surrounding spirit medicines, as if a pervert had seen in peerless beauty. For an alchemist, this place was probably no different from heaven. Have you thought about a name for this place? We can't always just call it the sect's back mountain. Alchemist Lu said, still looking at the surrounding spirit medicines without turning his head. Let's call it Chongqing Valley, Gu Bai pondered for a moment, then slowly said. The two of them stood there quietly for a long time, with undisguised fondness in their eyes. All right, stop standing around. It's our turn to get to work. The first-tier spirit medicines have been planted, but there are still thousands of second-tier spirit medicines that haven't been planted yet, and these are the most important. Gu Bai said, handing Alchemist Lu a storage pouch. This contains hundreds of second-tier spirit medicines. Our task is to plant these second-tier spirit medicines at various spiritual chi nodes. These nodes are the turning points of spiritual chi within the formation, possessing very rich spiritual chi, enough to sustain second-tier spirit medicines. In addition to Alchemist Lu, Gu Bai also brought in many helpers, including his master He physician, the retired healer Kui, and several very elderly physicians. Alchemist Lu also did the same, bringing in several alchemists who were skilled in planting spirit medicines. These second-tier spirit medicines were of utmost importance, and their planting difficulty was very high, requiring experienced spirit planters to plant them. For everyone damaged, Gu Bai would feel heartache for a long time. Gu Bai only felt at ease with experienced cultivators. Gu Bai himself was not idle, carefully picking up a second-tier spirit medicine. Another half a month passed before Gu Bai and his group finished planting all the second-tier spirit medicines. Gu Bai breathed a long sigh of relief. At this point, he was halfway to success, the rest only required daily maintenance. This did not require his direct involvement and could be handed over to the disciples of the Danding division in the Hall of Returning Spring. Standing at the highest point, looking down at everything in Chongqing Valley, Gu Bai smiled contentedly. Chongqing Valley was very large, far exceeding the total area of Lingyun sect's previous spirit fields. Even after planting so many spirit medicines, there was still a small portion of the spirit fields left. With this vast spirit field, Lingyun sect could continuously be supplied with spirit medicines. The following days settled into a peaceful routine. Gu Bai managed the Hall of Returning Spring daily, and under his leadership, the Hall of Returning Spring had far surpassed its previous state. Currently, the Hall of Returning Spring had as many as 52 recognized physicians, many of whom had reached the peak of the first tier, only one step away from the second tier. Many rising stars had also emerged. These individuals were all very excellent, young, and full of infinite possibilities. Gu Bai was also often pulled by Alchemist Lu to help at the Danding division. A year ago, with Gu Bai's help, Alchemist Lu completed the reform of the Danding division. Of course, this process was not very smooth. In the end, Gu Bai even called in Suwuji to completely finalize the reform. The Danding division was also reborn, moving towards a better direction. Gu Bai also served as a teacher in the Danding division, often teaching the Danding division's disciples alchemy when he had free time. Under the leadership of Gu Bai and Alchemist Lu, a group of alchemists spent a full 3 years to finally refine enough medicinal pills to fulfill the orders from Baiko Valley, Xianlong Immortal City, and Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps because most of them were new, the medicinal pill attrition rate was higher than expected. The task, originally anticipated to require only 60% of the spirit medicine to complete, actually consumed a full 70% of the spirit medicine. Of course, this was not without benefits. Due to the refining of a large number of medicinal pills, many alchemy apprentices in the Danding division grew rapidly, leading to the addition of many new alchemists to the Danding division. And normal alchemists, due to refining a large number of medicinal pills, all improved their alchemy techniques by a small tier, and even several second-tier alchemists emerged. If they were to do it again, they would only need to consume 50% of the spirit medicine to complete this order. For the first transaction, Gu Bai attached great importance to it, personally overseeing and strictly controlling the quality of the medicinal pills. Any defective medicinal pills were rejected. Only medicinal pills that passed the quality check and had no flaws could pass Gu Bai's inspection. Gu Bai's screening eliminated about another tenth of the medicinal pills. Gu Bai did not waste these defective medicinal pills, he sold them cheaply to the cultivators within the sect. Of course, the price was also greatly reduced, only half of the usual price, but the efficacy was not reduced much. Many medicinal pills had similar efficacy, just some cosmetic flaws. This was well received by the sect's cultivators, which further boosted Gu Bai's prestige. The three major forces also felt Gu Bai's sincerity and personally sent a large amount of spirit medicine, asking Lingyun sect to help refine them. Although the quantity was much smaller than the first time, it was stable, and they could expect to receive the same quantity of spirit medicine almost every year from then on. On this day, Gu Bai sat at his desk in the hall of returning spring office, picked up a document, and began to read it. A moment later, Gu Bai's brows furrowed. A moment later, Gu Bai put down the document and sighed softly. This month, the prices of medicinal pills and magical artifacts had risen slightly. In addition, the prices of talismans, spirit medicines, and similar items had also risen slightly. During this period, the prices of medicinal pills and magical artifacts have been continuously rising. The increase has been very stable, with a small surge almost every month. Ever since he achieved Foundation Establishment breakthrough, the prices of these items began to rise, and now they are already 30% more expensive than their original prices. This is very abnormal, because medicinal pills and magical artifacts are fundamental items in the cultivation world, almost all cultivators can use them, so their prices should not fluctuate much. But now they are a full 30% more expensive than a few years ago, which is basically impossible in normal times. Some forces have already started selling their supplies. However, these are only a small number of relatively foolish forces, only caring about immediate profits. Many smart people have also realized that something is wrong. Not only did they not sell their supplies, but they also started acquiring them. The reason why the prices of these supplies have been continuously rising is that Lingyun sect, as well as the other three major golden core sects and large forces, have been intentionally or unintentionally collecting basic supplies in preparation for war. Now, most people have realized that Qingzhou is likely to undergo a drastic change, and anyone still in Qingzhou is very likely to be affected. Some more timid cultivators have even started hiding in the 10,000 barren mountains, hoping to escape this crisis. But that is only for loose cultivators. For forces and sects, their family foundation is here, so it is impossible for them to leave. They can only do their best to weather this crisis. Su Wuji has also been actively forming alliances with various forces during this time, so that he will not be alone when the actual fighting begins. Gu Bai shook his head and walked to the window, looking outside. The disciples of the Hall of Returning Spring were walking around freely, chatting and laughing, in a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. He was somewhat worried. War, oh, that is very cruel. If it really breaks out, the war will not stop until most of the low-level disciples are dead or injured. The atmosphere within the sect was also becoming increasingly tense, and many disciples had already noticed the abnormality. Although the sect had sealed off the news of the impending war, only high-level figures like Gu Bai could know. However, some disciples still detected the impending war through subtle clues. After all, the prices outside were getting higher and higher, and the expressions of the high-level officials were getting gloomier day by day. Slightly smarter disciples realized that something was wrong. It was very likely that something big was about to happen in the sect, and they had no way to deal with it, so they could only cultivate harder. Just then, the talisman that Gu Bai carried with him suddenly vibrated, indicating that someone had sent him a message. Gu Bai did not hesitate and immediately extended his divine sense into it to examine the general content of the message. Only people with close relationships could send messages to the talisman he carried, and it was generally only used in urgent situations. A moment later, Gu Bai revealed a faint smile. The senders of the message were Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan. The general content was that after many years of effort, they had finally negotiated with many forces and reached cooperation with them, and they were now on their way back. Looking at the content on the talisman, Gu Bai's lips curled slightly. His two disciples had also grown. The content on the talisman recorded the general experiences of the two over the past few years. Their journey this time was not rushed, instead, they were as leisurely as Gu Bai, saying they were traveling but actually sightseeing. Whenever they arrived at a force, they would stay for a period, exchanging medical skills and learning from each other, studying what that force excelled at. That is why it took several years, and of course, both of them gained a lot, learning much practical knowledge and skills. Gu Bai revealed a meaningful smile. He immediately understood that the two were using the excuse of going out to date. However, it was fortunate that the two did not forget their mission. Although it took some time, they completed it exceptionally well, negotiating with a surprisingly large number of forces, far exceeding Gu Bai's expectations. Over the past few years, the two of them did not have a smooth journey, they encountered many dangers and numerous hardships. They even faced pursuit from a Foundation Establishment cultivator robbers, narrowly escaping death several times. If it were not for knowing that Gu Bai was following them, Gu Bai would have truly been worried for them. According to the occasional messages from Gu Bai, the two were still naive at first, being tricked several times by old schemers and opportunists, and also being swindled out of a large sum of money by con artists. During this period, they also encountered multiple robberies by cultivator robbers and various unexpected incidents. If Gu Bai had not given them multiple life-saving talismans, allowing them to escape death many times, Gu Bai might have truly had to intervene. However, after experiencing so much, their heart nature also matured greatly, becoming steady and composed. Upon learning that the two were about to return, Gu Bai and alchemist Lu waited at the sect entrance early. Of course, Gu Bai did not just stand there foolishly, instead, he set up a tea table, prepared pastries he made himself, and chatted with alchemist Lu while waiting for the two. Alas, my cheap daughter, following that scoundrel Xing Luo, has been fooling around outside for so long and still hasn't returned. Does she still have me, her father, in her heart? Alchemist Liu's expression was sorrowful. He did not mind the hot tea and drank it all in one gulp. Ha ha ha, they are not fooling around. They are traveling around, broadening their horizons, and learning all sorts of useful knowledge. Gu Bai let out a dry laugh and quickly smoothed things over for Xing Luo. After all, he was his own disciple, and as his master, he had to praise him, at least so as not to put Oriental Starfall in a bad light. As the two were chatting, suddenly a flash of lightning appeared, and Gu Bai was sitting beside them. Without a word, he picked up a pastry and put it in his mouth. After eating several pastries, Gu Bai coughed repeatedly, then quickly poured a large cup of tea and drank it all down. Phew, it's been a long time since I've eaten Big Brother's pastries. The taste is indeed the same as before, no, even a little better than before, the taste is more delicate and mellow, Gu Bai said heartily. Even after not seeing each other for several years, Gu Bai felt no strangeness at all, still the same as always. If you like to eat, eat more. I have plenty here. Here are also the dried meat you prefer to eat, and the wine you love to drink. He also felt no strangeness upon seeing Gu Bai, only an immense closeness, and smiling, he took out many more delicious things from his storage pouch and placed them in front of Gu Bai. Delicious. I haven't been able to eat anything Big Brother made these past few years outside. I've been craving it so much, and now I finally get to eat it, Gu Bai said excitedly, eating large mouthfuls of dried meat and taking a big gulp of wine. Gu Bai, you're back? Didn't Ruin come back with you? Alchemist Lu looked at Gu Bai and asked somewhat strangely. As the head of the Danding division, he naturally knew Gu Bai, a prodigy of the sect, and had helped Gu Bai refine medicinal pills multiple times. Even when Gu Bai first entered the sect, the marrow cleansing pill he gave to Gu Bai was refined with his help, and his relationship with Gu Bai was quite good. Afterward, because of Gu Bai, his relationship with Gu Bai became even better. You're talking about those two? Gu Bai paused for a moment, took a sip of wine, and then continued. They have already reached the territory of Lingyun sect, but they didn't return immediately. Instead, they are enjoying themselves in a city not far from Lingyun sect. It will probably be some time before they return. Since they're already in Lingyun sect's territory, I called a few brothers from the Hall of Returning Spring to help watch over them, and I came back first. You've really worked hard these past few years, he said to Gu Bai, a hint of heartache in his voice. Gu Bai hadn't had an easy time these past few years, having to hide in the shadows to protect the two, which was a very tiring job. But because it was Gu Bai's request, Gu Bai agreed without the slightest hesitation. It's no hardship at all. Thanks to Big Brother, I've been using the lightning invisibility art with high intensity these past few years, and now I've cultivated it to the perfection realm. Even a golden core true person would find it difficult to discover my whereabouts if they didn't search carefully. Big Brother, if you need help with anything next time, remember to call me. Don't feel embarrassed, Gu Bai said earnestly, waving his hand. Ha ha ha, I didn't dote on you for nothing. Remember to come to my immortal cave today. I'll make a big meal to properly reward you. In the future, if there's anything you want to eat, just tell me, and I'll make it and deliver it directly to you. Gu Bai also showed a happy smile, this was the kind of affection only true brothers shared. If one side had a problem, the other would help without fail, and any good things would be thought of for the other first. They were fortunate to have such a relative who thought of them in this cruel and merciless cultivation world. Unlike the happy mood of Gu Bai and Gu Bai at this moment, Alchemist Liu's heart was already filled with rage and a hint of disappointment. Damn it! That scoundrel Xing Luo, this is clearly a date. My daughter. Alchemist Liu was clearly furious to the extreme, his face flushed red, and he clenched his fist, crushing the teacup in his hand with a crack. The scalding tea flowed down his palm, but he didn't care in the slightest. Ah, Gu Bai, I want to ask. It's about Ruin and Xing Luo. As they've traveled around these past few years, their feelings must have become very good, right? Have they done anything that Dao companions should do? Alchemist Liu smiled as he looked at Gu Bai, but his smile held no warmth, only endless coldness. Gu Bai hesitated slightly and subconsciously looked at Gu Bai. At this moment, Gu Bai was frantically winking at Gu Bai. His usually calm and unperturbed face was now wildly expressive, extremely entertaining. Gu Bai and he had grown up together since childhood, so they naturally had a tacit understanding that others lacked. In an instant, Gu Bai understood the expression on Gu Bai's face. Gu Bai's meaning was for him to quickly praise Xing Luo and say more good things about him. Of course not. That kid Oriental Starfall, I don't know if he has a problem in that regard. Although their relationship has grown stronger over the past few years, they haven't done that kind of thing. Gu Bai's expression hardened, and he immediately began to recount what Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan had done over the past few years. However, the content was clearly embellished and slightly different from what Gu Bai knew. In Gu Bai's words, Xing Luo seemed like a perfect gentleman, taking care of Lu Ruyan everywhere and repeatedly exposing the enemy's schemes. Gu Bai's mouth twitched, wanting to laugh, but he managed to hold it back with his strong heart nature. He knew that among the two, Xing Luo was the one who had been tricked the most. Although Oriental Starfall appeared mature on the surface, he was actually just a cultivation novice. His initial performance was even less mature than Lu Ruyan's, and he lost most of his family fortune halfway through. It was only after many setbacks in the late stage that he slowly began to mature. Humph, it had better be so. Alchemist Lu was somewhat skeptical, but he was pulled by Gu Bai and Gu Bei to sit on chairs and began to chat about other topics. The three of them ate pastries, drank tea and chatted while waiting for Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan to return. They didn't have to wait too long. Two figures appeared slowly, hand in hand, from the end of the road, gradually walking towards the sect. All of them were Foundation establishment cultivators, so even from a great distance, they could clearly see the appearance of the two. The two in the distance were Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan. At this moment, they were holding hands and skipping towards the mountain gate. Even from a great distance, Gu Bai could feel the sweet scent of love emanating from around the two. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai pressed his hand to his head and secretly shook it. At this moment, he was powerless and could only silently wish Xing Luo well. And Alchemist Lu, upon seeing this scene, covered his chest with both hands, his face flushed with anger. Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan were only chi refining cultivators, and their eyesight was not as far-reaching as that of Foundation establishment cultivators. It was only when they got closer that they noticed Gu Bai and the other two. Upon seeing Alchemist Liu's appearance, Oriental Starfall's small face turned pale, and he could no longer maintain the confident smile on his face. He quickly let go of Lu Ruyan's hand. "What are you doing?" Lu Ruyan was about to say something when she turned and saw Alchemist Lu staring at her, and she immediately froze. The two quickly tidied their clothes, then walked far apart, pretending nothing had happened as they ascended the mountain gate. "Master, we're back." Oriental Starfall breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gu Bai. With Gu Bai there, at least his life was safe. "It's good to be back. You've worked hard on your journey. These are some pastries I made, try them." Gu Bai didn't ask if they had completed their mission on this trip. Instead, he smiled and handed some pastries to the two. The two ate the pastries Gu Bai offered, feeling the delicate texture of the pastries, and thought of the hardships they had endured on their journey, facing life and death crises multiple times. Now, they had finally returned to a safe environment, with a master who loved them and delicious food made by their master. Thinking of this, tears streamed down their faces. These were not tears of sadness, but tears shed from overwhelming happiness. They had gone out and realized that the cultivation world was not as beautiful as they had imagined, but full of hardship. In the cultivation world, almost no cultivator lived to a ripe old age. 90% of cultivators died unnatural deaths. They either died from sneak attacks, or in battles with others, or at the hands of Yao beasts. Yet, in this cold and ruthless cultivation world, they had a master who cared for them in every way and truly loved them, which was their good fortune. Master. The two of them no longer cared about anything else and embraced Gu Bai. All right, what kind of appearance is this, crying and sniffling?" Gu Bai held the two, speaking in a gentle tone. Gu Bei quickly pulled back the furious Alchemist Lu beside him and whispered. "Although they had my protection, they don't know that the dangers they encountered along the way were real. Now that they've finally returned to a safe environment, we shouldn't disturb their reunion." Seeing this scene, the anger in Alchemist Liu's heart largely dissipated. He nodded, quietly staying in the distance, not disturbing the reunion of the master and his two disciples. At the same time, Gu Bai and Oriental Starfall, who noticed this scene, both breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully passed the hurdle of Alchemist Lu. While Gu Bai embraced Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan, he secretly glanced at Lu Ruyan, and a moment later, Gu Bai breathed a sigh of relief. From his extensive medical Dao experience, he couldn't be sure if Lu Ruyan was still a maiden, but he could confirm that Lu Ruyan was not pregnant. Gu Bai was just afraid that the two young people, being ignorant, would cause a human life outside. Cough, cough, cough. Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan, seeing Gu Bai after a long time, felt as if they had countless words bottled up inside them. They sat on either side of Gu Bai eating snacks and drinking tea, and recounted in detail their journey to Gu Bai. That Foundation establishment Jishu, seeing that we had quite a bit of wealth, became greedy and wanted to kill us both to seize our treasures. Fortunately, we were both resourceful and prepared, and we quietly slipped away while the Foundation establishment Jishu wasn't paying attention. Oriental Starfall said, his face not red and his heart not pounding, as he began to recount his brave performance on this journey. Yes, the two of us together could match a Foundation establishment cultivator, but for safety's sake, we chose to leave, Lu Ruyan said proudly, crossing her arms. Hearing this, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. This was completely different from the intelligence Gu Bei provided. According to the intelligence Gu Bei provided, the two of them indeed encountered a sneak attack from a Foundation establishment Jishu, who was very patient and had been secretly following them. To ensure nothing went wrong, he followed them all the way from the Immortal City to the desolate wilderness before making his move. Before that, Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan had not noticed anything unusual. When the Jishu made his move, Gu Bei, who was secretly protecting the two, once wanted to appear and stop him, but fortunately, the protective jade pendant Gu Bai had given them sensed the danger and generated a protective light barrier, blocking the attack. Afterwards, the two were completely no match for that Foundation establishment Jishu. Even with high-grade magical artifacts and numerous talismans, they only possessed the strength to contend with a Foundation establishment cultivator. But the two ultimately lacked practical combat experience and were beaten black and blue by that Foundation establishment Jishu, completely unable to fight back, and finally, they barely escaped the Foundation establishment Jishu's pursuit by relying on a second-tier divine speed talisman. However, the two had not actually shaken off that Foundation establishment Jishu, the pursuit of a Foundation Establishment cultivator is not so easy to escape. Moreover, it was a Jishu of the Foundation Establishment realm. This type of cultivator lives by plundering other cultivators and possesses unique secret arts for both escaping and pursuing enemies. In the end, it was Gu Bei who secretly made a move, instantly killing the Foundation Establishment Jishu who wanted to continue pursuing the two, which made them mistakenly believe they had escaped the Foundation Establishment cultivator's pursuit. Amazing, as expected of my disciples. Gu Bei did not expose the two, instead, he clapped his hands with a smile, looking at them proudly, as if they had done something extraordinary. This made the two of them feel embarrassed. Oriental Starfall was all right, being thick-skinned, he just scratched his head with a smile. Lu Ruyan was thinner-skinned, praised by Gu Bai like this, her face instantly turned red, and she spoke haltingly. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, Alchemist Lu, who had been sitting in the corner, finally couldn't help but cough a few times, reminding Lu Ruyan that he was still there. Lu Ruyan also realized at this point that she had been too excited to see her master just now and had forgotten that her father was still beside her. And for so long, from just now until now, she had only focused on talking to Gu Bai and hadn't said a word to her father. Father, you are here too. I missed you so much. Lu Ruyan quickly tried to remedy the situation, as if she really hadn't seen Alchemist Lu just now. Alchemist Liu's face darkened, but thinking that this was his own daughter, he took several deep breaths, suppressing the anger in his heart. You still remember you have a father like me? I thought you had already forgotten about me. How could I? In these few years I've been away, I thought of father almost every day, Lu Ruyan said in a low voice, head bowed, with no confidence in her words. You will come back with me now and go into secluded cultivation. You are not allowed to come out until you break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. And you, young man, also go back and quickly go into secluded cultivation, don't even think about secretly coming to see my daughter, unless you can break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Alchemist Lu pointed at Oriental Starfall and said angrily, then he pulled Lu Ruyan by her sleeve and dragged her away. Father, you can't do this. I'm only at Qi refining 8th layer right now, who knows how long it will take to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Lu Ruyan began to struggle, not wanting to be separated from Oriental Starfall like this, but it was useless. No matter how Lu Ruyan struggled, she couldn't break free from Alchemist Liu's restraint. After all, Alchemist Lu was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, even if he wasn't skilled in combat, dealing with a Qi refining cultivator was still easy for him. I apologize, but please let go of Ruyan. Oriental Starfall stepped forward and stood in front of Alchemist Lu. Good. 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 Alchemist Liu's nose was almost crooked with anger. In his rage, Alchemist Lu no longer cared about appearances, he swung his fist and started fighting with Oriental Starfall. Gu Bai covered his forehead, somewhat unable to bear to watch. He actually understood Alchemist Lu quite well. Alchemist Lu wasn't the kind of person who couldn't think straight. Deep down, Alchemist Lu actually approved of Oriental Starfall. Even though he would be angry or sad about them being together, he wouldn't prevent them from being together. The reason he wanted to confine the two of them was because war was about to break out, and with their mere Qi refining realm cultivation, they wouldn't even count as cannon fodder in this vast war. Therefore, it was better to just find an excuse to confine them, thus allowing them to escape this war. Master, please come and save me. Watching Oriental Starfall and Alchemist Lu fight, Lu Ruyan didn't know whether to help or not, and looked at Gu Bai helplessly. Gu Bai, at this moment, was looking down, intently staring at the stones on the ground, as if the ordinary stones contained a great secret. With a fierce punch, Alchemist Lu knocked Oriental Starfall to the ground, and he exhaled with satisfaction. He had originally only intended to put on a show. But he didn't expect it to feel so good. The more he fought, the more addicted he became, and he unconsciously beat Oriental Starfall until he was bruised and swollen. Dao friend Gu, I'll be heading back first. After greeting Gu Bai, Alchemist Lu dragged the despondent Lu Ruyan towards the inner sect, leaving only Oriental Starfall lying on the ground, looking forlorn. Gu Bai sighed and walked in front of Oriental Starfall, forming a hand seal. Immediately, a green light full of life chi fell upon Oriental Starfall. Oriental Starfall's injuries recovered at a visible speed, and within a few breaths, he was completely healed. Master, why did Alchemist Lu treat me like this? Am I that bad? Oriental Starfall remained lying on the ground, saying somewhat dejectedly. How could that be? You are clearly excellent, my most proud disciple. Gu Bai smiled as he helped Oriental Starfall up, then said, don't blame Alchemist Lu for what he did. He doesn't disapprove of you, he just has his own difficulties. You should still cultivate diligently, and we'll talk more once you reach the Foundation Establishment realm, Gu Bai said softly, rubbing Oriental Starfall's hair. It was time for Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan to enter secluded cultivation. Both of them had good talent but were too engrossed in the medical Dao and rarely cultivated. As a result, both of them were nearly 40 years old, yet had only just reached the 8th level of Qi refining. Alright, then I will work hard to cultivate and strive to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm as soon as possible, then I'll beat up that hateful old man. Oriental Starfall stood up, filled with boundless fighting spirit. Gu Bai was very pleased to hear the first half of Oriental Starfall's words, but the latter half made him fall silent. Bang! Gu Bai delivered a hand chop to Oriental Starfall's forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? In the future, that will be your father-in-law. How can you say such rebellious things? It hurts. It hurts so much. Oriental Starfall covered his forehead, but after hearing Gu Bai's words,
he started to giggle foolishly. Sigh. Gu Bai shook his head, feeling a bit weary, but who could blame him? He was his own disciple, after all. Gu Bai pulled Oriental Starfall, leading him to a small room deep within the Hall of Returning Spring, which was where Gu Bai cultivated. You will cultivate well here. I will send you medicinal pills and food regularly. You are not allowed to come out until you break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. With that, Gu Bai closed the door, then activated the formation outside the door, completely sealing the room. Only after walking a distance did Gu Bai let out a long sigh of relief. His two disciples should be safe now. If a war were to truly break out, they would not be sent to the front lines, but he was afraid that in their youthful vigor, they might volunteer to participate in the war on the front lines. With their chi refining realm cultivation, going to the front lines would be suicide. If they break through to the Foundation Establishment realm, they would be safer. As long as Golden Core cultivators did not act, they would generally not be in life-threatening danger. Sitting on a bench in the Hall of Returning Springs office area, Gu Bai opened the storage pouch in his hand and extended his divine sense into it to inspect. A moment later, a slight smile appeared on Gu Bai's lips. This storage pouch was filled with spirit medicine. The quantity of first-order spirit medicine was roughly around 100,000, and there were also over 1,000 second-order spirit medicines. The quantity of spirit medicine in the storage pouch was very large, only slightly less than the spirit medicine Gu Bai had brought back initially. This was the result of Lu Ruin and Oriental Starfall's efforts over the past few years. The two of them had almost visited all the forces in Qingzhou. Although most of them failed, they did manage to secure some agreements. From now on, the Lingyun sect would establish stable cooperative relationships with these forces, which would bring a continuous supply of spirit medicine to the Lingyun sect. Gu Bai pondered for a moment, then began to issue a series of commands. Upon receiving Gu Bai's orders, the Hall of Returning Spring began to operate like a dense machine. Countless disciples skilled in planting spirit medicine received orders and began to head to Chongqing Valley to plant all these numerous spirit medicines. Of course, Gu Bai kept half of the spirit medicine and only gave the other half to the Danding division, instructing the alchemists of the Danding division to refine this half of the spirit medicine into medicinal pills and send them over to the other parties. With the current scale of the Danding division, they could utilize the spirit medicine to its fullest extent. Only half of the spirit medicine would be enough to meet the other parties' needs. Night, in Gu Bai's small courtyard. Gu Bai, Qingning and Gu Bei sat together, eating the side dishes Gu Bai made, drinking fine spirit wine, and chatting happily. Gulp, 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 Gu Bei drank the spirit wine in large gulps. After drinking, he ate delicious ribs in large bites, appearing very relaxed. Gu Bai also smiled, sipping his wine slowly, chatting with Gu Bei from time to time. But Qingning seemed a bit distracted. Usually, she was the most excited at such gatherings, but at this moment, she said nothing, as if she had something on her mind. What's wrong? You look unhappy. Is it that the ribs I made don't suit your taste? Gu Bai said softly. No, Gu Bai, the ribs you made are delicious. It's just that I feel something is wrong with the sect now. Everyone is on edge. Even my father hasn't smiled in a long time. He's been frowning all day, as if something big is about to happen. Gu Bai, you've also been mysterious all day. Is there something you are hiding from me? Qingning asked softly, lowering her head. Gu Bai and Gu Bei exchanged glances, then both sighed. It seemed the news could no longer be kept secret. He originally didn't want to tell Qingning about the impending war, so Qingning wouldn't have any psychological burden. But Qingning had already noticed something was amiss, so Gu Bai no longer intended to continue hiding it. War is about to break out, that's why the sect leader's expression is so grim, and the atmosphere within the sect is so tense, Gu Bai said in a low voice. How can this be? I just started living the life I dreamed of. Qingning's face turned pale upon hearing this, then she looked at Gu Bai with some concern. Gu Bai, will you be in danger? Qingning was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She had just begun living her ideal life, but unexpectedly, this beautiful life was about to vanish in a blink of an eye. Don't worry, I'm here. Don't think so much, just leave everything to me. Gu Bai embraced Qingning, comforting her with a gentle tone. And me? With me here, big brother, and you will be fine, Gu Bei patted his chest, guaranteeing. Feeling the warmth emanating from Gu Bai's body, Qingning felt a sense of peace, as if as long as Gu Bai was by her side, there would be no threat whatsoever. There's no need to worry too much. The Lingyun sect is the most powerful sect in Qingzhou. If a war truly breaks out, it will be us attacking others, not them attacking us. Gu Bai gently rubbed Qingning's hair, speaking softly. Qingning nodded, finally completely at ease. Ha 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 ha, come on, let's keep drinking. Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk. Gu Bei quickly said, seeing this scene. In the early morning, Gu Bai slowly opened his eyes, ceasing his cultivation. After briefly sensing his own cultivation, Gu Bai gently exhaled. Although his cultivation was growing slowly, it was progressing nonetheless. At this moment, Qingning was also sitting cross-legged on the bed, diligently cultivating. Gu Bei had already left, heading to the law enforcement hall, officially beginning to manage the law enforcement hall. Although the three of them had drunk late yesterday, they did not overindulge. Time thus slowly flowed, and in a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The prices in Qingzhou had been slowly increasing over these 10 years, and now almost all cultivators had noticed the abnormality. The entire Qingzhou was filled with the scent of gunpowder, as if it were a powder keg that would immediately explode with the slightest provocation.
During these 10 years, the Danding division refined a large number of medicinal pills to exchange for spirit medicine with other forces. The quantity of spirit medicine within the sect also increased, nearly doubling the normal reserve. Under Gu Bai's management, the Hall of Returning Spring transformed from a small department into one of the top departments within the sect, boasting countless disciples and nearly 100 first-order physicians. In addition, it also had 2 second-order physicians. Besides Gu Bai, the other second-order physician was Physician Qin, who had competed with Gu Bai for the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Physician Qin was already a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, with extraordinary talent and exceptional diligence. After Gu Bai's reform of the Hall of Returning Spring, all physicians shared their knowledge and skills without reservation. Physician Qin was no exception. After absorbing all the experience from several other top-tier first-order physicians, she naturally became a second-order physician. Besides these, Sect Master Su Wuji also officially broke through to the Golden Core middle stage a year ago, further enhancing his combat power. Qingning also underwent significant changes. For the past decade, she had been diligently cultivating, come rain or shine, always making time to cultivate even when busy. Her cultivation finally advanced further, reaching the 7th layer of Foundation Establishment, which is the Foundation Establishment late stage. As for Gu Bai himself, all aspects of his cultivation were steadily improving. His medical skills advanced further, surpassing Healer Kuei and being in no way inferior to Physician Ye of Baikou Valley. The only difference between them was some experience. In alchemy, he had also surpassed most second-order alchemists in the Danding division, with his technique second only to Alchemist Liu. In fact, his understanding of restorative medicinal pills had already exceeded Alchemist Liu's. In terms of cultivation, he also took a firm step forward, successfully cultivating to the 2nd layer of Foundation Establishment. Additionally, during these 10 years, Gu Bai read a large number of Daoist texts from the sect. These texts were not cultivation techniques or secret arts, but rather recorded knowledge of immortal cultivation, covering various aspects and being very diverse. Although learning these could not enhance his combat strength, it could broaden his knowledge. If he were to fully comprehend the Daoist texts, he could attempt to optimize the cultivation techniques and secret arts he cultivated, and ultimately, even try to create a cultivation technique unique to himself. Of course, reaching that realm was not an easy feat. It would require at least a long period of studying immortal cultivation texts, plus a bit of comprehension ability. However, what Gu Bai lacked least was time, and he was very open-minded about it. Learning these was not to make himself powerful, but merely to pass the boring time. In the eyes of outsiders, Gu Bai was already considered a prominent figure, a true high-level member of the Lingyun sect. At the same time, the increasingly strong aura of gentleness, composure and vicissitude emanating from Gu Bai as time passed, made outsiders feel as if Gu Bai harbored countless stories, waiting for others to uncover them. It was this gentleness mixed with a hint of vicissitude and composure that captivated the female cultivators within the sect. From female chi refining cultivators who had just joined the sect to elders who had cultivated for many years, all had pursued Gu Bai. Even the sect's only single golden core female cultivator, Immortal Master Tian Han, had expressed her affection for Gu Bai. She claimed that if Gu Bai were to become her Dao companion, she would give him half of her personal assets. Of course, Gu Bai rejected them all. He had already become Dao companions with Qingning, so he should not get involved with others anymore. Although he physician and Su physician were first-order physicians, their cultivation was not low. They were both Foundation Establishment cultivators, and were only a little over 170 years old. Given their status as physicians, they would certainly take good care of their bodies, and living to the limit of a Foundation Establishment cultivator's lifespan was not an issue. Furthermore, they had not been stagnant all these years. Under Gu Bai's leadership, all physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring actively shared their knowledge and skills. The two of them also benefited greatly, advancing further in their medical skills and steadily progressing towards becoming second-order physicians. Perhaps they could become second-order physicians before their lifespan ran out. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction, but Gu Bai simply couldn't feel happy. The season had already turned to winter, and heavy snow fell outside the window. Gu Bai's location was at the highest point of the Hall of Returning Spring. Through the window, he could clearly see all the houses of the Hall of Returning Spring, as well as most of the sect's appearance. The sect was covered in heavy snow, and the once lush green sect seemed to have donned a coat of snow. It was night, and the silver moonlight shone on the ground, dyeing the white snow silver, making it look magnificent. Gu Bai was engrossed in studying medical books in the Hall of Returning Spring, becoming so absorbed that he didn't snap out of it until nightfall. By then, all the physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring had returned home, leaving him alone. Gu Bai gently closed the medical book, opened the window, and stood quietly by the window, enjoying the snow scenery. The warm light inside the room and the moonlight outside simultaneously enveloped Gu Bai, dyeing his white robe with color, making it look splendid and mysterious. Gu Bai looked out the window at the trees that were once lush green, but now had no green leaves at all, appearing somewhat desolate. Although this scene was incredibly beautiful, it also exuded a hint of desolation, as if life had withered. After a long while, Gu Bai let out a soft sigh. He stood there quietly, a faint sense of sorrow emanating from him. The main reason for his low spirits was that Elder Zhang and Elder Qian, the two old men, were nearing the end of their lifespan. The two elders had already lived for over 130 years, just a few years short of 140, which was the limit of a chi refining cultivator's lifespan. The thought of the two elders leaving him in a few years filled Gu Bai with sadness. He was a nostalgic person. The two elders had taken care of him since he first joined the sect, acting as his protectors. They treated him like their own junior, always thinking of him when there were benefits. After he grew up, he also repaid the kindness of the two elders, helping Elder Zhang replenish his depleted life origin. Various health-preserving spirit medicines were given to the two elders as if they were free. But Gu Bai felt that merely doing this was far from enough. Elder Zhang had bestowed upon him the grace of entering the Dao. Without Elder Zhang crossing out his name, his life might have taken a different path. Gu Bai took out a medical book and started reading, but he couldn't concentrate at all, always feeling somewhat agitated. Gu Bai wanted to activate absolute rationality, which he hadn't used in a long time, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Speaking of which, I haven't visited the two elders in a few days. Now that I have time, I should go see them. Gu Bai murmured softly, then clasped his hands together, closed the medical book, placed it aside, pushed open the door, and walked towards Elder Jiang's immortal cave in the night. Clad in white robes, Gu Bai strolled through the sect, the cold wind making his clothes flutter loudly, but as a foundation establishment cultivator, Gu Bai was impervious to the cold of summer and winter, feeling no chill at all, only a slight coolness. Crunch, crunch. Gu Bai did not use any escape art or fly on his sword, he simply walked through the heavy snow, leaving one footprint after another, each step making a crisp crunching sound. The goose feather snow fell upon him like ornaments, adding a sense of detached elegance to Gu Bai. At this moment, a female cultivator, practicing her sword art under the cover of night, happened to witness this exquisite scene and was momentarily entranced. She was an inner sect disciple named Su Qinghui, and the sword art she cultivated was very special, called the Falling Moon Sword Art. It required observing scenes illuminated by moonlight, memorizing these landscapes, and constantly meditating on them to enhance the sword art's power. The more magnificent and impactful the scenery, the greater the improvement to her sword art. But even though she had admired countless moonlit scenes, and her sword art had long since reached the major achievement realm of perfection, it still lacked a crucial opportunity to achieve perfection. And at this very moment, Gu Bai was walking amidst the moonlight, surrounded by countless snowflakes, making him appear like an immortal on earth. The moon shone, goose feather snow drifted, and a young man walked through the wind and snow. This beautiful scene was the most breathtaking she had ever witnessed. Su Qinghui felt that she might never forget this scene in her lifetime, it had a profound impact on her soul. Just by observing this scene, her sword art, which had not improved for a long time, surprisingly showed signs of a breakthrough. Gu Bai was completely unaware of what had just transpired, he simply walked quietly, admiring the snowy scenery. Gu Bai did not immediately go to Elder Zhang, instead, he leisurely returned to his immortal cave. Inside his immortal cave, Little White was curled up, sound asleep in a small house Gu Bai had specially built for it. The house was comfortable, with a fluffy carpet and blankets. Little White was covered by a thick blanket, snoring softly. Inside the house, the lights were bright, and Qingning was sitting on the bed, cultivating in meditation. Seeing this warm scene, Gu Bai smiled, he gently closed the door, then slowly walked towards the kitchen. Gu Bai opened the custom-made refrigerator, took out some lean meat, and from another box, retrieved some of his specially made tofu, then began to prepare a delicious meal. He planned to make a pot of tofu and lean meat soup, adding many warming spirit medicine to the soup, making it a great tonic. Drinking it would make one feel comfortable all over, perfect for a bowl in winter. Humming an unknown tune, Gu Bai waved his hand, conjuring a flame beneath the pot, then successively added the necessary seasonings. Soon, it began to boil. Wisps of steam rose in the kitchen, carrying an enticing aroma. Gu Bai scooped up a spoonful of the meat soup, took a small sip, then nodded. It tasted exactly as he imagined. It seemed his cooking skills had improved somewhat, perfectly combining spirit medicine with ingredients, elevating the flavor of the ingredients to another rank. What's that smell? It's so good, Gu Bai, are you secretly eating something delicious behind my back? Just then, a clear and pleasant voice came from outside the door. Qingning slowly opened the door, glaring at Gu Bai with puffed cheeks. No, isn't the weather cold? I just wanted to make some warming soup to nourish the two elders. Gu Bai turned to look at Qingning, saying with a smile. Oh, well, alright then, hurry up and take it to the two elders, it really is getting a bit cold. After hearing this, Qingning stopped insisting on drinking the meat soup, she still knew her place. It's fine, I made quite a lot, the two elders won't be able to finish it all, I was going to save some for you anyway, but now that you're awake, I don't need to store it separately. Gu Bai smiled and served Qingning a large, full bowl of meat soup. Since you put it that way, then I won't be polite. Qingning happily took the bowl, gulped down a large mouthful of soup, let out a deep breath, then made a satisfied sound. Ah, it's so delicious, I feel warm all over. If you like it, drink more, I made a lot. Gu Bai showed a benevolent smile and served Qingning another large, full bowl. I'll go visit the two elders first, after you finish your soup, you should also rest early. Gu Bai put the remaining meat soup into a jade box, then walked towards Elder Jiang's residence. Amidst the heavy snow, Gu Bai no longer walked leisurely, he activated traveling dragon steps, his figure flickering through the wind and snow, and soon arrived at Elder Jiang's residence. Inside Elder Jiang's immortal cave, the lights were bright, and warm firelight shone through the windows. Gu Bai gently pushed open the door. Inside, Elder Jiang and Elder Qian were sitting in front of the fireplace, lazily warming themselves. The firewood in the fireplace was burning, making pleasant crackling sounds, and the firelight illuminated the two elders, making their faces flush red. The two elders had no descendants, as they aged, living alone became inconvenient, so they simply moved in together. Although the two elders were cultivators, impervious to the cold of summer and winter, they were ultimately only chi refining cultivators, resisting the cold required consuming magical power. The two elders were already very old, and even the most basic operation of magical power was somewhat strenuous. It was more convenient to sit in front of the fireplace and warm themselves with the flames. Old Zhang, old Jian. I've come to see you, Gu Bai gently pushed open the door and said with a smile. It's Gu Bai, come sit here. Elder Jiang's eyes were no longer as sharp as before, but somewhat cloudy, and he no longer had the evil chi he once possessed. Instead, he had the unique benevolence of an old man. His consciousness was also somewhat muddled, no longer as clear as before. Elder Qian's symptoms were similar, both being somewhat muddled. But when the two elders saw Gu Bai, their somewhat cloudy consciousness immediately cleared, and the unique scent of decay that old men possessed disappeared. I'm here. Gu Bai's eyes were slightly moist and filled with tenderness when he saw the scene. Sitting in front of the fireplace, the two elders looked at Gu Bai, one on his left and one on his right, their eyes filled with pride. And Gu Bai only felt warmth throughout his body at this moment, but this warmth was not provided by the fireplace. This is the meat soup I brewed, it's for the two of you to nourish your bodies. Gu Bai smiled, took out the jade box containing the meat soup from his spatial bag, and then took out some bowls and chopsticks, serving a full, large bowl to each of the two elders and himself. The three of them, in unison, took a sip of the meat soup, then collectively let out a breath. Gu Bai greatly enjoyed the present moment, being by the two elders' side, he felt a strong sense of security. After drinking the meat soup, Gu Bai further nourished the two elders' bodies, then nodded with satisfaction. Then, each of the three held a cup of tea, leaned back in their recliners, and quietly admired the snowy scenery. Good times are always short-lived. In the morning, as a ray of dawn slowly rose, Gu Bai received a message from Su Wuji, asking him to go to the sect leader's residence. Gu Bai did not hesitate. After bidding farewell to the two elders, he activated traveling dragon steps and walked towards the sect leader's residence. A moment later, Gu Bai arrived at the sect leader's residence, where Su Wuji had already been waiting for a long time. Sect master, what happened? Gu Bai and Su Wuji were old acquaintances. He would often come to the sect leader's residence to offer suggestions or help with small matters, so he asked directly, getting straight to the point. There's both good and bad news. Gu Bai is preparing to break through to core formation, Su Wuji said in a low voice without turning around. Hearing this, Gu Bai's heart trembled. It seemed the spark that would ignite the powder keg of Qingzhou had appeared. How could it be so fast? Is Gu Bai's foundation stable? Gu Bai asked in a deep voice. It had only been a few decades since Gu Bai broke through to the foundation establishment realm, yet he had continuously broken through 9 minor realms, cultivating to the foundation establishment 9th tier, almost on the verge of a breakthrough. Gu Bai was worried that Gu Bai would not be able to resist the temptation and would excessively consume medicinal pills to accelerate his cultivation speed, or use other secret arts to increase his cultivation. Although this could greatly increase the cultivation speed, it would lead to an unstable foundation, and he would become weak and powerless in the late stage. Don't worry, Gu Bai, that child is the hope for the rise of our Lingyun sect. His cultivation path was planned by us. While ensuring cultivation speed, his foundation is also extremely stable, so the situation you are worried about will not occur. That child's innate talent is too high, his cultivation speed cannot be judged by common sense. Su Wuji said with a hint of pride. Gu Bai understood. Gu Bai was indeed a rare and peerless genius. Such a cultivation speed was normal for him. Previously, in the chi refining realm, it was only to establish a solid foundation, which caused his cultivation to drop from chi refining 9th tier to chi refining 7th level multiple times, thus delaying his foundation establishment for so long. When does Gu Bai plan to form his core? Gu Bai slowly walked to Su Wuji's side and asked softly. Soon. His magical power has already been polished to its limit, and the core formation spirit items that can increase the quality of his golden core have already been prepared for him. He is expected to break through to the golden core in a year. With that child's talent, a superior golden core is the minimum, and he might even form the legendary immortal golden core, Su Wuji slowly said. Gu Bai also nodded, a slight smile appearing on his lips. He felt genuinely happy at the thought of Gu Bai becoming a golden core cultivator. That was his cousin, his blood relative. He felt extremely proud of Gu Bai's achievements. As the saying goes, once a golden core is swallowed, my fate is up to me, not heaven. Whether a cultivator is in chi refining or foundation establishment, they are all paving the way for core formation. Once one cultivates to the golden core realm, they will undergo a complete transformation, and their strength will advance by leaps and bounds. Their lifespan can reach 800 years, and if they take a life extension pill, their lifespan can even extend to 1,000 years. Moreover, their strength is different from that of foundation establishment cultivators. Golden core cultivators will experience a transformation in both the quality and quantity of their magical power. Perhaps a few peak chi refining realm cultivators could fight a foundation establishment cultivator to a draw, but even dozens of foundation establishment cultivators working together could not defeat a golden core cultivator. In this vast and boundless cultivation world, a golden core true person is already considered a top-tier combatant. As long as they don't seek death, they can basically live to old age. Golden core cultivators are the true force that determines the prosperity or decline of a sect. Only a sect that can consistently produce golden core true person can be called a golden core sect. In Qingzhou, there are only 4 golden core sects. Places like Xianlong Immortal City, Tianyun Chamber of Commerce, or Biko Valley cannot be called golden core forces. They cannot consistently produce golden core cultivators. For example, the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce, once Deist Tianyun dies, the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce will become a fat piece of meat. Without the protection of a golden core true person, other forces would madly attack the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce, and it would quickly perish completely. Lingyun sect is an old golden core sect with a history of several thousand years. It has systematic methods for how to break through to the golden core. The preparations needed before a golden core breakthrough, precautions, and personal experiences during the breakthrough process are all written into cultivation classics and recorded in the scripture pavilion. These are the true foundations of a sect, determining its prosperity or decline. As the sect leader's disciple, Gu Bei naturally had access to these materials. He only needed to follow the path taken by his predecessors. Gu Bei had also read some of these cultivation classics and had a clear understanding of how to break through to the golden core. Unlike foundation establishment or chi refining cultivators, the golden core formed by a golden core cultivator is divided into different qualities. It is divided into low-grade, ordinary, and superior golden cores. Above these, there is also the legendary immortal golden core. To form a superior golden core, one needs to consume core formation spirit items during the breakthrough. These are extremely precious third-tier spirit items. After consumption, they can increase the probability of core formation and the quality of the golden core. The more one consumes, the better the effect. Of course, these extremely precious spirit items are strictly controlled by various golden core forces, and ordinary sects simply cannot obtain them. Generally, golden core cultivators from old sects break through by consuming one type of core formation spirit item, which usually allows them to form an ordinary quality golden core. Smaller forces simply cannot find core formation spirit items and can only break through with a very low probability, succeeding by sheer luck. The golden core formed under such circumstances is usually a low-grade golden core, with both the quantity and quality of magical power being about 20% weaker than that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. Cultivators who consume two or more types of core formation spirit items have a chance to condense a superior golden core. Superior golden core cultivators have about 30% higher quality and quantity of magical power than ordinary cultivators, and they can also comprehend divine abilities that only nascent soul cultivators can master. Although they are simplified minor divine abilities, they are still incredibly powerful, possessing the ability to fight above their realm. So Wuji had consumed two core formation spirit items and was extremely fortunate to form a superior golden core, comprehending the little supernatural powers, Sword Heart Clarity. Sword Heart Clarity is a divine ability that sword cultivators dream of, as it can greatly enhance the intensity of sword intent and the speed of cultivating sword techniques. Therefore, So Wuji was able to unleash extremely profound sword techniques, sword cleaving all things, and with only an initial stage golden core cultivation, he was able to defeat a golden core middle stage cultivator. As for the legendary immortal golden core, Lingyun sect has no detailed records of it. Or rather, even if one searched through the entire history of Qingzhou, no golden core cultivator has ever been able to form an immortal golden core, it is merely a legend. How are the core formation spirit items prepared? If it's not enough, I can take out all my spirit stones to help. With my current savings, I should be able to help quite a bit, Gu Bai said anxiously, thinking of this. You don't need to worry about such things. The sect has already handled it. My master, Lu Sunshin, personally went to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty and purchased 3 lightning elemental core formation spirit items. They are the essence blood of a third-tier lightning elemental Yao beast, the Sky Thunder Python, the third-tier spirit item Myriad Thunder Marrow Cleansing Liquid, and the third-tier spirit fruit Purple Thunder Fruit. The sect also found a third-tier spirit medicine, Sky Thunder Grass, in Qingzhou. So Wuji said in a calm tone, but Gu Bai could sense a strong feeling of heartache from his calm tone. However, it was normal. 4 types of third-tier spirit items, and all of them were high-quality lightning elemental third-tier items. To gather these 4 items, even with Lingyun sect's thousands of years of foundation, it would be a significant drain. Moreover, these spirit items are not something that can be bought with money alone. Qingzhou has a very low probability of producing third-tier spirit items, but Gu Bai needed third-tier lightning elemental spirit items. With the current resources of Qingzhou, even if we scour the entire Qingzhou, we can at most find one third-tier lightning attributed spiritual item. After all, kings whose location is very remote in the cultivation world, and it's impossible to gather all the third-tier spiritual items Gu Bai needs. To reach the most prosperous center of the cultivation world, one must cross the entire Tianyuan Desert. The Tianyuan Desert is 10 times the size of Qingzhou, covered in yellow sand, and constantly baked by the scorching sun, let alone mortals. Even foundation establishment cultivators would not be able to withstand the high temperatures after a few hours and would be roasted alive into dried corpses. Only golden core cultivators can barely survive in the Tianyuan Desert, but it is just barely surviving, and crossing the entire Tianyuan Desert is fraught with difficulties. The Tianyuan Desert not only has a harsh environment, but also some Yao beasts unique to the Tianyuan Desert, including Yao beasts of the golden core realm. A typical golden core cultivator attempting to cross the Tianyuan Desert faces life-threatening dangers. Only a grand cultivator at the golden core peak, like Lu Sunshin, can safely cross the Tianyuan Desert with careful caution. But even at the speed of a golden core realm cultivator, it would take at least 30 years to travel from Lingyun sect to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. No wonder he hadn't seen Lu Sunshin for the past 30 to 40 years, only seeing him teaching Gu Bai a few years ago. He had thought Lu Sunshin was in seclusion cultivating, but he didn't expect him to have secretly gone to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. I thank you in advance for that, boy Gu Bai. Gu Bai bowed deeply to So Wuji. This was to thank Su Wuji. Even though Gu Bei was Su Wuji's disciple, Su Wuji didn't have to go to this extent. And Lu Sunshan, as far as Gu Bei knew, he was already 600, approaching 700 years old, a time when he should be enjoying his later years. But for Gu Bei, he crossed the Tianyuan Desert twice, traveling alone to the extremely distant Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, and somehow managed to obtain these 3 core formation spiritual items. With these 4 core formation spiritual items, Gu Bei might truly be able to form the legendary Immortal Golden Core. Gu Bei himself has extraordinary talent. During the Qi refining realm, he also cultivated the 3 Yuan Qi transformation art, refining his magical power to the limit, and finally consumed a creation azure cloud fruit. His foundation is incredibly solid, barring any accidents, he is guaranteed to form a superior golden core. And possessing a special physique can also improve the quality of the golden core. Gu Bei happens to possess the heavenly thunder body, so he might truly be able to form the legendary immortal golden core. There's no need for thanks, we're all from the same sect, as long as you don't betray Lingyun sect in the future, that's enough. Su Wuji waved his hand with a smile. The sect's main hall had a huge window, and standing in front of it, one could almost see the entire appearance of the sect. Su Wuji stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the disciples below the sect. Gu Bei also walked beside Su Wuji and quietly watched the disciples below with him. Su Wuji looked at everything before him, the aura emanating from him growing sharper, even without drawing his sword, the sword chi emanating from him caused Gu Bai's eyes to sting just by looking. Gu Bai could understand Su Wuji's mood at this moment, which was the pressure of bearing the entire sect. Once Su Wuji made a wrong choice, it would lead to the death of a large number of disciples, and the sect might even perish as a result. The pressure Su Wuji endured was unimaginable to outsiders, but he had to hold on, because he was the sect master, which not only represented supreme power but also heavy responsibility. His wife, his daughter, his master, his brother, his beloved disciples, everything he cared about, were all within Lingyun sect. Gu Bai chatted with Su Wuji for a while, discussing how Lingyun sect should respond to the impending war, how the sect's supplies should be allocated, and other related details. Although Su Wuji's combat power was unparalleled, he was not skilled at managing the sect. Ever since he became Dao companion with Qingning, Gu Bai often helped Su Wuji manage the sect. He often offered his own opinions and insights, but the final decision-making power remained with Su Wuji. Gu Bai merely helped refine Su Wuji's plans. The two talked from dawn until dusk, finally settling on the general details, and he felt his throat was about to smoke. He directly took out a sealed jar from his storage pouch, then opened the lid and poured himself a cup of crystal clear liquid. Gu Bai didn't hesitate, gulping down a large cup of the unknown liquid. This crystal clear liquid was fruit juice he had extracted, a mixture of various spiritual fruits, expertly filtered and purified by Gu Bai. The impurities were removed, leaving only the juice, which tasted sweet and sour and was very thirst-quenching. Both men, women, and children loved to drink it, especially Qingning, who constantly clamored for his special fruit juice. However, it was very expensive to make. Gu Bai would only make 1 jar each month. Every time it was made, Qingning would drink it all within 2 days. Although he told Qingning there was none left, Gu Bai still secretly kept some of this good stuff. Gu Bai poured himself another cup. This time he didn't drink it all at once, but sipped it slowly. Su Wuji secretly glanced at Gu Bai, unconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Although Su Wuji hid it well, Gu Bai, being extremely sensitive, noticed this scene. Without Su Wuji needing to prompt him, Gu Bai proactively took out a jade cup and poured Su Wuji a full cup. "Sect Master, this is the fruit juice I made, would you like to taste it?" Gu Bai said with a smile, handing the cup to Su Wuji. I'll give it a try then." Su Wuji unhurriedly took the cup, speaking in a calm tone. Gu Bai just smiled and didn't expose Su Wuji. After leaving an entire jar of fruit juice for Su Wuji, Gu Bai then turned and left. Gu Bai strolled through the sect, frowning in thought. Gu Bai still has 1 year until he breaks through. With the aid of these 4 core formation spiritual items, it's virtually impossible for him to fail. Once Gu Bai successfully breaks through, Lingyun sect will gain another golden core true person, and with Gu Bai's foundation, he will likely possess the strength to contend with the golden core middle stage as soon as he breaks through to the golden core realm. Moreover, his future potential is limitless. Given enough time, he is guaranteed to become a golden core peak powerhouse, unrivaled in the same realm. By then, Lingyun sect will have 7 golden core true persons, possessing the power of 1 sect to contend with 2 or even 3 golden core sects. The other 3 great sects cannot simply watch Gu Bai successfully break through, they will definitely try their best to stop him. When Su Wuji broke through, because of the concealment of the 3rd tier heaven concealment talisman, plus he broke through as soon as he cultivated to foundation establishment 9th layer. This was 10 years earlier than estimated, catching the other 3 great sects off guard, leaving them no time to stop him. But Gu Bai is different. Since he joined the sect, he has been closely watched by people from the 3 great sects. The current situation is very tense. The people from the 3 great sects are very likely to join forces and attack Lingyun sect together to prevent Gu Bai from breaking through. 1 year later, as long as Lingyun sect withstands the attacks of the 3 great sects and then continues to defend, waiting for Su Wuji and Gu Bai to fully grow, they can declare victory. But if they fail and cannot hold on, Lingyun sect will vanish into the long river of history. Thinking of this, Gu Bai sighed deeply. It was impossible for Gu Bai to secretly break through like Su Wuji did back then. The 3 great sects will not suffer the same loss a second time. Celestial Star true person is skilled in the star observation secret technique and can divine the future. Even if it means sacrificing lifespan, he will calculate the exact day Gu Bai will break through. Forget it, thinking about this is useless, everything that needs to be prepared has been prepared, and worrying won't help. I should still try to refine a few first-tier high-grade life extension pills for the two elders to consume. Gu Bai shook his head and turned to walk towards the Danding division. Gu Bai slowly walked into the Danding division. As soon as he stepped inside, he smelled the strong fragrance of medicinal pills, countless alchemists refining medicinal pills day and night. Alchemist Gu, good. Look, Alchemist Gu is here. Countless alchemists, upon seeing Gu Bai, respectfully greeted him, calling him Alchemist Gu. Gu Bai responded with a smile to each, passing through the crowd of alchemists and heading into the depths of the Danding division. He didn't know when it started, but the alchemists of the Danding division no longer called him Physician Gu, instead, they began to call him Alchemist Gu. And they would tell everyone that Gu Bai was from the Danding division, causing some newly admitted disciples to also call him Alchemist Gu. In the depths of the Danding division, Gu Bai skillfully turned left and right, opened a hidden door, and then walked down the stairs. Gu Bai walked for a long time, at least 1,000 meters underground, before reaching the end of the staircase, where there was a door protected by a red formation. Gu Bai formed a hand seal and cast a series of incantations. Crack, crack. Under Gu Bai's manipulation, the restriction was lifted, and the door slowly opened. Behind this door was where the Danding division stored various alchemy materials, including the inner elixirs of various second-order demon beasts, and various spirit medicines suitable for alchemy. The items in this room were the accumulated heritage of the Danding division for many years, and only Alchemist Lu knew how to open the restriction. However, Gu Bai often came to the Danding division to help with alchemy, and it was always troublesome to retrieve materials, so Alchemist Lu simply told him how to open the restriction. He told him to take whatever spirit medicine he wanted for alchemy, without needing to inform him. The internal space of the room was very large, with countless shelves neatly arranged, and on the shelves were countless jade boxes, each containing a spirit item. Gu Bai strolled through the room, constantly scanning the jade boxes, taking away any suitable ones he found. Essence of plants and trees, soul-returning flower, wood crystal. A moment later, Gu Bai finally selected the spirit items he needed. He took 2 of each of these 3 items. Essence of plants and trees is an essence refined from countless spirit medicines, typically requiring 100 first-order spirit medicines to refine a small bottle. The soul-returning flower is an extremely precious high-grade first-order spirit medicine, with exceptionally harsh growing conditions, but its efficacy is very good, even better than ordinary second-order spirit medicines. As for the final wood crystal, its birth conditions are also extremely harsh. A second-order spirit tree that has lived for at least 500 years has a chance to condense a wood crystal within its body. Each of these 3 items is incomparably precious and has no market price. Ordinary cultivators, even foundation establishment cultivators, would find it very difficult to afford them. Even if they emptied their family fortune and barely scraped together the price, without some special connections, they simply couldn't buy them. However, with Gu Bai backed by the Danding division, he naturally didn't need to act personally, he could just take a stroll in the warehouse to gather the materials he needed. After finding the items he needed, Gu Bai did not linger, turning directly to leave. In the pill refining room, Gu Bai stood before a large pill furnace, preparing to perform alchemy. He was preparing to refine his self-created life extension medicinal pill, the Mystic Wood Life Extension Pill. He had begun to intentionally research life extension pills many years ago. An ordinary first-order life extension pill can only extend lifespan by 5 years. Cultivators can only consume a maximum of 3 life extension medicinal pills, and the effect of the second consumption will be halved, with the third consumption also being halved again. Even if 3 ordinary life extension pills are consumed, they cannot extend lifespan by 10 years, at most only a little over 8 years of lifespan. But this effect did not satisfy Gu Bai. He gradually improved the life extension pill, slowly refining it from the initial 5 years. After countless failures and the waste of countless precious spirit items, Gu Bai finally managed to increase the lifespan extended by the life extension pill to 10 years. It wasn't that he didn't want to raise it further, but that extending lifespan by 10 years had already reached the limit of a first-order medicinal pill. Beyond that would be a second-order life extension pill, and chi refining cultivators cannot consume second-order life extension pills, so even if refined, they would be of no use. And after Gu Bai's continuous screening, eliminating countless other medicinal pills of slightly inferior quality, the final product was the Mystic Wood Life Extension Pill. It provides 5 more years of lifespan than a normal life extension pill, and if 3 are consumed consecutively, it can extend lifespan by 17 years. Of course, the cost is also incredibly expensive. Any one of the 3 materials is beyond the means of a chi refining cultivator, and just the cost alone is more than 10 times that of an ordinary life extension pill. Gu Bai took a deep breath, activating absolute rationality. Gu Bai's aura instantly transformed, losing its original gentleness and peace, as if all emotions had vanished. Gu Bai, expressionless, managed his body with extremely standard movements, beginning to refine the medicinal pill in sequence. He hadn't activated the absolute rationality skill in a long time, although absolute rationality was very useful, allowing him to avoid any possible mistakes and significantly increasing both alchemy speed and efficiency. But it could not surpass his own limits. Sometimes, abundant inspiration, or a sudden flash of insight, was needed to refine medicinal pills far beyond his own level. Moreover, Gu Bai did not want to become overly reliant on absolute rationality, as this was not conducive to his own growth. After activating absolute rationality, he seemed to become a different person, distinct from his current self. If he activated absolute rationality every time he encountered a difficulty, over time, his own character would become weak. When he first broke through to the Foundation establishment realm, he faced Su Wuji's pressure alone, yet he did not activate absolute rationality. Although this greatly impacted his inner self, it made his will purer. This was what he, a long-lived one, needed most. In the cultivation world's terms, it was the strength of his state of mind, and activating absolute rationality would not enhance his state of mind in any way. Therefore, he gradually reduced his use of absolute rationality, and now, Gu Bai hadn't used this skill for several years. However, the medicinal pill being refined today was too important, it had to be refined into a high-grade medicinal pill, so Gu Bai ultimately decided to activate absolute rationality for the refining process. Flames slowly rose in the pill furnace. Gu Bai sequentially added the spirit medicines, which, under the heat of the flames, slowly transformed into medicinal liquid. The refining process went very smoothly, without a single error. Gu Bai achieved ultimate perfection in all aspects. A moment later, Gu Bai opened the pill furnace and took out 3 green medicinal pills from it, all of which were high-grade medicinal pills. If other alchemists saw this, they would probably drop their jaws, because a normal first-order medicinal pill can at most yield 3 medicinal pills. However, most first-order alchemists can only refine 1, a small number can refine 2, and only experienced alchemists have a chance to refine 3 medicinal pills. Not only did Gu Bai directly refine 3 medicinal pills, but each one was also a high-grade medicinal pill. This could only be achieved by maintaining a flawless refining process. Even if Alchemist Lu were to come, he could at most refine 2 high-grade medicinal pills. In his normal state, Gu Bai could only barely refine 2 high-grade medicinal pills, and only in rare circumstances could he refine 3 high-grade medicinal pills. This was precisely why Gu Bai activated absolute rationality, to turn a small probability into a large probability event. Of course, it merely amplified the probability and could not surpass his own limits. Gu Bai, expressionless, put the 3 medicinal pills into a jade bottle. After a short rest, he began to refine the second batch of medicinal pills. When the second batch of medicinal pills was completed, Gu Bai then deactivated absolute rationality, let out a long breath, and then revealed a slight smile. As expected, all 6 medicinal pills reached high-grade quality, meaning they were high-grade Mystic Wood Life Extension pills. The high-grade Mystic Wood Life Extension pill, which is more effective than ordinary Mystic Wood Life Extension pills, can extend one's lifespan by 15 years. This is a rather exaggerated number, even many second-tier life extension pills cannot extend lifespan for such a long period. Looking at the medicinal pill in his hand, Gu Bai was in a very good mood. After the 2 Grand Elders consumed the medicinal pills he refined, they could live for another 26 years. It could be said that the pill lived up to its name. Thinking that the 2 Grand Elders could accompany him for another 2 decades, Gu Bai's lips curved into a beautiful smile. Gu Bai slowly stretched, then meticulously wrote down the pill formula for the Mystic Wood Life Extension pill, along with all the precautions needed during its refining process, and handed it over to the Elder of the Scripture Pavilion. After the Elders reviewed and confirmed its authenticity, and prepared a few copies, it could be stored in the Scripture Pavilion for the cultivators of the sect to view and study. This way, Gu Bai could obtain a large amount of contribution points, and as long as someone viewed it, Gu Bai would receive corresponding contribution points. Although the amount was relatively small, it was stable. Contribution points could be exchanged for any item in the sect's treasure vault. Generally, only by performing sect missions could a small amount of contribution points be obtained. In these past years, Gu Bai, being idle and bored, had developed a large number of medicinal formulas and pill formulas. Some were developed in cooperation with other elders. But most of them were developed by himself. Most of them were not of very high quality, but they were very practical and deeply loved by the sect's disciples. Of course, Gu Bai's ability to develop so many pill formulas and medicinal formulas was mainly due to his immortal body that could recover at any time. To develop new pill formulas and medicinal formulas, experimenting on the human body is the fastest way. However, if one experiments on one's own body, any change in the medicinal pill can be detected immediately, which will greatly increase efficiency. Gu Bai, relying on his immortal and indestructible characteristics, experimented wildly on his own body, developing a large number of medicinal formulas and pill formulas. It was also because he developed a large number of medicinal formulas and pill formulas that Gu Bai gained a deep understanding of medicine theory, allowing him to grow to this realm in a short period. The contribution points obtained from researching pill formulas and medicinal formulas over the years were so numerous that they were exaggerated, to the point where he couldn't spend them all. Of course, this was also related to Gu Bai rarely using contribution points. After all, the items in the sect's treasure vault were, to be honest, half his own. If he wanted something, he just needed to tell the sect master, and there was no need to use contribution points. Gu Bai held the medicinal pills and walked towards the immortal cave of the 2 elders, humming a cheerful tune as he went. He was in a very good mood now, and the gentle smile that usually adorned his face became even softer. Hey, guess who's here? Gu Bai suddenly pushed open the door and then shouted loudly. This startled Elder Zhang and Elder Qian greatly, causing both grand elders to shiver. You mischievous brat, not even a greeting. Do you want to scare me to death? Elder Zhang, his face pale, patted his chest and scolded with a laugh. Ha 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 ha, you don't even look at who I am. I am the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Even if old Zhang, you were scared to death, I could still save you, Gu Bai said with a laugh. You mischievous brat, your wings have gotten hard, haven't they? Elder Zhang rolled up his sleeves, rushed in front of Gu Bai, and started playfully wrestling with him. Although Elder Zhang was already old and a bit muddled, being provoked by Gu Bai like that made him energetic. The two of them playfully wrestled for a while, and the decaying smell in the air was dispersed during their playful tussle. Good boy, why do you seem so happy today? Did something good happen? Elder Zhang panted heavily, looking at Gu Bai and asking with some curiosity. Gu Bai's personality was relatively stable, he generally wouldn't act so wildly unless something extremely happy happened. These are the life extension pills I refined for you too. One pill can extend your lifespan by 15 years. Gu Bai smiled, took out 2 jade bottles from his embrace, and handed them to Elder Zhang and Elder Qian respectively. Looking at the medicinal pills in their hands, the corners of both Grand Elders' eyes were moist. That's enough, Gu Bai, you've already done enough for us 2 old men, Elder Zhang said with a trembling voice. He still had some common sense, a normal first-tier life extension pill could only extend lifespan by about 5 years, and it was impossible for it to extend it for a full 15 years. He didn't even need to guess to know that these few medicinal pills must have been made with very expensive materials and took an unknown amount of effort to refine. Gu Bai had truly sacrificed too much for these 2 Grand Elders, who already had 1 foot in the grave. When they first treated Gu Bai well, they indeed thought that after Gu Bai left and became a foundation establishment cultivator, he could repay them. But as they spent more time together and their feelings deepened, this idea changed. Now, the 2 of them only hoped that Gu Bai would live well and did not want Gu Bai to repay them. However, they didn't expect Gu Bai not only to repay them but to do so much. I just happened to be researching medicinal pills in this area, and I developed them along the way. It would be a waste to throw them away, so I simply gave them to the 2 Grand Elders, Gu Bai smiled and said gently. He lied. To develop this mystic wood life extension pill, he spent an unknown amount of time, and the difficulty was no less than that of the previous Yin Yang Yuan supplementing pill, even surpassing it in some aspects. But it was all worth it. The 2 seniors he respected could accompany him for another 2 decades, provided that Lingyun sect could withstand this war. It's best to take the medicinal pills now. If you don't take them for a long time, the medicinal power will be lost. Gu Bai quietly watched the 2 Grand Elders, seemingly not taking his eyes off them until they had consumed the medicinal pills. The 2 Grand Elders exchanged glances, both sighing helplessly, then, in front of Gu Bai, each consumed a medicinal pill and sat cross-legged on the ground to begin digesting the medicinal power. As the medicinal effects were absorbed, the 2 Grand Elders' originally grey hair slowly turned black. Their loose skin, full of age spots, also became firmer, and their complexion became rosy. The 2 Grand Elders seemed to have suddenly become 20 years younger. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai revealed another faint smile. Under Gu Bai's gaze, the 2 Grand Elders successively consumed the remaining 2 medicinal pills. After continuously consuming 3 medicinal pills, the appearance of the 2 Grand Elders also underwent significant changes. Their skin became firm and smooth, and their hair was jet black, appearing glossy and bright. Their eyes were no longer cloudy but brighter, appearing sparkling and full of spirit. Gu Bai accompanied the 2 elders, chatting for a long time, drinking tea and gazing at the starry sky until nightfall before bidding farewell and leaving. In the night, Gu Bai looked up at the starry sky and then let out a soft sigh. He had been feeling uneasy lately, as if something bad was about to happen. Not only him, but many foundation establishment realm cultivators within the sect also frequently felt uneasy. He had specifically asked Su Wuji, who also felt somewhat uneasy, and more precisely, vaguely sensed that something bad would happen a year later. And a year later just happened to be when Gu Bai would break through. This was too coincidental. Gu Bai was certain that when Gu Bai break through, it would be the day the war erupted. I only hope that those around me do not suffer any misfortunes. Gu Bai prayed to himself. Time slowly passed, and Gu Bai could clearly feel that the entire Qing province's atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. Prices had completely collapsed, more than 2 or 3 times higher than normal, especially for medicinal pills and magical artifacts, items suitable for war, whose prices were 4 or 5 times their usual cost. However, due to this misfortune, Lingyun sect also made a huge profit. Therefore, the price of spirit medicine also increased significantly, but ultimately not as much as medicinal pills. Many forces, although they had their own alchemists, most of them were not skilled and could only barely refine first-tier medicinal pills, with a high probability of failure. It was far better to hand it over to Lingyun sect for alchemy. Not only were the refined medicinal pills of good quality, but there was also no risk of failure, allowing them to exchange the same amount of spirit medicine for the same amount of medicinal pills. With Gu Bai's help over the years, the Danding division had established a systematic alchemy system, refining far more medicinal pills from the same amount of spirit medicine than other forces. Almost half of the forces in Qing province handed their spirit medicine to Lingyun sect, asking the Danding division to help with the alchemy. In just a little over a decade, Lingyun sect earned a massive amount of spirit medicine, so much that Changchun Valley couldn't hold it all, and the warehouses were nearly full. The other 3 great sects naturally wouldn't stand by and watch Lingyun sect profit, so they used every means at their disposal to disrupt the cooperation between Lingyun sect and these forces. This included military threats, claiming that cooperating with Lingyun sect was equivalent to opposing their 3 great sects, as well as various underhanded and malicious tactics. However, the effects were minimal. After all, both parties benefited from cooperating with Lingyun sect, and even if threatened, they would secretly continue to cooperate with Lingyun sect. The 3 great sects also tried to learn from Lingyun sect and cooperate with other forces, helping them refine medicinal pills. But without exception, all of them failed. Although their sects also had alchemists, their scale was far from that of Lingyun sect's Danding division. At most, they only had a few second-tier alchemists, and even the 5 poison sect, which was relatively skilled in alchemy, was only comparable in scale to the Danding division when it first started, far from being able to compare with the reformed Danding division. Lingyun sect also made preparations early for the potential war, and several years ago, Su Wuji decided to summon all disciples performing missions outside. He ordered them to abandon their current missions and return within 2 years. If they failed to return within 2 years, they would be treated as traitors to the sect, unless it was a special circumstance where they were trapped somewhere and couldn't return. Besides that, the sect also secretly sent some genius disciples outside the sect for placement early on. After all, these geniuses had not yet fully matured. While they had some combat power, it wasn't too strong, and instead, they might become the sect's weakness, so it was better to settle them early. These genius disciples represented the future of the sect, and it was impossible for them to fight on the front lines before they had grown up. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a year went by, and Gu Bei was also about to break through. On a beautiful mountain peak, Gu Bei, dressed in white, stood quietly at the top of the peak, gazing at everything in Lingyun sect. Qingning slowly walked up the mountain peak and looked at Gu Bai's back, asking with some curiosity. Gu Bai, is there something you need from me? Qingning asked with a hint of curiosity. Gu Bai had been incredibly busy during the past 6 months, formulating one plan after another with Su Wuji. He also had to manage the entire Hall of Returning Spring, and he needed to research antidote medicinal pills specifically for the 5 poison sex cultivation technique. And various other miscellaneous matters all required Gu Bai's personal attention, so he rarely returned to his immortal cave. Of course, Qingning also knew that Gu Bai had a great responsibility and bore unimaginable pressure, so she did not blame him. She was just a little strange. It should be the busiest time now, so why did Gu Bai suddenly call her over? How has your sword cultivation been lately? Gu Bai did not answer Qingning's question, but instead asked back. My sword technique has finally had a breakthrough and advanced further. Now, ordinary foundation establishment late-stage cultivators are no longer my match. If a war truly breaks out, I can also contribute to the sect. Qingning said with a hint of pride. Although her current cultivation speed had been surpassed by Gu Bei, it was still far ahead of her peers. Do you want to participate in the upcoming war? You should know that war is very cruel. Gu Bai nodded and continued to press the question. Isn't that obvious? I'm not an ingrate. Lingyun sect has nurtured me for so long. Now that the sect is in danger, it's time for me to do my part. But Gu Bai, why are you suddenly asking about this? Is that so? I understand. Gu Bai gently nodded, then turned around, revealing a gentle smile, and walked towards Qingning. Gu Bai, what exactly is going on? You're so strange today. Qingning looked at Gu Bai walking towards her and said with some confusion. Gu Bai felt really strange to her today, although he was still gentle, there was just a peculiar feeling about him. Qingning was a little confused because after Gu Bai walked in front of her, he suddenly gently hugged her. They were like an old married couple, so Qingning naturally wouldn't be too shy, she was just curious, what was wrong with Gu Bai today? I'm sorry, Qingning. Holding Qingning, Gu Bai suddenly whispered. Just as Qingning was surprised, countless vines suddenly emerged from the ground, firmly entangling her. With Qingning's strength, it was impossible for her to be entangled, but at this moment, she was in Lingyun sect and being hugged by Gu Bai. Naturally, she wouldn't be very vigilant, and in her carelessness, Gu Bai's sneak attack succeeded. Gu Bai, what are you doing? Let me go quickly. Qingning reacted at this point and began to struggle violently, but as a sword cultivator, with her hands tied, 9/10 of her skill was gone, and for a moment, she couldn't break free. I regret to inform you that you now have a secret mission, to take the sect's legacy and hide far away. If the war fails, then you should leave Qing province. Of course, if Lingyun sect wins, you can just come back. Gu Bai said with a smile. Then he activated the formation that had been hidden underground for a long time. This formation could directly teleport Qingning to a very remote underground secret chamber in Qing province. The underground secret chamber was tens of thousands of meters underground and also had protective formations, making it incredibly safe and almost impossible to find. To ensure Qingning's safety, the underground secret chamber also couldn't be exited from the inside, unless she waited until a year later. In the secret chamber, Gu Bai prepared various foods he made himself, all stored using special methods. Besides that, there was a large amount of spirit stone, enough for Qingning to spend a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Qingning's eyes widened, and she struggled even more fiercely. Gu Bai, I'm really going to get angry now. Let go of me. I can also contribute to the sect. Previously, Gu Bai had always been quite accommodating to Qingning, who had rarely gotten angry, but this time Gu Bai was unexpectedly firm. Even though Qingning's eyes were red and she was on the verge of tears, Gu Bai showed no signs of softening. The light of the formation slowly lit up, and it was estimated that in a moment, Qingning would be teleported away. Gu Bai just looked at Qingning gently, no longer speaking. Seeing this gentle gaze, Qingning trembled all over. It was a tremor caused by excessive fear, as she was afraid she would never see Gu Bai again. Gu Bai, you must survive. The moment before she was teleported away, Qingning shouted with all her might, then transformed into a burst of light and completely disappeared from Gu Bai's sight. Gu Bai stood there for a long time, then let out a soft sigh. Qingning had been too well protected, and her heart nature was not mature enough. Participating in a war in such a state would mean an extremely high probability of death. Naturally, Gu Bai would not let Qingning participate in the war, so he had discussed it with Su Wuji early on, and the two ultimately decided to quietly send Qingning away before the war began. As for tasks like the sect legacy, those were all fake, just to relieve Qingning of some burden. Qingning staying in the sect would not be of much use, although she had the combat power of a peak foundation establishment realm cultivator, that was all. Cultivators with peak foundation establishment realm combat power were abundant in Lingyun sect, one more or one less would not significantly affect the battle. Qingning's identity was not a secret, basically, everyone in Lingyun sect knew, and the enemy could easily find out with a little investigation. Once she was captured by the enemy, they could use her to threaten Su Wuji, tying his hands, which would be fatal to Lingyun sect. Besides Qingning, Gu Bai also used the same method to quietly send Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan away. Lingyun sect had established many similar secret rooms, and by now, most cultivators like Qingning, who had good talent but were not suitable for war, had been sent away. Big brother, don't worry too much, Lingyun sect is not as weak as you imagine, Gu Bai said, slowly appearing to comfort him. He had actually arrived earlier but had used an invisibility spell to hide, so Qingning had not noticed him. Don't worry about me, I'm just a little melancholic. I just hope not too many people die. Gu Bai said with a slight hint of sorrow, as a physician and alchemist, he had naturally made many good friends within the sect. Because of Gu Bai's kind nature, besides Gu Bai and Qingning, he knew nearly half of the inner sect disciples and most of the elders in Lingyun sect, and had good relationships with them. Also, in the Hall of Returning Spring and the Danding Division, the new generation were basically disciples he had taught, and these disciples also had very good relationships with Gu Bai. The people he knew, the people he cared about, seemed to form chains, firmly locking him within Lingyun sect. But Gu Bai did not dislike this feeling, the reason he was locked was because he cared about everything here. If he could even abandon this, then what was the meaning of living? Or rather, abandoning all of this would be the greatest cruelty to himself. Want a drink? Before Gu Bai could reply, Gu Bai skillfully set up a table, took out a jar of wine, and poured a cup for each of them. He, big brother still understands me. Gu Bai smiled and sat in front of Gu Bai, and the two of them sat on the mountain peak, drinking wine cup by cup. When do you plan to break through? Soon, no more than 5 days, Gu Bai said in a low voice after taking a sip of wine. Logically, Gu Bai should have been afraid, as he might have to face the ambush of the 3 great sects and countless golden core powerhouses. But Gu Bai showed no fear, giving off a feeling that was 7 parts similar to Su Wuji. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Bai was already taller than him, and his body was very robust. Clearly, Gu Bai cultivated both body and spells, simultaneously practicing spells and physical techniques. Looking at Gu Bai felt a slight sense of relief. Gu Bai was the fuse of this war, the object of everyone's attention. Anyone could escape, but Gu Bai could not, he had no retreat behind him. His position had already been divined by Immortal Master Tianxing, without the sect's protection, Gu Bai had only one path, death. But it was precisely facing such pressure that Gu Bai grew at an extremely fast rate, and by now, he had grown into a reliable senior. He also no longer acted so childish in front of him, but instead showed a genuine, mature, and steady demeanor. Sigh, unconsciously, we have grown to this extent, Gu Bai said with some emotion, taking a small sip of wine. He grew from an ordinary outer sect disciple to the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, a pillar within the sect, and a reliable senior in the hearts of countless disciples. Gu Bai was the same, growing from a somewhat childish youth to the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, the hope for Lingyun sect's rise. Yes, time really flies, Gu Bai also said with some emotion. The two of them drank cup after cup, from day to night, as if they had endless things to say, as this might be their last time drinking together. Big brother, come here for a moment, I have something I want to tell you, Gu Bai said, his face flushed and a little dizzy. Gu Bai smiled, did not hesitate, and immediately stood up and walked in front of Gu Bai. Big brother, I'm sorry. Gu Bai suddenly embraced Gu Bai in front of him, then electric light emanated from his body, seemingly intending to stun Gu Bai with electricity. Clearly, Gu Bai also had the same goal as Gu Bai, to send Gu Bai away before the war began. A moment later, Gu Bai released his arms. But Gu Bai did not collapse to the ground as Gu Bai had expected, instead, he smiled and looked at him. You brat, do you think you can hide it from your big brother? I don't even need to guess, I knew you would do this. I already secretly had someone custom make a set of protective soft armor that can withstand lightning. Even the lightning spells of a peak foundation establishment realm cultivator can be defended against by this soft armor, Gu Bai said with a smile. Is that so? Then big brother, you underestimate me too much. Gu Bai slightly tilted his head, then dazzling purple electric light began to emanate from his body. He lightly waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking directly towards Gu Bai, who failed to dodge and was immediately struck by the lightning. Pfft! Gu Bai's body trembled from the electric shock. A moment later, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of black qi, his hair standing on end, looking quite disheveled. And the soft armor he had specially commissioned was also reduced to ash by the lightning. Gu Bai's mastery of lightning had reached its peak, although the power of this lightning bolt looked great, it did not harm Gu Bai, only immobilizing him in place. Damn, I was careless. Gu Bai cursed under his breath. He had anticipated Gu Bai would make a move against him and had prepared in advance. But he hadn't expected Gu Bai's strength to be so formidable, directly overturning the table. The power of that lightning didn't seem like something a foundation establishment cultivator could possess. He was, after all, only an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. No matter how much he prepared beforehand, Gu Bei could break through it with sheer force. Now, his condition was extremely poor. The lightning Gu Bei released was very special, possessing an extremely strong numbing effect. He couldn't move, and he couldn't even circulate a bit of his magical power. Fortunately, the ancient wood evergreen skill he cultivated had extremely strong recovery abilities. In a moment, his body had recovered somewhat. Although he still couldn't move, he could barely speak. Gu Bei, listen to me. Qingning can leave, but I cannot. I am the hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring. If I leave, it will be a severe blow to morale. I have already formulated a plan. When the war breaks out, I will lead many physicians to treat the wounded, acting as a leader. The Lingyun sect can do without Qingning, but it absolutely cannot do without me. If I am missing, the morale of all the physicians will plummet. If all the physicians' morale plummets, it will be extremely unfavorable for the war, reducing the win rate by at least 10%. Moreover, among the entire Lingyun sect, I am the only one proficient in medical skills. When fighting against 5 poison sect cultivators, I will be needed to specially formulate antidotes. Gu Bei, with extreme speed, explained his role in the Lingyun sect. His logic was extremely clear. In just a few seconds, Gu Bei had expressed himself clearly. You're right, but compared to all that, Big Brother's safety is the most important. Gu Bei nodded after hearing this, showing his approval, but he didn't fall for it. Countless mud rose from beneath Gu Bai's feet, firmly pinning his legs to the ground, rendering him unable to move. Then, countless vines emerged from the ground, binding Gu Bei tightly, cutting off any possibility of him escaping. Gu Bei didn't hesitate at all, directly activating the formation he had set up beforehand, intending to teleport Gu Bei away. Although Gu Bei was proficient in lightning spells, it didn't mean he couldn't use spells of other attributes. On the contrary, besides lightning spells, Gu Bei was proficient in all 5 elements spells as well. Be good, Gu Bei, listen to Big Brother, quickly release your Big Brother. Gu Bei looked at Gu Bei and spoke softly, seemingly wanting to reason with Gu Bei. He was confident that if he was given a few moments, he could persuade Gu Bei to release him. After all, Gu Bei was someone he had raised since childhood. He even understood Gu Bei better than himself. But Gu Bei was indeed prepared. He directly pulled out 2 earplugs and plugged his ears. These earplugs were not ordinary items but a magical artifact. He had specifically found someone to refine them, capable of blocking all sound. Sorry, Big Brother, I can't out-reason you, but I can choose not to listen. I hope you don't blame me. Watching the teleportation formation beneath his feet glow brighter and brighter, Gu Bei truly began to panic, his expression no longer as calm and composed as before. Sect Master, help me out, don't hide in the dark watching the show. In desperation, Gu Bei could only shout loudly. He actually had a backup plan, which was Suwuji, the sect master of the Lingyun sect, who was secretly watching him from not far away. After all, the matter of sending Qingning away was decided in joint discussion with Suwuji, and Suwuji had been secretly watching from the shadows. Gu Bei also guessed that Gu Bei would teleport him away, so he had told Suwuji in advance to pay more attention to his side. Alright, Gu Bei, stop messing around. As Gu Bai's words fell, a faint voice came from a distance, and Suwuji slowly appeared. Master, I apologize. You can punish me however you want afterward, but for now, please let me send Big Brother away. Gu Bei, who had always been very obedient to his master, was rarely rebellious and chose to ignore him, protecting Gu Bei in front of him. The formation had already activated mostly. Now, in just a few breaths, Gu Bei could be teleported away. Gu Bei fully channeled his magical power, forming a giant lightning barrier around them, enveloping both him and Gu Bei. Alas, I'm sorry. Suwuji was not angry. He just sighed softly. He could deeply understand Gu Bei at this moment. Just as he worried about Qingning, Gu Bei also worried about Gu Bei, but Gu Bei was not the same as Qingning. Qingning was merely strong in combat power, and the Lingyun sect had no shortage of such people. There were many foundation establishment cultivators stronger than Qingning. One more of her didn't add much, one less of her didn't subtract much, and she might even be captured by enemies and used as his weakness, which was why she could be sent away. But Gu Bei was different. As the hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring, he had immense popularity within the sect, especially among the younger generation of disciples, who all regarded Gu Bei as their idol. If they knew that Gu Bei did not participate in the war but instead fled, the blow to the Lingyun sect's morale would be devastating. Therefore, Gu Bei absolutely could not leave. His relationship with Gu Bei was actually very good. Gu Bai's personality was very likable to him. The two often talked late into the night, like close confidants. He had also considered letting Gu Bei leave with Qingning. With Gu Bai's ability, he would surely take good care of Qingning. His apology was not only directed at Gu Bei but also at Gu Bei. He could have pretended to ignore it, or arrived a few seconds later, allowing Gu Bei to be successfully teleported away. But the responsibility of being the sect master bound him, forcing him to prioritize the bigger picture, making him unable to do anything but step out and stop Gu Bei. Suwuji did not draw his sword. He had reached an extremely profound realm in swordsmanship, comprehending the Dao of sword severing all things, which could sever invisible objects. He merely transformed his heart into a sword, aiming an invisible sword at the formation and striking, severing the circulation of spiritual chi within the formation. Although it was only for an instant, it was enough. The operation of the formation was extremely precise, even slight damage would render it ineffective. The teleportation formation beneath Gu Bai's feet flickered a few times, and its light slowly dimmed. Only then did Gu Bai breathe a sigh of relief. And Gu Bai, knowing it was hopeless, sat on the ground in disappointment. Su Wuji, perhaps feeling guilty, also stopped speaking at this point, just standing silently nearby. The three remained silent for a long time. After a while, Gu Bai finally broke free from his restraints and slowly walked in front of Gu Bai. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm your omnipotent big brother, after all. He didn't blame Gu Bai, just spoke softly. Gu Bai only hummed softly, still feeling very down. After all, no matter what, Gu Bai was only an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, yet he had such a prominent identity. He was actually quite dangerous on the battlefield and would face many assassination attempts from hostile forces. Gu Bai sighed helplessly. Although he himself was immortal and could not be killed by others, Gu Bai didn't know that. To be honest, Gu Bai didn't want Gu Bai to make a breakthrough with such a mindset, as it would greatly affect the probability of success. Perhaps Gu Bai originally had the potential to form an immortal golden core, but due to his mindset, he might only be able to form a superior golden core. Gu Bai, this is a tier 3 teleportation talisman. Just inject a small amount of magical power, and it can teleport you thousands of miles away. You can use this talisman when you encounter danger. At this moment, Su Wuji, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He then took out a talisman emitting a faint golden light and handed it to Gu Bai. Gu Bai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the talisman. Tier 3 talismans are extremely rare even in the entire cultivation world, let alone in Qingzhou. It's likely that the entire Lingyun sect doesn't have many. But Su Wuji gave him one, just to ensure his safety. But that wasn't all. Su Wuji then took out a white jade pendant from his arms and handed it to Gu Bai, saying with a hint of heartache. This is a protective jade pendant my master Lu Sunchen gave me when I was in the foundation establishment realm. It can withstand one attack from a golden core cultivator. But now I am a golden core middle stage cultivator, so this jade pendant is not of much use to me. I might as well give it to you. With these two items, one for escape and one for defense, even if you encounter a golden core true person, you can escape unharmed. Gu Bai felt a warmth in his heart after hearing this. Su Wuji had truly gone all out for him. That's great, big brother. This way, you won't be in danger. At this moment, Gu Bai was exceptionally happy, completely devoid of his previous dejection, as if his earlier mood had been an act. The three looked at each other, then burst into laughter, all immensely happy. The relationship between master and disciple, or superior and subordinate, did not affect the three of them. At this moment, they were like three close friends. Come, let's have a drink. Gu Bai smiled, took out a jar of good wine from his storage pouch, poured a cup for each of them, and then drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, the few of them chatted for a while before each leaving. Each of them was very busy and had their own things to do. It was already quite difficult for them to spare nearly a day. At this time, the Hall of Returning Spring was in disarray, with some people feeling uneasy because Physician Gu had not appeared in the Hall of Returning Spring for nearly a day. I haven't seen Physician Gu for so long. Could he have secretly run away? Just like his two disciples. A white-haired old man spoke in a sarcastic tone. He was one of the original dozen or so physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring. Although his medical skills were not refined, due to the scarcity of physicians, his status in the sect was very high. However, after Gu Bai reformed the Hall of Returning Spring, the number of physicians increased sharply, and his status plummeted. He harbored some resentment towards Gu Bai. Instead of trying to improve his medical skills, he relied on his status as an elder to act presumptuously. Many young physicians had no good way to deal with him. After all, he was an elder, so they could only try their best to accommodate him. Gu Bai had previously performed too perfectly, leaving him speechless, but now he finally found an opportunity, and he naturally wouldn't let it go. You're spouting nonsense. Physician Gu is not that kind of person. He must have been delayed by something. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a young physician came out to refute him. Yes, Physician Gu is not that kind of person. When I asked him questions before, he taught me very thoroughly. Even if my aptitude was dull and I couldn't understand it after just one listen, he patiently explained it to me several times until I barely understood. Without Physician Gu, I would never have become a physician. Someone as gentle as him would never abandon his post. At this moment, a soft, even somewhat tearful but very firm voice, also retorted. Her name was Su Ruxiu, a very introverted female cultivator who usually dared not speak in public. But now, for the sake of Gu Bai, she openly defied the old senior of the Hall of Returning Spring. The old man's words were like a fuse, directly igniting the Hall of Returning Spring. Many old physicians who disliked Gu Bai and the younger generation of physicians who liked Gu Bai began to argue. Physician He and Physician Su tried their best to stabilize the situation, but with little effect. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Gu Bai pushed the door open, and the previously noisy sounds instantly quieted down. What kind of uproar is this? Physician Fang, take the others to refine some more antidote pills. And you little ones, have you finished the homework I assigned? As Gu Bai's commands were passed down one by one, the previously somewhat chaotic Hall of Returning Spring instantly became orderly. All the physicians felt as if they had found their backbone upon seeing Gu Bai, and their panicked emotions instantly calmed down. It was as if with Gu Bai leading the way, all problems ceased to be problems. Even the old man from before felt a sense of relief. Although he had some complaints about Gu Bai, this did not negate Gu Bai's excellence. Gu Bai could be said to be the most perfect superior in everyone's hearts. His personality was gentle, even if one made a mistake, he wouldn't overly pursue it. He handled matters clearly, rewarding Wendu and punishing Wendu. Two teachers, you've worked hard. I was truly busy, which is why I temporarily asked you to help me manage the Hall of Returning Spring. Gu Bai said apologetically. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Physician, he said with a smile, his eyes filled with pride as he looked at Gu Bai. Gu Bai had grown to this extent. The young man who always needed their protection had become a young man who could now make them feel at ease. Time quietly passed in this tense atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Gu Bai to make a breakthrough. Intersect, at the center of Lingyun Peak, this is the core area of the Lingyun sect, and also the place with the richest spiritual qi in the Lingyun sect. Gu Bai planned to make a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm here today. Gu Bai, just focus on your breakthrough. We will protect your safety. Many people surrounded Gu Bai. Almost all the Golden Core cultivators of the Lingyun sect gathered here to protect Gu Bai's safety. Gu Bai also stood in the crowd. He did not speak. What needed to be said had already been said. All he could do now was silently wish Gu Bai well. Gu Bai nodded heavily, then showed a confident smile unique to him. When I make a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, I will also kill a Golden Core cultivator, just like Master did back then. Good boy, you've got guts. Su Wuji patted Gu Bai's shoulder and said with a smile. Under everyone's gaze, the main door slowly closed, and everyone entered a state of alert. Time slowly passed. 3 days later, the surrounding spiritual qi suddenly formed a vortex, beginning to gather towards Gu Bai's immortal cave. It was clear that Gu Bai had begun to condense his golden core. At this moment, Gu Bai felt a little restless, his brain slightly aching, warning him of danger. Buzzing. Gu Bai very keenly sensed that an invisible attack seemed to have passed through the sect protection array and was flying towards Gu Bai. The attack was extremely fast. Gu Bai only vaguely felt it and had no time to stop it, nor was he able to stop it. However, besides Gu Bai, other cultivators present also sensed danger. Humph. Before anyone else could act, Su Wuji snorted coldly, transforming his will into a sword qi to sever that invisible attack. But then, various other bizarre attacks came one after another, most of them formless and shadowless, capable of ignoring formations to a certain extent. Gu Bai could only barely sense the attacks coming, but he couldn't see them, let alone stop them. Yet, Su Wuji stepped forward, like a god of war, firmly guarding Gu Bai's immortal cave. All attacks were discovered by him and severed with sword qi. His swordplay had been cultivated to an extremely profound realm, comprehending the Dao of severing all things with a sword, allowing him to attack the curse itself. A moment later, the attack ceased. Although it looked calm, Gu Bai knew that an intense unseen battle had already taken place. When a cultivator undergoes a breakthrough, it can be said to be the weakest moment in their life. They must devote all their attention to the breakthrough and cannot perceive the slightest movement from the outside world. Furthermore, they cannot be disturbed in the slightest, even a qi-refining cultivator, whom they could crush with one hand normally, could interrupt their breakthrough. If any of those attacks had hit Gu Bai, he would have suffered from chaotic magical power, leading to severed meridians in a minor case, or immediate death in a severe one. The victorious side was clearly Lingyun sect, Gu Bai's aura was stable, and all attacks were intercepted by Su Wuji. But this was only the first wave of attacks, not even a formal offensive, merely a probe. In the distant sky, countless dense attacks suddenly appeared, heading towards Lingyun sect. Rumble. Rumble. However, these attacks were blocked midway by an invisible light. Even the full force of many Foundation establishment cultivators could not shake it in the slightest. This was Lingyun sect's mountain protecting formation, capable of withstanding the attacks of Golden Core true persons. Is it over? A younger Foundation establishment cultivator asked in a low voice. No, this is probably just the beginning. An older, grey-haired Foundation establishment cultivator, however, shook his head with a solemn expression. As soon as he finished speaking, countless purple clouds gathered in the sky, and then countless purple raindrops descended from the clouds, heading towards Lingyun sect. This was a combined technique of the 5 poison sect, requiring countless Foundation establishment cultivators and one Golden Core true person to unleash. The attack power of the poisonous rain was not very strong, it didn't even cause a ripple when it hit the formation. However, the poison liquid firmly adhered to the formation and began to corrode it. The formation dimmed slightly under the corrosion of the poison liquid. At the same time, 12 extraordinary figures appeared in the sky. These 12 were all the Golden Core true persons from the other 3 great sects. They all attacked together, unleashing their most powerful attacks. Pure Yang true person formed hand seals and unleashed a giant fire dragon hundreds of meters long. The fire dragon roared as it crashed towards Lingyun sect. Celestial star true person also performed a secret technique, condensing a giant meteor with a diameter of dozens of meters, which he hurled towards Lingyun sect. The other Golden Core true persons each displayed their skills. For a time, various attacks filled the sky. Rumble. 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 The entire ground began to tremble violently. Even Lingyun sect's mountain protecting formation, after enduring such a fierce assault, began to shake violently and had a gap torn open. Today, our 3 great sects have joined forces to annihilate Lingyun sect. Gu Bai stared blankly at the scene, feeling a tremendous impact. This was his first experience of a war in the cultivation world. He didn't expect it to be so ruthless, it wasn't the gradual, slow progression he imagined. The enemies attacked immediately, giving no chance to breathe. Prepare to meet the enemy. So Wuji roared, holding his Wuji sword, and charged forward first. The other golden core true persons also charged forward without fear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The golden core true persons on both sides had a tacit understanding, they did not attack ordinary disciples but fought in a chaotic melee in the sky. So Wuji fought 3 opponents. Even though he had just entered the golden core middle stage, he managed to hold back 3 golden core middle stage cultivators and even subtly held the upper hand. One could only say he was truly a sword cultivator, his strength was immensely powerful. Liu Sunshan, the old sect master of Lingyun sect, possessed the combat power of a golden core peak and seemed to have no intention of surviving this war. At the very beginning of the war, he burned his life origin, unleashing incomparable power. He single-handedly held back Pure Yang True Person and 2 other golden core middle stage cultivators. Old friend, why do you put yourself through this? Pure Yang True Person looked at Liu Sunshan, whose aura was terrifying due to burning his life origin, and sighed, speaking with some sadness. He and Liu Sunshan had known each other since they were young. Later, during the war 100 or 200 years ago, Lingyun sect and Pure Yang sect formed an alliance to fight against the other 2 great sects. He and Liu Sunshan cooperated, winning many splendid battles, but he never expected that with the passage of time, the 2 who once drank together were now facing each other with swords, fighting to the death. Alas, it's all for the sect. Liu Sunshan did not resent Pure Yang True Person, both of them had simply made choices based on their sect's stance. If the other 3 great golden core sects did not choose to eliminate Lingyun sect at this time, once Su Wuji and Gu Bei fully matured, they would also lead Lingyun sect to eliminate the other golden core sects and completely dominate Qingzhou. The outstanding performances of Su Wuji and Liu Sunshan greatly alleviated Lingyun sect's lack of high-end combat power. However, it only alleviated it. The remaining 4 golden core true persons of Lingyun sect were just ordinary golden core true persons. They did not possess the ability to fight above their realm like Su Wuji, nor did they have an extremely high realm like Liu Sunshan. Most of them were only golden core initial stage, with only 1 immortal master Tianyu reaching the golden core middle stage. And the enemy still had 8 golden core true persons remaining. Although most of the remaining ones were golden core initial stage cultivators, only a few had reached the golden core middle stage. Even if they fought with all their might, they could at most hold back 6 golden core true persons, but the enemy still had 1 golden core middle stage and 1 golden core initial stage cultivator remaining. The remaining 2 were the sect master of 5 poison sect and another cultivator from 5 poison sect. These 2 remaining individuals were extremely skilled in large-scale combat. If no one restrained them, they alone could slaughter all the low-realm cultivators of Lingyun sect. Ha 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 ha, today I shall go on a killing spree and turn this Lingyun sect into a dead land. The 5 poison immortal master laughed heartily. But just then, a bloody long spear suddenly flew out, heading straight for the 5 poison immortal master. The bloody long spear was extremely fast. The 5 poison immortal master had no time to defend himself and was pierced through the body by the bloody long spear. As soon as the bloody spear pierced the 5 poisons immortal master's body, it exploded within him. Pfft! The 5 poisons immortal master was instantly severely wounded, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, looking somewhat incredulous. It's you, Tianming Zi. Weren't you supposed to have died 300 years ago? How can you be here? Humph, less nonsense, take this. A middle-aged cultivator dressed in black, emanating waves of evil qi, said in a cold tone. Upon hearing the name Tianming Zi, Gu Bai's heart also trembled. He had heard Gu Bei speak of this person. Tianming Zi, the hall master of the law enforcement hall several hundred years ago, was a well-known genius of the Lingyun sect at that time. As long as he cultivated step by step, he had hope of reaching the golden core late stage. Several hundred years ago, in order to find a spiritual item, he went alone to the 10,000 barren mountains, and after that, there was no news of him. During the period when Tianming Zi went to the 10,000 barren mountains, a fierce fluctuation also erupted within the 10,000 barren mountains, as if 2 golden core level demon kings were fighting each other. As time passed, it was basically confirmed that Tianming Zi had died in the 10,000 barren mountains. Now it seems that the accident several hundred years ago was entirely faked by the Lingyun sect to hide Tianming Zi's combat power, so that other sects would lower their guard. If other sects knew that the Lingyun sect had 7 golden core cultivators, it probably wouldn't have waited until now. The war more than 100 years ago would have been the 3 great sects besieging the Lingyun sect. And now, after several hundred years of cultivation, Tianming Zi has already cultivated to the golden core middle stage, only 1 step away from the golden core late stage, enough to deal with the injured 5 poisons immortal master and another golden core initial stage cultivator. While the golden core cultivators above were fighting fiercely, the same was true below. The formation was shattered by the combined attack of the golden core immortal masters and could not recover in a short time. The army formed by the cultivators of the other 3 great sects surged towards the Lingyun sect. Come on! The Lingyun sect's cultivators were not to be outdone, shouting loudly. Countless qi refining cultivators ran on the ground, while foundation establishment cultivators flew with their swords. Rumble! Before the 2 sides even met, cultivators skilled in spells launched their spells in advance, blasting towards the other side. All disciples, heed my command, release your spells. Wang Mang, at the very front, shouted. Wang Mang was the leader of their side's cultivators. He was at the peak foundation establishment cultivation, just 1 step away from the golden core realm. He was also the former hall master of the law enforcement hall, often leading law enforcement hall disciples to fight against Jishu, marauder cultivators, and was quite skilled at commanding disciples in battle. He himself had participated in the war more than 100 years ago and possessed very rich battlefield experience. Fire Dragon Art. Multiple Fireball Spell. The Ling Yun sect disciples flying in the sky all formed hand seals, casting out fire dragons, or other fire attribute spells. The Qi refining cultivators below did the same, forming hand seals and casting out countless fireballs. For a time, the entire sky was dyed into a sea of fire. Defense. Defense. The cultivators of the three great sects changed their expressions drastically, each employing various methods to defend, but their three factions had no order whatsoever, each using their own methods, only caring about the cultivators of their own sect, suffering heavy losses for a time. All disciples, heed my command, release wood element spells. Wang Mang shouted loudly. Yes. All the disciples uniformly formed hand seals, releasing the wood element spells they were skilled in. Entanglement spell. Woodthorn spell. 10,000 vine entanglement. Countless vines instantly emerged from the ground, firmly entangling the enemy cultivators, and enemies flying in the sky also suffered blows. This instantly delayed the enemy's advance, gaining time for the Ling Yun sect cultivators to release another attack. Without any pause, Wang Mang shouted again. Ling Yun sect disciples, heed my command, release the talismans in your hands. All of them activated the talismans in their hands, and the talismans they used were Gale talismans, as well as the more advanced Tornado talismans. Due to the use of advanced talismans, the intensity of this attack far exceeded the previous one. Whoosh! 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 And within these wind element spells, there were also several fire element spells mixed in. The flames, fanned by the strong wind, greatly increased in power. The strong wind was instantly dyed fiery red by these flames, with flames mixed in the wind. The enemy cultivators, who were about to approach, were actually blown back dozens of meters by the strong wind. Moreover, they were entangled with many wooden vines, and these vines instantly burned fiercely upon contact with the strong wind mixed with flames. This combination attack perfectly utilized the principle of the five elements mutual generation and mutual restraint, directly stunning the opponent. Large numbers of low-level disciples were severely burned by the flames, and those in the Qi refining realm were simply unable to resist this combination skill. Even the Foundation establishment cultivators flying in the sky were mostly injured. But the enemy was, after all, the elite of the three great sects, and they quickly reacted. The Foundation establishment cultivators all cast water element spells, extinguishing the flames on their bodies in an instant. Kill. Wang Mang took a deep breath and led many disciples to fight with the enemy. The distance from the enemy's charge to the Ling Yun sect had been utilized to its limit by him, launching 3 waves of combined attacks, severely wounding the enemy cultivators. But the subsequent melee indeed had no technique to speak of. Even he had no particularly good solution, only relying on the hard strength of both sides. Wang Mang slightly gathered his strength, then suddenly drew the long sword in his hand, unleashing a giant sword Qi dozens of meters long. Puchi! 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 Wang Mang was indeed a top-tier Foundation establishment cultivator. With just one sword strike, he cut 3 Foundation establishment cultivators in midair into 2 halves. Intestines mixed with internal organs and blood rained down onto the ground. The cultivators from both sides clashed like a flood, and the situation quickly became chaotic. The entire battle had no aesthetic appeal whatsoever, but was instead full of gore and violence. After all, Qi refining cultivators had not mastered too strong a power, and most still focused on close combat, with ranged attacks as a supplement. Gu Bai was not among the crowd. He led a group of healers to hide in the back, ready to treat the injured at any time. Gu Bai stared intently at the battlefield. Once he saw a cultivator severely injured and unable to fight, he would cast the myriad woodvine spell to drag that cultivator to a safe rear area for treatment. Besides him, there were many similar cultivators present, all of whom were agile in movement and proficient in escape techniques. They constantly moved around the battlefield, dragging severely injured cultivators to the safe rear for treatment. But as time went on, their side gradually fell into a disadvantage. After all, the total number of cultivators from the 3 great sects was roughly twice that of the Ling Yun sect. Even after taking a set of combined attacks from their side beforehand, their numbers were still much greater than their own. Slowly, the number of wounded increased, and the battle line moved further back. Quick, someone! She's dying! A young cultivator dragged a bloody corpse from the battlefield to the rear medical station, his voice tinged with a sob. But no matter how he cried out, no one paid him any attention. All the healers were focused on treating the people in front of them, having no time or ability to treat this new casualty. There were simply too many casualties, and a severe shortage of personnel. Even though the Hall of Returning Spring, after Physician Gu's development, now had over 100 physicians, most of them were just young cultivators who had recently become physicians. It took a while before a young physician, his face pale and his magical power almost depleted, discovered the injured person. Physician, physician, please save her quickly. The cultivator spoke pleadingly, as if he had seen hope. The young physician merely glanced at her, then no longer paid attention, speaking with a slightly numb tone. Her injuries are too severe, my medical Dao secret art is lacking, so I cannot save her at all. The young physician turned and left without looking back, going to treat other patients with lighter injuries. How could this be? She's clearly not dead yet, why? Hearing this, the young cultivator's heart turned to ashes, and he spoke with a choked voice. The young physician's heart trembled slightly, feeling a hint of reluctance, but after taking a deep breath, he still left with firm steps to treat other injured individuals with lighter injuries. He had actually lied. With his remaining magical power, he could barely preserve the injured person's life, but it was completely not worth it. He didn't have much magical power left, and he could use his remaining magical power to save several other cultivators who were less severely injured. This would allow them to participate in the war as soon as possible, rather than expending all his magical power just to preserve the life of one severely injured cultivator. Someone, quickly. Anyone, please save her. The young cultivator's eyes were bloodshot, tears constantly streaming down his face, as he cried out helplessly. They were a brother and sister, and fortunately, both had cultivation aptitude. Although both were of lower middle aptitude, they supported each other and lived fairly well within the sect. However, the sudden war ruined everything. The two were merely chi refining middle stage cultivators, participating in such a war, they were just cannon fodder among cannon fodder. His sister was instantly severely wounded by a casual strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator. He fought desperately, finally managing to drag his sister from the battlefield to the rear, only to face such a result. The young cultivator's heart was filled with despair. The medicinal pills for treatment issued by the sect had long been used up, only barely managing to keep his sister alive. But now, his sister's aura was getting weaker and weaker, until it completely dissipated, and she perished, her Dao extinguished. The young cultivator's entire body trembled. It was due to excessive grief. He was, after all, just a child. Leave it to me. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind him. The voice was extremely tender, the most gentle he had ever heard. He seemed to grasp at a life-saving straw, turning his head sharply, only to see a young man in white, with a serene aura, walking towards him. Physician Gu walked up to the corpse and sighed slightly. He was still a step too late, the severely injured person before him had already died a few breaths ago. But Physician Gu did not intend to give up. He took a deep breath, and his hands condensed a emerald green light, beginning to heal her. The secret art he was performing was called Plants Returning to Spring, a high-level medical Dao secret art that could instantly restore injuries, but it was also extremely taxing on magical power. In just an instant, a small portion of Physician Gu's magical power was drained. However, the effect was also very prominent. The disfigured corpse rapidly recovered, and in just a moment, all the injuries on her body were healed. Physician Gu did not stop, instead, he chanted obscure and difficult-to-understand incantations and performed strange dance steps. Quickly tell me her name. Physician Gu said softly. Her name is Meng Shui. The young cultivator quickly replied. Physician Gu nodded, pulled out a talisman paper, wrote Meng Shui on it, and then began to softly call Meng Shui's name. Meng Shui, come quickly, Meng Shui, come quickly. A moment later, Physician Gu seemed to sense something. He condensed magical power in his hands and grabbed towards the void realm, seizing a ball of blue light, which he then pressed onto Meng Shui's body. This ball of blue light was Meng Shui's soul. The secret art Physician Gu had just performed was called Soul Summoning Art. It was an extremely profound and obscure secret art within the Dao of Medicine. As long as the soul had not left the body for more than an incense stick's time, there was actually a chance to save them. One only needed to heal the broken body and then return the soul to the body. Of course, it sounded simple, but in practice, it was very difficult. Only Physician Gu, with his exceptional skill and daring, could attempt it. Physician Gu's face was slightly pale. To save Meng Shui, this small cultivator of the Qi refining realm, nearly half of his magical power was consumed. Physician Gu took a Qi replenishing medicinal pill and slightly burned a portion of his life origin, and his magical power instantly recovered. A cultivator's life origin is essentially a purer form of energy than magical power. By burning life origin, one can temporarily increase combat power or restore magical power. He was immortal, and the life origin within his body was endless, inexhaustible. Every time his magical power was depleted, he only needed to burn a little, and it would instantly recover, like a perpetual motion machine. Physician Gu gently waved his hand again, and a large amount of life chi surged out, enveloping the young cultivator. In just a moment, all the injuries he had sustained were healed. Thank you, thank you. The young cultivator quickly thanked him, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Physician Gu. It could be said that it was Physician Gu who pulled his sister back from hell. Physician Gu was their savior. Physician Gu merely smiled and nodded, not lingering there. He immediately turned and left, rushing to save the next injured person. There were simply too many casualties. Even with his infinite magical power, acting as dozens of physicians, he still couldn't treat everyone. Under the efforts of Physician Gu and many other physicians, the recovered injured joined the battle, and the previously somewhat disadvantaged battle situation gradually stabilized. Although there were fewer people from the Lingyun sect, they had physicians supporting them from behind, allowing them to recover quickly from injuries. The enemy also had physicians, but their numbers were very small and they couldn't save everyone. Just as the war fell into a stalemate, an unexpected change occurred. The cultivators of the 5 poison sects simultaneously acted, throwing countless bottles onto the ground. The bottles were very fragile and shattered upon contact with the ground, releasing a large amount of purplish-black poison. Instantly, all the cultivators present turned pale, their magical power solidified, and their combat power severely weakened. The cultivators of the 3 great sects seemed to have been prepared, as they all took a medicinal pill, and their pale faces slowly recovered. The cultivators of the Lingyun sect, however, suffered greatly. Affected by the poison gas, their combat power plummeted, and they were instantly suppressed by the enemy. Damn it, Physician Gu, quickly think of a solution. Wang Mang's face was grim. He instantly circulated his magical power to expel the poison gas from his body, casually slashed out with his sword, cutting several enemy cultivators in half, and then turned to look at Physician Gu anxiously. The cultivators of the three great sects seemed to have been prepared, as they all consumed a medicinal pill, and their pale faces slowly recovered. The cultivators of Lingyun sect, however, were miserable, affected by the poisonous qi, their combat power plummeted, and they were instantly suppressed by the enemy. Damn it, Physician Gu, quickly think of a solution. Wang Mang's expression was grim. He immediately circulated his magic power to force the poisonous qi out of his body, then casually swung his sword, cutting several enemy cultivators in half. Only then did he turn around, looking anxiously at Gu Bai. If this poisonous qi wasn't resolved, the consequences would be unimaginable. Top-tier foundation establishment cultivators like him might be immune to the poisonous qi, but ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would be affected, needing to use magic power to suppress the poisonous qi, causing a slight drop in their combat power. Qi refining cultivators were truly miserable, they had to exert all their effort to suppress the poisonous qi, only able to unleash less than 50% of their full combat power. Moreover, the more they used magic power, the faster the poisonous qi spread. Gu Bai's expression was equally grim. When he used magic power to envelop a mass of poisonous qi, he unhesitatingly swallowed it, then closed his eyes, focusing all his energy on deciphering the structure of the poisonous qi. A young physician looked anxiously at Gu Bai. Seeing Gu Bai close his eyes, he wanted to step forward and ask a question. Don't disturb him. That boy, Gu Bai, is currently putting all his effort into deciphering the poisonous qi. He physician pulled back the young physician. Immediately after, he also unhesitatingly inhaled a mass of poisonous qi and began to close his eyes and analyze it. At the same time, Physician Qin and several other physicians who were proficient in pharmacology also followed Gu Bai's actions, swallowing a mass of poisonous qi and beginning to analyze it. Generally, physicians would not experiment with their own bodies, but the situation was urgent now, and they couldn't afford to care about such things. The more Gu Bai, with his eyes closed, analyzed, the more his brows furrowed, and sweat began to continuously seep from his forehead. His brain became incredibly hot from overthinking, and the beads of sweat on his forehead quickly evaporated due to the high temperature. Gu Bai discovered that the rank of this poisonous qi was extremely low, and the materials used were all low-quality first-order spiritual items, but the manufacturing process was quite complex. It was made from at least dozens, or even hundreds, of different first-order spiritual items, perfectly fused together. This caused the poisonous qi, despite its very low rank, to have a fatal effect on qi refining cultivators, and even be able to affect foundation establishment cultivators. Only the sect master of the five poison sect could refine such an exquisite poison. It was extremely difficult to concoct an antidote, ordinary second-order physicians simply couldn't do it, and even a third-order physician would require a certain amount of time. Using precious second-order detoxification medicinal pills could indeed counteract this poison, but second-order detoxification medicinal pills were too valuable, it was impossible to give one to every cultivator. Damn it! Gu Bai's brain spun rapidly, quickly recalling all his lifelong knowledge and remembering the various experiments he had conducted on his own body. He had actually been experimenting on his own body all these years, basically trying every poison and concocting antidotes for all of them. He even tried mixing multiple poisons together, and he meticulously analyzed them, slowly concocting many antidotes. And now, this poisonous qi was very similar to the mixed poisons he had tried before, consisting of dozens or hundreds of low-rank poisons mixed together with extremely subtle techniques. Quickly tell me your thoughts. Gu Bai said rapidly. I think it should be. The physicians did not hesitate at all, one after another stating their ideas for deciphering it. Their ideas might not be correct, but they could provide ideas for Gu Bai. A moment later, Gu Bai suddenly trembled, finally thinking of a way to decipher it. Then he condensed his magic power in his throat and shouted loudly. Next, do as I say. In sequence, take medicinal pills number 3, 10, 1, 8, and 5, which I distributed to you beforehand. Even before the war began, Gu Bai had refined and distributed 10 types of medicinal pills, numbered 1 to 10, to all the disciples. If these medicinal pills were taken in sequence and according to different models, they could have many different effects. This could greatly reduce the cost of detoxification medicinal pills. After all, poisonous qi also came in many different types, including toxins from various Yao beast venoms and toxins formed by different plants. And toxins specifically targeting magic power, toxins specifically targeting the physical body, and so on, there were too many classifications. Detoxification medicinal pills might be able to handle most situations, but the five poison sect was not to be underestimated, they could already refine poisons that detoxification medicinal pills couldn't resolve. However, Gu Bai already had a countermeasure, by taking medicinal pills number 3, 5, and 2 in sequence, they could form an antidote specifically for physical toxins. And this time, the composition of the poisonous qi was too complex. Gu Bai thought for a long time before coming up with a solution. By taking medicinal pills number 3, 10, 1, 8, and 5 in sequence, a specialized antidote could be formed. This way, he wouldn't have to concoct the antidote on the spot, and the time saved was very valuable. Do not take them all at once. Take them in batches. Disciples in good condition, protect disciples in poor condition. Wang Mang suddenly shouted loudly at this moment. As expected of a cultivator who had participated in wars, he instantly realized that if all disciples took the medicinal pills, there would be a brief period of weakness. The enemy would inevitably launch an attack, so they had to take them in batches. The Lingyun sect disciples did not hesitate at all. Those in better condition immediately stood in front of those in poorer condition. And those in poor condition immediately took out different medicinal pills from their storage pouch and, as Gu Bai instructed, took them in sequence. A moment later, all the medicinal pills melted and fused with each other, and they were indeed effective in treating the poison. The faces of the Ling Yun sect disciples gradually recovered. Ha ha ha, this is great. Wang Mang laughed 3 times, his voice bold and unrestrained. Seeing that his idea was indeed correct, Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief, then his vision went black, and he stumbled, almost falling to the ground. He had clearly overused his brain just now and now felt dizzy and lightheaded, but Gu Bai did not rest. He immediately activated his talent for eternal life, adjusting his condition to the best. Then he turned around and began to treat the injured disciples. War was undoubtedly cruel. Both sides were bloodthirsty, and countless disciples fell in pools of blood, gradually forming piles of corpses. Blood slowly flowed from the bodies, staining the ground crimson, even forming pools of blood. Gu Bai numbly treated one injury after another. He had lost count of how many people he had saved, only that the advanced healing secret art, spring grass rejuvenation, became more and more effortless to use. What was originally a high-rank secret art requiring intense concentration to cast, now, even without thinking, his body instinctively cast it. But despite Gu Bai's efforts, the situation gradually fell into a disadvantage. The disciples of the 3 great sects slowly advanced the battle line, wanting to move towards the inner sect, towards Gu Bai's direction, to prevent Gu Bai from achieving breakthrough. The Ling Yun sect disciples desperately tried to stop them, but it was useless, there were simply too many disciples from the 3 great sects. Almost all the disciples from the 3 golden core sects had been brought over. Gu Bai was panting heavily, his mind somewhat dazed. Just as Gu Bai turned to continue treating the next Ling Yun sect disciple, he suddenly felt a threat. A cultivator dressed in black, holding a dagger, had quietly bypassed the Ling Yun sect's defense line and arrived at the rear. The black-clad body cultivator charged directly towards Gu Bai, standing behind him without the slightest hesitation, and plunged the dagger in his hand fiercely towards Gu Bai's heart. Physician Gu, be careful. Pfft. At this moment, Gu Bai heard shouts from others beside him, but it was too late. By the time Gu Bai reacted, he only felt a sharp pain in his chest. A blood-stained dagger appeared in his chest. Bang! Before he could make another move, the black-clad body cultivator was sent flying by a punch from a Foundation Establishment Peak Law Enforcement Hall elder. This was Elder Zhang of the Law Enforcement Hall. Not only did he possess a Foundation Establishment Peak cultivation, but he was also a body cultivator. His combat power was only slightly inferior to Wang Meng's, and he was specifically assigned to protect the safety of the physicians on the rear front line. At this moment, Elder Jiang's bare upper body was covered in solid muscles, with very smooth lines, like the most perfect work of art. His face was flushed with anger, and his muscles bulged, like a furious beast. He flashed in an instant, appearing before the black-clad body cultivator and immediately grasping his neck. The black-clad body cultivator's pupils contracted violently. Fast, too fast. Elder Jiang's speed was so great that he couldn't react at all. By the time he realized what was happening, his neck was already being squeezed. Clang! 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 The black-clad body cultivator immediately swung the dagger in his hand to counterattack, frantically slashing at Elder Jiang's chest. The dagger sliced across his chest, but it didn't cut Elder Jiang's chest, instead, it produced a metallic clanging sound. The incredibly sharp dagger only left a shallow white mark on Elder Jiang's chest. You dare to harm Physician Gu? Die for me! Crack! 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 Elder Jiang exerted force with his fingers, and with a series of cracking sounds of bone shattering, the black-clad body cultivator's neck was actually crushed. Pfft! Elder Jiang waved his hand, flinging the black-clad body cultivator's corpse aside, then looked at Gu Bai, who was clutching his chest, and asked with concern. Physician Gu, are you all right? Gu Bai covered his chest with his left hand, emitting a green light. After a moment, he let go, and at this point, his originally pierced heart had already largely healed. I'm fine, it's just a mere fatal injury, Gu Bai said with a smile, shaking his head. Elder Jiang breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw that Gu Bai was fine. Anyone could have an accident now, but Gu Bai absolutely could not. Just as Wang Mang was the leader on the front line, Gu Bai was the leader on the back line. Gu Bai ranged all the physicians, and even though it had reached such a chaotic state, under Gu Bai's reasonable arrangements, the rear line did not collapse, instead, injured personnel were treated in an orderly manner. However, if Gu Bai were to die or be severely injured and fall unconscious, the rear line would likely collapse instantly. Physician Gu, your hair. At this moment, Elder Jiang suddenly noticed that a large part of Gu Bai's hair had turned snow white at some point. It's just excessive consumption of origin, not a big problem, Gu Bai smiled, not minding it. He had repeatedly consumed his origin to restore his magical power, and others had seen it. To avoid attracting attention, he deliberately made his hair snow white, to let others know that he had indeed consumed a lot of origin. Physician Gu, you've really worked hard. Seeing Gu Bai, whose hair was clearly already grey, still holding on and treating the disciples, Elder Jiang couldn't help but feel his eyes redden. While the two were speaking, a huge change had occurred on the front line. 3 Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators joined forces, firmly surrounding Wang Mang. Although Wang Mang had extraordinary combat power, he was ultimately only a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Facing 3 cultivators of the same realm as him, he was powerless and could only barely resist. Having lost Wang Mang, their backbone, the front line instantly fell into disarray. Among the three great sects, there seemed to have been preparations made. Several Foundation establishment cultivators suddenly threw several lightning-flashing spherical objects towards the Lingyun sect's defense line. Rumble. The lightning spheres exploded, releasing a large amount of lightning, instantly electrocuting over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators and hundreds of chi-refining cultivators, tearing a large hole in the defense line. Kill. Whatever you grab is yours. Hearing the cultivators of the three great sects, as if driven mad, seize this opening and actually tear through the Lingyun sect's defense line. Countless cultivators, like a swarm of locusts, rushed into the interior of the Lingyun sect. A portion charged towards the outer sect, wanting to prevent Gu Bei's breakthrough, while another portion split up, heading deeper into the Lingyun sect. Their direction seemed to be towards the Danding Division, Artifact Refining Workshop, and Hall of Returning Spring. Gu Bei's expression changed drastically because, apart from the cultivators on the front line, the Lingyun sect also had many cultivators who were not skilled in combat in the rear. Although the sect had sent away a very few geniuses in advance, that was only a very few geniuses, most of the cultivators were still within the Lingyun sect. Most of these cultivators were alchemists, chi refiners, talisman masters, and other cultivators not skilled in combat. Although only a portion of the enemy cultivators had escaped, the gap was quickly filled by other cultivators. However, no one knew how much damage this portion of cultivators would cause to the Lingyun sect. Gu Bai wasn't too worried about Gu Bei's safety, as there was a cliff bridge between the inner sect and outer sect, which was the only way to the inner sect. There were also some sect elites guarding it, so even if a portion of the enemies escaped, they wouldn't be able to break into the inner sect. What Gu Bai was worried about was that the small portion of enemies would attack the logistics personnel. The alchemists, artifact refiners, and talisman masters within the sect were hidden in various corners of the sect, but it was inevitable that some would be discovered by the enemy. These logistics personnel were the true foundation of the sect. Perhaps if one or two died, a unique technique would be lost. Gu Bai turned his head to look in the direction of Elder Zhang and Elder Qian in the outer sect, and he had a bad premonition. The two elders did not go to the inner sect, instead, they stayed in the outer sect with other elders whose lifespans were nearing their end, protecting the safety of the logistics personnel. It wasn't that Gu Bai didn't want them to stay in the safe inner sect, but they insisted on doing so. The two elders were also very stubborn. Once they decided on something, no one could change it. No matter how Gu Bai tried to persuade them, the two elders insisted on staying in the outer sect. As Elder Zhang put it, he couldn't just stand by and watch those cultivators, who were around his age and whose lifespans were almost exhausted, guard aside in the outer sect. And he himself hiding in the safe inner sect? He couldn't bear that shame. He might as well die. Among the cultivators stationed in the outer sect, many were people Elder Zhang knew. He fought alongside them when he was young, although most of the cultivators of his generation have now perished. However, some had made a breakthrough to Foundation establishment and were bravely fighting on the front lines, and there were also some younger generations who looked up to him. Moreover, Elder Zhang was not someone who feared death, he was a ruthless character when he was young, a sword cultivator himself, and he also cultivated a powerful but extremely painful cultivation technique, whose magic power came with evil chi, making his strength incredibly formidable. At that time, he was fearless and, in cooperation with Elder Qian, even dared to confront a Foundation establishment cultivator head-on. If it weren't for his extremely poor aptitude and the injuries he sustained when he was young, Elder Zhang would probably have already become a Foundation establishment cultivator, so he disdained hiding within the inner sect. Elder Qian was the same. When he was young, he cultivated spells to their utmost, and while his combat power was not as formidable as Elder Jiang's, he had no weaknesses, whether it was spells for trapping enemies, attacking, or healing. Elder Qian was proficient in all of them, and he also had a sense of pride in his heart. But now, Elder Zhang and Elder Qian were, after all, old, and their strength was far from what it once was. Gu Bai worried that the two elders might encounter some danger. Elder Zhang also noticed Gu Bai's abnormality, feeling somewhat uneasy. After a moment of thought, he immediately understood why Gu Bai was uneasy. Gu Bai's journey from joining the Lingyun sect to becoming the current hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring was widely talked about and regarded as a legend. Elder Zhang naturally knew that Gu Bai had two seniors with whom he had a very good relationship, and those two should be within the sect now, which was why Gu Bai was uneasy. Elder Zhang did not hesitate for a moment, immediately turned his head, and called a group of law enforcement hall disciples to intercept the enemy cultivators who had entered the sect. Old Hu, you lead 10 Foundation establishment cultivators and 100 chi refining cultivators, quickly go and intercept those cultivators who have entered the sect, intercept as many as you can. An old man with a gaunt face and a strong aura of evil chi nodded, without the slightest hesitation, and immediately led a group of law enforcement hall disciples to retreat from the front line. Elder Zhang also held prominent prestige in the law enforcement hall and was himself the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall, so he could naturally command other cultivators of the law enforcement hall. Of course, he also bore immense pressure. If his actions led to the collapse of the front line, he would inevitably face severe punishment afterward, possibly even being expelled from the sect. Thanks. Gu Bai did not say much, only a simple thank you, but he kept this matter in his heart. What is there to thank? If anything, I should be thanking Physician Gu. If it weren't for Physician Gu, who burned his lifespan origin to save the wounded, pulling countless disciples back from the brink of death, the front line would probably have collapsed long ago. Moreover, several of my brothers were saved by Physician Gu. If it weren't for you, those several brothers of mine would probably have perished due to their severe injuries. Gu Bai understood, he had indeed saved many law enforcement hall disciples, and among the disciples he treated, the proportion of law enforcement hall disciples accounted for nearly 40%. Many were close to death, and a very few had even had their life force cut off and their souls leave their bodies for a period due to severe injuries, but all were saved by Gu Bai's superb medical skills. And within the law enforcement hall, the relationships among internal personnel were actually quite close. After all, they had to perform dangerous missions every day, so relationships would naturally not become too strained. Many were comrades in life and death. Gu Bai had treated so many law enforcement hall disciples that the relationships of those disciples he treated almost permeated the entire law enforcement hall. It could be said that almost all law enforcement hall disciples owed him a favor. Therefore, Elder Zhang took such a great risk to transfer a group of cultivators from the front line. Gu Bai calmed himself down slightly and immediately began treating the wounded. The front line, having transferred a group of cultivators, naturally faced greater pressure, and the number of wounded increased accordingly. Wang Mang, who was surrounded by 3 Peak Foundation establishment cultivators, also noticed the defensive line collapsing and some enemy cultivators slipping into the Lingyun sect. This instantly ignited his fury, although this was due to the vast disparity in numbers between the two sides, coupled with a sneak attack. He had already done well to achieve this much. But Wang Mang felt that this was due to his dereliction of duty. If he had been more powerful and his arrangements more reasonable, such a thing would not have happened. With me here, none of you shall step into Lingyun sect today. Wang Mang roared, then began to burn his lifespan origin. His nearly depleted magic power was replenished, then he gripped the long sword in his hand, hunched his body, accumulated a little power, and desperately poured magic power into the long sword. The long sword trembled slightly due to the influx of too much magic power, and the sword body began to emit bursts of red light. He unleashed a sword strike with all his might. He used a forbidden art of the law enforcement hall, which could burn lifespan to enhance the power of sword chi, and this sword strike contained most of his magic power and at least 20 years of his lifespan. A sword chi nearly 100 meters long, emitting bursts of evil chi, soared into the sky. It cut one of the Peak Foundation establishment cultivators surrounding him into 2 sections, then, with undiminished momentum, struck towards the direction with the largest number of enemy troops. Puchi! 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 The speed of this sword chi was simply too fast to even react defensively. Instantly, dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators and hundreds of chi refining cultivators were cut in half at the waist, blood flowed like a fountain from their severed bodies, and in just an instant, the entire ground was dyed crimson. The power of this sword strike had already surpassed the limits of a Foundation establishment cultivator. It already belonged to the realm of a golden core cultivator. And for Wang Mang to be able to unleash a golden core level attack with a Foundation establishment body was enough to show how powerful he was. Although Wang Mang was easily defeated by Gu Bei before, do not mistakenly think his strength is weak. On the contrary, Wang Mang's strength is very strong. He can even be said to be the strongest Foundation establishment cultivator in the Lingyun sect, besides Gu Bei. The sword technique he cultivated was called the Burning Blood Sword Technique, an extremely evil sword technique, adapted from a demonic path cultivation technique. Normally, as long as a cultivator kills someone, they will more or less be tainted with a trace of evil chi. This type of evil chi is not good for the body, and generally, various methods are used to wash away this trace of evil chi. However, the Burning Blood Sword Technique actively absorbs evil chi and uses it to strengthen oneself. It can be said that the more people one kills, the stronger one's power becomes. Cultivating this cultivation technique allows one's combat power to far exceed others, but evil chi will also erode the body. Those who cultivate this cultivation technique endure unimaginable pain every moment and their lifespan is also far shorter than others. But this has forged his incredibly formidable strength. In his years in the law enforcement hall, Wang Mang killed countless enemies and cultivated the Burning Blood Sword technique to major achievement. Furthermore, sword cultivators are inherently the strongest in terms of attack power among cultivators of the same realm. The combination of these two factors gives him combat power that is almost unrivaled in the same realm. Even when facing Gu Bei, a prodigy with the heavenly thunder body who was abnormal in every aspect, Wang Mang would normally be able to steadily suppress him. If Gu Bei hadn't used the heavenly thunder Dharma idol skill, a powerful killing move even among those in the golden core realm, he might not have been able to defeat Wang Mang. Of course, Wang Mang paid an extremely heavy price for unleashing that incomparably powerful sword strike. Wang Mang gasped for breath, his hands pressed on his long sword, barely supporting his body to keep from collapsing to the ground. His current state was extremely poor, his lifespan was nearly exhausted, his magical power depleted, and his hair had turned completely white, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Before anyone else could react, a dozen or so law enforcement hall disciples and elders instantly surrounded Wang Mang, protecting him firmly. Then, with extreme speed, they withdrew Wang Mang from the front lines. Wang Mang's sword strike greatly boosted the morale of the Lingyun sect disciples, causing countless disciples and elders to be filled with high spirits, and they all began to burn their life origin like Wang Mang. Meanwhile, the enemy's morale was low, and their combat power plummeted. The defensive line, which had been on the verge of collapse, was surprisingly stabilized by Wang Mang's sword strike. Physician Gu, quickly save fellow Daoist Wang. Several law enforcement hall disciples dragged the weakened Wang Mang back from the front lines. Seeing Wang Mang in such a state, Gu Bai was slightly moved and quickly pulled over another physician, asking him to treat the wounded in his stead. He then hurried to Wang Mang's side and, without a word, immediately cast Plant's Meat Spring, a rich life chi blooming in his hands as he began to heal Wang Mang. Instantly, Countless large and small wounds on Wang Mang's body began to heal at a visible rate. In just about 10 breaths, Wang Mang's injuries had recovered by 70 to 80%. Gu Bai's face was as pale as paper, and his hair had turned completely white. With his magical power, even if it was completely depleted, he couldn't fully heal Wang Mang. He had burned his life origin twice in the process of healing Wang Mang, barely managing to heal him by 70 to 80%. I owe you a favor. Wang Mang looked at Gu Bai, his head full of white hair, and said with a hint of embarrassment. Less talk, quickly drink this. Gu Bai didn't reply but instead took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch and handed it to Wang Mang. Wang Mang didn't hesitate at all and downed the entire bottle of medicinal liquid in one gulp. Gu Bai placed his hands on Wang Mang's back and circulated his magical power to help Wang Mang better absorb the medicinal liquid. Wang Mang's injuries were much more troublesome than he had imagined. His life origin was almost depleted, and coupled with the hidden injuries caused by the cultivation technique he had previously cultivated, his current body could be said to be a mess. Gu Bai could guarantee that if it were any slightly inferior second-order physician, they probably wouldn't even be able to save Wang Mang's life. Even if they barely managed to save his life, Wang Mang would be crippled, barely living for 10 to 8 years before passing away. After all, life origin not only represented lifespan but also represented a cultivator's potential, recovery ability, encompassing all aspects. Fortunately, he still had some methods. The bottle of medicinal liquid he gave Wang Mang was an upgraded version of the Yin Yang Yuan supplementing pill. It could greatly repair the life origin and also had strong healing and body nourishing effects. With Gu Bai's assistance, Wang Mang quickly absorbed the medicinal liquid, and his depleted life origin also recovered by more than half. Gu Bai lay on the ground, somewhat exhausted, gasping for breath. At this moment, he had no image to maintain, completely lacking his usual composure and elegance. There was nothing he could do, he was simply too tired. Gu Bai felt that his medical skills had progressed at an incredible speed. In just one day, his progress was greater than that of the past 5 years combined. I'm fine. Wang Mang stood up, slightly bewildered, and looked at his hands in disbelief. He felt that his current state was better than ever before. His body, which had been severely corroded by evil qi due to his cultivation technique, no longer felt pain. Instead, there was a sense of comfort. Wang Mang was somewhat incredulous. He had already prepared himself to become a cripple, yet unexpectedly, in just a moment, he was completely fine, and his state was even better than before. Stop talking nonsense, quickly go to the front lines and stabilize the battlefield. Without you holding down one side, the front lines are already in chaos. Gu Bai said weakly, then struggled to get up from the ground and continued to treat the wounded. Although the morale on the front lines had greatly increased, with countless disciples burning their life origin, they managed to overwhelm the enemy for a time. But ultimately, they were like a dragon without a head. Without Wang Mang's command, their formation quickly fell into disarray. Wang Mang nodded and, without further ado, flashed to the front lines. Wang Mang is here. The moment the frontline disciples saw Wang Mang return, they all cheered, as if they had found their backbone. Wang Mang gathered a little strength and, with one sword strike, cut a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator into two. Seeing this scene, their morale surged even higher. Wang Mang roared and led several foundation establishment peak cultivators to charge into the rear of the battlefield, beginning a massacre. The more people the burning blood technique killed and the more evil qi it absorbed, the stronger his own strength became, and there was no place faster than a battlefield to accumulate evil qi. In just a short while, the evil qi on Wang Mang's body reached its limit. The evil qi was even so dense that it solidified and was visible to the naked eye. Even his magical power was dyed blood red by this vast evil qi. At this moment, Wang Mang was like a god of slaughter incarnate. Although a gap had been broken in the formation, the Lingyun sect firmly blocked the cultivators of the three great sects outside the formation. No matter how they attacked, they simply could not enter. Thus, the two sides went back and forth, fighting fiercely. The three great sects had a large number of people, nearly twice as many as the Lingyun sect. However, the Lingyun sect had the two variables of Wang Mang and Gu Bai. Wang Mang could maximize the effectiveness of all the cultivators in the Lingyun sect. And Gu Bai led many physicians, desperately saving people in the rear, causing the battlefield to reach a stalemate. Meanwhile, in a hidden immortal cave within the outer sect, several young alchemists were uneasily hiding in the room, while Elder Zhang and Elder Qian stood guard at the door with solemn expressions. Before the war began, the Lingyun sect had arranged for these alchemists, formation masters, and other cultivators unsuitable for combat to hide in various locations within the sect, dispatching a small number of cultivators to protect them. Therefore, hiding in the inner sect, protected by a formation, might seem safer. But don't forget that Gu Bai was undergoing his breakthrough in the inner sect. Once the defensive line was breached and enemies poured into the inner sect, these cultivators with no combat ability would have no chance of survival, so it was better to hide in the outer sect. Elder Zhang and Elder Qian were the cultivators specifically assigned to protect the safety of these alchemists. Hurry, it's nearby. I've already sensed a few faint qi auras. A foundation establishment cultivator wearing a Tianxing sect uniform swiftly ran past from above. It wasn't until those few people had gone far away that Elder Zhang and Elder Qian slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Their immortal cave was quite secluded, an immortal cave built underground, and it was also equipped with a formation to block qi auras. However, the formation's rank wasn't high, and in the end, their qi aura was still detected by the enemy. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Old Qian, I never thought that in our lifespan, we would still be able to participate in a sect war. Elder Zhang said with some emotion as he wiped the sharp sword in his hand. he and Elder Qian had joined the Lingyun sect in the war over 100 years ago. At that time, the war was already nearing its end, and they had just entered the sect, so they only participated in the final cleanup of the war. At this moment, Elder Zhang was no longer as amiable as before, instead, he was filled with evil qi, like a sharp sword without a scabbard. Yes, I never thought that we two grand elders could still do something for the sect before we die. Elder Qian said after skillfully organizing the magical artifacts on his body and checking the talismans he carried with him. How keen were these two elders? As soon as the enemy rushed into the sect, they immediately sensed that something was wrong. After exchanging information with other cultivators hiding within the sect using sound transmission talismans, they immediately confirmed that there must have been some unforeseen change on the front lines, causing a portion of the enemy to break through. After they were cut off by the intersect formation, they didn't dare to go back, as the rear was already blocked, so they roamed through the Lingyun sect in groups, slaying weaker cultivators. Now was the Lingyun sect's weakest moment, most of its elites were fighting the enemy outside, leaving only a small number of elites to guard the inner sect and protect Gu Bei during his breakthrough. As a result, this vast outer sect area had no battle intent at all. In just a short while, several locations were discovered, and the Lingyun sect disciples hiding inside were mercilessly killed by the enemy. It was estimated that very soon, the place where they were hiding would also be discovered by the enemy, and at that time, battle would be unavoidable, and it was even highly likely that they would have to fight Foundation Establishment cultivators. When they were young, their combined strength might have allowed them to contend with Foundation Establishment cultivators, but in their current state, facing a Foundation Establishment cultivator was practically a death sentence. However, they showed no fear, instead, they were vaguely excited. Especially Elder Zhang, his eyes were not muddled at all, instead, they were filled with battle intent, and the corners of his mouth were slightly curved. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Gu Bai's roar came from behind them, and the roar was also full of battle intent. Gu Bai naturally wouldn't feel at ease leaving the two old men alone in the outer sect, but the two elders firmly refused to let anyone else protect them. In desperation, Gu Bai could only let Gu Bai protect the two old men. Of course, in his words, it was to let the two old men help look after Gu Bai, and only then did the two old men reluctantly agree. Although Gu Bai had not undergone a breakthrough to Foundation Establishment, it had already cultivated to the peak of qi refining. Ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators were simply no match for it. Elder Zhang turned his head and stroked Gu Bai's head, saying with a slight helplessness. When the fight breaks out later, don't be impulsive, just hide behind us too. Gu Bai nodded quickly, but it didn't think so in its heart. The two elders and Gu Bai stood quietly in the Immortal cave, ready to welcome the battle at any moment. This is it, I can feel a few faint qi auras here. Soon, there was a commotion outside. Chu Xing, this early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, stood excitedly in front of the Immortal cave door. Without any hesitation, he immediately launched a fierce attack. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the Immortal cave's door was shattered, and dust filled the view. But from within the dust, a sword qi flew out, heading towards him. Clang. This attack was intercepted by the leading Chu Xing. Chu Xing cast the gale spell, blowing away the ashes in the air, revealing Elder Jiang's figure. Ha 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 ha, is the Lingyun sect out of people? You sent you two old men to stop me. Chu Xing said with a loud laugh. The two old men didn't waste words, they still rushed towards Chu Xing together. Elder Jiang's movements were incredibly agile, he moved left and right, rushing in front of Chu Xing, then raised the long sword in his hand and chopped down fiercely. At the same time, countless wooden armors emerged from Elder Qian's body, firmly protecting him, and at the same time, countless wooden targets condensed and stabbed towards Chu Xing. However, all these attacks were blocked by a translucent starry light screen. Foundation Establishment cultivators were indeed Foundation Establishment cultivators, they easily blocked the two men's attacks. Gu Bai roared, slamming a paw onto the light screen. The light screen trembled violently and was actually shattered by Gu Bai's sheer force. Die. Chu Xing was not flustered, instead, he held a blue treasured sword and slashed out a sword qi towards Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang's pupils contracted violently, he felt a strong threat, if he was hit, he would definitely die. But at this moment, he no longer had time to dodge, if he were younger, he might have reacted faster and barely dodged. But now he was old, and all aspects had declined severely, he simply didn't have the strength to dodge. Bang! Elder Jiang was instantly sent flying more than 10 meters, and it took him a while to struggle to get up from the ground. Elder Jiang looked very disheveled now, a huge sword mark appeared diagonally across Elder Jiang's chest, and blood flowed out from the wound as if it were free. If he hadn't activated a defensive talisman beforehand to absorb most of the sword key damage, that single sword strike might have cut him in half. Roar! Gu Bai roared and rushed forward, firmly blocking Chu Xing, temporarily holding him back. And Gu Bai was indeed a silver moon bear, its skin was thick and rough, although Chu Xing's attacks could break its defense, they were not fatal. Elder Qian also assisted from the side, continuously casting spells to harass Chu Xing. Elder Jiang gasped for air, clutching his chest in pain, he felt his lifespan rapidly draining away. He was old after all, if he were younger, even with such severe injuries, he could still fight a few more rounds with vigor. Elder Jiang showed no fear, instead, the corners of his mouth curved slightly as he took out a medicinal pill emitting a blood-red light from his storage pouch and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, Elder Jiang's qi aura surged, his somewhat withered muscles bulged, the wound on his chest was forcibly stopped from bleeding, and at the same time, he began to burn his remaining lifespan origin. Elder Qian did the same. After taking the red medicinal pill, he also began to burn his remaining lifespan origin. The medicinal pill Elder Zhang consumed was called the Crimson Blood Life-Risking Pill. After consuming the medicinal pill, he could enter a berserk state, greatly increasing the strength of his physical body and magical power. However, the Crimson Blood Life-Risking Pill also had very severe side effects. After the medicinal pill's effects wore off, the user's meridians would be shattered due to the berserk medicinal power, requiring at least 10 years of recuperation to barely recover. And for old people like Elder Zhang or Elder Qian, whose lifespan was nearing its end, their bodies were extremely weak, making it almost impossible for them to survive. Just like that time. Elder Zhang said in a low voice, then charged towards Chu Xing. Just as Chu Xing was about to defend, countless vines rose from the ground, firmly trapping him in place. These vines had absorbed the power of the life origin and were incredibly solid, even a foundation establishment cultivator would find it difficult to break free in a short time. Die. Elder Zhang, meanwhile, burned all of his life origin, aimed at Chu Xing's neck, and unleashed a red sword chi. The sword chi was extremely fast, instantly severing Chu Xing's head. The move Elder Zhang used was precisely a simplified version of the move Wang Mang had used before. Ha 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 ha, satisfying, too satisfying. I never thought that in my lifetime, I would still be able to slay a foundation establishment cultivator. Elder Zhang laughed 3 times, his voice filled with pride, then collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. He had nothing left to long for in this world, being able to die in a battle against a strong enemy already made him feel extremely satisfied. Nothing was more suitable for a sword cultivator than dying in battle. Every pure sword cultivator hoped to die in a fierce battle with a strong opponent in their later years, rather than lying in bed waiting for death. Don't forget I had a part in this too. If I hadn't trapped him, you alone wouldn't have been able to kill him. Elder Qian retorted with dissatisfaction, but after a long pause, he heard no response. He turned his head to find that Elder Zhang was already lying on the ground, completely without breath. Old Zhang. Elder Qian walked with extreme difficulty to Elder Jiang's side. Seeing the smile on Elder Jiang's face, he also smiled. Goodbye, you must take good care of yourself from now on. I hope you won't be sad because of us 2 old men. Elder Qian murmured softly, but thinking of Gubai's outstanding performance, he showed a proud smile and finally felt completely at ease. As if the belief that had supported him had dissipated, Elder Qian also collapsed, laughing 3 times, and departed peacefully. On this battlefield, only the heavily scarred little white remained, letting out a mournful howl. Not long after, a group of cultivators dressed in law enforcement hall uniforms rushed over, drawn by the sound. They were cultivators dispatched from the front line, who had been eliminating enemy cultivators within the sect. Hearing the noise, they had rushed over. Damn it, we were still a step too late. Upon seeing the bodies of the 2 elders on the ground, the leading elder clenched his fists tightly. There was no time for grief. He only managed to take Little White, then led the other law enforcement hall disciples to continue eradicating the enemy cultivators within the sect. At the same time, Gubai, who was treating the wounded, suddenly felt an inexplicable sadness, as if something bad had happened. Drib. Gubai suddenly noticed a drop of clear liquid falling onto his hand, followed by a second and third drop. These are tears? Why am I crying? Gubai kept wiping away his tears, but they wouldn't stop. Gubai, are you alright? He physician noticed Gubai's abnormality immediately and asked with some concern. I don't know, but I just feel very sad and uneasy, as if someone important has left me. Gubai shook his head, his voice trembling as he spoke. He physician fell silent. In the cultivation world, such inexplicable intuition was very accurate. Especially after reaching a high cultivation level, cultivators generally possess the ability to ward off evil. It'll be alright. He physician was not good at comforting people, and after a long silence, he only managed to blurt out this dry sentence. Gubai just hummed softly, but he did feel much better. Gubai took a deep breath, forcefully suppressed the sadness in his heart, and then tirelessly continued to treat the wounded. He had to pull himself together. If he collapsed, the rear would surely fall into chaos, and the front line would follow suit. If the defensive line were to be breached then, and a large number of disciples poured into the sect, forcibly disrupting Gubai's breakthrough, Gubai immediately calmed himself down at the thought of that scene. That was his blood relative. As an elder brother, he had to protect Gubai. This was his responsibility as an elder brother. At the same time, above Lingyun sect, Lu Sunshin's mouth was bleeding, and his body was covered with countless large and small wounds. His hair was already grey and withered. He had gone through a great battle, burning most of his remaining lifespan. Across from him, Pure Yang True Person was also not doing well. He had not burned his lifespan, so even when joining forces with 2 golden core middle stage cultivators, he gained no advantage. Not only was he severely injured, but 1 golden core middle stage cultivator was also forcibly killed by Lu Sunshin at the cost of his own severe injuries. Old Lu, you must be at the end of your rope now. Pure Yang True Person panted heavily, looking at Lu Sunshin with some sadness. Is it really worth doing this? With your cultivation, you could live comfortably anywhere. You could have just flown far away and not sacrificed your life for Lingyun sect. Ha 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 ha. Lu Sunshin did not speak. He looked at Su Wuji, who was locked in a bloody battle with 3 golden core middle stage cultivators nearby, and laughed uproariously, his laughter devoid of any fear of death, but rather full of grandeur. Not good, he's going to self-destruct his golden core. Seeing this, Pure Yang true person's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he immediately used his escape technique and fled at the fastest possible speed. But it was too late. Liu Sunshin directly detonated his golden core. Instantly, a golden light began to spread, centered around Liu Sunshin. Boom. 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 Save me. The golden core middle stage cultivator next to Pure Yang true person reacted a moment too slowly. Just as he turned around, he was engulfed by the golden light generated by the self-detonation. He only managed to let out a cry for help before the golden core middle stage cultivator was blasted into ashes. Even Pure Yang true person, who had already run some distance, was severely wounded by the aftershocks of Liu Sunshin's self-detonation, spitting out a large mouthful of bright red blood, somewhat in disbelief. Something is wrong. Even a golden core late-stage cultivator at full power would not have such a powerful self-detonation. Liu Sunshin's life origin and magical power were almost exhausted. Even if he self-detonated, the power wouldn't be too strong, so why could it produce such immense power? Feeling the scorching energy in the air, Pure Yang true person's pupils constricted, and he finally understood. Liu Sunshin had cultivated a forbidden art specifically designed to enhance the power of a golden core self-detonation. Thinking of this, Pure Yang true person couldn't help but admire Liu Sunshin's willpower. He was aware of this forbidden art. Its principle was actually very simple. It involved consuming various potent spiritual objects and refining and sealing them within the golden core. This would greatly increase the power generated when the golden core detonated. However, this process was incredibly painful, as the spiritual objects capable of enhancing self-detonation power would inevitably cause some harm to the cultivator. After cultivating such a forbidden art, the golden core would experience intense pain every moment, a suffering that ordinary cultivators simply couldn't endure. Yet, Liu Sunshin persevered. What a terrifying willpower. I don't regret losing. Pure Yang true person spat out another large mouthful of blood, unable to maintain his balance, and fell to the ground. He was severely injured. He had already sustained heavy wounds during his battle with Liu Sunshin, and then he took that fierce blow just now. It was a blessing to have survived, and he would be unable to participate in the upcoming battles for a long time. Pure Yang true person trembled as he swallowed a medicinal pill, and his complexion finally eased a little. He leaned against the aftermath of the explosion, feeling a touch of sadness. His relationship with Liu Sunshin was very good, one could even say they were brothers in life and death. But now they were reduced to this state, forced to fight each other to the death. Without time for sorrow, Pure Yang true person concealed himself and quietly fled into the distance. Master. Seeing Liu Sunshin self-detonate, Su Wuji's eyes turned red, and he began to attack the enemy in front of him like a madman. Pfft. Facing the full force attack of the person in front of him, Su Wuji did not dodge or evade, taking the blow head-on. Then, seizing the momentary opening, he bisected the person in front of him with a single sword strike. Although he forcibly killed his opponent, Su Wuji exposed a weakness. The other two golden core middle stage cultivators did not miss this opportunity. They unleashed their signature techniques. A long spear fiercely pierced through Su Wuji's body, pinning him in the void realm. Another cultivator, clad in red and wielding a long saber, flickered and swung his long saber towards Su Wuji's neck. Su Wuji, as expected of a sword cultivator, reacted instantly, shielding his neck with his left hand. Pfft. This saber was extremely sharp. It instantly severed Su Wuji's right arm, then cut off a good portion of his neck before stopping. But Su Wuji seemed to feel no pain. He picked up the Wuji sword and, like a madman, fought the remaining two golden core middle stage cultivators. In another battlefield, Tianming Zi coughed up large mouthfuls of black blood, his body covered in countless large and small wounds, and he was gravely poisoned, barely able to stay airborne. The 5-poison immortal master opposite him was no better, having been pierced at least 3 times, his internal organs almost completely destroyed, relying solely on the tenacious vitality of a golden core cultivator to hold on. As for the other golden core initial stage cultivator, he had already died under Tianming Zi's spear. At the same time, on another battlefield, of the 4 golden core cultivators from Lingyun sect, only 2 remained. And of the 6 golden core true persons on the enemy side, after a long period of chaotic fighting, 4 golden core true persons still remained. This was already the result they had barely achieved by their utmost efforts. You 3, hold them back. Celestial Star true person spat out a mouthful of blood, speaking in a somber tone. The remaining 3 golden core cultivators were all from Tianxing sect, so they naturally would not disobey their sect master's command. The reason why 6 golden core true persons facing 4 were still fighting was partly because the 3 great sects had already begun their internal strife. The sect master of Tianxing sect, along with the other 3 golden core cultivators of Tianxing sect, deliberately held back their full strength, which led to the other 2 golden core cultivators being desperately taken down by Lingyun sect. After saying this, Celestial Star true person flew towards the direction of Lingyun sect. Don't go. Ice Frost Genren said anxiously, but even if she and Xiun Genren fought with all their might, even burning their life origin, they were still firmly held in place. This farce should end. Celestial Star true person, flying in midair, said in a low voice. In this war, his Tianxing sect suffered the least losses. Of Pure Yang sect's golden core true persons, only Pure Yang true person and 1 golden core initial stage cultivator guarding the sect remained alive. The 5 poison sect was the same, but his Tianxing sect had not lost a single golden core true person. Celestial Star true person raised his hand, and countless meteorites condensed in the sky, falling towards the Lingyun sect disciples. Oh no, quick, defend. Wang Meng, who was in the midst of a bloody battle, suddenly changed his expression drastically, looking up to see countless meteorites falling from the sky. He immediately knew that the enemy's golden core true person had broken free and begun to attack them. No sooner had Wang Mang's words fallen than the meteorites rained down like drops. Rumble rumble rumble. The power of each meteorite was equivalent to a full force attack from a Foundation establishment cultivator, and the number of meteorites was immense. Under such a dense attack, in just an instant, Lingyun sect cultivators suffered heavy casualties, and the defensive line they had painstakingly established was instantly broken. Charge! The cultivators of the three great sects surged into Lingyun sect like locusts. Retreat, retreat, retreat towards that gate. Wang Mang looked at the corpses strewn on the ground, his face flushed, but he still suppressed his grief and led the remaining disciples to retreat towards the inner sect. This was the combat power of a golden core expert, completely on a different level from a Foundation establishment cultivator. A single casual strike could kill countless Foundation establishment cultivators. Gu Bai stared blankly at the scene, hearing the shouts of countless people, his heart greatly impacted. Physician Gu, hurry! Unable to react in time, Elder Zhang, who had been following closely beside Gu Bai, embraced Gu Bai and ran towards the inner sect. Bring my masters with you. Being held like this, Gu Bai finally sobered up and remembered his masters, He Physician and Su Physician, were still on the battlefield, so he quickly shouted. Got it. Elder Zhang hoisted Gu Bai onto his shoulder, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings, instantly locating He Physician and Su Physician. Then, with He Physician under his left arm, Su Physician under his right arm, and Gu Bai on his shoulder, he sprinted towards the inner sect. One could only say that Elder Zhang was indeed a body cultivator, carrying 3 people. He still moved as fast as if flying, his speed even surpassing most Foundation establishment cultivators. Rumble rumble rumble. Celestial Star True Person furiously slaughtered the disciples of Lingyun sect. In just the short distance from the outer sect to the inner sect, 5/10 of Lingyun sect's cultivators died. Adding to the casualties from previous battles, essentially all chi refining cultivators were dead, leaving only a small number of Foundation establishment cultivators. Once all cultivators arrived at the inner sect, Lingyun sect immediately activated the inner sect's mountain protecting formation. Although the inner sect's mountain protecting formation was not as high in rank as the entire Lingyun sect's mountain protecting formation, it could still temporarily withstand the attacks of a golden core true person. Gu Bai stood uneasily within the formation. At this moment, the formation was already tottering under Celestial Star True Person's attack. For the first time, he so directly felt the gap between realms. Below Golden Core, all were like ants. Before cultivating to the Golden Core realm, an individual's combat power was too insignificant. Gu Bai's body trembled uncontrollably. Everything he had experienced today was simply too impactful for him. Crack, crack. Under Celestial Star True Person's attack, cracks actually appeared in the formation. Just as everyone was despairing, a series of thunderous roars suddenly came from the center of the inner sect. Then, the surrounding spiritual chi frantically condensed towards Gu Bai. Boom. Rumble. Thick tribulation clouds appeared in the sky, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Seeing this, Celestial Star True Person's face darkened, but he also stopped his attack. Gu Bai had successfully broken through to the Golden Core realm and was now undergoing tribulation. During the process of undergoing tribulation, cultivators are protected by the heavenly Dao, and no one can stop it. Gu Bai, bare-chested, flew out of his immortal cave. At this moment, a shocking aura emanated from him, even slightly surpassing that of Celestial Star True Person, who was in the Golden Core middle stage. Gu Bai finally let out a slow sigh of relief. Gu Bai, having just broken through, already possessed the power comparable to the Golden Core middle stage, meaning he had definitely condensed an immortal Golden Core. Gu Bai flew into the sky, quickly scanned the situation within the sect, and then his eyes turned red with rage. You, how dare you? The reason was simple, Lingyun sect's current state was too tragic, littered with countless cultivator corpses, especially outside the sect, where corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. After breaking through to the Golden Core realm, Gu Bai possessed an extremely powerful divine sense, almost capable of enveloping the entire sect. Gu Bai almost instantly found several familiar corpses. He also saw Su Wuji, who had lost both arms and was in a pathetic state. He even saw Gu Bai, exhausted to the extreme, his hair completely white. Seeing the ruined scene before him, Gu Bai almost lost his sanity, but he ultimately relied on his powerful willpower to forcefully suppress the rage in his heart. The sect had sacrificed everything for him to successfully core formation. He naturally could not betray the sect's expectations of him. The most pressing task now was to pass the lightning tribulation and officially become a Golden Core cultivator. Retreat. Celestial Star True Person gritted his teeth and glared at Gu Bai. He knew it was too late to say anything now. Gu Bai had successfully broken through, and there was no need for them to remain here and waste time with Lingyun sect. Hearing this, everyone actively breathed a sigh of relief. The cultivators of the 3 great sects, who were attacking, did not hesitate at all and immediately turned to leave. Both sides had actually long since wanted to stop fighting. If it weren't for the high-level cultivators pressing them, most cultivators from the 3 great sects would probably have left immediately. Not only did Lingyun sect suffer heavy casualties, but they themselves also suffered heavy casualties. After all, Lingyun sect had Gu Bai and many healers desperately treating the injured, as well as Wang Mang, an excellent leader. Their side, however, had nothing. They only had a larger number of people, and if they were injured, no one would help treat them. Roughly half of Lingyun sect's disciples were dead or injured, and chi refining cultivators were almost wiped out. But they were also similar, their chi refining cultivators were almost all dead, and Foundation establishment cultivators also suffered severe losses. Celestial Star True Person said to retreat, but he himself did not leave. Instead, he flew into the air and, along with the other 3 Golden Core True Person, began to encircle and attack Ling Yun-sek's remaining 2 Golden Core True Person. Having fought to this point, with so many people dead, hatred had already been established. Both sides were already irreconcilable, and only the complete destruction of one side could end this war. Therefore, Celestial Star True Person intended to weaken Ling Yun-sek's current strength as much as possible. Damn it! Gu Bei's eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his fists. How he wished he could rush out now and participate in this war. But reason told him not to. He was currently undergoing tribulation, and if he chose to leave at this moment, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Now, he no longer represented only himself. Ling Yun-sek had gone to such lengths for him, and the heavy responsibility weighed him down, making it hard to breathe. No matter what, he had to succeed in his breakthrough. Gu Bei hovered in the air, adjusting his state as much as possible to face the upcoming lightning tribulation. With Celestial Star True Persons joining, Ice Frost Genren and the other Golden Core True Persons' pressure suddenly increased dramatically. Ice Frost Genren's beautiful face was now incredibly pale. She gritted her teeth and, with fierce resolve, began to burn her life origin. Generally, cultivators rarely burn their life origin, as it is too important. Even a slight loss would cause their cultivation to regress and various aspects to decline significantly. Burning a little too much would render them crippled. But now, she couldn't care less. If she didn't burn her life origin, she probably wouldn't have another chance. The other Golden Core True Person gritted his teeth and also began to burn his life origin. Boom. Rumble. Ice Frost Genren spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at the 4 Golden Core True Person who had her firmly surrounded, and let out a bitter, desperate laugh. Only she remained on this battlefield. The other 3 Golden Core True Person had already died one after another. And she had only managed to survive until now by burning her life origin and relying on her Golden Core middle stage cultivation. But she could only hold on for so long. She was at the end of her rope, her magic power almost exhausted, barely able to maintain her posture in the air. Die. Celestial Star True Person exhaled a breath of cold chi, condensing the power of stars in his hand and aiming it at Ice Frost Genren. Block. Just as the attack was about to hit Ice Frost Genren, it was blocked by a sharp sword chi. So Wuji, with both arms severed and covered in blood, flew over from a distance with a grim expression. This ends here. So Wuji said in a calm tone. Seeing So Wuji, Celestial Star True Person's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected that the 3 Golden Core middle stage powerhouses not only failed to hold back So Wuji but were instead counter-killed by him. The 3 Golden Core True Person who fought against So Wuji had all cultivated to the Golden Core middle stage for many years and possessed incredibly profound strength. And So Wuji? He had only just broken through to the Golden Core middle stage. Celestial Star True Person did not retreat. So Wuji had gone through a great battle, so he must be nearing the end of his rope. Although all 4 of them were also almost at their limit, it was 4 against 2, so the advantage was theirs. As a sword cultivator, with both your arms severed, your strength must be less than 1/10 of what it was. Celestial Star True Person mocked, staring at So Wuji's severed arms. I still have some strength left, you'll know if you try. So Wuji did not waste words with Celestial Star True Person. He unleashed an invisible sword chi towards him. Celestial Star True Person's expression was solemn. Although the sword chi was invisible, he could vaguely sense danger and immediately generated a stellar light barrier around him to block the attack. But this invisible sword chi, as if truly invisible, directly passed through the light barrier and precisely struck Celestial Star True Person's glabella. Celestial Star True Person only felt a sharp pain in his spirit, and then he lost consciousness. This was So Wuji's ultimate technique, transforming his spirit into a sword to strike the enemy. Although it couldn't harm the enemy's physical body, it could strike the enemy's spirit. Cultivators of the same realm, if struck, would temporarily lose consciousness. If the cultivator was one major realm lower than So Wuji, their spirit would be shattered on the spot, turning them into a living person without any consciousness. So Wuji immediately unleashed a second sword. This was a sword chi condensed from pure magic power, with a hint of sword intent subtly mixed within, making its power immense. The sword chi instantly shattered the stellar light barrier, then struck Celestial Star True Person's chest. Pfft. Even with the star screen, which weakened the sword ki power, Celestial Star True Person was still severely wounded, with a massive sword gash across his chest, almost cleaving him in two. Go. Celestial Star True Person glanced at So Wuji with extreme trepidation and, without any hesitation, led the remaining 3 Golden Core cultivators away. Did I say you could leave? So Wuji roared and unleashed another sword strike. The sword chi surged, cutting a surprised Golden Core initial stage cultivator in half. Celestial Star True Person clenched his fists but ultimately did not look back, turning and departing at an extremely fast speed. So Wuji no longer attacked, merely watching Celestial Star True Person leave. It wasn't until Celestial Star True Person was completely gone that So Wuji's face turned pale, and he fell directly from the sky. He was actually at the end of his rope just now. The last sword strike he unleashed was actually a sword chi he had been nurturing within his body. The principle was similar to the sword concealment technique that Gu Bai cultivated, except So Wuji's nurturing time was shorter, only a little over 10 years. It was only through a sneak attack that he managed to kill the unsuspecting and severely wounded Golden Core initial stage cultivator. At the same time, on another battlefield. You've been afflicted with my Xianming soul-severing poison. You will surely die within 7 days. I hope that when I flatten the Lingyun sect in the future, I'll be able to see your grave. After leaving a harsh threat, the 5 Poisons Immortal Master also turned and left without hesitation, leaving behind Tianming Zi, whose face was grim. Tianming Zi's current condition was also very poor, his face was green, he was constantly spitting black blood, and his aura was extremely chaotic. It's finally over. Gu Bai looked at the calm sky, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Although from the results, the Lingyun sect achieved the final victory, protecting Gu Bai, and Gu Bai successfully break through. As long as he undergoes tribulation, he will become a golden core cultivator. However, the Lingyun sect suffered too many losses, the outer sect disciples were almost completely wiped out, and most of the elders within the sect were either dead or injured. As for the golden core cultivators, who were the peak of combat power, 4 of them fell, and the 3 surviving golden core true persons were in extremely poor condition. Su Wuji's arms were completely severed, and it was unknown how much of his strength he could retain. Tianming Zi was poisoned, and it was unknown if he would survive. Celestial Frost true person was severely wounded and had burned most of her life origin, leaving her almost crippled. Her realm had already fallen to the golden core initial stage, and it was unclear if she could even maintain her golden core realm cultivation in the future. Now could be said to be the Lingyun sect's weakest moment. If Gu Bai failed to undergo tribulation and breakthrough, the Lingyun sect would cease to exist. The sky gradually darkened, and thick tribulation clouds had already gathered, but the lightning tribulation did not immediately descend. Instead, the thickness of the tribulation clouds continued to increase. The tribulation clouds grew thicker and thicker, completely obscuring the sun, making the sky pitch black, without a trace of light. Rumble. 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 Muffled rumbling sounds occasionally came from the sky, making it exceptionally oppressive. Gu Bai looked at Gu Bai in the sky with a worried expression, extremely concerned about Gu Bai's safety. The scope of these tribulation clouds was abnormally large. Even when Su Wuji breakthrough, as recorded in the sect's annals, the scope of the tribulation clouds was not as vast as it was now. As far as he knew, the better the quality of the golden core, the greater the power of the lightning tribulation. Gu Bai had clearly condensed the legendary immortal golden core, which was why the scale of the tribulation clouds was so immense. Gu Bai stood between heaven and earth, holding a silver long spear, without any fear. A moment later, the first lightning tribulation struck down fiercely. Gu Bai, however, did not make any defense. Instead, he spread his arms, allowing the lightning tribulation to strike him. Rumble. 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 The lightning tribulation struck Gu Bai, but he blocked it with his extremely powerful physical body, without suffering any harm. Instead, the lightning tribulation spread around Gu Bai's body, slowly being refined by him to strengthen his physique. The heavenly thunder body could refine all the thunder in the world to strengthen oneself. The reason Gu Bai was able to cultivate his physique to the extreme in a short period, even possessing a foundation establishment realm level physical body while in the chi refining realm, was by refining lightning to strengthen his physique. And nothing was more suitable for body refining than the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation simultaneously contained the 2 great laws of destruction and life, possessing extreme destruction and extreme vitality. Even if one was severely injured during undergoing tribulation, they would quickly recover after passing it. Even hidden injuries that were extremely difficult to heal, such as those to the body, could be completely recovered. The physical body and magic power would also be further enhanced, as if one had undergone nirvana rebirth. This was the power of creation and life contained within the lightning tribulation. Therefore, ordinary cultivators, when undergoing tribulation, would try to minimize external help and endure it with their own physical body. Gu Bai, however, skipped that process and directly relied on his heavenly thunder body and powerful physique to forcibly refine the lightning tribulation, absorbing the power of creation and life within it. Rumble. 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 The second, third, and fourth lightning tribulations fell successively, each one thicker than the last. But all were endured by Gu Bai with his powerful body. Gu Bai's aura soared, and his physique grew at an extremely fast rate under the nourishment of the tribulation lightning. As if breaking some invisible barrier, Gu Bai's physique actually break through to the limit of the foundation establishment realm, reaching the golden core realm. Rumble. 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 A series of muffled rumbling sounds immediately echoed in the sky. The already massive tribulation clouds actually began to slowly expand again. Gu Bai's expression tightened. Having read countless books, he instantly guessed why this was happening. Generally speaking, if one refines their body to the limit before breakthrough to the golden core, and their physical body enters the golden core realm in advance, they will usher in a round of lightning tribulation specifically for the physical body. If successfully passed, the strength of the physique would greatly increase, and at the same time, a little supernatural powers related to the physique would awaken. Of course, this was quite difficult. It wasn't enough to just have the strength of a golden core true person's physical body, one needed to have the physical body strength of a golden core body cultivator to have a specialized lightning tribulation. The physical body of an ordinary golden core and that of a golden core body cultivator could not be compared. A golden core body cultivator could fight a golden core cultivator using only the power of their physical body, without relying on any external items like magic treasures or divine abilities. However, acquiring such a physical body was quite difficult. Even for a body cultivator, they generally needed to break through to the golden core realm and then cultivate for a period of time before they could cultivate their physical body to the golden core realm. But in that case, no lightning tribulation would descend. For cultivators, the lightning tribulation was both destruction and a blessing. Generally, when break through a realm, there would only be one lightning tribulation. When break through the golden core, there had already been one lightning tribulation, so there would not be a second one. What all body cultivators dreamed of was to break through their physical body to the golden core realm before break through the golden core realm itself, which would allow them to awaken a little supernatural powers related to their physique. However, that was extremely difficult. Gu Bai had previously searched through the entire history of Azure Province and found no body cultivator who had managed to do so. He hadn't expected Gu Bai to actually achieve it, and even more so, to break through his physical body to the golden core realm while in the midst of undergoing tribulation for the golden core. This was equivalent to exploiting a bug. The lightning tribulation only occurs once. Even if one cultivates their physical body to the golden core after break through the golden core, they would not have a lightning tribulation. But Gu Bai break through his physique to the golden core level while break through the golden core realm. At this time, Gu Bai was not yet a golden core cultivator, so logically, a lightning tribulation should descend, but Gu Bai was currently undergoing tribulation. And the heavenly Tao's answer was to strengthen the intensity of the lightning tribulation. The tribulation clouds in the sky rapidly expanded, doubling in size in the blink of an eye. Amazing. It seems Gu Bai has truly grown, he actually thought of this step. Gu Bai looked at Gu Bai with a face full of admiration, genuinely feeling that Gu Bai had matured. However, Gu Bai himself was staring blankly at the wildly expanding tribulation clouds in the sky, somewhat puzzled. He hadn't actually thought that much, he had merely instinctively absorbed the power of the lightning tribulation to strengthen himself. And the effect was excellent, his physique and strength, and even his divine sense, had increased, and his physical body naturally underwent a breakthrough because it had grown to its limit. The area of the tribulation clouds grew larger and larger, continuously rising without any sign of stopping. From the tribulation clouds, Gu Bai felt an alarming sense of danger, his head felt as if it were being pricked by needles, urging him to quickly escape this place. Disperse quickly. Leave the intersect in an orderly fashion, staying here is too dangerous. Gu Bai immediately shouted loudly. Although observing a cultivator undergoing tribulation usually poses no great threat as long as one doesn't disturb them, this is limited to ordinary lightning tribulations. The lightning tribulation Gu Bai was about to face would likely far exceed that of a normal golden core cultivator, observing it from nearby would probably cause them to be affected by the lightning tribulation. Only then did the others awaken as if from a dream, dragging their weary bodies and beginning to evacuate the intersect in an orderly manner. Gu Bai wasn't idle either, he began to perform his duty, treating the injured. Gu Bai executed traveling dragon steps, rushing towards Suwuji at an extremely fast speed. Suwuji was in very poor condition, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, both arms broken, and countless large and small wounds all over his body, looking as if he was about to die. Gu Bai immediately performed a secret art, and a rich life chi bloomed in his hands as he began to heal Suwuji. In just a moment, Gu Bai's face became extremely pale, his magic power almost exhausted. Yet Suwuji still looked heavily scarred, merely transitioning from a near-death state to a severely injured state. The difference between the two was too great. Suwuji was a full major realm higher than Gu Bai, and their life origins were different. Even if Gu Bai exerted all his strength, he could only slightly alleviate some of Suwuji's burden. Gu Bai took a deep breath, intending to burn his life origin to recover some magic power first. But as soon as he made a move, he found his body suddenly unable to move. Cough, cough, cough. That's enough. The enemy has retreated, you don't need to burn your life origin anymore. Suwuji coughed a few times, speaking weakly. It's fine. The yin-yang yuan supplementing pill can compensate for the lost life origin, I'll just replenish it later. Gu Bai shook his head and said with a smile. Cough, cough, cough. I won't die for now, I don't need you to treat me. Suwuji coughed a few more times, spitting out some clotted blood, and his complexion improved slightly. Alright, then I'll go see Tianming Zi first. He seems to be severely injured as well. Gu Bai said with a slight hint of helplessness, then turned and walked towards Tianming Zi. Tianming Zi was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground, fully suppressing the Xianming soul-severing poison within his body, but he couldn't suppress it at all. His face was green, and foul-smelling blood continuously flowed from his 7 orifices, as he kept spitting out large mouthfuls of black blood. Seeing him in this state, Gu Bai's expression also became serious. He immediately reached out and grasped one of Tianming Zi's arms, beginning to take his pulse. Did you take any medicinal pills before? A moment later, Gu Bai's expression was solemn as he quickly asked. A third-tier healing medicinal pill, the Jade Clarity pill. Tianming Zi did not hide anything and immediately replied. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai's complexion eased slightly. The Jade Clarity pill was a medicinal pill specifically for treating the spirit, which could coincidentally suppress the Xianming soul-severing poison a little. Of course, it only temporarily preserved Tianming Zi's life. Gu Bai frowned deeply, continuously pondering. He knew the Xianming soul-severing poison was a very troublesome and potent poison. Although he was confident he could formulate an antidote, it required several extremely precious third-tier spirit medicine, which would be very difficult to gather, taking at least several years. However, given Tianming Zi's current condition, he couldn't wait that long. But without third-tier spirit medicine, relying solely on second-tier spirit medicine, at most, could only temporarily suppress the Xianming soul-severing poison. However, for Tianming Zi's current state, the effect would likely be minimal, at most allowing Tianming Zi to live for a few more days. It seems I can only try that method, Gu Bai whispered. Don't resist. I'm going to help you heal now. As soon as Gu Bai finished speaking, he grabbed Tian Mingzi's clothes and directly pulled them off. Instantly, Tian Mingzi's upper body was bare, revealing his not so strong but exceptionally fluid muscular physique. Then, Gu Bai took out countless cold gleaming silver needles from his storage pouch. Gu Bai condensed flames in his hands and began to burn the tips of the silver needles. Moments later, all the silver needles were glowing red. What are you going to do? Tian Mingzi asked nervously, looking at Gu Bai, who held a handful of silver needles. Gu Bai did not reply, mercilessly picking up a silver needle and piercing it towards Tian Mingzi's temple. Tian Mingzi's pupils constricted violently. For a moment, he thought Gu Bai was going to kill him. After a fierce inner struggle, he ultimately chose to trust Gu Bai. After all, he had heard about Gu Bai's character, and he was also a core member of the sect, so the probability of him betraying the Lingyun sect was almost zero. The silver needle pierced his temple, but Tian Mingzi felt no pain at all. Instead, there was a strange refreshing sensation, which was very comfortable. Immediately after, he inserted a second and third needle, continuing until dozens of silver needles were inserted into various parts of Tian Mingzi's body before he stopped. Then, Gu Bai circulated his magic power and began to detoxify Tian Mingzi. The silver needles trembled violently, the originally pure white needles slowly began to turn purple, and then black qi started to emerge from their tips. This was the mysterious detoxification needle, one of the unique medical Dao secret arts of the Hall of Returning Spring, which could use specially made silver needles to absorb and expel poison from the body. Acupuncture is a very ancient medical Dao secret art within the medical Dao, aiming to heal the body by stimulating various acupoints. If one is proficient in acupuncture, there is no need for extremely precious spirit medicine, nor is there a need to consume magic power, just a single needle can treat most injuries and illnesses. Of course, it is very difficult to get started with acupuncture. One must have a thorough understanding of the human body, knowing all the meridians and acupoints, to barely enter the realm. Because it was too difficult to get started, acupuncture has been completely lost in Qingzhou, no one has been able to learn it for nearly 1,000 years, and the Hall of Returning Spring only has a few acupuncture techniques recorded in some ancient texts. Gu Bai also relied on his immortality, experimenting with acupuncture countless times on his own body, only then barely cultivating acupuncture to the introductory level. After a long while, Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tian Mingzi, his face already restored to a healthy ruddy color, stood up in disbelief. Oh. I'm fine. Tian Mingzi was quite surprised. He had originally thought he was certainly going to die, but he hadn't expected Gu Bai to turn around and, using some unknown method, expel most of the Xianming soul-severing poison. Thank you, Physician Gu, I owe you a favor. A moment later, Tian Mingzi came back to his senses and bowed deeply to Gu Bai. Gu Bai could truly be said to be his savior. Without Gu Bai, he would have been incurable and likely would have died painfully under the torment of the Xianming soul-severing poison. It's fine as long as you're okay. Gu Bai waved his hand indifferently. Today, this was the phrase he heard most often. Almost all the injured people he treated were on the verge of death, injuries that normal physicians could not cure. And after he healed their injuries, most of them would very earnestly say this phrase to Gu Bai. Gu Bai would initially nod seriously, but after hearing it too many times, he became indifferent. Gu Bai shook his somewhat dizzy head and turned to leave, but he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Gu Bai rolled over and gasped for air. He was simply too tired today, his spirit was already stretched to its limit. Even if he was immortal and his body could always remain in optimal condition, the mental fatigue could not be recovered. And treating the injured required absolute focus. In addition to consuming magical power, it consumed even more spirit. Gu Bai struggled to stand up but was pressed down by someone. Enough, Gu Bai, you've done enough. Rest a little now. Physician, he said with red eyes and a trembling voice. He had also watched Gu Bai busy himself until now. Gu Bai had almost no time to rest and had been continuously treating the injured. It could be said that Gu Bai had already reached his limit of what he could do. He alone had single-handedly propped up the entire battlefield. On the battlefield, there could even be no Wang Mang, but there absolutely could not be no Gu Bai. But humans are not machines after all, and Gu Bai would also get tired. Even if he didn't say it, others could see that Gu Bai was very tired. Physician, he had even opened his mouth several times, wanting to persuade Gu Bai to rest, but the words got stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them. Because Gu Bai was too important. Anyone could rest, but Gu Bai could not. If Gu Bai rested for even a quarter of an hour, a foundation establishment cultivator might lose his life. Physician, he hated himself immensely, hating that his medical skills were not high enough to help Gu Bai share some of the pressure. But now the war was over. Although there were still injured, most were not in life-threatening danger, and Gu Bai should get some good rest. I'm fine, there are still people who need me. Gu Bai stood up shakily, his voice incredibly weary. At this moment, his hair was completely white, his face was haggard, and his voice had no strength at all, instead filled with exhaustion. Physician, he clenched his fists. Seeing Gu Bai's tired eyes, an unnamed anger surged within him. He was angry at Gu Bai for not taking care of his own body, and he was also angry at his own incompetence. As a master, he was truly useless for not being able to help his disciple. I said for you to rest, so rest. I am your master, are you not going to listen to your master anymore? Physician, his voice trembled as he roared. He had a volatile personality and was not good at lecturing. After thinking for a long time, he could only manage to blurt out this sentence. Gu Bai looked at physician He blankly. He hadn't expected someone to care so much, even more than he cared for himself. Gu Bai, you really should rest. Don't worry about the injured, please trust me and the physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring. Physician Su said in a hoarse voice. He was the physician most skilled in the Dao of Medicine in the Hall of Returning Spring besides Gu Bai, and he had also been busy all day. But his condition was much better than Gu Bai's. After all, when his magical power was exhausted, he needed to recover it before he could continue healing, which gave him some rest time. Gu Bai, I order you, as the sect master, to rest immediately. Su Wuji's voice also came from behind Gu Bai. His tone was low, making one instinctively want to obey upon hearing it. Gu Bai looked at the surrounding eyes, all filled with concern for him, and suddenly smiled with relief. He suddenly felt that he wasn't so tired anymore. Gu Bai found an empty spot, took out a lounge chair from his storage pouch, and sat on it, looking at Gu Bai floating in the air within the inner sect. Although there were still many things to attend to, and he wanted to quickly go to the outer sect to confirm the safety of the two elders. But now the enemy had retreated, and the sect had stabilized. It was more important to watch Gu Bai's breakthrough. Su Wuji also stood beside Gu Bai, watching Gu Bai's breakthrough with him. And in just this short while, the tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to have accumulated to their limit and began to strike down lightning tribulations one after another. Boom boom boom. Streaks of lightning struck down, but Gu Bai's physical body was no longer as it was before. He easily received all these lightning tribulations. Lightning tribulations fell one after another, each one more powerful than the last. At first, Gu Bai could endure them with his physical body, but as the power of the lightning tribulations grew stronger, he also found it difficult to bear. He could only unleash divine thunder transformation, condensing a layer of lightning armor on his body to resist the attacks of the lightning tribulation. It was only after the 70-second lightning tribulation that there was a brief pause. In the air, Gu Bai was gasping for breath. The power of the 70-second lightning tribulation was already comparable to a full power strike from a golden core late-stage cultivator. Even though he had used divine thunder transformation beforehand, wrapping himself in countless lightning bolts to reduce most of the power, he was still seriously injured after taking such a hit. Fortunately, he possessed the heavenly thunder body, which naturally came with extremely strong lightning resistance, and coupled with the lightning armor condensed on his body, he also possessed extremely strong lightning resistance. Therefore, even against a full power strike comparable to a golden core late-stage cultivator, Gu Bai was only lightly injured. Gu Bai and Su Wuji both looked at the sky with solemn expressions. This shouldn't be. Even the legendary immortal golden core should only have 72 lightning tribulations. Su Wuji spoke with a slight hint of doubt. A low-grade golden core had 9 lightning tribulations, and an ordinary golden core had 18 lightning tribulations. He had formed a superior golden core, and it had brought down 36 lightning tribulations. Based on the principle of doubling for each increase in quality, even an immortal golden core should only have 72 lightning tribulations. Gu Bai, however, instantly understood. It was likely because Gu Bai had simultaneously broken through to the golden core realm in his physical body during his breakthrough, which strengthened the power of the lightning tribulation. Therefore, there should be more than 72 lightning tribulations. In the heavens and earth, 9 is the extreme number. Gu Bai speculated that even if the lightning tribulation was strengthened, it would most likely be 81 lightning tribulations. Most of the severe poison in Tianmingzi's body had been expelled by him. The remaining small portion had deeply penetrated his bone marrow and could not be expelled by acupuncture. But that small portion of Xianming's soul-severing poison could already be temporarily suppressed by Tianmingzi using his magical power. As for complete eradication, that would have to wait until he had time later. Boom. The sky was covered in dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, giving Gu Bai no chance to breathe. The 73rd lightning tribulation descended in an instant. Heavenly lightning Dharma idol. Gu Bai's expression was solemn, not daring to be careless in the slightest, and immediately released his trump card, the heavenly lightning Dharma idol. Gu Bai was instantly enveloped by a lightning giant. The lightning tribulation struck the lightning giant, creating a gap but not harming Gu Bai himself. Boom. The lightning tribulation continued to strike, each one equivalent to the full power strike of a golden core late-stage cultivator. It wasn't until after the 81st lightning tribulation that the lightning finally ceased, but the tribulation clouds did not dissipate. Instead, they brewed an extremely terrifying attack. Gu Bai's expression was extremely grave. He fully activated his magic power, repairing the heavily damaged lightning giant. Afterward, he took out a silver shield. This was a medium-grade magic treasure, the lightning-proof shield, specifically designed to defend against lightning tribulations. Come on! Gu Bai roared, without a trace of fear. As if in response to Gu Bai, a red lightning tribulation suddenly fell. Boom! The lightning tribulation instantly shattered the lightning giant, then struck the lightning-proof shield. Crack, crack! The lightning-proof shield could not withstand such a massive impact, emitting cracks and shattering in an instant. Even after suffering so much loss, this blood-red lightning tribulation was only consumed by 50%. Pfft! A figure, like charcoal, fell directly from the sky. Gu Bai instantly stood up, performed the traveling dragon steps, and steadily caught Gu Bai. Crack, crack! The charcoal covering Gu Bai's body shattered, revealing Gu Bai's tender skin, like that of a baby. I succeeded. Gu Bai's body trembled, shaking off the ashes on him, revealing his rebirth body. Congratulations! Seeing Gu Bai like this, Gu Bai congratulated him sincerely. I feel incredibly strong right now. Gu Bei smiled, speaking arrogantly. Indeed, as expected of Gu Bei, it's just. Gu Bai's voice grew softer and softer until it finally disappeared. With the successful breakthrough, Gu Bai finally relaxed. The Lingyun sect had finally survived this crisis. Then, his spirit relaxed, and he completely fainted. Brother? Brother? Are you all right, brother? Looking at Gu Bai who had fallen in front of him, the smile on Gu Bai's face suddenly froze, then he became somewhat flustered. This was the first time Gu Bai had shown such vulnerability in front of him. Gu Bai's image in his heart was very tall, as if he was omnipotent. But he didn't expect that his omnipotent brother would faint in front of him. Gu Bai suddenly felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Sizzle, sizzle. Green lightning suddenly bloomed in his hand. This green lightning had no destructive power at all, instead, it was filled with a rich life chi. However, even under the nourishment of the green lightning, Gu Bai showed no signs of waking up. How could this be? The little supernatural powers, creation divine thunder, that I awakened should be able to heal injuries. Gu Bai was truly a little panicked. He condensed more creation divine thunder in his palm, wanting to heal Gu Bai. Alright, Gu Bai, stop bothering Gu Bai. He isn't injured, he just fainted from exhaustion. Let him rest well for a while. A voice came from behind Gu Bai. Hearing this familiar voice, Gu Bai turned his head in pleasant surprise, only to see So Wuji, whose arms were both broken and whose body was covered in injuries. Master! How are you so heavily injured? Gu Bai's eyes immediately turned red, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. It's nothing, just a fatal injury. So Wuji, however, smiled and didn't care too much. The sword Dao he cultivated was somewhat special, losing both arms didn't greatly affect his combat power. When sword severing all things was cultivated to a profound realm, even without a sword in hand, one could use their heart as a sword to kill enemies. Losing his arms instead made him more aligned with the sword technique he cultivated. Looking at the unconscious Gu Bai, So Wuji felt a little heartache. Gu Bai had fought too desperately today, reaching a point where just looking at him made one's heart pound. Take Gu Bai back to rest well. I'll handle the rest. So Wuji said in a deep voice. After the war, everything was in a mess. As the sect master, he had a lot to do next. This is bad, sect master. We just tallied the casualties and found that physician Gu's two elders have already died in battle. At this moment, an extremely flustered voice came from afar. A young cultivator ran over from a distance, his face full of panic. Upon hearing this, So Wuji and Gu Bai's expressions simultaneously darkened. They both turned to look at Gu Bai. Finding that Gu Bai had not woken up, they both breathed a sigh of relief. They knew how good Gu Bai's relationship was with those two elders, it was not an exaggeration to say they were like father and son. Alas! So Wuji sighed deeply. Gu Bai was also at a loss. He didn't understand why. Before his breakthrough, everything was peaceful, but when he woke up, the sect had become like this. Immediately, a monstrous anger rose in his heart. Gu Bai emitted terrifying killing intent and, without a word, was about to get up and go to the three great sects by himself to seek revenge. Gu Bai, stop right there. So Wuji also roared in anger. But so many people died. My law enforcement hall brothers are almost all dead. It shouldn't have been like this. Clearly, many people had good talent, but now they're all dead. Are we just going to let it go? Gu Bai's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. As the head of the law enforcement hall, Gu Bai had a very good relationship with many disciples of the law enforcement hall, and many were sworn brothers. But the war was too cruel. Even though Gu Bai desperately saved people, most of the law enforcement hall disciples died or were injured, and almost all of those close to Gu Bai died. It's precisely because the casualties are so great that we need to calm down now. Do you think you are very powerful? You want to challenge the three great sects by yourself? What if something unexpected happens? So many people in Lingyun sect died just for your breakthrough. You must cherish your life. Your life is no longer your own now, do you understand? I'm also very angry. Many people I care about have also died. As a sword cultivator, I also want to rush into the enemy's lair without a care and fight them to the death. Even if I die, I'll be happy. But as the sect master, the weight of the entire sect rests on my shoulders. I absolutely cannot act on impulse. So Wuji was also angry now, and he said loudly. Gu Bai fell silent. The atmosphere was unusually oppressive for a moment. This was the first time the master and disciple had a conflict. Alas! So Wuji sighed, suddenly realizing his tone had been too harsh. Then, he said in a softer tone. Wait a little longer. It's too dangerous for you to seek revenge alone right now. When my injuries recover, I'll go with you. After a moment of silence, So Wuji said in a low voice. Don't take what I just said too seriously. Your life is your own, it doesn't belong to anyone. Those who died didn't all die for you, they only died to protect Lingyun sect. He didn't want Gu Bai to have too much pressure. Lingyun sect indeed lost many people to protect Gu Bai, but this didn't mean they died because of Gu Bai. If he didn't say the latter words, with Gu Bai's personality, he would definitely be firmly bound within Lingyun sect by the chains named responsibility. If speaking from the sect master's perspective, he would naturally strongly approve. But besides being the sect master, he was also Gu Bai's master. As a master, he was incredibly proud to have Gu Bai, a heaven-defying genius, as his disciple. But Gu Bai shouldn't be tied down to Lingyun sect, he should have a broader world. This was a master's blessing to his disciple.